A young woman was discovered deceased on the floor of her own apartment. The police launched an investigation and quickly discovered several very concerning facts. It turned out that the residents of this complex had long noticed something unusual and lived in fear. Throughout the investigation, detectives discovered more and more horrifying details until they arrived at an unexpected truth. But this was only the beginning. Stephanie Bennett was born on August 30th, 1979, in the small town of Rocky Mount, Virginia. Stephanie's parents divorced when she was a child, so she lived with her mother. However, their father lived nearby, so the young woman saw him almost every day. Stephanie's father eventually remarried, and she gained a stepsister named Diana. Stephanie attended Roanoke College, which is 350 kilometers from her home. In her final year, she met Walter and they began dating right away. After college, the couple relocated to different cities but remained together. Stephanie moved to Raleigh, North Carolina, with her stepsister Diana and a mutual friend, Emily. They rented an apartment in the Bridgeport residential complex, which is located in a quiet, peaceful neighborhood on the city's outskirts. The young woman found a job at IBM, and her boyfriend relocated to Greenville, South Carolina, to pursue an engineering degree. Stephanie stayed in Raleigh for about a year. By that time, she and her sister and friend were planning to move to different cities. The young woman, who was only 23 at the time, was planning to move to Greenville to be with her boyfriend. And the couple had already begun looking for a place to rent in May. Stephanie went to Greenville, where she and Walter looked at several apartments and chose a suitable option for rent. When she returned to Raleigh, her friends and sister were no longer in the apartment Emily had moved to. He then called her sister Diana, who in turn contacted Stephanie's colleagues. Stephanie didn't show up for work that day, which was very unusual. Stephanie was always responsible and would have told her boss if she was sick. If she was sick at home, she would have answered the phone. Diana asked her friend to go to their apartment and see if everything was fine. When they knocked on the door, there was no answer, so Diana requested that the apartment manager open it with a spare key. As soon as the man walked into the apartment, he saw a horrifying sight. Stephanie lay lifeless on the floor of the room, naked and bruised on her neck. The manager immediately called the police. Detectives found Stephanie's documents and confirmed that the deceased was indeed her through a photo on the laundry basket cover which was under the window in Emily's bedroom. Investigators noticed leaves and concluded that the killer may have entered the apartment through the window. They also discovered that the home phone was in the closet in Emily's room and the cable was cut. Apparently, the perpetrator was hiding there too. The perpetrator took the object he used to kill a victim with, as the police were unable to find it in the apartment. Meanwhile, investigators interviewed all the residents of the complex, hoping someone might have seen the killer. During these conversations, the police learned that something strange had been happening in the residential complex. For several months, people regularly noticed someone peeping at them through the windows of their apartments. They complained to the manager, but the management of the complex could not find the person. Interestingly, at least once this person was seen at Stephanie's window. In addition, several months ago, an unknown man near the lake near the complex assaulted a young woman who went for a run. After this incident, Stephanie was afraid to stay alone in this apartment and wanted to move to Greenville as soon as possible. Detectives studied the area around the complex and discovered something strange in the bushes. They found dozens of pieces of women's underwear, which as later turned out belonged to Stephanie. The police thought the killer took them out of the apartment, but then for some reason threw them in the bushes. However, shortly after this version was refuted, it was discovered that a teenager from the neighboring apartment regularly sneaked into Stephanie's room and stole her underwear, which he then threw into the bushes. When investigators questioned all of the residents, he admitted this, but denied being involved in the murder. His DNA sample was taken, but it did not match the one obtained from the killer's sperm. As a result, he was no longer suspected of the offense. The police believe the most obvious candidate for the role of the killer was the same man who repeatedly peeped into the complex's female residents. After interviewing everyone who had ever seen this person, the detectives compiled an approximate portrait. It was published in newspapers but produced no results. Investigators conducted a routine check on the victim's boyfriend. He voluntarily gave his DNA, which did not match the killer's sample. Furthermore, Walter was hundreds of kilometers away from her home at the time of the murder and could not physically be present. After that, the police approached all of the complex's male residents and asked them to voluntarily provide their DNA. This also yielded no results. The experts found no matches among the 283 samples collected at this point. and they had no serious leads. Detectives set up surveillance of the residential complex, hoping to catch the man who was spying on the residents. They were surprised by how quickly they achieved success. On June 3rd, police noticed a man approaching several ground floor windows and peering into the apartments before stopping at one. This individual began to satisfy himself, and the police arrested him immediately. This pervert turned out to be Christopher Lee Campen, who had previously been caught spying and was convicted of stalking a woman 3 years before. The detectives believed they had finally apprehended the murderer, but were disappointed. Christopher's DNA did not correspond to the sample found on the victim's body. He was charged with being fine, but he was no longer considered a suspect in the murder investigation. Since then, the police have continued to investigate the case, but they have found no substantial leads. A year later, the lead detective learned about a lab in Florida that could determine a person's ethnicity using DNA. However, he had doubts about this technology, but he didn't want to miss such an opportunity as a test. He sent the DNA of 4 of his colleagues of different ethnicities to the lab. The experts succeeded in their task 100%, and the detective sent them the DNA of Stephanie's killer. The lab determined that the DNA belonged to a white person, but this information did not help the police much. In August 2003, the victim's father offered a reward of $100,000. However, in April 2004, they yielded no results. Detectives decided to interview all residents of the complex again after hearing testimony from multiple witnesses. They suspected that the man arrested for voyeurism was not the only one who walked around the complex and looked into other people's windows. With the first man's identity and photographs in hand, the investigators wanted to speak with the residents who had seen the voyeur again. Unfortunately, no one had ever seen his face. This man frequently appeared at night and was almost always dressed in a hoodie. However, some witnesses said they saw him without the hood but could only see that he had long hair. The Texas interviewed several dozen people until they finally reached a man who saw this person right in front of Stephanie's window before her murder. His testimony was already with the police, but this time he remembered something else. The witness claimed that he saw this person a few days after the incident during daylight hours while walking his dog near the wooded. It was related to the murder, so during the initial questioning the police did not receive this information. One thing is for sure, detectives only obtained this information 2 years after Stephanie's death. Now they knew they should be looking for a man with a Labrador, judging by the fact that this person was walking his dog in the area. He must have lived nearby, and here the detectives noted one interesting fact behind the forested area where the witness saw the man there. The man was very thin with long hair and always wore baby clothes. Many people thought he was trying to attract as little attention as possible in his case. However, it worked. Just the opposite. The police decided to find out more about this person and talk to an elderly resident who, according to the staff, kept an eye on everything happening in the complex. And here they were in for a very unexpected turn. When they told her they were investigating the murder of Stephanie Bennett, the woman replied, "Haven't you arrested anyone yet? Everyone knows it was that guy with the big dog." The detectives were, to say the least, shocked. It took them 2 years to get to this person, and the residents of his complex initially suspected this man, but none of them deemed it necessary to share their suspicions with the police. It turned out that Drew had moved out of that complex and settled on the other side of town. The investigators decided to talk to him and came to his apartment, but no one responded to their knock on the door. They came there several more times at different times of the day and never received an answer. Either the man was never home, or he purposefully refused to open the door for them while they attempted to locate him. The police questioned his former neighbors at his old home, and they were able to locate several witnesses who revealed troubling information. A woman on the floor above noticed Drew with a young boy. They were walking down the street a few days after Stephanie's murder, discussing something. According to the witness, Drew told the boy to stop contacting the police and not tell them anything. Investigators quickly concluded that the young man in question was the same teenager who had stolen underwear from the victim's apartment. Several women had reported being afraid of Drew after spotting him during runs or walks in remote areas. The man would either closely observe or follow them. Detectives who had been unable to speak with Jews located his workplace and went there. He was a chemist at a fertilizer production laboratory, and the investigators managed to catch him at his workplace. He immediately stated that he had not heard of Stephanie Bennett's murder, which was strange considering that he lived just a kilometer away from her complex at the time. The man clearly had no desire to talk to the police and told them he was very busy at the moment. Drew told the investigators that they could come to his home at an appointed time, and he would answer all their questions. The detectives met him at his apartment, and the man finally opened the door to them. During the conversation, he stated that he had never walked his dog near Stephanie's complex. However, given that the police had many witnesses who had repeatedly seen him in that area, the investigators immediately understood that he was lying. The man also claimed that he did not wear glasses even though his driver's license indicated that he was required to wear them while driving, and several witnesses had reported that the man who was peeping into the windows of other apartments wore glasses. As expected, Drew refused to voluntarily provide a DNA sample. The detectives then decided to conduct surveillance on him, hoping to obtain a sample in a different way. However, this proved to be a very difficult task since the man did not leave behind any items that could be sent to the laboratory. For example, during lunch breaks he would leave work, sit in his car and just stare. At one point the man did not eat anything, so the investigators could not obtain any objects with his DNA. Once they noticed Drew throwing an empty water bottle into a garbage bin, detectives took it and sent it to the laboratory, but experts were unable to extract the DNA sample from it. According to one version, Drew took someone else's model and purposely threw it on the street, knowing that he was being watched. After that, the police decided to obtain his garbage, but here too, they were unsuccessful. For several days they never saw Drew take it out. Interestingly, the man's neighbors also could not remember ever seeing him with the trash bag. Next, investigators asked Drew's boss for help. The woman agreed to help them obtain any item from his workplace that might contain Drew's DNA. She watched him for several days but couldn't get any of his belongings. Drew rarely ate at work, never threw anything away, and she couldn't find a single hair on his desk, which seemed odd given that the man had fairly long-haired. Investigators were already convinced that Drew was purposefully concealing all traces to prevent them from obtaining his DNA. One day, the boss noticed him tying his hair back with a rubber band and then bending down to pick up all the hairs that fell in the process. After that, the woman decided to invite him for a lunch break at a cafe to supposedly discuss some work matters. But even there, the man was extremely cautious. He mostly ate with his hands, put all the used napkins in his pocket, and even took the straw and cup with his drink for dessert. They ordered banana pudding, and Drew finally used a pour. However, the results were too imprecise, as more biological material was required for a thorough comparison. Finally, the detectives received a warning to search Drew's workspace. They hoped to find some items that contained his DNA. The investigators were concerned that if the man found out about the search, he would flee, so they decided to conduct it in the evening. They discovered gloves, which the suspect was required to wear when working with chemicals, among his belongings. The detectives suspected his DNA was inside, so they took them and replaced them with another pair. They were still concerned Drew would try to flee, so they kept him under surveillance for several days until the laboratory confirmed that the gloves did, in fact, contain his DNA. On October 18, 2005, police quietly surrounded the laboratory, where a man worked, and waited for him to exit. Investigators were concerned that if they attempted to arrest him inside the building, he would kidnap or assault one of his colleagues. Their concerns were justified when the man emerged from the building and was apprehended right away. He was discovered to be carrying a loaded pistol and appeared to be aware that the police were just steps away from apprehending him. Throughout a 6-hour interrogation, Drew remained silent, refused food and water, and barely moved. Detectives eventually had to place him in a wheelchair to move him around the area. After obtaining a search warrant for his apartment, investigators discovered a laundry basket taken from Stephanie's home. His belongings also included 9 pistols, 2 rifles, 40 knives, a sword, and a machete. The detectives also discovered a set of lockpicks and handcuffs. They also discovered a notebook with the names of dozens of women and quickly located them to ensure their safety. One of the women was a resident of his complex who had complained about Drew earlier in the investigation. She claimed that he had been watching her on the street and that his gaze made her uncomfortable. Drew's concerns were confirmed when police discovered her underwear and tampons in her home, as well as a copy of her high school graduation tape. Drew had broken into her apartment, removed the tape, made a copy, and returned the original. He kept these items for quite some time, even after moving into his apartment. They also left a check in his apartment. They also submitted a check in the name of a woman who was killed in 1999. Investigators discovered that Drew lived in her city at the time, and that the woman was shot with a relatively rare caliber gun, which was found in the man's collection during the search. Drew became a suspect in this case, but he first had to face trial for Stephanie's murder. A month after his arrest, the prosecution announced that they would seek the death penalty. The trial was scheduled to begin the following year, and Drew spent that time in solitary confinement, but it never took place. On January 1, 2006, a man was found dead in the same cell. Despite all precautions, he managed to take his own life. Investigators were certain Drew had killed Stephanie Bennett, but after a search of his home, the inevitable question arose: how many other victims could this person have had? At the very least, he was almost certainly responsible for the woman's murder in 1999. However, detectives were almost certain that Drew had been involved in additional crimes. The police discovered several intriguing facts about his biography after thoroughly researching it. Drew was raised in a family of 3 brothers. Their father constantly humiliated and beat the children until the mother fled with them to another state. As a result, Drew became a very withdrawn teenager, and this only intensified in the future. Despite this, he received a good education and got a decent job as a chemist his colleagues said he was. Very smart, but his social skills were practically non-existent. He had no friends. He didn't talk to anyone at work and always tried to keep as far away from the team as possible. However, the judge concluded that the prison staff had taken all necessary precautions but were unable to stop the man. Stephanie Bennett's father attempted to sue the management of the residential complex for ignoring residents' reports of a peeping Tom and not paying enough attention to the safety of residents on the premises. In his opinion, there was not enough lighting around the building at night, and anyone could walk there unnoticed. He also learned that the window in his daughter's apartment had been broken, but the complex management did not rush to fix this problem even though it was. Please leave your thoughts on this story in the comments, and thank you for watching. This horror story from 2006 may shock anyone. A young girl from a small, quiet town was discovered dead in an abandoned house. From the beginning, it was clear that there were many oddities in this case, but no one expected such shocking denim. In this video, we'll explain what happened to Cassie Stoddard and why this crime is still considered one of the most disturbing in history. Casey Joe's daughter was born on December 21, 1989, in the American town of Pocatello, Idaho. The locals were mostly religious and close-knit. They were all accustomed to a quiet and measured existence, as was often the case. None of them could have predicted that something so terrible would happen in town. Cassie was a happy, kind, and responsible girl who never got into trouble. She was an exceptional student. She always listened to her parents and tried to help her family whenever possible. Casey, then 16, agreed to look after her in-law's home in September 2006. Her Uncle Frank and his family had planned to leave town for the weekend. Someone had to feed and walk the dogs while they were away, so he agreed without hesitation. Even though their house was in the middle of nowhere, Cassie's parents were willing to let her go alone for a few days. She had watched the house many times before during her uncle's absence, and with 2 Dobermans, it wasn't so scary to be in. An empty house. Cassie had gone there on Friday, September 22nd, and was supposed to stay there until Sunday evening. She called her mother and asked permission to call her boyfriend to watch a movie with him, but her mother said no. Then the girl said she would watch the movie alone and go to bed. The next day, Cassie did not contact her parents, but they did not care. The girl was responsible and independent, and what could have happened to her in their quiet little town? Her parents immediately called an ambulance, but the girl had already died for several days. When the police arrived on the scene, they quickly realized they were dealing with a murder. Everything indicated that Cassie had been repeatedly stabbed with a sharp object. After inspecting the crime scene, they discovered several potential leads. One of the basement windows had broken, and the electrical panel door was open. Frank assured investigators that he always kept the fuse box closed, and Cassie was unlikely to go in there since she wasn't an electrician at all. In addition, the back door was unlocked. It was through this door that the perpetrator could have entered the house. The version of a robbery was quickly dismissed as there was nothing of value missing from the house. The perpetrator took neither money nor any belongings. Almost immediately, detectives encountered one suspicious moment. Both Dobermans were locked in a room on the 2nd floor. A reasonable question arose: who had locked them in there, and why? According to Frank, his dogs would not obey a stranger and might have attacked him. This indicated that it was unlikely that the perpetrator would have taken the 2 adult Dobermans to the room and locked them in there. Much more logical was the theory that Cassie had lacked the dogs herself, except why would she do that? The only possible explanation was that a friend had come over to her house on a Friday night, and she had had to lock the Dobermans in her room to keep them from attacking her guest. The situation became more and more complicated based on the above. The killer could be someone Cassie knew well and had let into the house. The police, however, did not have to puzzle over this mystery. For the next significant clue emerged almost immediately. News of the murder quickly spread throughout the city, whose residents had never seen such a crime. Within hours of the discovery of the body, virtually everyone knew about it. While the detectives were working on the crime scene, a woman drove up to the house and said she had valuable information. It turned out to be Cassie's boyfriend, Matt Beckham's mom. According to the woman, her son did go to Cassie's house that night to see a movie. The girl hid this fact from her mother because she had forbidden her to have guests. The police questioned Matt and his mother. According to them, his mother called him at about 10 p.m. and demanded that he go home, but Matt refused. He said that something strange was going on in the house. The lights had gone out several times, and a window had broken in an unexplained way. Cassie was frightened by what was happening, so the boy decided to stay with her. But his mother didn't believe the story at this point. She thought Matt was simply making it all up to stay with Cassie. Then she decided to pick him up herself and drove to the house. Once there, the woman listened to Cassie's account of the oddities in the house, and what was happening no longer seemed fictitious to her. Then she suggested that the girl go away with them, but Cassie refused. For one thing, the electrical trouble and other strange things had already stopped. Second, she felt safe in the company of two Dobermans. Deciding that there was really no cause for serious excitement, Matt and his mother left for home at about 11:30. The boy had no idea who could have killed the girl. After they left, the detectives were not in a hurry to believe the young man and his mother. At this point, the odds were stacked against Matt. He was the last person to see the victim alive, and his mother's testimony could have been fabricated to protect her son. The other hand, there was no evidence against him either. While Matt was under interrogation, medical examiners examined Cassie's body and drew some disturbing conclusions. The girl had been stabbed about 30 times with a sharp object, with a high probability that 2 different weapons had been used. This suggested that there might have been 2 assailants. In addition, Cassie had not been assaulted, which made the motive of the killers entirely unclear. All of this led the detectives to believe that Matt might have been the killer. They conceded that there might have been an argument between the couple, during which the guy had taken up knives. That would have ruled out 2 versions at once: robbery and assault with intent to commit violence. Then investigators decided to press the guy and offered him a polygraph interview, and it paid off. Matt suddenly stated that he had actually withheld one detail from the police. According to him, that night he called 2 mutual friends from the school where he went with Cassie. The guys' names were Brian Draper and Tori Adamczak. They were friends with Matt and Cassie, and that night they agreed to come over to their house to watch a movie, except they didn't stay long because they found the movie boring. Shortly after they arrived, they said they would rather go to the local movie theater and left the house. As Matt was driving home with his mother, he called Tori and said he was on his way home. The guy had planned to meet his friends that evening, but they were already sitting in the movie theater. Matt explained to the detectives that he hadn't let his friends in for that very reason. They hadn't been in the house long and couldn't have had any useful information. Nevertheless, this confession closed the dog issue for the police. Cassie had locked them upstairs precisely because of Brian and Tori's arrival. Apparently, the Dobermans were familiar with Matt and were not aggressive towards him, but they reacted negatively to strangers. The police interviewed the guys, and they corroborated Matt's story completely. When they left Cassie's house, they went to the movie theater for a late-night showing, so they had an alibi. Detectives looked into their backgrounds and concluded that the guys most likely had nothing to do with what happened. Both did not have any problems with the law and were in good standing. However, the police still decided to check their alibis and went to the movie theater. To their surprise, the cashier stated that Brian and Tori had not been there that night. The girl who worked at the cashier's desk had gone to school with them and knew them both personally, so she was sure that the boys had not been to the movie theater. This was suspicious, but the detectives were in no hurry to charge the 2 friends with murder. They did not rule out the possibility that Brian and Tori lied to cover up a minor infraction. Perhaps instead of going to the movie theater, they went out for a drink or 2 to spend their time in less legal ways, but the cops couldn't ignore the false alibi. They started thinking of ways to get the guys to tell the truth. They even considered tapping their phones at one point, but it soon became unnecessary. Detectives and city dwellers were in for a very unexpected surprise. Tori Adamczak arrived at the police station with his parents the day after Cassie's body was discovered, and they forced him to tell the detectives a shocking story. Tori claimed that Brian had killed the girl and that he had unwittingly witnessed the crime. According to his story that night, the boys simply decided to scare Cassie and make a practical joke of their own before leaving her uncle's house that night. They discreetly opened the back door next Tori and Brian lied that they were going to the movie theater, but instead parked their car across the street, put on plastic masks and our clothing, and walked back after entering the girl was left alone in the house. The boy began turning the electricity back on and off. They wanted Cassie to go down to the basement, but she seemed afraid. Tori and Brian then went upstairs from the basement, where they ran into the girl. According to Tori's account, his friend suddenly pulled out a knife and began stabbing Cassie, turning a harmless prank into a brutal murder. Tori was shocked by what had happened, and he was afraid Brian would kill him as well. They left the crime scene and went to Tori's house, where they stayed the entire night. The boy couldn't sleep because he was afraid Brian would attack his family during the story. Tori cried, but the detectives assumed it was just a routine play. They knew from the medical examiner's report that 2 people had been struck, so Adam's story made no sense. On the contrary, the detectives were well aware that if Brian had attacked Cassie, Tori had also been involved, but they were not in a hurry to accuse the guy of cheating, so they decided to play along with him. They needed physical evidence, so they assured Adam that he had nothing to worry about. It was also explained to the boy that they could only imprison Brian if Tori showed them where they had hidden in the clothes and masks following the murder. Tori informed them that immediately following what they had done, they drove out of town and buried everything near Black Rock Canyon. The detectives drove him to the location, and he gave them the precise location of the hiding place, which was near where the evidence was buried. The police also discovered ashes from a campfire. Tori explained that he and Brian had planned to burn the items, but that didn't work out. The thing is, they tried to start the fire with hydrogen peroxide and were surprised when it did not ignite. The police dug into the cache and discovered an unexpected surprise. They had hoped to find only clothes with traces of blood, but they discovered far more useful evidence beneath the ground. The masks, gloves, and other clothing were stained with blood. There were also 2 knives, which the detectives initially mistook for murder weapons. There was also a partially burned piece of paper on which Adam's axe handwriting described how he and Brian murdered Cassie. All of this could have been enough to arrest both suspects, but there was one piece of evidence that stood out above the rest. Investigators found a videotape whose contents shocked them. Tori and Brian had recorded what they called an appeal to potential serial killers. In it, the boys revealed that they intended to murder 2 of their friends, Cassie and Matt. They laid out their plan and wished the other killers luck. The tape also included a tape from the day of the murder. Tori and Brian conducted an interview with Cassie and Matt in the school hallway before announcing on camera that they intended to kill them, but the creepiest part came next. The following footage was taken after the murders. The guys were laughing, shouting, and cheering as they drove away with the evidence. Tori and Brian couldn't contain their excitement and were astounded by how simple it was for them to take someone's life, especially with such evidence. Adam's act made it impossible to pretend that he was an innocent victim. The cops knew he was directly involved in the murder, and the man in tears admitted to stabbing Cassie multiple times. Both perpetrators were eventually apprehended, but the cops were about to make another significant discovery. They noticed on the tape that Brian was constantly writing something down in a notebook. The detective searched his room and discovered it well hidden from view. The notebook contained a list of items to purchase prior to the murder, but what followed was extremely creepy. On a list of 20 names, it turned out that the perpetrators were going to kill 20 people over the next 2 years, with a month at a time. Among them were friends and teachers and even relatives of Tori and Brian. The police talked to all the people on the list, and it came as a real shock to them. They all thought they were on good terms with the people who were actually going to kill them. Once under arrest, the guys began to shift the blame onto each other in the hope of avoiding punishment. Despite the fact that both perpetrators were 16 years old, they were tried as adults. The trials began in 2007 and were conducted separately. Then, it was revealed that Tori and Brian had been inspired to kill by the cult movie Scream, and even tried to imitate the masked maniac. This explained their choice of weapons and attempts to frighten the victim with a blackout. In addition, they idolized serial and mass murderers, such as Ted Bundy or the Columbine rifleman. In other words, their only motive was to kill. And they wanted to turn it all into a show. The boys expected that after all the murders they had committed, they would become legends and make history. In spite of all that, medical experts declared them sane, so they should not have been indulged by the court. On April 17, 2007, Brian Draper was found Guilty of murder and conspiracy to commit murder on June 8, Tori Adams Act was found guilty of the same charges. Both were sentenced to life without parole and 30 years on top of each for conspiracy. Adams Act's family resented such a harsh sentence they felt that the court should have imposed a more lenient sentence because their son had led the detectives to the evidence. However, the judge was well aware that no credit was due to Tori himself. The boy was just scared and tried to blame it on his buddy, which does not entitle him to any leniency. In the years that followed, Tori and Brian appealed repeatedly, attempting to have their sentences reduced, but each time they began preparing for the murders long before Cassie was attacked, trying to plan every move. It was partly fortunate for the police that the two maniacs were not brilliantly intelligent. They didn't even consider the fact that their fake alibis could be checked in a matter of minutes, making them prime suspects immediately. They continued to serve their sentences in the same prison, but they now despise each other for their mutual attempts to blame one another. Cassie's family has never been able to return to a normal life following all of this horror. Frank's 13-year-old daughter, who first discovered Cassie's body, later attempted suicide. Frank and his family were also forced to leave the house because no one else could be present. Even though the police department sent in experts to clean up the crime scene, the house's residents never returned except to retrieve their belongings. Frank had been trying to sell it for years but couldn't find a buyer. Everyone knew the house's history and did not want to live there. Cassie's mother's only consolation was that the killers had been apprehended and imprisoned, even though it would not bring her daughter back. Share your thoughts on the story in the comments. Thank you for watching. The student returned home from a walk with friends. A few minutes later, she called her boyfriend, worried, and told him that someone had come to her apartment. She promised to call him back and hung up, but the call never came, so he went to her house. What followed was a lengthy and complicated investigation, with the conclusion reached only 26 years later. Angela Smote, the youngest of 5 children, was born on September 19, 1964 in Alameda, California. Her father died when she was 1 year old, leaving her mother to raise them alone. After graduating from high school in 1982, Angela enrolled at Southern Methodist University in Dallas, Texas. She chose the Department of Computer Science and Electrical Engineering, which was not a popular choice for young women at the time. Angela lived in a dormitory with her roommate Sheila and became best friends during her first few years of study. She later decided to rent an apartment near the university and chose a residential complex 5 minutes from the campus. She also had a part-time job to cover the rental expenses. On Friday evening, October 12, 1984, Angela went to a bar with her friends and invited her boyfriend. Angela, who rarely drank alcohol, agreed to drive her friends home. First, they dropped Russell off near his apartment. Anita had intended to stay overnight at Angela's, but she had a football match early the next morning, so she requested to be taken to the dormitory. Angela then decided to pay a brief visit to her boyfriend's house. She went in for a few minutes and then left. Her apartment was only a few blocks away from Ben's house. After saying goodbye to Angela, he went to bed, but a call on his home phone woke him up 10 minutes later. Angela was on the other end, and her voice sounded worried. She initially simply asked him to speak with her, which struck him as strange. He could hear some noise in the background and asked her what was going on. She soon told him that a man had knocked on her door and asked to use her phone and bathroom. Angela did not say whether she let him in voluntarily or if he entered the apartment without her permission. She asked Ben if there were any nearby convenience stores with pay phones. The guy looked up a suitable store in the directory and gave her its address. She repeated the information to the man and promised to call him back soon. Ben attempted to call Angela but received no response. He then drove to her apartment and knocked on her door, but there was no response. He used a portable phone provided by the construction company to dial her home number and walked back to her apartment, but no one answered. He knocked on the door again and decided to contact the police. It took nearly 30 minutes before 2 police officers arrived at the house. They explained the situation and asked them to open the door to Angela's apartment, but the officers did not take any immediate action. They decided to contact the manager of the residential complex and request a key before entering the apartment. The first thing the police officer noticed was a shoe on the floor in the center of the living room. Then they went to the bedroom, where they discovered a horrifying scene. Angela was lying in bed, surrounded by blood, with no clothes on. Police officers immediately noticed multiple stab wounds on her body. Later, experts recorded 18 injuries. Investigators began examining the crime scene and discovered several blood stains in the bathroom, assuming they belonged to the attacker. Additionally, several fingerprints were discovered in the apartment, but they yielded no results. Detectives also discovered that the perpetrator had taken a kitchen knife, which was likely the murder weapon. There were no signs of a break-in, implying that the victim had let the attacker in, which corroborated Ben's account of the strange phone call. Medical experts determined that the victim had been assaulted and were able to obtain biological material from the attacker. Unfortunately, DNA analysis was not performed in 1984, so the experts could only determine the attacker's blood type. Investigators began searching for a suspect, exploring all possible lives of investigations. First, they investigated all employees of the residential complex who might have had access to the apartment. They then investigated men who had previously been convicted of violent crimes and lived in the area, but this also yielded no results. They then focused on Angela's acquaintances, beginning with an interrogation of her boyfriend. He told them about the phone call and the unknown man who visited Angela. However, the detectives did not immediately believe him and considered the possibility that Ben had killed her and fabricated the story. Nonetheless, the boyfriend agreed to give his fingerprints and blood sample. His blood group was determined by experts, and it did not match that of the killer. After speaking with the victim's friends, investigators identified another suspect, her ex-boyfriend, whom she dated in her hometown. According to her friends, he occasionally acted aggressively and once threatened her with a knife. His blood group did not match the killer's, so he was no longer considered a suspect. Russell, who had spent time with Angela a few hours before her death, was the next suspect, and the police were concerned when they couldn't find him the next day. They dug deeper and discovered that on the morning of October 13th, Russell attended an acquaintance's wedding before flying to another city to visit relatives. When he returned home the next day, he was taken to the police station and questioned. The young man claimed he had nothing to do with the murder, but investigators questioned his credibility. Russell lived alone and could not confirm whether he was in his apartment that night. Detectives also discovered that Russell had a crush on Angela. He was several years older than her and worked as an architect. They met through mutual friends shortly before her death, and Russell attempted to ask her out on a date, but she declined because she had a boyfriend, and they remained friends. Detectives were also suspicious because Russell fled town almost immediately after the murder. With all of this, he quickly became the primary suspect. However, there were inconsistencies in the new account of his involvement. According to Ben's account, an unfamiliar man visited Angela's apartment and was most likely the murderer. Given the sequence of events, no one else could have killed her and fled the apartment. However, detectives did not base their investigations solely on Ben's story, as they were unable to verify it. Russell was called in for questioning several times over the next few weeks, and as investigators became more convinced of his possible involvement, some detectives even privately stated with near certainty that he was the killer. Sheila, Angela's best friend, was devastated by the news of her death. She was so afraid of being alone that she moved in with her parents, and for the first month after the murder, she even slept in the same room with them. At the same time, she was constantly monitoring the investigation's progress, calling detectives and meeting with them. Sheila told them about Angela's friends and acquaintances, hoping to help get to the truth. During one of these meetings, a detective told her that Russell was most likely the killer, but they didn't have enough evidence to hold him accountable. He then asked Sheila to meet with him and ask him a series of friendly questions, such as what were you doing a few days before and after the murder. Investigators wanted to verify if his story matched what he told them. A hidden microphone was attached to Sheila. Before the meeting, the young man told Sheila the same story, but the detectives didn't plan on giving up. They called him in for questioning again at the station and offered to conduct a polygraph test. Russell agreed and successfully passed it. But the investigators continued to consider him the murderer. They were so convinced of their rightness that during the interrogation they showed the boy photos of Angela's body, hoping that this gruesome sight would break him, but all of this yielded no results, and Russell continued to insist on his innocence. After 6 months of constant questioning, he hired a lawyer and refused to communicate with the police personally. After that, Texas placed him under round-the-clock surveillance, but eventually had to switch their attention to searching for other suspects. Russell left for London to receive additional education in architecture, and the investigators lost the ability to monitor him during all that time. The Angela Caves were widely covered in the media, and her relatives offered a $10,000 reward for any information that could help find the killer. During the investigation, police received an unconfirmed lead that a student at the same university as Angela had a crush on her and wrote her angry letters a few weeks before the murder. By then, she had married and had 2 children. Despite the fact that her life continued, she could not forget her best friend's tragic death and the fact that the guilty party had yet to be punished. She spoke with the detectives, but they stated that there had been no progress in the case. Sheila inquired whether they had attempted to extract DNA samples from the killer's biological material. After all, it was 1994, and the police were actively using DNA analysis technology. However, investigators reported that the evidence in this case had been lost and could not be recovered. Sheila was dissatisfied with the answers and continued to call the detectives. Over the course of several years, she made over 700 calls but received generic responses. She even tried to independently pay for DNA analysis of all remaining evidence in a private laboratory but was not allowed to do so. Her initiative was not taken seriously because she had no connection to the police and was an ordinary citizen. Sheila then considered obtaining a private detective license in her opinion. She continued to make regular phone calls until July 2006. When Angela's case was transferred to a new unit specializing in unsolved murders, Sheila met with the chief detective and began working on the case collaboratively. To her surprise, she discovered that the DNA sample from the victim's body had not vanished but had instead been stored in the laboratory for years. She had apparently been intentionally lied to because her calls had worn down the investigators. Sheila persuaded the new detective to send the DNA sample for analysis, and it eventually happened. However, due to queues and bureaucracy, they had to wait nearly 2 years for their results. On February 14, 2008, the detective received the killer's DNA profile and entered it into the FBI database. He immediately recognized a 100% match, and after 24 years, they had the killer's name. When the detective called Sheila to tell her about it, she expected to hear that Russell was the murderer after all, but to her surprise, the detective gave her a completely unfamiliar name. Angela's DNA matched that of a certain Donald Andrew Bass, who was over 60 at the time and had been imprisoned for a series of rapes in 1977. Donald kidnapped a young woman and subjected her to violence, for which he received 25 years in prison. He was released early, which is not uncommon. He was released from prison after 7 years in early 1984. He killed Angela at the age of 36 and went unpunished for decades. In 1985, he was arrested after assaulting another woman. Donald's parole status at the time of the crime became an aggravating factor, and he received a life sentence. As a result, he spent a year in prison following Angela's murder. After gathering all necessary information, detectives arrived at the correctional facility to conduct an interrogation. Donald denied any involvement in Angela's murder and stated that he had never harmed a woman. Of course, the investigators were hesitant to believe him because his sperm was discovered on the victim's body, but the man was unwilling to confess, and the case was set for trial. Due to serious health issues, the trial start date was postponed. Donald had a heart attack a few days before the hearing, so the trial began on June 2, 2010. Donald maintained that he had not killed anyone, but the DNA test results spoke for themselves. Donald's lawyer attempted to highlight his health issues and good behavior in prison in order to secure a lighter sentence for him. The prosecution then requested the death penalty, according to the investigators. Donald noticed Angela in one of the bars or on the street, and he began following her. When she returned home, he knocked on her apartment door and requested to use the phone and the toilet. When the young woman called her boyfriend and hung up, Donald attacked and assaulted her. Detectives believed the criminal was still in Angela's apartment when her boyfriend arrived and began knocking on the door, and Donald may have been afraid his victim would scream, so he stabbed her multiple times. After waiting for her boyfriend to leave, he left the apartment. The trial received extensive media coverage, which resulted in some unexpected consequences. Several women immediately went to the police. alleging that Donald Bess had subjected them to violence at various times. One of them was Donald's ex-wife, who testified in court about constant beatings from him. He physically abused her even while she was pregnant with his child, and he continued to do so after their daughter was born. Fearing for her child's life, the wife fled and hid. As a result, the jury convicted him of Angela's murder and sentenced him to death. He attempted to appeal the court's decision several times but was unsuccessful. Donald spent another 12 years in prison, and his execution date was never set. In October 2022, he died of natural causes. Another heart attack was fatal. Thus, this complicated case came to a close. Investigators acknowledged that Sheila played an important role in moving the investigation forward by refusing to give up in her pursuit of the truth. After her story went public, relatives of other victims whose cases had been unsolved for years began to contact her. As a result, Sheila decided to help these people by forming a non-profit organization. The police department officially apologized to Russell for months of persecution. He admitted that it had a significant impact on his life, and he was genuinely afraid of being convicted of a crime he had not committed. Despite this, he continued to work with the police to solve the case. Following these events, he rose to prominence as an architect in Dallas. The possibility that Donald had many more victims, despite spending half of his life in prison, remains a source of concern for investigators. They may eventually be able to link him to other crimes. Please leave your thoughts on this story in the comments, and thank you for watching. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In 2012, the family of one of Brazil's wealthiest individuals, businessman Marcos Matsunaga, became the focus of attention after Marcos vanished on the eve of a major billion-dollar transaction. The case shocked the entire country, and photos of the millionaire's distraught widow remained on the front pages of major national newspapers. Initially, in the main version, the police considered the plots of competitors who could kidnap and kill the businessman in order to disrupt the upcoming transaction. However, the revealed truth proved to be far more cruel and terrible. The story of a cold-blooded murderer and a monstrous attempt to cover up the crime inspired several documentaries about entrepreneur Marcos Matsunaga. Marcos Matsunaga was one of Brazil's richest people, running a family business that produced a variety of food products. Yuki's grandfather, Marcos, founded the company after emigrating across the ocean. His name was Yoshido Caetano, and the brand name was created by combining the first letters of the surname and the founder's first name. The foundation of the future business empire was laid in the middle of the 20th century. It is worth noting that it all began with a small flour milling business that not only survived but thrived during times of crisis and war, before growing into a massive corporation with a global reputation and the widest range of products. Marcos was born into a wealthy family, and he was raised to never deny anything. He didn't have to start and grow his business from scratch. He became CEO of the family food company after inheriting everything his grandfather and father had created. He had every opportunity to become the first billionaire in his family, and he worked toward this goal for almost his entire conscious life. But such grandiose plans were not meant to come true. Everyone who knew Marcos described him as a good and talented businessman who was able to not only save, but also multiply the family capital several times, resulting in increased profits. But he was not an easy man. He was capricious and arrogant, with a heavy personality and an unwavering desire to control everyone around him. Furthermore, the businessman lacked physical attractiveness. He was overweight as a child, had vision problems that required him to wear glasses, was short in stature, and was somewhat clumsy. All of this from a young age caused the boy to have difficulty communicating with his peers. He had almost no friends or female representatives of the female sex, and they all shunned this strange and peculiar guy, Marcos, for quite some time. He was unable to form long-term, serious relationships with anyone because they did not last more than a few dates. Even his own business and multi-million-dollar inheritance did not qualify him as an enviable and desirable bachelor. He turned off women with his arrogance and egoism. Marcos frequently employed escorts and representatives of the ancient profession. There was almost no information about the entrepreneur's first wife or open sources. He married not out of love or passion, but out of desperation and at the insistence of his relatives. Despite this, the marriage lasted several years, but both spouses quickly began to regret their decision to start a family. At first, the young wife tried to put up with the businessman's complex personality, hoping that they would eventually become a happy couple. "We both support and understand one another," but the young woman was mistaken. And as time passed, they grew apart even more. Furthermore, Marcos cheated on her on a regular basis and made no attempt to conceal or justify it. And he looked for mistresses, primarily on websites where girls offered intimacy for money. Elise was among those girls. She was an escort, and her portfolio was available on the appropriate platforms. It was there that the businessman noticed a bright, attractive blonde with a lovely figure and began to invite her on dates on a regular basis, paying generously. Elise was 6 years younger than him. She was born and raised in a low-income, dysfunctional family in one of the city's most dangerous neighborhoods. Elise was unaware of her own father. Her mother drank heavily and had relationships with men who shared her addiction. The girl had a difficult and joyless childhood at a young age. She was repeatedly beaten, harassed, and abused by her mother's roommates, and she barely finished school. Elise literally ran away from home and never returned to the neighborhood. And when she grew up, she enrolled in nursing school and eventually found work at a hospice. However, she quickly realized that caring for dying patients was far beyond the scope of her dreams and abilities. Furthermore, sensitive and vulnerable young women developed strong attachments to others, and each patient's death was viewed as a personal tragedy. Elise decided a few years later to pursue a higher education and completely change her career. Her choice was law, which she saw as a promising career. She had spent a long time preparing for admission and was able to score the required number of points on the entrance exams. But she couldn't afford her studies with her modest salary as a nurse. Elise had no one to help her because she had cut all ties with her family after leaving home. Then, young, attractive Alice, with a slender figure, decided to make money from her external data and registered on a website specializing in the provision of escort services. There, she was assisted in creating a bright personal page, and wealthy men soon began to express interest in the young blonde beauty. Elise earned a good living by escorting and providing intimate services, which enabled her to pay for her studies and support herself completely. But she intended to leave this particular occupation as soon as she received her diploma and found a job in her specialty. During this time, Elise met Marcos, who became one of her regular clients. He was generous with gifts and met with Elise on a regular basis, never hiding from anyone. She knew the businessman was married, but she could not have imagined that one of the country's wealthiest men would leave his wife for her. Elise Matsunaga's story resembled that of Cinderella, a poor girl from a disadvantaged family who provides escort services, meets a multi-millionaire who quickly falls madly in love with her. Marcos literally lost his head. However, it is now impossible to say definitively whether Elise made any efforts to do so. After about 6 months, Marcos realized he wanted more than just to date his new young mistress. He wanted to be with her permanently. Without hesitation or regret, he filed for divorce from his first wife and began introducing Elise to everyone as his fiancée. For obvious reasons, the businessman didn't want anyone to know how he met his chosen one or how she made her living. As a result, the couple devised a simple story about a chance encounter in a cafe and stuck to it. Marcos' closest relatives and a few friends had no idea what was going on. However, Elise and the Matsunaga family did not welcome the entrepreneur's parents. They assumed that this attractive young woman used all of her charm to fall in love with the wealthy but ugly Marcos, and that she was now going to great lengths to pretend that she didn't notice his heart character. Nonetheless, when Marcos announced his plan to divorce his first wife, Mary Alice, no one objected strongly. The businessman planned a lavish wedding in the traditional style, complete with a white gown, a large number of guests, and an enormous tiered cake. Following that, he relocated his wife to his massive and opulent mansion, where she became a full-blown mistress. Matsunaga had a long history of collecting high-end wines and rare weapons. His house had a large cellar for wines, where the bottles were carefully sorted by year and country, as well as a weapons room. The house had a secret room with firearms and edged weapons displayed on its walls from floor to ceiling. Marcos took great pride in his collections and was constantly replenishing them. Furthermore, his house was literally full of antiques, luxury goods, and modern art, all of which were tastelessly hung on the walls and stood on every surface. Soon after their wedding, the couple decided they needed some fresh air. Despite their best efforts, Elise was unable to conceive naturally for a long time, so the couple decided to undergo in vitro fertilization. Even here, success awaited them long after their common daughter was born. It appeared that the couple's happiness now knew no bounds. The young parents focused on the education of their long-awaited baby girl and made plans for the future. When the girl grew up, the entire family began to travel around the world, learning about different cultures and traditions. Their daughter was a true little princess who was raised in love, care, and luxury. But the couple shared one very specific hobby: hunting large animals. Although it would be more accurate to say that it was always Marco's hobby, he attempted to participate in it with his chosen women and his first wife at various times. However, most women did not just dislike this activity. It actually repulsed them. The businessman no longer hoped to find someone who shared his passion. Many believe Elise became interested in hunting in order to gain more favor with Marcos and win his heart. They started by going to shooting ranges together, where Elise learned how to use various types of firearms, and then they went into the woods to hunt wild animals. Elise felt no pity when she took animals' lives and treated it as a form of competition. You either do it or not. Marcos liked this approach, and he enjoyed watching his wife use her weapons and stalk her prey. He also showed her how to skin and carve wild boar, deer, and other forest animals. They skinned and separated the body parts with large knives, cleavers, and axes. Furthermore, the family kept poisonous snakes as pets rather than cats or dogs, and a special terrarium was built with conditions as close to their natural habitat as possible. Marcos' long-held dream of having a home terrarium was realized, but his first wife was opposed to the idea. Elise had really won Marcos over by sharing his strange hobbies. In the spring of 2012, the entrepreneur was preparing to make what could be the biggest deal of his life and career, making him a billionaire and boosting his income to new heights. He was actively negotiating with several business partners about selling the family business and investing the vast sum of money in a new profitable venture. Matsunaga was rarely seen at home at the time because he was so preoccupied with work and the execution of his grandiose plans. He and his wife relocated to an elite apartment complex in the city's business district, close to the businessman's company's headquarters. Marcos was gone almost all the time, leaving his young wife bored alone in a luxurious apartment with a panoramic view of the city. The businessman's workday was meticulously planned. He was engrossed in meetings, business meetings, and consultations with specialists. He rarely spent the night at home, but he promised his wife that once the deal was completed, their lives would be completely changed and transformed. On May 19, 2012, on the eve of the $1 billion deal, the entrepreneur vanished without a trace. His wife reported the incident the next day because she assumed Marcos was at work. According to Alice, he had a meeting scheduled for the evening that could last all night. Her husband had an early morning meeting with a business partner, so he took some things and warned that he would most likely spend the night in the office before going straight to the deal. The following day, Marcos did not return home and stopped answering his phone. Elise became concerned and reported his disappearance. The police quickly discovered that the entrepreneur did not show up for a meeting in the evening or an important meeting in the morning that he could not miss. In this regard, there was an immediate report that the millionaire had been kidnapped, and his family will most likely face ransom demands in the coming hours. But 24 hours have passed. Then in the second, no ransom demands were received, raising hopes that Matsunaga was still alive. We are literally melting before our eyes. At this point, investigators began questioning the businessman's relatives, friends, and business partners to determine whether he had enemies and who could benefit from his disappearance or the disruption of the upcoming deal. Despite all efforts, it was not possible to identify a specific person or people who may have wished for the businessman's death. He ran his business competently and was able to prioritize and plan his steps ahead of time, ensuring that his strategic decisions benefited nearly everyone. Elise returned to her father-in-law and mother-in-law's home a few days later, having taken her young daughter to tell them what she had not dared to tell the police. With tears in her eyes, the young woman revealed that her husband had long been cheating on her with a girl named Natasha Villaraya Lima and had not hidden it. True, following several major disagreements and threats of divorce, Marcos promised to leave his mistress in order to preserve the family. In fact, the man continued to meet with Natasha, but became more cautious so as not to cause another family scandal. The wife suspected everything and hired a private investigator to gather evidence of the businessman's infidelity. Elise had photos and videos of her husband going on romantic dates with the same Natasha. It was noteworthy that he took his new girlfriend to the same restaurants and entertainment venues that he and his wife frequented and where everyone recognized him. Marco appeared to show others how much he despised his wife and could openly cheat on her without hiding from anyone. As it later turned out, Natasha Lima, a businessman, discovered escort services while looking for Alice on the same website. They met for about 5 months, during which time he gave her an expensive car and paid a large sum of money to have Natasha's profile removed from the site. The available photos and videos proving her husband's cheating were shown to Marco's parents. She also stated that she had shown all of this to Marcos the day before his disappearance, but instead of making excuses and pleading for forgiveness, he simply packed his belongings, informed his wife that he was leaving her, and then left their apartment, disappearing without a trace. According to Alice's story, her husband, driven by passion, simply ran away with a new mistress. But everyone who knew Matsunaga agreed that he couldn't just leave the business and disappear because he was too serious about it, which had supported his family for decades. About a week later, a passerby discovered scattered garbage bags inside a deserted area, 100 kilometers from the businessman's house, containing the remains of a human body, providing answers to numerous questions. The man immediately reported the gruesome discovery to the police, and it quickly became clear that the victim was Marcus Matsunaga, who was being sought across the country. Experts determined that the businessman was killed by a shot to the head, after which his body was dismembered, packed into garbage bags, and transported to the city's outskirts. The pathologists determined that the murderer was either a surgeon or an experienced butcher with a carving knife. Such a conclusion was unavoidable, based on how accurately and professionally the cuts were made in the appropriate locations to separate the body parts. At the beginning of the investigation, there were no concrete leads, so it was decided to begin the investigation in the location where the deceased man was last seen alive. The elite residential complex, where Marcos lived with his wife and daughter, was outfitted with numerous video surveillance cameras, the footage of which began to be examined. The couple had ordered food delivery home the evening before their disappearance. According to the camera footage from the elevator, Marcos descends to the first floor and returns with boxes of pizza in his hands. He enters his apartment and never leaves again. Not that evening, night, or the next day, Matsunaga appears to disappear within his own home. However, in the morning, his wife leaves the apartment with 3 large-wheeled suitcases. The footage shows that the suitcases are extremely heavy, and she moves them with great difficulty. The investigators had already guessed what type of luggage it was. On the same day, the businessman's widow was detained and brought to the police station to testify. At first, she tried to deny everything and stuck to the story that her husband had abandoned her for a mistress. But when she saw the elevator footage, she burst into tears and began speaking. According to Alice, their family life has long since broken down, and the former idol is no longer traceable. Her husband humiliated her and constantly chastised her for the work in the escort, claiming that he had pulled her out of the mud and that she was a bad mother to their daughter. He also tried to control his wife's every move, preventing her from making new friends. When Elise brought up the topic of divorce, Marcos laughed and said he would leave her with nothing, take the child, and forbid her from seeing him. Elise claimed that on that fateful evening, she showed her husband the detective photos that captured Marcos with his mistress, but they only made him angry. He slapped his wife, and then, she said, everything was as if in a fog. Elise has no idea how she got a gun in her hands, from shooting her husband to later realizing what had happened. She decided to dispose of the body in such a way that he would appear to have vanished without trace. Elise had worked as a nurse and was familiar with human anatomy. Her husband had taught her how to skin and cut up animal carcasses, for which they had the necessary tools at home. Everything that followed was a matter of technique. While Elise was cutting up and bagging her husband's body, their young daughter slept soundly in the next room. Alice's testimony sparked numerous doubts and questions right away. Furthermore, it quickly became clear that the very images and videos used to prove Marcos' cheating were fraudulent. On May 20, his wife received it from a private detective. That was after she killed her husband. Then, as I previously stated, Elise delivered these photos and videos to the businessman's parents, claiming that Marcos had abandoned her by fleeing with his mistress. We also found Natasha Lima, who appeared in court as a witness. According to her, Marcos wanted to divorce, but was afraid of his wife claiming she was mentally unstable and capable of terrible things. Natasha last saw her lover the day before his disappearance, and he complained about the family's constant scandals, saying that after the company was sold, he planned to relocate to Florida and start a new business. Taking Elise with him was not in his plans. He was going to divorce and forget her, like a bad dream. Another horrifying discovery was that experts discovered blood in the dead man's lungs, indicating that Marcos was still alive and trying to breathe when his wife separated his head from his body. This is wild and terrifying. Elise vehemently denied this, claiming that he died instantly from a bullet. The pathologist also discovered that the same bullet entered Marcos's head at an unusual angle, as if he were sitting or lying down, not expecting to be shot, so he did not attempt to defend himself or dodge. This contradicted Alice's account of her husband assaulting her and her attempts to defend herself. Furthermore, almost all of the witnesses at the trial denied that Matsunaga hit his wife. Yes, he had a difficult personality and could say hurtful things, but in real life, he never raised a hand against anyone. Marcos was unable to refute anything, so it appeared that Elise made up the entire episode. As a result, the court convicted Elise of premeditated murder with particular cruelty and attempting to conceal the crime. Elise Matsunaga was sentenced to 20 years in prison, which many saw as an extremely lenient punishment for such a crime. The deceased man's parents are now responsible for raising their daughter. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. A young woman who won a beauty contest was found dead in her own apartment. The police began searching for the culprit, not suspecting the consequences it would bring. Today, we will tell you what happened to Sheila Josephine Harris and why this case outraged the public. Sheila Josephine Harris was born on February 26, 1963, in Douglas County, Nevada. From an early age, she wanted to become an actress or a model, so she actively participated in various beauty contests in her school years. When she was young, her parents divorced and her mother remarried. Later, they had 2 more daughters, and Sheila actively helped her mother take care of her younger sisters in her senior year of high school. Sheila won a local beauty contest in her district and planned to compete for Miss Nevada and Miss Carson City. In case of victory, she intended to apply to participate in the National Beauty Contest. Despite such ambitious plans, the young woman decided to obtain a higher education in the field of business and trade. After graduating from high school at the age of 18, Sheila moved to Carson City and enrolled in community college. She rented an apartment and took a part-time job at a supermarket to cover her living expenses. The young woman took her studies and worked very seriously because she wanted to have a good education and provide for herself independently. She'd also dated a guy named Stephen Furlong. They tried to see each other as often as possible, but due to her studies and work, they only managed to spend time together a few times a week. On January 4th, 1982. Sheila went to his house to check on Stephen's condition since he had recently broken his arm, and the young woman periodically visited him. She spent the evening with him and his parents, after which she went home. The next day, Sheila was supposed to start her morning shift at the supermarket, so she wanted to go to bed early. Despite his injury, Stephen decided to see her off, and they parted at the entrance to the residential complex. The next day, Sheila did not show up for work. The store manager noticed her absence and was greatly surprised since the young woman had never been late, not even once. He called her home phone, but there was no answer, so he contacted Sheila's mother and asked, has anything happened to her? At first, her mother thought that Sheila might have just overslept, but when the building manager said he had called her home phone, the woman became nervous. She decided to go to Sheila's apartment and asked her friend to accompany her because she was very worried and afraid to go alone. The mother arrived at the apartment complex with a spare set of keys, and her friend entered the apartment first. There she was met with a horrifying sight that made her scream. Sheila lay in bed without signs of life. There was blood around her and bruises were visible all over her neck. Her friend tried to stop the young woman's mother from seeing this heart-wrenching sight, but but she still entered the apartment and saw her dead daughter. Police, who arrived at the scene, began to investigate the crime scene. They immediately realized that the young woman had been strangled and had been dealt several strong blows with a heavy object. A dent was found in the wall near the bed, presumably left by Sheila herself trying to fend off the attacker. In addition, wood chips were found under clothing, and body medical examiners concluded that the young woman had been tied up and subjected to violence. The perpetrator had dealt her several blows, presumably with a board or other heavy piece of wood, and then strangled her with an electric cable, which caused her death. Investigators could not find either the board or the cable in the apartment, but they noticed that the wire had been ripped off the desk lamp, which could have been the murder weapon. Experts were able to extract biological material from the perpetrator, but they could now conduct a DNA test in 1982. At first, the detectives thought that this crime could have been committed without preparation and that the perpetrator could have been mentally unstable. Their thoughts were led to this by the cruelty with which he dealt with his victim. However, it quickly became clear that this attack was meticulously planned. First, no signs of forced entry were found on the door, which means Sheila must have let the perpetrator in herself. Second, none of the neighbors in the apartment building heard anything. The killer must have carefully planned every step to carry out such a cruel crime without making a sound. Additionally, the killer took a wire and a wooden board, depriving the police of two important pieces of evidence. All of this led investigators to believe that the perpetrator was not a first-time offender, possibly a serial killer or someone who had been planning the attack long before it happened. With almost no evidence, investigators began searching for witnesses. They interviewed all of the building's residents, but none of them noticed anything suspicious that night. The area where Sheila lived was on the outskirts of the city and was not considered safe. She chose the apartment because the rent was low and she could not afford to live in a more prestigious neighborhood on her salary from the supermarket. This only complicated the police's work, since many people live in this area. Somehow involved in criminal activity. For a month after the murder, investigators carefully studied local residents and tried to identify who might be involved. As a result, they questioned about 70 men, but they were unable to establish their involvement. From the first days, the police had the most obvious suspect: Sheila's boyfriend Stephen. Statistics show that it is often people close to the victim who commit such crimes, and Stephen might have been the last person to see Sheila before the murder. He said he accompanied her to the entrance, but detectives were not quick to believe him. The young man did not have an alibi for the rest of that day and could not prove that he did not enter Sheila's apartment during the investigation. Another problem arose. Local media learned the detectives were considering Stephen as a suspect. Journalists quickly discovered that the young man's family had close ties to the police. His brother was the sheriff of Carson City, and his father held the same position before retiring. As a result, newspapers began to speculate on the topic of whether the police were covering up the young woman's killer. As a result, city residents were particularly convinced that Stephen was behind the crime, and his brother and father were using their position and connections to cover it up. This led to people protesting, sending angry letters to Stephen and his family, and even threatening violence. The residents of Carson City demanded that the teenager be immediately arrested, and some even called for the death penalty. The situation was further complicated by the fact that just a few days after Stephen's murder, he was arrested for being drunk in public. Investigators tried to determine if the boy had a motive for committing such a crime. After speaking with Sheila's friends, they concluded that the couple had never had any serious problems and that the young woman had never complained of aggression from Stephen. Suffered serious injuries that required the killer to exert significant effort, and Stephen had a broken arm at the time, making it almost impossible for him to do this. As a result, the detectives began to lean towards the belief in the boy's innocence, but it was too late. Under pressure from public threats and constant accusations, Stephen took his own life before he could be definitively cleared of suspicion. After this, the police had only one candidate for the role of the murderer: a gardener and handyman named David Winfield Mitchell, who was assigned to the residential complex where Sheila lived. There was no direct evidence against him, but several indirect factors made investigators suspicious. Firstly, the man could enter any apartment in the complex to do some repair work. Secondly, shortly after the murder, he resigned and left in an unknown direction. The police tried to find him, but he seemed to have disappeared. When suspicions began to mount against Mitchell, detectives re-interviewed residents of the complex and other employees. They tried to find out if anyone had noticed any strange or suspicious behavior from the gardener, and indeed several witnesses told the police that Mitchell couldn't take his eyes off pretty young women when they passed by. He silently watched them until they were out of sight. Several tenants found this strange, and investigators increasingly believed that he was the one who killed Sheila. A man was declared wanted, but over the next several years investigators failed to obtain any leads on his whereabouts. Meanwhile, forensic scientists had one more card up their sleeve. They found a hair in the victim's apartment that could have belonged to Mitchell. He was originally from the small island state of Trinidad and Tobago, and experts were able to determine that the hair found matched his ethnicity. DNA analysis was still unavailable in those days, so they couldn't determine a 100% match with Mitchell's DNA in 1986. 4 years after the murder, the police finally received a lead on the man's whereabouts. He was living outside the state and was soon arrested. During questioning, Mitchell denied his guilt, and the detective said only one card, a hair that presumably belonged to him. The suspect himself claimed that he had cleaned the apartment a month before Sheila moved in, which should explain where his hair came from. Investigators continued to believe that he was the one who killed the young woman, but they had no serious evidence. They understood that this case had zero chances in court, so they decided to release Mitchell. No judge would have found him guilty based solely on one hair, which could indeed have been left there during cleaning. Since then, there have been no developments in this case. Investigators were convinced that it was Mitchell who was the killer, so they didn't really try to find other suspects, but they couldn't prove the man's guilt, so the investigation was practically frozen. It was only in 1999, 13 years later, that the case was reopened. Sheila's mother heard about how new DNA analysis technologies could help solve such crimes and contacted the detective in charge of the case. The woman convinced him to send the killer's biological material to the laboratory and request a comparison with Mitchell's blood, which had been given after the questioning in 1986. After a long wait, the investigators finally received the long-awaited results. The semen sample from the victim's body matched David Mitchell's DNA completely, and experts also confirmed that it was his voice that was found in the victim's apartment. Thus, the police obtained 100 confirmations of his guilt, but they faced another problem. Mitchell had left the USA for his home country, where he got a job as a security guard in a government institution. Now investigators had to obtain his extradition, which was quite problematic. They had to go through all the bureaucratic red tape and prove to the government of Trinidad and Tobago that it was Mitchell who committed the murder. This process took several years, and federal authorities and the state government engaged in dialogue with the other state for the next 7 years until 2006, when a decision was finally made to extradite him. The suspect was brought to Carson City, and soon one of the most high-profile trials in the state's history began. First, DNA analysis was not as actively used in those days as it is now, and this technology still raises some doubts in society. Second, journalists paid a lot of attention to the fact that the victim's friend Stephen had taken his own life because of accusations against him, and now the court had to decide whether David was the real killer or whether the entire town had wrongly believed Stephen was guilty. Mitchell's lawyer used these doubts in his strategy and insisted that Stephen was the real killer and DNA analysis could be mistaken. The prosecution side refuted these arguments, citing compelling evidence that DNA testing in modern conditions has extremely low chances of error. Moreover, they had another indirect argument. On the day of the murder, Stephen had a cast on his hand. First, the young man was unlikely to have been able to inflict all these injuries on the victim using one hand. Second, particles of the cast would undoubtedly have been found at the crime scene, but there were none. But these were not the only arguments of the prosecution side. During the trial, they uncovered information that had not been publicly available before. It turned out that Mitchell had already been convicted of 5 episodes of violence against women in the late 1960s. When the suspect lived in New York, he was sentenced to 10 years in prison for attacking 3 young women in their homes. Mitchell broke into their home, tied women with an electric cable, and subjected them to violence. After his release from prison, he moved to California, where in 1979 he broke into the house of 2 sisters there. He attempted to assault them, but the young women managed to fend him off. They contacted the police, and 9 months later Mitchell was arrested. Here the most interesting part began. Despite his previous sentence, the man received only 3 years in prison, of which he served 1.5, and was released on parole. He was supposed to be deported to his homeland, but the man disappeared from. The police moved to Carson City and got a job as a gardener in that same complex. All these facts outraged not only Sheila's family but also the public. If the system had not allowed him to get out so early, the young woman would most likely be alive. The same goes for the management of the residential complex, which without knowing it hired a serial rapist who fled from the police. The work of investigators also raised questions. After Sheila's murder, they had no idea about Mitchell's criminal history. According to the prosecution's version, on the evening of Sheila's murder, David knocked on her door and said that he needed to do some repair work. He should have had a board with him, which he used to stun the victim. Then Mitchell committed all these atrocities with her and left the scene, taking the board and the electric cable with him. As a result, it took the jury only 30 minutes to unanimously find David guilty of the young woman's murder. He was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, but his lawyer tried to get more lenient conditions. He pointed out that for 25 years after the murder, Mitchell had reformed, lived an honest life, and had not harmed anyone. Fortunately, the court rejected these demands and left the original sentence in force at the time we began his prison term. David was 63 years old. He spent most of his life on the loose, and now he only has to spend the rest of his days behind bars. Sheila's mother thanked the court for not giving this monster the opportunity to walk free. She stated that if he had not been released early in the early 1980s, her daughter would be alive now. In all the story, there remained one question that haunted investigators: how many more victims could Mitchell have had? All his known crimes are undoubtedly serial in nature, so the criminal could have attacked other women. He spent 25 years at large out of police sight, and there is a high probability that his actions could have harmed other people, but whether the police will be able to uncover the truth is a big question. Share your opinion in the comments, and don't forget to like this video if you enjoyed it. Thank you for watching. A young woman was discovered dead in her own apartment. The police launched an investigation, which eventually became the longest in the district. For years, the case was full of shocking twists and turns, but it wasn't until 46 years later that the unexpected truth was revealed. Lindy Sue Beaker was born January 31st, 1956, in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Her parents divorced when she was young, so she lived with her mother. Her father started a new family, but he still saw his daughter regularly. He soon had a son, with whom Lindy maintained constant communication. After school, she enrolled at Millersville University, a state college located just 10 minutes away. Lindy met Philip Beaker when she was 19, and the couple married shortly after. Philip attended college courses while working for a car rental company. Lindy worked part-time at a local flower shop. After the wedding, they rented an apartment in the Manor Township residential complex, which is only a few minutes from the college. The newlyweds started their lives together and were content with each other. However, almost immediately after moving in, Lindy's joy was dashed by a series of unfortunate events. She began to notice that someone was constantly watching her in this residential complex, but she never identified who it could be. The young woman frequently complained to friends and relatives, but they blamed her problems on post-move stress. Lindy was alone at home one evening when she noticed a man staring at her through the glass door inserts. The apartment was on the first floor, and her husband was working at the time. The man vanished, leaving Lindy terrified. Since then, the young woman had been afraid to be alone at home, but due to Philip's evening schedule, she was frequently left alone until dark. Lindy was always stressed, and any incident could cause her to panic. Soon after, she was spending time with her brother and his family at their home when they heard the sound of breaking glass on the second floor. A wall mirror had fallen to the floor and shattered. The young woman began to shake with fear. She asked her relatives to check the entire house to make sure no one else had broken in. All of this stress was caused by the fact that an unknown man had been watching her for several months, but all of her acquaintances believed that the young woman was exaggerating and that nothing serious was happening to her. Lindy finished her shift at a flower shop on December 5, 1975, and then stopped by her husband's workplace before going shopping at a nearby store. Around the same time, Lindy's aunt and uncle went to their son's basketball game and decided to bring her along because they knew she was afraid to be alone at home and wanted to distract her for a while. They arrived at her apartment around 8:45 p.m. Lindy's aunt approached the door and discovered it open, which startled her. She went inside and noticed a knocked-over lamp in the living room, but the worst was waiting for her in the kitchen. Lindy's body lay there, face down, with no signs of life, and a meat cleaver with a towel wrapped around the handle was discovered in her neck. Lindy's aunt immediately contacted the police, and detectives began investigating the crime scene. The first thing they noticed was that Lindy was fully dressed, casting doubt on the motive being rape. Furthermore, no valuables were missing from the apartment, excluding robbery as a possibility. There were no signs of forced entry on the front door or windows, implying that Lindy either knew her attacker and let them in voluntarily, or that the attacker entered the apartment while the door was unlocked. Lindy had purchased a large number of groceries and physically could not have carried all of the bags from the parking lot to her apartment in one trip, implying that her killer may have entered the apartment shortly after she had taken the first load inside and returned to her car for the second. While the police were investigating the crime scene, Lindy's husband and parents were informed of the incident. The grieving family members were desperate to see Lindy and were restrained by detectives. Forensic investigators discovered bloodstains on the floor and walls, but because DNA testing was not available at the time, they were unable to compare these samples to Lindy's DNA. However, they concluded that Lindy fought her attacker. A male shoe print was discovered in one of the rooms, and medical experts concluded that Lindy had received 19 blows from a sharp object. The perpetrator used two weapons: Lindy's meat cleaver and an unidentified second weapon, most likely a knife. Later, it was confirmed that Lindy had been sexually assaulted, but DNA evidence could not be recovered from the crime scene at the time. DNA testing was not advanced enough to help solve the case. The police had hoped to find witnesses, but none of their neighbors were home when the murder occurred. Other residents noticed nothing suspicious, however. Several people reported seeing a car parked in the residential complex parking lot between 7 and 8:40 p.m., which coincided with Lindy's murder. Additionally, none of the residents knew who owned the car. Unfortunately, detectives were unable to locate it and switched to a different line of investigation. As is common in such cases, the victim's husband became a suspect. Despite Philip's presence at work and a solid alibi, investigators did not rule out his involvement. Over the next few months, detectives interviewed approximately 300 people who could have been involved in the murder, but none of them produced results. They eventually began to suspect a local serial rapist who had carried out several attacks on women around the time Lindy was killed. However, they were unable to find any evidence linking him to the case, and the perpetrator died while attempting to escape from prison. Furthermore, investigators discovered that he was at work at the time of the murder, so they stopped considering him a suspect. 4 months after the murder, a new twist emerged in the investigation. A 43-year-old woman named Mary was killed 25 kilometers from Lindy's apartment. She was stabbed multiple times, and the detectives immediately noticed that the murders were nearly identical. However, the perpetrator was apprehended quickly, and investigators discovered no connection between him and Lindy. The man confessed to killing Mary but denied involvement in the other crimes. After that, the police had no leads, and the case remained cold for a year. Lindy's relatives paid a visit to her grave in the local cemetery on December 26, 1976. When they arrived, they discovered that the gravestone was covered in red paint and heavily scratched. They immediately reported it to police, but they were unable to locate the vandals. Investigators concluded that the perpetrator of the desecration was Lindy's murderer, as no other graves were damaged. The nature of the damage further supported this theory, as the criminal clearly harbored animosity toward the deceased. In addition to the obvious association with the red paint, the perpetrator must have spent a significant amount of time damaging the stone with a knife or sharp object in order to completely cover it with deep scratches. Only a few weeks later, something even stranger occurred. Chief Donald W. Scheller, whose department was looking into Lindy's murder, received an anonymous 2-page letter. The first section was written from the perspective of the killer, who mocked the police for not apprehending him yet. The author accepted responsibility for the vandalism of Lindy's grave and demanded that the letter be published in the local newspapers the following day. In exchange, the anonymous writer agreed to consider surrendering to the police. He then went on to describe several characteristics that could help investigators identify him, including being 178 centimeters tall, weighing 93 kilograms, living in Lancaster's western suburbs, having a good job, being single, and having been arrested for possession of illegal substances a few years prior. On the day of the murder, he was also high on drugs. The letter ended with a plea for help from the unknown author, who asked to be apprehended before killing anyone else. The second page contained a separate letter allegedly written by the killer's friend, Jenny Scrum. She stated that her acquaintance truly intended to surrender once his letter was published in the newspapers, and that the man was mentally ill. She allegedly added this message while he was sleeping. before putting both sheets in an envelope. Police suspected the author of Lindy's murder, but they dismissed the second part about his friend Jenny. Despite being written in a different handwriting, investigators suspected that the perpetrator had asked someone he knew to write it or used another method to forge the handwriting. They also overlooked the message's resemblance to one sent by a serial killer known as the Zodiac Killer, who operated in California in the 1960s and 1970s, communicating with police and newspapers anonymously via text message. Investigators even considered whether he was responsible for Lindy's murder. However, this theory was extremely stretched. For starters, the killer was operating on the opposite side of the country. Second, according to the police, by the time Lindy was killed, the Zodiac Killer had already stopped killing people. Chief Donald W. Scheller declined to publish the letter in the newspaper, as the author requested. At the time, the police had 2 suspects and didn't want to jeopardize the investigation. Detectives did not believe that the suspect would surrender and saw no point in scaring residents with a letter from a madman. Eventually, they began to doubt that the author was Lindy's murderer. The letter contained no information that had not previously appeared in the newspapers. The police profiler even speculated that the author of both sheets might be a mentally ill woman with no connection to the case. He came to this conclusion after analyzing the writing style. Despite this, investigators found a woman named Jenny Scrum and determined that she had nothing to do with the letters. From that point forward, the police had no serious leads, but they continued to investigate the case. At various stages, they had new suspects: Lindy's mother's partner, a frequent visitor to the flower shop where she worked, and even one of the case's investigators. After a brief investigation, detectives determined that none of them were involved in the murder. In 1980, the police had another opportunity to solve the case. Gerald Stano, a serial killer who admitted to killing 41 people, has been arrested in Florida. At the time of Lindy's death, his father lived just 10 minutes away from her complex, so detectives considered Stano as a suspect, but they couldn't find any evidence that he had visited his father and quickly dismissed him. In 1997, experts were able to extract a male DNA profile, which revealed traces of sperm on the victim's underwear. This sample did not correspond to any of the suspects that investigators had. For the past 23 years, the police have had no significant leads, and the case has gone cold. It was reviewed in 2000 but yielded no results. In the same year, detectives decided to publish a letter allegedly written by the killer in newspapers in the hopes of gaining new leads, but it did not work. Lindy's parents never learned the truth about her murder. Lindy's father died in 2000 and her mother in 2007. The next major breakthrough occurred in 2019, after the case was reopened. Investigators decided to consult with Parabon Nanolabs, a private laboratory that specializes in genetic research and has previously assisted in the resolution of similar cases. Using an innovative method known as DNA phenotyping, experts were able to create an approximate portrait of Lindy's killer between the ages of 25 and 60. This method works by analyzing the criminal's DNA sample and determining possible physical characteristics such as skin color, eye color, hair color, and so on. Except for a few exceptions, such portraits frequently resemble real DNA holders. The killer's portraits were widely circulated in the media. Investigators hoped someone would recognize this man, but they received no serious leads. A year later, they returned to Parabon Nanolabs, this time to use genetic genealogy. This is also a relatively new method that allows experts to identify potential relatives for any person based on their DNA. Investigators gave them a genetic sample from Lindy's killer and waited. The primary disadvantage of this method is the extreme complexity of the research. Experts must examine thousands of people, eliminating unsuitable candidates until they discover a relative of the DNA holder. After months of hard work, they were able to locate someone who was distantly related to the killer. He turned out to be a resident of Italy, and investigators could now look into his family history. They were looking for a man who was in the United States in 1975 and lived near Lancaster. To accomplish this, they needed to locate and question a large number of relatives. In Lancaster alone, 2,500 people were distantly related to the killer. In 2022, the detectives finally found a suitable candidate, 68-year-old David Sinopoli, who had never come to the police's attention in relation to the case. He lived in the same complex as the victim in 1975, so he was quickly identified as the primary suspect. To confirm or deny his involvement, detectives had to obtain a DNA sample in secret. To accomplish this, they began following David, waiting for the appropriate moment. On February 11th, they had such an opportunity. Before boarding his flight from Philadelphia, the man threw a paper coffee cup into a bin. The investigators took it and turned it over to the lab. Experts extracted his DNA sample and compared it to the semen DNA discovered in Lindy's underwear. The analysis revealed a complete match. David was the murderer. He was arrested on July 17, 2022, and is now awaiting trial. Lindy was 21 when he was murdered. He moved to the residential complex a year before the victim, and her husband did. David was married twice in 1972 and 1987. According to available information, he had no children. He had spent the majority of his life working at a local printing house, and his co-workers were shocked to learn that their good friend was a ruthless killer. David is now in custody, and more information will be released once the trial begins. Even now, there is almost no doubt that he is the murderer. Experts also compared his DNA to the blood found in the victim's apartment, and the results revealed a complete match. Lindy's ex-husband and brother thanked the investigators for uncovering the truth, and the guilty party will now face punishment. Thus, nearly 47 years later, innovative technologies were used to solve this complex and convoluted case. Genetic genealogy is a one-of-a-kind tool that enables police to track down perpetrators using the tiniest DNA samples stored for over 50 years. Please share your thoughts on this story in the comments section, and thank you for watching. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this episode, we will talk about what happened in 2008. In Iowa, when the detectives arrived at the scene, they assumed it was a normal car accident. However, this case quickly proved them wrong. The police solved the mysterious death of 41-year-old Michelle Davis thanks to CCTV footage, which helped them determine what happened and who was responsible. Michelle Ann Cosner was born on December 15, 1966 in Iowa. In 2008, the 41-year-old woman lived in Des Moines with her 3 children. She was on the verge of a new chapter in her life. Michelle was excited to start a new life after the court nearly finalized her divorce papers. She has already moved into a separate apartment and obtained a restraining order against her husband, Randy Davis. The family had a strained relationship in the years preceding the divorce. Michelle was described as a friendly, active person who enjoyed adventures and motorcycles. She worked as a secretary for a trucking company, where she was treated with respect and authority. Michelle worked on Thursday, September 11, 2008. Colleagues noticed that after leaving her husband, she appeared to have released a burden that had been weighing her down for many years. Michelle was in a good mood that day, so she left work around 4:30 p.m. She had finished all of her business. Shortly after that, 911 began receiving calls from eyewitnesses informing the operator of an accident on Interstate 235. The Mercury Sable was upside down, with a woman still wearing her seat belt in the driver's seat. She was unconscious. Unfortunately, the paramedics who arrived at the scene were unable to save her. The deceased woman's name was Michelle Davis. After arriving at the scene, police determined that Michelle had lost control of the vehicle, resulting in an accident. However, the following day they excluded this version. Michelle did not die as a result of a head injury during the rollover, according to forensic experts. Her death was caused by a gunshot wound to the head. They extracted the bullet and sent it to be examined in the hopes that it would help them find the criminal. This was the first time the investigators assigned to this case had encountered something like this. While awaiting the results of the ballistic examination, the local authorities decided to ensure the safety of those on the street. After all, what if Michelle was a random victim, not predetermined? What if the shooter didn't stop with one victim? There are many cars on this interstate, and each one could be a target for the distraught shooter. It was critical to resolve this case as quickly as possible. As a result, the police increased their patrols throughout the city. When it became clear that Michelle's death was not an accident, detectives went to the crime scene to determine where the shooter was and whether he left any traces. However, it yielded no results. They discovered neither the cartridge case nor any other evidence that would aid the investigation. Furthermore, because the police initially assumed Michelle was the victim of a car accident, the traffic services cleared the scene. As a result, any evidence that existed was irretrievably destroyed. Despite this, the detectives remained hopeful that by reviewing traffic camera recordings, they would be able to find answers. CCTV cameras are increasingly used to assist police in solving various crimes, and this case was no different. The investigators immediately began studying the traffic camera recordings that they had at their disposal. First, they needed to locate the recording from the camera closest to the crime scene and rewind it to the point when people began calling 911. Half an hour later, the investigators discovered what they were looking for. The video showed Mikkel's car upside down. However, the quality of the footage was subpar. As a result, the video was more akin to a slideshow, with separate, alternating images with intervals. As a result, the investigators only had a few shots to work with, none of which revealed what caused Mikkel's car to roll. It was an unpleasant development because the investigators were confident they already had the necessary clue. Unfortunately, it was a false hope. All that remained for the police to do was to continue reviewing the remaining camera footage and looking for potential witnesses. While the police team continued to examine the recordings from other traffic cameras, the investigator assigned to the Michelle Davis case contacted her family to inform them that her death was not an accident, as previously assumed. Michelle's family was shocked to learn that she had been the victim of a crime. Michelle's mother, Patty, died before the end of her life. Michael Lee Cosner, Michelle's father, sued over the deaths of his second daughter, his first daughter, and Michelle's older sister, Cheryl. Michael Cosner's first child died in 1965 when she was about a year old, and 43 years later, he has lost another. Outliving their children is the worst thing a parent can go through. Michelle's family informed the investigator that her life was gradually changing, and she had no financial problems. However, the family believed that Mikkel's husband, Randy Davis, was the only person capable of causing her harm. After all, the court almost finalized their divorce, and she sought a restraining order against him. At the same time, another detective went to the company where Michelle worked to speak with her co-workers. That's how the investigators discovered Michelle had a close relationship with another man after splitting up with her husband. His name was Matt Jorgensen, and he was her colleague. According to Michelle's friend, the couple's feelings were mutual. However, because Michelle was in the process of divorcing Randy Davis, they decided to keep their relationship private, so only a few colleagues and close friends knew about it. As a result, the police had two potential suspects, Randy Davis and Matt Jorgensen. All attempts to contact Randy were unsuccessful. All calls went directly to voicemail. The investigators met with Matt to ask him about his whereabouts on the day Michelle died. He didn't hide anything, admitting that he and Michelle were romantically involved. As he stated, they never argued or fought. The man was stunned by Mikkel's death, so he described in detail what he was doing on the day she died. His alibi checked out, and he was removed from the suspect list. The ballistic examination revealed that the crime was committed with a .22 caliber rifle. Experts concluded that it was a close-range shot. Furthermore, because everything happened while Michelle was driving on the interstate, the police assumed the shooter was in another car driving next to her. Simultaneously, this case had a new suspect. The police received a call from the insurance company informing them that Mikkel's brother Todd was claiming payment on her life insurance. Crimes committed with the intention of receiving money through life insurance are not uncommon. Was this case one of them? Could Todd have killed his sister to get this payout? The detective went to his house to ask some questions. When he began questioning Todd about where he was when Michelle died, the latter realized the police considered him a suspect. He told Todd everything he did on the day his sister died. Todd stated that their family was in a difficult financial situation and could not arrange a proper funeral for Michelle. He turned to the insurance company because he needed money for Michelle's funeral. Todd's alibi was checked by police, and they discovered that he was in another part of the city at the time Michelle died. Todd was not the one who shot her. Todd did, however, provide the police with information that enabled them to locate another suspect, Michelle's stepson Josh. When Michelle married Randy, he already had a son from his previous marriage. Josh had already reached adulthood when Michelle died. He was a Marine who had returned home from the Army shortly before Michelle was fatally injured on the road. Josh knew how to use weapons, which made him one of the suspects. The police began investigating whether Josh had a motive for committing this crime. Meanwhile, the police got another clue. A woman said she was driving on Interstate 235 on the same day. At the same time, Michelle's vehicle rolled over. She saw a red pickup truck, most likely a Ford F-150, whose driver swerved from one lane to another. It appeared that he was chasing someone. The woman described the driver as an adult white man wearing a baseball cap, and that is all she could see. This new information seemed significant, so the investigators started looking into it. They looked at traffic camera footage again, but this time they were looking for a red pickup truck, and the woman was correct. The video showed a red pickup truck following Michelle directly from her workplace. However, the police were unable to see the driver's face or the red pickup truck's license plates due to the poor video quality. After reviewing the footage from other cameras, the investigators concluded that the red pickup truck was driving along the same route as Michelle, following her every move. It wasn't a coincidence. Furthermore, as Michelle approached the scene of her death, the pickup truck was close behind her. This information suggests that the criminal fired the decisive shot while driving, with a few suspects in mind. Detectives quickly discovered Michelle's husband, Randy Davis, had a red pickup truck. Detectives immediately went to his home. Randy was not at home, but his son Josh was present. He was a Marine who knew how to use weapons professionally and had access to his father's car. Josh told detectives that on the day Michelle died, he went shopping with his sister before returning home and spending the evening watching TV. He described Michelle's divorce from his father as arduous because, among other things, she wanted half of the house's value. Josh also stated that his father came home around 5:30 p.m. Josh's story did not seem convincing on that particular day. Furthermore, this conversation revealed that he may have a motive for committing the crime. Josh was very upset when his stepmother decided to take a portion of his estate during his divorce from his father. However, these were only assumptions without any physical evidence, and no evidence means no arrest or charges. While Michelle's family prepared for the funeral, police looked for new leads. The police began searching all of the shops and gas stations along the route from her workplace to where she died, hoping to find more surveillance footage a few miles from the trucking company where she worked. The police discovered another crucial piece of footage for the investigation in a store. While the surveillance camera was inside the store, it was still recording in the parking lot. On September 11, 2008, at around 4 p.m. On the day Michelle died, a red pickup truck drove up to the store and parked near the entrance. The police were aware that Randy Davis owned the pickup truck, but since his son Josh also had access to it, they needed to figure out who was driving it that day. The footage captured the driver exiting the car and entering the store. However, due to the poor video quality, investigators were unable to determine whether it was Josh Davis or his father, Randy. The man eventually disappeared from the camera's field of view. But after a while, he reappeared, bought something, and left the store. Then he got in his car and drove off. I'd like to remind you that all of this occurred at 4 p.m. Michelle departed work at 4:30 p.m. The police investigated the footage further and discovered that the pickup truck returned to the store several times within the next 30 minutes. However, the driver did not exit the vehicle, instead turning around and driving away. The pickup truck last appeared near the store when Michelle left work. I wasn't able to identify the suspect. The police made another attempt to contact Michelle's husband, Randy Davis. The latter eventually got in touch and arrived at the police station. The investigators explained his rights and clarified that he was not being arrested. Randy agreed to answer a few questions. They inquired about what he was doing on September 11th. Randy mentioned going through the arduous divorce process with Michelle. After all, they had been married for 17 years. He also stated that he worked as a carpenter and was at work that day. Randy hesitated when asked when he got home, but eventually stated that he arrived at 3:45 p.m. It contradicted the surveillance footage and Josh's testimony, which stated that his father arrived home around 5:30 p.m. Randy stated that he did not leave home after 3:45 p.m. He said he was home alone, but then his son Josh arrived and they cooked dinner together. This information contradicted Josh's testimony, which stated that he was already home when his father arrived, implying that the father and son were dependent on one another. And after speaking with Randy, the investigators discovered that one of them was lying. To see Randy's reaction, investigators informed him that Mikkel died as a result of a bullet rather than injuries sustained in a car crash. Mikkel's family were the only ones who knew about it because the police did not reveal this information. Randy barely reacted to the news, pretending to be surprised and lowering his eyes. Randy demanded a lawyer after the police asked him when he last saw Michelle. Thus, the conversation had come to an end. The investigation lacked the weapon used to murder Michelle, as well as any other significant evidence that could have led to his arrest, so he was released on September 5, 2008. 4 days after Mikkel died, her family and friends gathered for a funeral service. Randy Davis was also one of those who came to say goodbye to Michelle. With his entire appearance, he attempted to convey that what had occurred was a significant loss for him. He even burst into tears at one point, but who was responsible for Michelle Davis' death? The investigators did everything they could to get a quick answer to this question. Help came from unexpected places. Josh Davis entered the police station with his lawyer and requested to make a statement. According to his statement, his father's car was parked in the driveway when he returned home from seeing his sister. He entered the house and saw his father holding a gun. Randy told his son that it would be best if he did not come now. Josh said he understood what his father was up to. He tried to stop him, begging him not to do anything he would later regret, but Randy got in his car and drove away. He returned and drove the car into the garage. Josh went to the garage, where his father admitted that he had shot Michelle. Randy Davis was upset when his wife filed for divorce and decided to sue him for a portion of the property. He couldn't accept it and decided to take drastic measures. Randy waited for Michelle to leave work on September 11, 2008, by parking his red pickup truck outside the store. He drove past the location where Michelle worked several times. "I'm afraid of missing out on the moment." It explained why Randy was seen on the store's CCTV footage several times. After Michelle left work, he followed. When the time came, he rolled down the passenger side window and fired. Randy Davis was arrested based on Josh's testimony, and he faces first-degree murder charges for Michelle's death. However, before going to trial, Randy agreed to plead guilty to second-degree deprivation of life in exchange for a reduced sentence. Based on this, 53-year-old Randy Davis was sentenced to 50 years in prison in 2010. His guilty plea indicates that there will be no trial. Perhaps we missed justice a little, but we did get what we wanted. We knew he had done it, and he admitted to doing it, according to Michelle's brother, Todd Cosner. He claimed Davis had destroyed their family. "I adored Randy. He was a member of my family for 17 years. Todd Cosner said, "I cared about him." Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. After Hannah Potts, 23, went missing, the FBI launched an investigation. The case received a lot of media attention, and the revelations about the mysterious disappearance shocked many people. Hannah's family had no idea who would ultimately be charged. Hannah and her large family lived in Gibson County, Indiana, a southwestern American state. Many of the residents, including the Potts family, were farmers. They had their own small farm, which Hannah's parents considered a good and safe place to work, live, and raise their children. It was indeed a safe environment. But, as you know, things can change. The summer of 2020 marked a watershed moment for the Potts family, forever altering their lives. Hannah couldn't sleep on the nights of July 23rd and 24. She told her mother that she was going to walk around the farm, look at the animals, and possibly take some photos. She then grabbed her phone and camera, exited the house, and headed to the barn. Hannah's family discovered she was not at home in the morning, and a post on her Facebook page shocked everyone. She posted a video clip based on the image that was recorded in the dark, because the image is a black screen throughout the video, and she was saying, "Mom, are you there? Hello. Mom, if you can hear me, please say something. I really need to hear your voice. Something happened. I was out taking photos of animals, and this guy appeared out of nowhere. He's the same guy I saw in the maroon car yesterday morning. He grabbed me and pushed me inside the truck. Oh God. Where will he take me? Mom, please consider Hannah's point of view. He's black, about Jerry's height. On the jury I work with, his voice is deep, and the way he referred to me as baby girl sent shivers down my spine. I do not like it. Please, Mom, if you're there, could you say something to me? I'm in a room with a little light. There are 4 walls. I don't think they know I have the phone, so I'll have to tell the cops everything you're going to show them in the videos, so maybe they'll find me. I do not know where he is. Where did he say this? What exactly did he say? He mentioned something about Ohio. God, I love you, Mom. Tell Dad that I love him too. Please take care of Gigi for me. Please. If I do not make it back. I love you. I really love you." Hannah's parents immediately contacted the police, recognizing the gravity of the situation and the fact that even minutes can change everything. The FBI became involved in the case. The video quickly gained traction on social media. Hannah's kidnapping was covered by all of the country's major television stations on the same day. Extensive media and social media coverage helped attract a large number of volunteers who, along with the Potts family, distributed several thousand informational flyers on the first day, stating that Hannah was last seen at home around 2 a.m. She wore a gray shirt and sports pants. It was also stated that the person who abducted her was driving a maroon vehicle. The police appealed to anyone with information to come forward. Hannah's family used every available resource to find her. One of these resources was social media, which allowed information about the kidnapping to spread rapidly. Hannah had a twin sister named Lauren, and she posted a request for help with a broken heart. I never imagined I would be posting something like this. I need help. Please share this post with your Facebook friends. Share this photo. Please help us. My twin sister Hannah posted a video this morning describing how she was kidnapped. If you have seen or heard from her, please contact Princeton, Indiana, police or my family. Hannah, I miss you. Please come home. When the FBI attempted to track Hannah's cell phone, they discovered that on the day of her abduction, a cell tower located about a few miles from the Potts family home received a signal from her phone. Hannah posted the video to her Facebook page around 6 a.m. She was already being held hostage at the time, and a cell tower near the house was still picking up her phone signal. This meant Hannah was being held in a room close to her family's home. The police were desperately looking for a man driving a maroon car, but it was impossible to find a man who fit that description within a 5-mile radius of the Potts family home while researching Hannah's life and determining whether anyone she knew was involved in her disappearance. Detectives discovered that prior to her disappearance, she had been in close contact with Maria Hopper, a 34-year-old woman who lives just a mile away. When investigators arrived to speak with Maria, she confirmed that she knew Hannah but had last seen her a few days prior to the abduction. It looked like another dead end. However, when police obtained a report from a cell phone carrier and gained access to Hannah's social media page, where she posted her heartbreaking plea, it became clear that Maria Hopper lied when she claimed to have seen Hannah a few days before the abduction. Hannah disappeared in the early hours of July 24th. 2 days later, on the morning of July 26th, several police officers arrived at Maria's house, and she once again told them she had no idea where Hannah was. Maria's boyfriend, 45-year-old Joshua Thomas, was also present, and he told police that he knew nothing about Hannah. Officers asked Maria for permission to look around the house. The woman reluctantly gave her consent, but immediately stated that Hannah was not in her home. Except for the stairs in the kitchen that lead to the basement, the police found nothing suspicious. Maria stated that there were only unnecessary items in the basement. However, law enforcement officials decided to inspect the basement firsthand. Among the dusty items in the basement, the police discovered a sheet of plywood that was unlike anything else. There was no dust on it, and it appeared that this sheet of plywood had not been in the basement as long as the other items. The plywood appears to be blocking the passage to another area of the basement. As one of the officers began to move it away, Maria Hopper made a significant announcement. But first, we need to return to Hannah's recording. When the video was shared on social media, people immediately noticed Hannah's strange and illogical behavior. She recorded a 6-minute video. Many people questioned why she was wasting time recording the video instead of calling 911. Why didn't the kidnapper search her or take her phone? What was she going to photograph at the farm at 2 a.m.? While recording the message, Hannah initially claimed she was kidnapped by a man, but after a few minutes, she is heard saying it appears there were multiple kidnappers. She then used social media, so she had internet access at the location where she was being held and could have pinpointed her exact location. For some reason, she didn't. Of course, the authorities were aware of all of these strange occurrences. However, because everyone behaves differently under stress, the investigation was underway, and Hannah's disappearance was presumed to be a kidnapping until proven otherwise. The truth was revealed when the police obtained Hannah and Maria Hopper's correspondence. When the officer asked to see what was behind a sheet of plywood in Maria's basement, she revealed that Hannah was hiding there. The police officer pushed the plywood aside and directed her to approach him. When Hannah entered the light, the officer noticed that she had fully functional handcuffs on her right wrist and shackles on her ankles. The young woman immediately admitted to police officers that she had not been kidnapped and was sitting in the basement of her own free will. Hannah had planned her own kidnapping, with Maria Hopper and Joshua Thomas assisting her. This was clear from their social media interactions. The tone, content, and context of the messages read like a fantasy fiction story. The police filled out the arrest records. All three were brought to the police station for further investigation. Of course, everyone wanted to know why she did it. Hannah informed the investigators that she was writing a book and had decided to stage her own kidnapping as inspiration and to learn how kidnapped victims feel. Maria and Joshua were characters in her story who helped her keep everything organized. They hid her in their basement, brought her food and drinks, and, per Hannah's instructions, destroyed her cell phone so the police couldn't find it. Hannah's heartbreaking video on Facebook was pre-recorded, and she said she rehearsed for about a week before recording it. No one in her family knew what she was up to. After the truth was revealed, the Potts family apologized to everyone who assisted with the search. And to everyone who was concerned for Hannah, her sister, Brittany, issued a public apology on her social media page. It particularly included these words: "As word spreads that Hannah has been found, I need to make a public statement about it. I neither publicly disowned nor wish to have any future contact with my sister. She's dead to me. I hope she is prosecuted to the full extent of the law. My family is deeply embarrassed and hurt by her actions, and the fact that she attempted to blame this on someone of color. I hope no black man driving a maroon car was targeted because of her blatant lie. She has caused a great deal of grief for my family and others. Shame on you, Hannah. You made my 6-year-old son cry, believing that something bad had happened to you. My 6-year-old baby loved you so much. I hope you are prosecuted to the full extent. I have no words. I just feel like I owe an apology to the public. I am very angry and embarrassed." While in the basement of her friend's house, Hannah kept a personal journal in which she revealed that she was aware that her social media posts would go viral. Hannah Potts was charged with making false reports of a kidnapping. Miss Potts' actions are criminal in nature. She had many people in her family and community concerned about her personal health and safety. Gibson County Prosecutor Michael Cochran stated in a news release that by providing a false description of the alleged abductor, she risked involving innocent people. Finally, the number of hours spent by multiple law enforcement agencies during this period of limited resources cannot be recovered. This callous disregard for others simply cannot be tolerated. His statement concluded that Maria Hopper and Joshua Thomas were charged with perjury and concealing information during a police interview. Hopper admitted to taking pots from her home and lying about harboring her. Thomas also admitted to knowing about the kidnapping hoax and the presence of pots in the house. All three were released on bail and remained at large pending trial. Hannah Potts pleaded guilty in September 2020 to knowingly filing a false kidnapping report. She was sentenced to 1 year's probation and 120 hours of community service. Joshua Thomas and Maria Hopper also received probationary sentences. Many people who are familiar with this story believe Hannah was not only looking for inspiration, devising a plan for her own abduction, but also wanted to create a stir around her person, laying the groundwork for successful book sales. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This story occurred in the Scottish city of Glasgow in 2015. Karen Buckley, 24, went to a nightclub with her friends on April 11th, 2015, and has never returned home. Karen was born in 1991 in Cork, Ireland, to John and Marion Buckley. Her family had 4 children, and she was the youngest and only daughter. Karen graduated from St. Mary's Secondary School in Mallow, where she was described as a kind and caring individual who was always eager to help others. Her desire to help others played a significant role in her career choice. Karen enrolled in the University of Limerick's nursing program after finishing secondary school. Her interest in occupational therapy led her to Glasgow, Scotland, where she enrolled in Caledonian University's master's program. Karen arrived in Glasgow in January 2015 and shared an apartment with 3 other female students who were also newcomers. On April 11, 2015, she and her flatmates visited a nightclub about 2 kilometers from their home. They arrived at approximately 11:45 p.m. and had a good time. Around 1 a.m., Karen informed her friends that she was going to the restroom and we'd be back shortly. She took her leave, leaving her jacket on the table where the group was seated. Her friends continued to have fun while she was away. They eventually realized Karen had been gone for a while and should have returned by then. But she didn't. Her friends looked for Karen in the club, but she was nowhere to be found. Attempts to contact her by phone also failed. Karen's friends suspected she had gone home. Although it was odd that she didn't tell anyone and left her jacket behind, when they got home, the friends realized their assumptions were incorrect. Karen wasn't present either. Karen's friends' only thought at the time was that she could meet someone at the club and leave with them. With this thought, the girls went to bed. When Karen's neighbors awoke around noon, they were surprised to discover that she had not returned home. Attempts to call her again produced no results. Karen did not respond to social media messages or log into any of them. Karen's friends had only known her for a few months, but they knew her behavior was out of character. They did not invent another version to reassure themselves, but instead went to the police and reported her disappearance, as well as informing the Buckley family of what had happened. The Scottish police deserve credit for launching an immediate search for Karen. Her disappearance was covered in the media and on television. Karen's parents asked anyone with information about their daughter's whereabouts to contact the police. Meanwhile, detectives obtained footage from cameras at the club where Karen was last seen. While reviewing them, police discovered that she had communicated with an unknown man 36 hours after her disappearance on April 13th. The man's identity was established, and he was brought in for questioning. Alexander Pacteau was 21 years old. He admitted that he did meet Karen that night and that they had returned to his apartment on Dorchester Avenue, which was about 3 kilometers from the club. He also revealed that they had been intimate with one another. Karen left around 4 a.m., despite his offer to stay until the morning. Alexander also stated that during their intimacy, Karen hit her head on the corner of the bed, causing a wound and leaving marks on the sheets. The police had a mixed reaction to this information. On the one hand, Pacteau appeared to want to be candid. On the other hand, He appeared to be anticipating the events and attempting to explain what the police might discover if they searched his apartment. On the same day, April 13th, a man called the police to say he had found a woman's purse. Upon investigation, it turned out that he had discovered it in the park near Alexander Pacteau's home, and it was Karen's purse. It held her phone and documents. This discovery gave those versions of events more credibility. Something may have happened to Karen after she left his apartment. Meanwhile, the search for Karen remained active. Hundreds of police officers searched parks, forests, bodies of water, and abandoned buildings for any clues that could aid the investigation. At this point, Alexander Pacteau was the only suspect in the eyes of the police. He was the last person to see Karen. Investigators did not reveal any details about their suspect and kept his name a secret. However, 2 days after Karen's disappearance, police searched his apartment and the surrounding area. Journalists learned about it. Reporters from one of the newspapers speak with other residents of the building. Alexander Pacteau's name has since become public knowledge. This is important, but we will return to it later. So the police obtained a search warrant for Pacteau's apartment. The first thing they noticed when they walked in was the strong bleach odor. They also noticed that his mattress did not fit the size of the bed. Small, dark red spots were discovered on the bed, and in the bathroom samples were sent for testing. The apartment also contained a toolbox and an abundance of cleaning supplies. A police dog was trained to look for body signals near Pacteau's car, while awaiting a search warrant for the vehicle. Detectives discovered that Alexander Pacteau had taken his car to a salon for cleaning the day before, but the service was reportedly of poor quality. During the search, the same small, dark red spots were discovered on the interior of the passenger door, and samples were sent to the laboratory. Karen's death became increasingly likely with each new discovery, but the search for her continued. As previously stated, journalists were able to obtain the suspect's name, and the following day, a photograph of Alexander Pacteau appeared on the front page of one of the newspapers. Surprisingly, this step by the press proved beneficial to the investigation. A man who saw Pacteau's photo in the newspaper contacted the police and provided some interesting information. He explained that he had previously worked with Alexander and was aware that he rents a warehouse on a farm outside Glasgow. The farm's address is approximately 9 kilometers from Pacteau's apartment. Any leads were valuable, and the information gathered was investigated. The farm's owner confirmed that Pacteau rents a storage space from him for £10 per week. This is the location in the storage area. Inside, they discovered a 200-liter drum containing Karen's body, which had been dissolved in caustic soda. Caustic soda is an extremely reactive alkaline substance that can dissolve organic compounds. They also discovered a bonfire containing remnants of a mattress that Pacteau had attempted to burn. On the same day, April 15th, he was arrested as a suspect in Karen Barkley's case, despite the fact that he was aware of the substantial evidence against him. Pacteau confessed to being the one who killed Karen. However, he claimed that he did it in self-defense, citing the evidence discovered by the police and the suspect's testimony. An approximate timeline of events was created for the days Pacteau murdered Karen and attempted to cover his tracks. Karen left the club around 1 a.m. on April 11th, but the reason for her departure was unknown. Her friends claimed there was no argument between them, and Karen stated that she would go to the bathroom and return. Even if we assume she decided to go home for some reason, it remains unclear why she left her jacket behind. Officers investigating the case examined a total of 1,900 hours of surveillance camera footage. In one of the recordings, Karen was seen crossing paths with Pacteau after leaving the club. After a brief conversation, they walked together toward his car. It is believed that he offered to drive Karen to her apartment, but when they got in the car, he attacked her. Pacteau died in his car after striking Karen 14 times with a large wrench. The dark red stains discovered in the car, as well as those in the bathroom and on Pacteau's bed, were dry drops of Karen's blood. After disposing of the girl, he began to plan his next move. First, he disposed of Karen's purse, which was later discovered and turned over to police. He arrived home around 2 a.m. What he did next astounded the detectives greatly. He took the body from the car to his apartment. At 8 o'clock in the morning, he used his phone to search the internet for information about caustic soda. He then went to a shopping center, and at 9:42 he purchased 6 liters of caustic soda, a respirator, and gloves. He thought 6 liters wasn't enough, so on his way home, he stopped at another store and purchased more caustic soda. When he returned to his apartment, he placed Karen's body in the bathtub and attempted to dispose of it. Pacto did not live alone. His apartment neighbor was expected to return home around 8 p.m. He realized he wouldn't have enough time to finish his plan. He removed the body from the bathtub, wrapped it in a blanket, and hid it in his bedroom. The next day is April 13th. He threw a wrench into the Clyde River, and divers discovered it. After that, he went to a shopping center about a mile and a half from home and asked a consultant for assistance. He requested a recommendation for a product that could remove blood stains from mattresses. He also purchased 2 padlocks. On the same day, he took Karen's mattress, bedding, and clothes to a farm and burned everything along the way. He went home and bought a 2-liter barrel to store the body in. Around 2 p.m., he took the barrel to a rented warehouse, poured in the remaining caustic soda, secured the gate with the 2 padlocks he purchased, and returned home. At 6 p.m., the police arrived at his home and took him in for questioning. You know what happened next? Pacto confessed to his guilt, but his motive was unclear. He claimed he killed Karen in self-defense after an argument broke out in the car. However, investigators did not believe this version, which appeared to be an attempt to justify his actions. Police assumed Pacto was attempting to cover up another crime by killing Karen and then disposing of her body. However, due to the extent of decomposition, experts were unable to determine whether Karen had been subjected to violence before her death. Alexander Pacto was found guilty in September 2015 and sentenced to life in prison, with the possibility of parole after 23 years. He apologized to the Buckley family via his lawyer, claiming remorse. Pacto told his defense attorney that he was too intoxicated on the night of the incident to remember anything while he was taking care of himself. It's worth noting that if he hadn't pleaded guilty, he would have been eligible for parole after 25 years, not 23. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will look at the events that occurred in Ardmore, Pennsylvania, USA, in August 2018. On August 22nd, at 9:15 p.m., state police received a call requesting that they check the condition of 36-year-old Christina Carlin Craft, an ex-model for Playboy magazine. Her partner discovered something strange when he checked their apartment's security system. Furthermore, Christina was not returning phone calls or messages. When the police arrived, they discovered Christina in her bed, covered in a blanket. Christina Rose Carlin Craft was born on November 11, 1983, on the southern coast of New Jersey, to Stuart Craft, Dawn, and Carlin. She always enjoyed being photographed or videotaped. It ultimately shaped her life path. Christina graduated from Linwood High School in 2000 and spent several years working as a waitress in southern New Jersey and at the Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa in Atlantic City. Christina's dream was to become a model, and her perseverance paid off. She eventually found success in this area. She stated in her promotional materials that she enjoys photo shoots, as well as exquisite underwear and swimwear. Christina's friend Eva Waltz, whom she met during a 3-day shoot for Maxim magazine, described her as a sweet and charismatic girl. She is stunningly beautiful and has a great sense of humor. She had dark hair and blue eyes. She was the very definition of a fashion model. Christina has always wanted to be on the cover of Playboy. While working as a waitress at Borgata Casino in 2003, Christina met Alex Ciccatelli shortly after they began dating. Alex has always supported Christina's plans and has never been against her career. After a long-term relationship, they announced they were engaged. Alex and Christina were together until the latter's death, but Christina was still able to realize her dream. She won Cyber Girl of the Month in May 2009 and was invited to the Playboy Mansion. This success enabled her to attend parties at the mansion and gain entry into the world of glamour. It was the pinnacle of her career, and her ambitions were higher than ever, especially after meeting Hugh Hefner, whose attention was difficult to capture. Despite this, Christina was unable to secure a modeling contract with Playboy magazine. Thousands of girls submit photos there, but only one becomes a model. There are numerous reasons why Christina did not become the chosen one. She was already 26 years old at the time, which made her unsuitable for this magazine. She was viewed as a mature model rather than a young one. It shook her confidence, but she continued to work regardless. Her long list of modeling jobs included Redken, Maxim, Victoria's Secret, Vanity Fair, and many more, but she wanted to take her career to the next level, so she relocated to New York with her boyfriend Alex. However, not all brands were eager to work with the model featured in the explicit photo shoot. Christina's career began to decline following her appearance in Playboy, eventually coming to an end. It wasn't easy for her to get through this difficult time in her life, but she always felt Alex's support. Christina was known not only for her graceful appearance and alluring beauty, but also for her scandalous behavior. In 2016, she had an altercation with the staff of The Smith, a New York restaurant. Following this, the New York Post ran several articles about the incident. That's what the articles said. According to law enforcement sources and court documents, Christina Carlin Craft, 34, and a male pal were dining at the Smith on March 6th when they got into an argument with manager Sergei Anakin over the bill. He did not want to pay. The manager intervened. A source claimed she was intoxicated and that the manager pushed her, but video footage of the incident showed she was lying. She allegedly hit Anakin in the neck around 10 p.m., causing redness and severe pain. According to the criminal complaint, Christina was charged with misdemeanor assault, attempted assault, and harassment. The DA then offered her a deal, and the charges were dropped on the condition that she remain out of trouble for 6 months. The DA made a reasonable offer, and we took it. Her lawyer said, Christina has always liked Philadelphia, particularly Ardmore, where she says she feels safe. With this in mind, Alex bought Christina an apartment in Ardmore and relocated to Pennsylvania with her in 2018, but Ardmore was not as safe as Christina had hoped. On August 18, 2018, she reported to the police that she had been robbed. Christina spent the evening at a bar in Philadelphia. The next thing she remembered was the following morning, when she barely awoke and realized she had been drugged with illegal substances. She didn't remember how she got home or who was with her. Alex was on a business trip at that time. She did not feel safe, and she kept expressing her concern. During the investigation, the police obtained CCTV footage showing a car driving up to Christina's apartment at around 3 a.m. Christina was unconscious in the back seat when the driver took the keys from her purse, entered her home, and stole over $50,000 in jewelry, designer handbags, pillows, designer sunglasses, a credit card, and personal documents belonging to Kraft. The perpetrator left for about an hour and a half before returning to the car and assisting Christina into her apartment. He opened the door, left her in the hallway, placed the keys in her purse, and drove away. The police were able to quickly identify the perpetrator using a credit card statement. Andre Melton, the driver who robbed her that night, had a prior criminal record. Melton was driving a rented 2018 Kia Sorento with a Virginia license plate. According to witnesses, police discovered the same car near Christina's house on August 17th. Police confirmed it, thanks to special license plate recognition software. While the police were searching for Andre Melton and returning Christina's stolen belongings, a far more serious crime occurred. Just 4 days later, on August 22nd, 2018, Alex Ciccatelli called the police and asked them to check on his girlfriend, Christina Carlin Craft. He was already on his way home and could not reach Christina. She was not returning any calls or texts. When he arrived home, he discovered that the apartment door was locked from the inside. He checked the security system and discovered that someone had opened the front and balcony doors at night. The police officers who arrived at the specified address had to break down the front door because it was locked from the inside. When the police entered the apartment, they noticed blood, which indicated that it was a crime scene. There was a body on the bed, covered in a blanket, lifting it. They noticed a severely beaten woman. Christina Carlin Kraft, sadly, had already died. There was no way to help her. There were marks of blows all over her body. Someone had broken her nose and left a strangulation mark on her neck. Later, someone strangled Christina with her sweatpants. As soon as they identified the victim, the detectives had to inform Alex, who was waiting outside, that his loved one had died. This news completely shocked him. Because those closest to the victim are frequently involved in such cases, the police did not rule out the possibility that Alex was the perpetrator. Christina and Alex have been together for a long time, so anything could happen between them. He was the one who called the police station and expressed concern about Christina, and she was later discovered dead. These two events may not have happened by chance. Perhaps Alex did it to deflect suspicion away from himself. The investigators invited the man to accompany them to the police station because they wanted to ask him a few questions. Alex consented without much hesitation. Alex informed the investigators that he needed to return to New York for work on August 21st. It was an urgent matter. And on August 22nd, at 2:30 a.m., he called Christina to wish her a good night, but she didn't answer. He knew Christina never slept at this time, so he became concerned. Alex called several more times but received no response. He checked the security system and found suspicious activity in the apartment at night. As a result, he decided to postpone all business and return to Ardmore. After hearing his story, the police assumed Alex was not the one who killed Christina. After all, he could not be in two places at the same time. The police checked his alibi and removed him from the suspect list. But who was responsible for Christina's death? Who could wish her harm? Christina reported the robbery to police 4 days before her death. Investigators assumed that the two crimes were somehow linked. Thus, the primary suspect in this case was Andre Melton, the man who stole valuables from Christina's apartment. Maybe he returned to the apartment to steal something else, but his plan failed when Christina saw him. Perhaps he discovered that she had reported him to the police and decided to exact revenge on her for it. On August 22nd, the day they discovered Christina's body, police received an arrest warrant for Andre Melton. Investigators discovered where Melton lived, but when they arrived, he was gone. However, some of Christina's belongings were still present. The police obtained surveillance video from the night of the crime. It showed Christina exiting her apartment. After a few hours, she returned with an unknown man. It was 3:08 a.m. The police were surprised to learn that it was not Andre Melton. Further examination of the recordings revealed that the man with whom Christina returned to her apartment did not emerge. The police will eventually discover an explanation for this. Police officers used CCTV cameras on Ardmore streets to discover that Christina went to one of Philadelphia's bars after leaving the apartment. Investigators visited the bar, and she was asked to review the CCTV footage. It showed her meeting a man, who later hugged her. It was the same man who had accompanied her back to her apartment. Christina and her new friend left the bar and got into a taxi. For the next few days, detectives collected data on all of Christina's movements on the day of her death. It was crucial to restore the chronology of events preceding the crime. The police immediately excluded Melton from the list of suspects since he was not with Christina that day. But what remained unknown was whether Christina's death was related to that robbery or whether it was just a coincidence. On August 25th, the police received another lead. Andrew Sanford, the taxi driver who drove Christina and the suspect that night, said that Christina and the man who accompanied her approached him. They didn't use the taxi app. After hearing the driver's price, they got into a taxi. According to Sanford, they were affectionate and sweet to each other, so they did not arouse any suspicions in him. Besides, the driver said that Christina took the initiative herself. When they arrived at the right place, it turned out that Christina had no cash with her. She offered to leave her credit card, but the taxi driver refused. Then, Christina's new friend offered him $100 on the condition that he would stay for 1,015 minutes near the house while the couple went to the apartment. Sanford left 20 minutes later, as neither Christina nor the man accompanying her returned. The couple entered the apartment around 3 a.m. An hour later at 4 a.m., Christina called her cousin. She didn't say a word, but her cousin heard a man in the background telling Christina not to contact the police. The call ended before Christina's cousin could find out what happened. Why did the cousin not call 911? After what she heard, it remains unclear. Christina and Alex had door sensors in their apartment. It allowed the police to determine the time frame during which the crime occurred. The security system recorded the exact time of each door opening. As already mentioned, the first time someone opened the door was at 3:08 a.m. The next time was already at 5:10 a.m. The apartment was on the second floor. At about the same time. The system detected that someone opened the sliding glass door on the balcony. It explained why the surveillance cameras did not record the moment when the man whom Christina met at the bar left. After all, when the police arrived after Alex's call, no one except Christina was in the apartment. After learning this information, the police assumed the perpetrator jumped off the balcony. The next step was to seek help from the media. After posting the images from the surveillance cameras, they asked anyone who knew anything to share information. The pictures showed two people. The first was Andre Melton, and the second was the man who was at Christina's apartment on the night she died. Andre Melton, whose whereabouts detectives still couldn't figure out, called the police himself. He admitted that he stole some valuables from Christina but denied that he was involved in her death. The police were puzzled by this call. They have not yet been able to confirm or refute the connection between the two events that happened to Christina. Maybe this was just part of the plan of the two suspects. Melton was not going to surrender to the authorities. He called the police only to declare he wasn't involved in Christina's death. Soon after, on August 26th, the police station received an anonymous call. The man who called said he knew one of the suspects depicted in the pictures released by the police. "We shared a room in a psychiatric clinic in Philadelphia," he said. As it turned out, not so long ago, the suspect chased a woman in Loven Park, Philadelphia. He followed her into the building of the local family court and started molesting her. Then he began to behave aggressively, shouting and destroying everything around him. The man had to spend 72 hours in a psychiatric hospital. The only problem was that he was admitted to the hospital without a name because no one wanted to deal with a not particularly dangerous person. The identity of the man remained a mystery to the police. But then the police heard even more crucial information. According to the caller, the suspect was proud that he had recently strangled a woman, and he felt great satisfaction and pleasure because of this. After hearing this, the investigators believed that it was most certainly the man who took the life of Christina Carlin Kraft. Later, the police station received another call. The man turned out to be a relative of the suspect from Philadelphia. He said that the name of the man in the photo was Jonathan Wesley Harris. He had previously served a prison sentence for robbery. Jonathan became a free man on July 15th, 5 weeks before Christina's death. After studying the entire biography of the man, it became clear that Andre Melton and Jonathan Harris had never crossed paths and were not familiar with each other. Therefore, the police ruled out the possibility of a connection between the two crimes. In addition, the police now had access to the messages Harris sent from his phone. On August 22nd, he texted a friend that he had met an attractive woman and was going to her apartment with her. On August 28th, when the police received an arrest warrant for Jonathan Harris, it was crucial to detain him as soon as possible. No one knew what else he could do. It wasn't an easy task since Harris left no trace. However, when investigators contacted Jonathan Harris's sister on August 29th, 2018, she said he had recently bought a bus ticket to Pittsburgh. As it turned out, Jonathan was already on the bus when the conversation occurred. The Ardmore police couldn't do anything. The officers wouldn't be able to catch up with him. The Pittsburgh police were their last hope. It was crucial to be in the right place at the right time. The police investigating Christina's death contacted the Pittsburgh Law Enforcement Agency and asked for help. They told them the exact time of the bus's arrival in Pittsburgh and sent a photo of Harris. The fugitive task force set up an ambush, blocking all escape routes, and was ready to arrest the suspect at any moment. Soon, one of the employees noticed the bus approaching. They gave Harris time to calmly get off the bus so that he would not panic and take no action. About 10 minutes later, a policeman blocked his way. I saw his eyes darting. He was looking for an escape route, but it was too late. A Pittsburgh police officer later recalled when the officer asked Harris to introduce himself. The latter gave it a different name. He was arrested and taken to the police station. Detectives from Philadelphia came to Pittsburgh to interrogate him. They asked Harris to tell them everything that happened the night he met Christina. He said he had seen her several times in bars and nightclubs in Philadelphia. Christina Carlin Craft misses the New York life. Such an abrupt change in life, rhythm, and environment influenced her. She often went to bars, cafes, and nightclubs. But she was always alone since Alex was constantly working, and she had not yet managed to make new friends. And of course, men at those bars and nightclubs often approached her because they saw she was alone. Harris was no exception. He said he was under the influence of illegal substances and alcohol that night. He met Christina. They chatted a little, had a drink, and she offered to go to her place. Harris claimed that Christina wanted to buy a banned substance from him. When they arrived, he asked the taxi driver to wait until he returned. He wasn't going to stay there. He stated they drank several bottles of wine together, entered into an intimate relationship by mutual consent, and used a prohibited substance, after which he told her to pay him $1,200. Christina refused to pay. It made him angry because he needed the money. They started quarreling about it. He said that Christina hit him with a bottle of wine, and the situation got out of control. In response, he hit her in the face, and she fell to the floor when she tried to call 911. He started strength-wheeling her with sweat pants until she completely lost consciousness. Yet, there were several inconsistencies in his story. During a toxicological examination, the experts found no traces of prohibited substances in Christina's body. There was only alcohol. In addition, the suspect's statement that he hit Christina only once was also untrue. That meant Harris was lying. When the detectives informed him of the results of the toxicological examination, he admitted that he had lied. At first, he tried to convince detectives that he was not involved in her death because she was completely fine when he left her apartment. But at one of the following interrogations, he fully admitted his guilt. "I panicked. She was still breathing when I left. I covered her with a blanket because I didn't want to see her like this. I knew I had severely beaten her." In the end, Jonathan Harris confessed to detectives that he took Christina's life and then jumped off the balcony to avoid getting caught on camera. When the trial began, Harris, like many other criminals who confessed to crimes, declared that he was not guilty. However, the investigators did a lot of work, and there was plenty of evidence for Harris and his lawyer to lose. They expected the court to sentence him to 22 to 40 years for third-degree life deprivation and tried to avoid life imprisonment. However, the amount of evidence provided by the prosecutors easily convinced the court that it was an intentional crime. During the trial, the court heard the testimony of the man who shared a room in a psychiatric clinic with Harris. It was the same man who called the police earlier. He stated that Jonathan Harris had previously confessed to him of the crime by saying there is nothing like squeezing somebody and feeling their last breath leave their body. Christina's death had an unimaginable impact on her family. Everyone was furious at the way Christina was presented in the media. Harris lied about taking illegal substances. After the trial, Christina's stepmother said she was the absolute light in this world, and he extinguished it. According to her father, Christina was a good person with a kind heart who made everything brighter. In August 2019, Judge William R. Carpenter sentenced Jonathan Wesley Harris to life in prison without the possibility of parole and gave Harris an additional sentence of 22 to 45 years behind bars. The judge tacked on the additional decades to send a message to future governors or pardon boards who might consider freeing him. When the judge announced the verdict, Alex Ciccatelli turned to Harris and said, "You're a coward. You strangled a petite woman weaker than you. Not only did you take my fiance's life, but you muddied her name. You lied and said that she was using illegal substances. In December 2018, the police arrested Andre Melton in Philadelphia and charged him with the robbery of Christina Carlin Craft's apartment in March 2020. The court sentenced him to 1 to 4 years. The judge also ordered Melton to complete 3 years of consecutive probation, meaning he will be under court supervision for a total of 7 years. I would like to apologize to the family for any grief or pain that I caused. I am not the bad person like the district attorney is trying to make me out to be, Melton said before learning his fate. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On the night of December 1st, 2010, Staff Sergeant Nathan Payette was rushing. He arrived late for duty at Nellis Air Force Base in Nevada. By a strange coincidence, his alarm clock, which never failed to sound, did not ring today. Nathan awoke at 11 p.m. He woke up his wife, Michelle. He showered and said his goodbyes to his family. Then he went outside to the garage. He was just about to put on his uniform and start the car. Suddenly, loud shots rang out from behind. Mr. Payette's children and wife rushed to the noise on the doorstep, where Nathan was bleeding and staggering from side to side. It was clear he was about to fall. Michelle was terrified and rushed to pick up her husband, but not on time. Around 11:30 p.m., the father of the family collapsed on the floor. 911 received a call. My husband has been shot. He is bleeding. Help him, Mrs. Payette screamed into the telephone. The dispatcher immediately taught the woman how to administer first aid. Michelle attempted to administer artificial respiration to her spouse. However, it did not provide relief. After rescuers arrived, he was transported to the nearest hospital. The doctors did everything possible to save the patient. Despite this, the young man could not be brought back to life. Nathan Payette, 28, died as the result of a neck wound. Mrs. Payette was informed about her husband's death. Her life was divided between before and after an exemplary family man, a valiant serviceman, was murdered on the front steps of his own Las Vegas home. His death sparked a public outcry. Relatives, acquaintances, and concerned citizens awaited explanations from the police, who could decide such lawlessness. Motives drove the criminal, who was eventually brought to justice. We will try to analyze these and other questions with you. Nathan Joseph Villa Gomez Payette was born on February 12, 1982, in the village of Tamuning, Guam. The island's territory does not belong to the United States of America, but it is a possession of the United States. At the same time, the United States sets foreign policy and does not interfere in domestic affairs. Guam is a small island in the Pacific Ocean known for its natural beauty and historical significance. This area is particularly popular with tourists. Nathan was not only born in a beautiful region, but he was also fortunate to have a large and loving family. He had 3 brothers named Matthew, Anthony, Eric, and Carmela. The children were very friendly and assisted their parents with everything. Nathan, unlike the others, never caused trouble. He was a caring child at home and a conscientious student in school. The boy was very sociable, so he quickly made friends. He was the company's soul. His name was frequently mentioned in rumors. Perhaps no one refused to communicate with him, recalled his brother Eric. Nathan grew up near the ocean and enjoyed swimming since he was a child. Later, he started surfing. He spent all of his free time at the beach, enjoying the sun and life. Nathan met his future wife while studying at South High School. Michelle Antoinette said the educational institution was in the neighboring town of Santa Rita. Chuck was drawn to him at first sight. Young people started to spend time together. Their affection for one another grew stronger with each passing day. They never separated. They studied at school, prepared for classes, and assisted with household chores. Tender love replaced strong teenage friendships. Michelle's family experienced terrible grief when she was 16 years old. Her mother died. As a result, the girl spent all of her free time assisting her sister Melissa, the eldest member of Chuck's family, in her role as mother and mistress of the household. Nathan encouraged her in everything she did and helped to care for the younger children. In 2000, After graduation, Nathan decided to propose to Michelle, who gladly accepted. Their families did not have the opportunity to celebrate a wedding. As a result, the couple, with their parents' approval, decided to move in together to earn a living. The guy got a job as a receptionist at a nearby hotel. He didn't make a lot of money, but it was enough. Nathan and Michelle, like most young people, were ambitious. They planned for their own home and independence. Soon after their son Dion was born into the pilot family, their income was insufficient to cover the necessary expenses. As a result, the man considered a job that would allow him and his family to live comfortably. This desire drove Nathan to join the Air Force. Nathan was stationed at Elmendorf Air Base in Anchorage, Alaska, following graduation. Michelle was left alone with the baby, but the family was financially secure. Furthermore, the young people's dream became a reality after some time. They built their own home. It produced a second child, a daughter named Nyara. The family patriarch was a successful military officer. This fueled his desire to obtain everything that he and his wife had previously been denied. Michelle and Nathan married 6 years after they first became engaged. My mother was overjoyed that her youngest son was the first to go out and accomplish something Eric mentioned. In 2006, Nathan was assigned to the Davis-Monthan military base in Arizona. He was promoted to weapons loading team leader for an SX Squadron's A-10 Thunderbolt attack aircraft. He was also trained in logistics, training, and material management. Nathan clearly enjoyed and worked hard at his job. Most importantly, he acted with the best of intentions. He was a son of his country. One of his co-workers described him. In 2007, Nathan and his family relocated to Nellis Air Base. The new job was located near Las Vegas, Nevada. The young man was assigned as an assistant junior officer in charge of the supply section responsible for combat aircraft maintenance. The protagonist's family expanded alongside his professional development. The Payets soon had 2 more sons, Drostin and David. Michelle fell in love with Las Vegas and believed it was the best place to live. So, Nathan decided to make her happy by selecting the most appropriate house for a large family, one that was both spacious and bright. Furthermore, the future family home was 30 to 40 minutes away from the military base. Nathan used his savings to cover the down payment. The only thing left to do was carefully divide the family's income and expenses. Perhaps he could save some money for now, at least until Mr. Payet's next prospects. She talked about organizing her daily life in the new house. However, the couple's demands gradually increased. The family spent more than Nathan earned, and the joy of purchasing a new home began to fade. It is well known that financial difficulties have ruined the relationships of numerous couples. Nathan and Michelle were no exception to this rule. The man recognized that the deplorable situation needed to be addressed. So, in mid-2009, when the United States was at war with Iraq, Nathan enlisted as a volunteer. His departure took 6 months. During this time, the family's situation improved dramatically, which Nathan couldn't help but appreciate. Sergeant P.I. made the decision to return to Iraq after a brief rest at home. Michelle was overcome with anxiety as Nathan put his life at risk. She had intrusive thoughts, and the prospect of being alone with 4 children scared her. She was accustomed to a certain level of living and found it difficult to imagine otherwise. Mrs. Payet took up a job to distract herself from her worries. The new hire joined a corporate credit card telemarketing firm. Employment added variety and new acquaintances to the woman's daily routine. Michelle wanted to have her own safety cushion. She has not ruled out starting her own business in the future. So she actively pursued self-development and enrolled in the School of Aesthetics. Everything went as usual while Nathan was at home. When he left, Michelle became bored. The birth of the children. The couple's relationship cooled as a result of her husband's service and their constant travel. Nathan was away for extended periods of time, and Michelle craved love and desire. So she took a lover. It was her colleague, Michael Rudolph Rodriguez, a 31-year-old handsome man and local womanizer. Additionally, the man was devious and dishonest. He spent 2007 in prison for forgery and attempted theft. Michelle was unable to resist Sweet Rudy. They jokingly called Michael that behind his back. By the end of 2009, Nathan had returned home. The distance and ordeal seemed to benefit the family relationship, but this was not the case. The wife was playing a doubles match. She didn't want to lose her husband, who was having an affair on the side. As a result, she went to great lengths to please him. Nathan was fascinated by the changes that had occurred in her appearance and personality. The children had been raised without a father for a long time, which had a negative impact on their academic performance. He decided not to leave his family for an extended period of time. It never occurred to him that Michelle's dramatic changes could be linked to treason. Nathan was incredibly pure and faithful. To get double pay, he began working night shifts. In addition, Nathan began private teaching and created training for simplified baseball for young children. Michelle's pretense didn't last very long. When the usual standard of living began to fall, the spouse's attitude shifted to the opposite. The couple's relationship problems eventually escalated. Brother Eric and his wife Veronica paid the young family a visit during Thanksgiving 2010. For the first time, the guests strained relations between the Payettes. They had changed beyond recognition. Michelle and Nathan's former feelings appeared to have vanished entirely. Outsiders could see the couple's personal and financial problems, as well as an almost empty pantry and refrigerator. 1 week later, at 11:12 p.m., on December 1st, 2010, Mrs. Pay and Mr. Rodriguez exchanged an unusual message. Michelle got a text message from Michael. "I hope you're feeling better." The man wrote, "The Van Dyke's contract for tomorrow is almost final." 2 minutes later, he sent another message. "If you're not feeling well, please let me know. I will give you a few days to rest. Remember, I appreciate your assistance." At 11:19 p.m., Michelle responded, "My husband just woke me up. He is currently attempting to leave the house, but I believe he will be late today. I apologize, the contract is causing you so much trouble." Several months before the tragedy, Michelle did not want to be with Nathan. She wasn't going to leave him because she realized breaking up would only result in headaches and empty pockets. "I do not believe he will forgive and support me after the divorce." Michelle thought the alimony would be insufficient for a normal life. Furthermore, Mrs. Pay was aware of her husband's military insurance. If he died, the wife would be entitled to approximately $65,000 in payments. These sinful thoughts did not calm the sick woman's mind. She eventually shared them with Michael. He was surprisingly intrigued. Nathan's former lover's terrible idea evolved into a cunning plan. Rodriguez understood that Michelle and he couldn't do it alone. It was overly complicated, so he enlisted his friend, Corey Alexis Hawkins, in the criminal enterprise. The 33-year-old mercenary had approximately 9 convictions, each of which involved theft or fraud. Corey, a hardened criminal, agreed to help in exchange for a large reward. He estimated his participation at $20,000. Michelle and Michael reached an agreement after careful consideration. A few minutes later, 2 more people joined their group. Korea's girlfriend Jessica Austin and her friend Shannon are both 23 years old. By the way, Jessica's friend was not very bright. She made a living by starring in adult films. Shannon was offered 5% of Korean Jessica's royalties in exchange for her assistance, and the generous payment turned the woman's head. The original plan was to shoot Nathan in his Chevrolet Tahoe. Following that, the criminals planned to drive the car containing the man's body and abandon it in the parking lot of one of the apartment buildings. Jessica had to purchase the necessary items for the crime men's gloves, a car cover, and fragrance. Shannon's job entailed confirming that Michael was with her on the day of the murder. Michelle felt ill on December 1st, 2010, so she deviated from her usual schedule and returned home around 5:30 p.m. Michelle did not usually arrive this early. Her beauty school classes were ending late, around 10:40 p.m. Mrs. Pious Foot crossed the threshold of the house only 5 minutes before Nathan left for work. Michelle noticed her husband sleeping on the sofa that day. She awoke him and suggested they go upstairs to lie together. He did not object. That was the couple's last night together. Nathan, who was late for work, went downstairs. Michelle was corresponding with Michael right then. In order to avoid suspicion, the accomplices communicated using code words. The instigator and his accomplice were sitting in a black Cadillac SRX, parked just ahead of the future victim's house. The perpetrators wore latex gloves to avoid leaving any evidence. Michael realized that the sergeant's military training could work to his advantage, so he decided to surprise him and approach him from behind. Michael drew his pistol and shot Nathan 5 times in the rear. Michael quickly exited the garage, got into his car, and drove away. The perpetrators then fled to a previously designated location. They burned the clothes in the fireplace and disposed of the remaining evidence. After that, Michael and Shannon went to their hotel. In this way, the couple intended to create an alibi. In the meantime, Jessica worked on a thorough cleaning of the apartment where they were staying with the emergency services. Police officers arrived on the scene. They were stunned by what had occurred. The Payette family lived in an exemplary neighborhood. Detective Todd Williams first decided to investigate the shooting scene. The garage door was unlocked, and there was a strong odor of iron in the room. The walls of the car were smeared with blood, and traces of it could be seen on the floor next to Nathan's uniform, where his keys and wallet were. Because the valuables remained untouched, a robbery murder was ruled out. After examining the scene, Detective Lori Anderson decided to speak with the victim's wife. Michelle described what had happened. For some reason, she mentioned that the family was struggling financially. This gave the cops some ideas. Nathan may have been hiding something from his wife, such as gambling debts or an extramarital affair. At the very least, this would have resolved the attack. Furthermore, all evidence pointed to Nathan being deliberately set up. The police examined the victim's cell phone. It only included pictures of his wife and children. This convinced the officers that Mr. Payette was a decent person. The investigation continued. The next step in the search for the perpetrator was to canvass the area. Statistically speaking, there is always someone who witnessed or heard something. This was the case for Nathan. Some neighbors said they saw a car parked near the Payette house. The car was driven by a man in a brown sweatshirt. After the shots were fired, the vehicle immediately drove away. The detectives had finally found a lead. Nathan's family was shocked to learn what had occurred. His family was aboard the first flight out of Guam. They were waiting for responses. His mother, Carmelita Pay, cried the entire way. The woman could not believe her son had died so young. When the relatives arrived at the victim's home, Michelle threw herself into her mother-in-law's arms and passed out. Nathan's mother noticed something unusual in her daughter-in-law's reaction. For some reason, the fainting appeared fake. The investigators decided to speak with Mrs. Payette again. They questioned her about the car that the witnesses had seen unexpectedly. She mentioned that her colleague, Michael Rodriguez, owned a similar vehicle. It's unclear why Michelle gave out this information. However, thanks to her, the puzzle started to take shape. Police later determined that Michelle had simply told the truth, or that the perpetrator's plan was flawed. Detectives investigated Michael's identity, and his criminal record raised suspicions. He was brought in for questioning, and he responded calmly. Mr. Rodriguez stated that on the day of Nathan's murder, around 9 p.m., he went shopping at the supermarket and met an interesting girl named Shannon. They had a long conversation based on his words, and then decided to continue their acquaintance in the hotel room. She confirmed the romantic encounter. However, the detective detected something to investigate, so the next step was to examine the information in the missing pilots. Phone specialists were able to recover Michelle's year-long correspondence with Michael. Their communication was interesting. On the day Nathan was murdered, the couple discussed a contract with a specific Van Dyke. The conversation was more akin to encryption than a business transaction. It was likely how the two men planned the crime. Investigators were almost certain that both were involved, but not enough evidence had been gathered, so they decided to let Michael go until the facts of the case were clear. After inspecting Michelle's cell phone, the detectives summoned her for questioning. She was clearly agitated and appeared to be hiding something. Michelle realized the officers knew more than she cared to know, so she informed them of her affair with Michael. She later admitted that a few months before her husband's death, she and her lover had planned to kill Nathan. The woman explained that she planned the action in order to collect insurance payments. Mrs. Payette justified herself, telling herself that she had repented and changed her mind. She seemed to have changed her mind during the crime's planning stage. She felt sorry for her husband and attempted to disrupt the plan. She turned off her husband's alarm clock. Michelle was counting on her accomplices to not wait for Nathan because they were missing him. However, the investigators did not believe in the woman's remorse. Her correspondence clearly demonstrated otherwise. She also sent Michael a cute smiley face immediately after learning of her husband's death. Shannon eventually came to the police station and confessed. The woman must have realized her situation. However, her role in the case was clearly exaggerated. She explained that Michael had forced her to give an alibi. Jessica asked for my assistance. Her friends wanted to teach a big lesson to the drug dealer. My sole responsibility was to conceal the involvement of one of the attackers. I thought it would be a way to get justice, she said. She went on to say that on the night of the attack, Michael told the entire truth. Shannon assured the police officers. When I realized I was being used, I immediately went to the police. In addition, I feared for my life. There's no telling what they would have done to me. The woman's statements were confirmed by the hotel's CCTV footage. It became clear that Michael and Shannon arrived at the hotel at 11:40 p.m. rather than 11 p.m., as Michael claimed. Her testimony led detectives to Jessica Quarry, who had previously denied any involvement in the case. He was aware of the consequences of pleading guilty as a repeat offender. Jessica did, however, reveal her role in the sinister plan. To honor the young sergeant's memory, Nathan's family and friends gathered on December 7, 2010. Michelle decided not to attend the ceremony in the chapel at the Nellis base because she was clearly not in the mood. Many comrades recalled the man's stamina and military prowess. The squadron commander spoke about his accomplishments for his country and family. Everyone regarded Nathan as a dependable comrade in arms. At the same time, they noticed his modesty and dignity. In his speech, Eric Pate mentioned how my brother has always served as an example for me and the rest of my family. He genuinely enjoyed life and was deeply committed to his wife and children. Nathan did everything for his homeland, love, and friends. On December 9th, the slain man's remains were transported to Guam. On December 15th, a requiem mass was held at St. Francis Church in Tamuning. The sergeant received military honors at Guam's PD City Cemetery. His funeral was spectacular. The cortege consisted of 36 motorcycles. Upon arrival at the burial site, 6 officers carried a casket draped in a U.S. flag. Then, 21 shots shook the sky. Nathan Payette received a hero's farewell. Michael Rodriguez, Corey Hawkins, and Jessica Austin were arrested without bail on December 2010. The next day, Michelle 8 faced the same fate, and the police were concerned about the accused's mental state. She was put under surveillance to keep her from committing suicide on January 2014. The 4 accomplices appeared in Clark County District Court. They were charged with conspiracy to commit murder, armed robbery, and murder with a firearm. Michael and Corey were also charged with possession of a firearm. The trials lasted 3 years, and some of the defendants denied involvement. With a strong defense team, the defendants filed multiple motions. Their goal was to exclude specific evidence and proofs from the case. However, the court rejected all of the applications. They only delayed the inevitable punishment by moving the sessions from one day to the next. Nathan Payette's murder trial took place on September 21, 2015. Michael Rudolph Rodriguez was the first to stand trial in an attempt to avoid the death penalty. He pleaded guilty. Michael's appeal of his sentence was denied. The defendant showed no emotion as the sentence was announced. Apparently, he had no regrets about his crime. Michelle Payette's trial took place in a Las Vegas courtroom a month later, and the woman insisted that she had changed her mind about killing her husband. When the judge allowed Michelle to speak briefly in her defense, she addressed the murdered man's parents. With tears in her eyes, she apologized to them. "I adored Nathan and our children. I was confused and made a big mistake," Michelle said, "and I fainted again." The prosecutor stated that she did not believe the defendant intended to thwart the conspiracy. There was plenty of evidence to the contrary. No one could fathom how a woman, a mother of 4, could become so cold-blooded. The judge agreed with the prosecution. Michelle was clearly involved in the crime, at least more than she admitted in court. Michelle eventually pleaded guilty to conspiracy to commit murder and first-degree murder with a firearm. This helped her avoid the death penalty. The Pirate family also asked the court not to impose the death penalty on their former relative. At the end of the hearing, the judge described Michelle's crime as incomprehensible and unfathomable. Corey Alexis Hawkins, a third defendant, took the stand in October 2015. In addition, to avoid the death penalty, the man agreed to a plea bargain. Corey was sentenced to life in prison. His attorney's request for parole was denied by the judge because the defendant helped plan the crime and was present at the time of the shooting. Jessica Austin also entered a plea agreement with prosecutors. She was eventually charged with conspiracy to commit murder. When Michelle was sentenced in March 2016, she again cited her unstable emotional state as the driving force behind the crime. She begged Nathan's family to ever forgive her. Carmelita Pate was a deeply religious individual. She could see that her former daughter-in-law was sorry for what she had done and was truly tormented by it. Her soul required forgiveness. As a result, Nathan's mother forgave Michelle in court. She went on to say that Michelle had already received the most serious punishment of her life. Your children do not want to see you anymore. Carmelita explained that they are afraid you will treat them the same way you treated their father. Eric Pate informed her that I believe Michelle was shaken by her mother-in-law's words. Her family will carry on without her, and the children will grow up knowing their mother was a murderer. Eric's wife, Veronica, also requested to speak out. She told Michelle that she despised her, and she went on to say that the relative dishonors the family name she carries in pursuit of greed and the love of a man she has never met. She became the murderer of the man she once loved deeply, with whom she shared a bed and planned a future. Could Michelle have imagined how her unbridled ambition would play out? Hardly. This group of people is constantly on the lookout for happiness while failing to appreciate what they already have. Nathan, unlike her, had spent his entire life giving of himself. He was frequently sleep-deprived and jeopardized his health and life. Because of this, the man fulfilled his beloved's dreams but never received her recognition. The Payette children will suffer lifelong trauma. They will struggle to form strong families and socialize because their parents' painful experiences will be in front of them for the rest of their lives. There was only one positive aspect of this story. The 4 criminals will remain where they belong. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. According to official statistics, over 10 million people go missing each year around the world. Approximately a third of them were discovered alive and unharmed. Almost half of them are discovered dead after a while due to accidents, and approximately 2 million people disappear without a trace each year. Even after years, the latter is rarely found alive or dead. Agnes Clavina's story received a lot of attention in the fall of 2014. When a young and very attractive woman who was having fun in a club with friends vanished into thin air, everyone who could have been involved appeared to avoid any responsibility. However, in 2023, 9 years after the tragedy, the case took an entirely unexpected turn. But let's get to the bottom of things. Who is Agnes Clavina? Our heroine was born on July 8, 1984, in the Latvian capital, Riga. She grew up in a normal family and is the youngest of her parents' 2 daughters. Greta, Agnes's own sister, was only a few years older than her, so the girls were always friendly and nearly inseparable. The parents worked hard to ensure that their daughters received a good education and had the opportunity to pursue their dreams. Agnes grew up to be a friendly, cheerful, and physically active young lady. She excelled in school, participated in sports, and had a large social circle. She aspired to combine her profession with tourism or entertainment because she enjoyed traveling and knew how to plan the perfect leisure time. Furthermore, Agnes had a bright appearance and a stunning figure, which drew men's attention and compliments. From a young age, the girl has had a large number of admirers who constantly draw her attention. Agnes worked in the service industry for a while after graduating from school, while also taking language classes and studying to be a tourism manager. At the age of 20, she decided to relocate from her native Latvia to the foggy Albion and settle in London. She believed that here she would have more opportunities to realize her full potential and talents. Her parents and older sister sincerely supported her decision. Soon after the move, the beautiful blonde met a young man named Michael Mills. He was 8 years older than Agnes's, had a good education, ran his own thriving business, opened a small movie theater and entertainment complex, and was widely regarded as a successful man. He and Agnes quickly discovered a common language and began dating. Michael wooed Agnes beautifully and presented her with expensive gifts. They traveled together and made long-term plans for the future. The couple was genuinely in love and happy. It appeared that they would live a long and prosperous life. Agnes's closest friends recall that this was her first true love. She seemed to glow in the presence of her chosen one, and she hoped to become his lawful wife soon. In 2014, Clavina was offered a 3-month contract as an administrator at one of Marbella's largest and most popular nightclubs. Naturally, this job entailed a temporary relocation to another country, but the ambitious and purposeful young woman refused to pass up this opportunity. Michael couldn't give up everything and traveled to Spain with his beloved because of his job, but he wasn't opposed to her signing the contract. For Agnesi, it was an excellent opportunity to try herself in a new field of activity, gain valuable experience, and possibly advance and develop in this direction. It should be noted that Marbella is one of the most well-known and attractive resorts on the Mediterranean coast. Here come vacationers from all over the world, mostly wealthy people looking to have fun and spend money. Here, you can frequently meet show business stars, as well as famous athletes and businessmen. Clavina, who has always been sociable, enjoyed working in such an environment before moving. She visited her family in Latvia and informed them that she had signed a 3-month employment contract. She also announced another piece of good news. After returning to England, she and Michael intended to marry. Dad, mother, and sister were genuinely happy for Agnesi and wished her luck. Agnesi arrived in sunny Spain in late May 2014, having packed only the necessities for 1 season. Her lover remained in London, but they spoke on the phone and via video link every day, telling each other about everything that was going on in their lives. Clavina actively maintained her pages on various popular social media platforms, where she shared daily photos, short videos, and stories. She had a large number of followers who closely followed her activities and work. Agnesi clearly led an interesting, busy, and enjoyable life. After her employment contract expired, Agnes decided to stay in Spain for a few more months. It was the beginning of the velvet season at the resort, and this was a good time to make money. She consulted with her boyfriend, who supported her and promised to pay her a visit for a few days because they hadn't seen each other in a long time and missed each other a lot. Agnesi almost immediately secured a position as a hostess at a high-end restaurant and renewed her lease. Michael paid her a visit in September, as one would expect. They were having fun planning their upcoming wedding and deciding where to go on honeymoon. Less than a week later, the young man returned to London, and Agnes had another month of work in Spain before flying to England to see her lover and visit her relatives in Latvia. Unfortunately, these plans did not come to fruition. On September 6, Agnesi and her friends visited one of the region's popular nightclubs, the Costa del Sol. She had called her fiancé a few hours before, and he was aware of her plans and did not object to Agnes having fun with her friends. The young people had a good time together and took pictures, which Agnesi posted on her online profile that night. According to those who saw her that fateful night, the bright blonde was dressed in a stunning short dress and carrying a small white clutch handbag. When the friends were about to leave in the morning, Agnesi's mentioned that she would stay a little longer and then take a cab. She was always serious and responsible, and Agnes hadn't drank much, so her companions had no reason to be concerned. When the friends said goodbye and left, Clavina was talking to a man who had bought her a cocktail and was clearly trying to win Agnes's favor. After that night, Clavina was never seen again, alive or dead. It appeared that she had simply vanished into the crowded nightclub. No one could remember when or with whom the blonde left the establishment or where she went afterwards. Agnes did not show up for work the next day, and when we attempted to contact her, we discovered that her phone had been turned off. Colleagues and friends were the first to alert authorities, but the police were slow to respond to their missing persons report. In the evening, a concerned Michael called his mother, Agnesi, and explained that he had been unable to contact his fiancée all day, which had never occurred before. The next day, Agnesi's, his parents, and his fiancée attempted to contact the Spanish police to report his disappearance. They were told, however, that the relatives must file such a report in person. Otherwise, it will not be considered. Following these words, Michael and Kevin's family boarded the next flight to Marbella. Finally, the family filed a missing persons report only 5 days after Agnes vanished without a trace. The first thing checked was Agnes's rented apartment, but it appeared that the owner had left for a while and would return soon. Documents, money, and a few expensive pieces of jewelry were in their proper places. The refrigerator was stocked with prepared food, and on the bed were several outfits from which Agnesi had chosen to wear to the club on her final night. Clavina had clearly not been in her apartment since the day she went out with her friends. Her phone was turned off. She had stopped posting on social media, and she had not responded to any messages. The police only began investigating the disappearance at that point, but valuable time had already been lost. Agnes's friends and family began to distribute flyers throughout the city featuring her photo and requests for assistance in the search. The story was also covered by the media and aired on television news shows. Agnes's pictures appeared on the front pages of local newspapers. The police discovered the first leads and clues after reviewing footage from CCTV cameras located both inside and outside the entertainment venue. However, there were some issues with this because all of the files had already been erased by that point, and the police had to seek assistance from specialists to restore them, but their efforts were not in vain. And one of the recordings made by a camera located at the exit to the parking lot shows Agnes leaving the club with a man around 6 o'clock in the morning, indicating that she does not have free will. This final footage, which showed Klavina alive, was to be studied in depth, but the closer the experts looked, the more frightening they appeared. Agnes was being led by a man of large stature, and it was clear that she was walking with him under duress because he was holding her tightly around the waist. Agnes appeared terrified, attempted to flee several times, and said something emotional, but her companion persisted in leading her to the parking lot, where he literally forced her into his tinted window Mercedes A63. When the big man pushed her into the cabin, another man was already inside. While the first man approached the driver's seat, Agnes managed to open the car door and attempted to get out and escape. But at that moment, the doorman standing next to her approached, and the driver gestured and said something. The doorman pushed Agnes back into the car, and the driver handed him something, presumably a cash reward for his help. Agnes's phone was turned off about 6 minutes after she got in the car and never turned back on again. It was also impossible to track the vehicle's subsequent movements, because there were no CCTV cameras along the way. It was clear that the men inside the cabin were the last to contact the missing beauty. Surprisingly, the case was treated with strict secrecy from the start. Everyone involved in the investigation signed non-disclosure agreements, and not only was information kept from the press, but Agnes and his loved ones were rarely given any information. For the first few months, parents and fiancés were kept in the dark. They were only told that the investigation was ongoing and that it was too early to make any conclusions. But, given that Agnes had not revealed any information about herself during this time, there was little hope that she was still alive. Michael gave interviews on a regular basis, asking for help in finding his fiancée. However, no one ever responded to his requests. Only 6 months later, the relatives were shown the exact footage from the club cameras, as well as the names of the 3 men who had last contacted Agnes. The large man who had forcibly removed the young woman from the club and pushed her into the car was identified as Wesley Capper, the son of a well-known British millionaire and a very powerful individual. In the car's passenger compartment sat his longtime friend Craig Porter, who had no particular occupation and was frequently on the police radar. The third was a dark-skinned doorman named Sion. During interrogation, Husman, Porter, and Husman stated unequivocally that they were innocent and that Agnes had voluntarily entered the car. According to Capper, he and a friend saw the lovely blonde in a club and approached her to get acquainted. She was allegedly already drunk, contradicting her friend's testimony, but she did not refuse a drink when they offered her one. Wesley then proposed that the party continue at his luxurious country house, which Agnes had already agreed to in the car. Agnes allegedly changed her mind about attending Wesley's private party and asked to be dropped off in the middle of the road, claiming she would take a cab to her house. The man claimed to have dropped the passenger off at the requested location, which was an unlit stretch of road with no CCTV cameras. But Craig Porter couldn't confirm or deny Wesley Capper's words because, according to his confession, he was also very drunk and didn't know when or how Agnes was in their car. Furthermore, he stated that he fell asleep as soon as they drove away from the parking lot, and when he awoke, the young woman had left the cabin. The third suspect, doorman Sion Guzman, also stated that Agnes Klavina was intoxicated but could not answer the question of whether she had entered the car voluntarily. He did, however, confirm that when the car touched down, the blonde opened the door and nearly fell out while driving. The doorman then slammed the door at the driver's request, earning a substantial tip when asked if he thought it was strange that the woman tried to escape by jumping out of the car while walking. Kimos Main stated that he did not believe it was an escape attempt. He believes she may have opened the door by accident while intoxicated. He also stated that Agnesy did not scream or ask for assistance. The video clearly showed Wesley Capper forcing Agnesy the car while holding her by the waist and wrist. Wesley's defense was that Agnes was dizzy, and he was holding her down to prevent her from falling. Sometime later, another curious, strange, and frightening video was discovered during the investigation in Sotogrande, in the south of Spain, near the port of Puerto. The luxury yacht of John Capper, a millionaire and the father of one of the suspects, was more than just there. The footage from September 10, 4 days after Agnes's disappearance, shows Wesley, Craig, and 2 other men boarding the yacht. They were carrying a large suitcase and a rolled-up carpet, which appeared to be quite heavy based on the footage. A few days later, the company returned to the port of Puerto do Caixa without any luggage. After seeing the footage, Capper claimed that he and his friends had sailed to Ibiza for fun. He claimed that the suitcase contained their belongings, and that what the investigation mistook for a carpet was bedding, which led to the location where everything ended up. He couldn't explain. A thorough search of Wesley's yard and automobile produced no results. It turned out that both had been cleaned and dry cleaned, removing any traces of DNA. However, long blonde hair was discovered in the car's trunk, but its origin could not be determined because this crucial evidence mysteriously vanished during the investigation. The prosecution revealed another intriguing detail during the trial. A few hours after Agnesy was in the defendant's car, Capper called 911 several times, but each time he dropped the call without waiting for an answer, as if he was afraid or doubted the correctness of his actions. The man explained that he was drunk and made calls at random. The Clavina family's lawyers stated that Agnes was long dead and that her body was resting somewhere on the seabed, possibly in the suitcase that the suspects had brought aboard the yacht. Furthermore, he believed that the case had been deliberately delayed, giving the criminals plenty of time to dispose of all evidence that could prove their guilt. Captain Porter and Guzman were left in the dark just a year and a half after Agnesy went missing. They were accused of keeping Agnesy against her will and forcing her into a car. Unfortunately, due to a lack of evidence, there was nothing else to charge them with. Furthermore, the millionaire and his friend were granted bail and quietly left the courtroom. Agnesy and his relatives were understandably outraged, but the judge refused to back down. The 3 men were only tried again in 2019. Almost 5 years after Agnes's disappearance, they continued to deny their guilt, claiming that Clavina had entered the car of her own free will. The prosecutor asked that the doorman be considered an accomplice to the crime because he assisted the defendants in driving the victim away. Guzman could have been sentenced to 5 years in prison for his actions. In response, he delivered a fiery speech in which he claimed that he was one of the suspects because of the color of his skin, as well as a lack of funds to hire a good lawyer because all of his earnings go to a starving family in Africa. Capper and Porter's lawyers argued that their clients were only guilty of persuading Agnesy to get into the car, not forcing her to do so. According to them, the young woman was dropped off on the road as she had requested, but while she was waiting for a cab to take her home, she could have been kidnapped and killed by third parties because Agnesy was drunk and unable to resist. The judge's decision surprised and angered the relatives of the missing young woman because none of the defendants were punished at all. Guzman was cleared of all charges. Capper received a 2-year sentence for taking advantage of Agnes's drunken state to persuade her to get into his car, while Porter received a 6-month sentence for complicity. In reality, the men received suspended sentences and did not serve a single day in prison, but they paid Agnesy and his family a ridiculous sum of £10,000 sterling in compensation. Blevins' family was discouraged by the decision and filed an appeal. Then, while waiting for the court's decision, both defendants in the case broke the law again. Capper, who was heavily intoxicated with alcohol and drugs, killed a woman and fled the scene. Porter and his friend also drunkenly stole a car after beating the owner to a pulp. Despite this serious crime, Capper was only sentenced to probation. Thanks to his lawyer's brilliant defense, he paid a large sum of money in compensation to the family of the woman who was killed under his car's wheels, while he remained at large. Porter was less fortunate this time, and he was still sentenced to jail. However, there is no public information about the sentence he received. In 2021, almost 7 years after Agnes's disappearance, the primary suspect in the case was sentenced. Wesley had been living an immoral lifestyle all along, abusing alcohol and illegal substances, which had seriously harmed his health. At the height of the COVID pandemic, he found himself in a hospital bed, and just when he thought he had overcome the disease, he suffered a stroke. Capper died on July 26, 2021, aged 44. Agnes's parents filed another appeal at the time, but the suspect can no longer be prosecuted because he died, regardless of what the Supreme Court decides in this difficult case 9 years later. Agnes Klavina was never found dead or alive, but she was presumed dead at some point. Her parents, sister, and fiancé agreed with the lawyer's version that the criminals had placed Agnes's body in a suitcase, which was then loaded onto a yacht and dumped somewhere on the high seas, making it impossible to find. However, in the summer of 2023, 9 years after Agnes vanished without a trace, the investigation took an unexpected turn. So, in mid-June, a gardener at one of the Costa del Sol's elite golf clubs, Kita, discovered a strange object near the coast that, upon closer inspection, turned out to be an old, badly damaged suitcase. The man did not dare to open it himself and contacted the police. Police discovered human remains inside the suitcase. The examination revealed that the bones discovered belonged to a young woman who died around 25-35 years old. Furthermore, it was discovered that the suitcase containing the body had been submerged in water for approximately 10 years before being brought to shore. After reviewing all of the evidence, the police hypothesized that the body discovered belonged to Agnes Klavina, who vanished 9 years ago. To establish this unequivocally, a number of tests are required to compare Agnes's DNA to the remains discovered at the moment. Experts are working closely on this issue, but the investigation's findings have not yet been made public. If the suspicions are confirmed, the case will be reopened, and the remaining suspects will face trial. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The case of Texas blue-eyed butcher, Susan Wright. Anger is a strong negative emotion in which a person usually tries to harm themselves or those around them. The English playwright John Dryden once said, "Beware the wrath of a patient man, for he will exact revenge when you have forgotten both the man and the cause of the wrath." Long-held negative emotions, pain and resentment will inevitably find an outlet, and a person who always forgives and gives another chance to make things right can become the most ruthless judge and executioner. Susan Wright's case in the early 2000s stunned everyone with its incredible cruelty. But the merciless perpetrator stood in front of the court, and it appeared that he had received just punishment. However, several years later, it was revealed that not everything in this story was so clear-cut, and a bloody conclusion came after many years of patience, resignation, and silence. At first glance, this family appeared to be ideal, but no one could have predicted what was going on behind closed doors. But first, let us try to understand the case of the blue-eyed butcher and what drove a fragile young woman, a mother of 2 children, to commit such a desperate and simply monstrous act. Who exactly is Susan Wright? Susan Lucille Wright was born on April 24, 1976, in Houston, Texas, into the simple family of Velma Sue and Jimmy Lawrence. She was the eldest of 2 children raised alongside her biological sister Cindy. Susan was a lively and sociable child with artistic abilities from a young age. During her school years, she was very interested in dancing and aspired to be a choreographer someday. The girl had a bright, attractive appearance and a slender figure, and after graduating from high school, she enjoyed being the center of attention. Despite her best efforts, she was unable to attend college. She did not give up, however, and instead decided to take a short break to save money for her education. She spent several months working as a dancer in one of the city's popular nightclubs. There, the young blonde performed topless, gaining notoriety for which she was not proud. She quit her job and never returned, instead using her savings to pay for evening classes at a nursing school. Susan had always aimed for independence. To support herself while studying, she worked as a waitress in a restaurant. She quickly realized that medicine was not her true calling, and she struggled to pay for her education. As a result, the young blonde dropped her classes and focused on her work instead. In the summer of 1997, Susan, then 21, met her future husband, Jeffrey Andrew Wright. Their first meeting was at a Galveston restaurant where she worked as a waitress, and he came in for a meal. He was immediately captivated by the blue-eyed blonde's beauty and radiant smile, leaving generous tips and becoming a regular customer since then. Jeffrey took a while to ask her out, but he eventually mustered the courage to get her number. Susan later recalled that the man began calling her daily, sometimes multiple times a day, to arrange romantic dates and small surprises, such as sending flowers with heartfelt notes to her workplace, and that in the evenings he would meet her and walk her home. The man was 8 years her senior, but the small age difference didn't bother them. He was attentive, sweet, and caring, and quickly won Susan over. However, it quickly became clear that Jeffrey had some issues with alcohol and controlled substances. He claimed to have stopped using drugs in the past and promised to completely abstain from alcohol. The innocent young woman believed him. She was truly in love for the first time, and she believed they could overcome any challenges together. Susan soon discovered she was pregnant and hurried to tell her beloved. Wright seemed pleased with the prospect of becoming a father, but made no decisive moves. He did not propose, and the couple continued to live separately. Susan, perplexed by her boyfriend's behavior, took action on her own. She insisted on having their first child in wedlock, and her partner simply accepted her conditions. By the time the couple officially legalized their relationship, Susan was already 8 months pregnant. They chose a quiet wedding without guests or witnesses, rather than a grand celebration with a white dress and a tiered cake. Around this time, they purchased their own home in quiet Harris County, Texas, and moved in just a few weeks before their child was born. They were the ideal family. In December 1998, the Wrights welcomed their first child, a son named Bradley, who was born in 2001. Susan became pregnant again, and in the spring of 2002, she had a daughter named Kaylee. The couple also got a small dog named Buck, had their own comfortable family car, and appeared to live a life that embodied the American dream. Jeffrey worked at a local construction company, and Susan agreed to become a stay-at-home mother after their children arrived. She was responsible for raising the children and creating a comfortable environment in their family home. Mrs. Wright's neighbors described her as a kind, friendly, and sociable young woman, a caring mother, and a loving wife. The family appeared to be perfect, but the reality was very different. It was later revealed that her husband was extremely demanding in every way. Susan spent her time cleaning, doing laundry, and cooking. Jeffrey only ate fresh, home-cooked meals, and she couldn't prepare meals for more than 2 days or reheat leftovers. The house had to be in perfect order and cleanliness, which was nearly impossible with 2 young children. Jeffrey had to wash his clothes almost every day because he never wore the same thing twice. If one of these rules was broken, it resulted in insults, humiliation, and even physical abuse. Financially, Jeffrey turned out to be incredibly frugal. The romantic who wanted flowers and presents was gone, and he now only gave his wife $100 per week. This was intended to cover cooking, housekeeping, and purchasing all of the children's necessities. Susan was required to account for all expenses for her husband and provide receipts. Jeffrey did not stop drinking as promised, but that was only the beginning. He began using drugs again. He categorically denied addiction, describing his drug use as light doping to deal with work stress and stay in shape. However, while under the influence of these substances, he frequently became aggressive, hitting his wife and even their young son. When Susan pleaded with him to seek professional help and undergo rehabilitation in order to overcome his destructive habits, Jeffrey reacted angrily. He saw no issue with his behavior, claiming that Susan married him knowing about his alcohol and drug use, so she should accept and live with it. Interestingly, Jeffrey's parents were also aware of their son's flaws. They empathized with their daughter-in-law, but felt powerless to help her with the final straw. According to the woman, her husband became aggressive towards her almost immediately after they started living together. This resulted in physical, emotional, and intimate abuse. Initially, he would apologize and promise it would never happen again, and she wanted to believe him. Jeffrey soon stopped apologizing and family violence became commonplace. Jeffrey went to the gym 3 times per week to practice boxing. He said the workouts allowed him to let off steam, and that he would definitely take his son with him once he was a little older. On Monday, January 13, 2003, Wright went to the gym as usual after work. He returned home on edge, exuding excitement and nervousness. While his wife was preparing dinner, he decided to teach his son about boxing and demonstrate some techniques. He got carried away, misjudged his strength, and hit the 5-year-old boy. The child burst into tears, and the father tried to console him while hoping his wife would not hear. Susan did pretend not to notice, but this was the last straw for her. After dinner, she went to put the kids to bed while her husband stayed in the bedroom and took another dose of controlled substances. What happened next varies depending on the account. The woman claimed that as soon as she entered the room, her husband attacked her, took advantage of her, and attempted to kill her with a knife, but she was able to wrestle the weapon from his grasp, and the resulting confrontation was solely for self-defense. However, her story changed several times, and the investigative version presented at trial appeared more credible, eventually becoming the official account of how she was seduced, immobilized, and brutally murdered. Susan resolved to use her dancing abilities to seduce her husband and lower his guard. She entered the room wearing a short silk robe over her bare body, putting on a seductive show for her husband. She then proposed a role-playing game involving tying up, to which he readily agreed. She secured Jeff's hands and right leg to the bed with 3 of his neckties. His left leg was secured with her robe's silk belt. Susan improvised a gag using her own underwear, adding to the guise of an intimate game. To set the mood, she lit candles and turned off the lights. Jeffrey was bound hand and foot, firmly fastened to the bed with a gag in his mouth and surrounded by dim lighting. Mrs. Wright first lit one of the candles and poured hot wax onto the man's chest. Although painful, it felt like part of their game. The same fate befell his intimate area, and the pain became unbearable. Jeffrey was initially unaware of what was going on. He attempted to free himself and scream, but was unsuccessful. Meanwhile, his wife repeatedly struck him with a small, sharp knife that she had brought from the kitchen. She began by slashing his genitals, legs, abdomen, chest, arms, neck, and face, then moving up and down the groin. Susan began slowly, voicing her grievances with each strike, recounting the insults, humiliations, and abuse she had experienced. Then she started crying and striking faster and faster. Forensic experts discovered 193 shallow knife wounds on the deceased's body. The majority of these wounds were not fatal, and the man was conscious throughout the ordeal. Her actions indicated that she was in despair and emotional turmoil, and her lawyers insisted on a state of effect. She couldn't stop even when her husband showed no signs of life, and she hadn't thought about what she'd do next or how she'd handle the body. Shallow grave in the backyard. For several hours, the woman sat on the floor next to her husband's body on the bed. She then looked around and realized the room was covered in blood, and she needed to act before dawn. Susan cautiously peered out the window, ensuring that no neighbors had turned on their lights and that the outside was quiet and deserted. Her gaze fell on a shallow pit dug by Jeffrey over the weekend to install a fountain in the backyard. A plan came together instantly. This pit would become the final resting place for her despised spouse. Susan used a common garden wheelbarrow to move the body from the bedroom to the yard. This aspect raised numerous questions for the investigators. As a petite, slender woman, she was able to load and transport a man twice her height and weight out of the house on her own. There was suspicion of an accomplice. However, none of these speculations were confirmed. The seemingly amazing strength that appeared out of nowhere gave the defense another reason to insist on a state of effect. The woman moved her husband's body into the pit and buried it at night, though a light covering would be more accurate. She then showered, removed the blood-stained curtains and bed linen, placed them in trash bags, and disposed of them in various bins. The bloodied mattress was simply flipped over to the other side because she didn't know what else to do with it. The remaining time until dawn was spent cleaning blood from the floor, walls, and carpet. The carpet presented a challenge because a large stain proved impossible to remove creatively. The lady doused it in bleach, hoping that the chemicals would remove any evidence of the violent confrontation that had occurred in that room. She attacked and fled. Susan sobbed as she called her husband's parents, who lived in Austin, Texas. She informed them that her husband, who was under the influence of alcohol and controlled substances, had assaulted her and their young son, then wreaked havoc in the house, spilling a bottle of bleach on the carpet before declaring himself fed up and leaving. Her Jeffrey's parents were stunned. They were aware that their son was far from perfect and felt deeply sorry for their daughter-in-law. But when they learned he had hit the child, they immediately invited Susan and the children to stay with them for a while. However, the young mother declined. She went on to say that she would file a police report and disclose everything that had happened in their home. Mrs. Wright went to the police station 2 days later because her husband's sudden disappearance was raising new questions and something needed to be done. She reported that she and her children were victims of domestic violence at the hands of her husband and required protection. Susan was able to obtain a restraining order to prevent her husband from approaching her and the children, despite the fact that she knew her significant other would never be able to come near them again. Susan displayed bruises and cuts on her arms as evidence, claiming that her husband inflicted them with keys while she tried to fend him off. Bradley had a small bruise on his face, and he admitted that his father had hit him. At first glance, the woman's story seemed plausible and logical. Her husband, under the influence of alcohol and controlled substances, attacked his wife and young son, then fled because he was scared of what he had done, but Jeffrey made no contact over time, which raised suspicions. He appeared to have fled without his belongings or documents, leaving even his mobile phone at home. The man had not shown up for work or to see his parents, and none of his friends or neighbors had noticed him. It was as if he had vanished completely. Such behavior is typical of criminals who decide to hide, but he hasn't killed anyone or caused serious injury to warrant such a flight. The horrifying truth is that Susan found it unbearable to remain in the house where she confronted her husband and buried his body. She began to believe he was still alive and about to rise from his grave for vengeance. On January 17th, she was practically losing her mind, as was their dog, but she kept barking and attempting to dig up the grave. After taking her children, the perpetrator went to her mother's home. Her mother was aware of what had occurred, but after seeing her daughter, she realized the full extent of the situation. Velma simply asked, "You killed your husband, didn't you?" Her daughter started crying and nodded. She confessed what had happened and revealed where she had hidden the body, repeatedly saying she had no idea what to do next, on her mother's advice. Susan called Neil Davis, a lawyer, the next day and confessed to killing her husband and attempting to conceal her crime. The experienced defense attorney learned all of the details and considered all possible scenarios. On January 19th, I called the Harris County District Attorney's office. Davis reported that Mrs. Wright had committed suicide and buried her husband's body in the backyard, as she had admitted, and was prepared to give a statement at the police station. Susan voluntarily went to the police on January 24th, 2003, and stated that she would make a complete confession. Her story was disjointed. She became confused by the details and sometimes contradicted herself. She spoke of her late husband as if he were still alive, claimed to be afraid of him, and asked for protection. As a result, she underwent a psychiatric evaluation, which revealed a nervous breakdown and depression. Overall, Wright was capable of comprehending her actions. The gruesome discovery came when the deceased husband's remains were extracted from a makeshift grave in the backyard. Investigators were astounded because they had never witnessed such brutality before. Experts discovered 193 knife wounds on the victim's body, including 8 in the groin area, approximately 30 on the legs, 23 on the shoulders, and 22 in the abdomen. 46 for the chest, 23 for the neck, and 41 for the face. Only one head wound could have caused death. All other cuts were superficial and did not pose a direct threat to life, implying that the man died in agony while conscious after his wife repeatedly struck him with a small knife. Jeffrey's wrists and ankles bore deep marks from the ties and belt that his wife used to bind him. The victim's injuries indicated that he attempted but failed to free himself. Notably, the ties and belt remained on the person. Candle wax was also found on the deceased's chest and groin. Mrs. Wright claimed it was an accident after her husband knocked over a lit candle onto himself. However, the prosecution believed that the hot wax was more likely a form of torture inflicted on the bound victim with the intent to cause suffering. The deceased's wife's underwear remained in his mouth, acting as a gag that prevented him from screaming or calling for help. Toxicological tests revealed traces of alcohol and several controlled substances in the deceased's system. Under the influence of such a cocktail, the man might have acted aggressively and irrationally. The bedroom where the confrontation occurred appeared normal at first glance, save for a large bleach stain on the carpet. Susan had clearly spent a lot of time cleaning up, but when special chemical agents and equipment were used to reveal blood traces, the scene took on a completely different light. Blood was found everywhere, including on the ceiling, and the mattress was thoroughly soaked in it. The trial begins, and the defense presents its version. The accused's trial began in late February 2004. Mrs. Wright had been in custody for a year, and her children were being cared for by her parents and sister Cindy. Her lawyer was well prepared for the trial and had worked closely with his client. Susan was almost always in tears as she described that horrific night and the events leading up to it. The woman claimed that her husband had abused and treated her cruelly for years, but when he began raising his hand to the children, she couldn't take it. The defendant claimed that on that fateful evening, her husband returned from his training in an agitated state, began demonstrating boxing techniques to their 5-year-old son, and promised that the boy would also take boxing. When Bradley refused, his father struck him in the face. Susan then put the children to bed and decided to have a serious talk with her husband, encouraging him to seek medical attention. He got angry, grabbed his keys, and was about to leave. She attempted to stop him, resulting in a struggle in which she sustained palm and wrist injuries. The defendant then claimed that her husband struck her, causing her to fall and temporarily lose her bearings. When she arrived, she noticed Jeffrey holding a knife. Following that, the woman's testimony became increasingly inconsistent, and she was unable to explain how the weapon ended up in her hands. Her lawyer attributed this to a state of affect, claiming that it was the reason his client, after seizing the knife, began to strike and did not stop until she had inflicted multiple wounds all over her husband's body. Susan claimed that after the confrontation, she tied the victim's limbs to the cart and transported him to the yard. As previously stated, the wax allegedly landed on his body by accident from a candle on her bedside table, which she lit in the evenings instead of a nightlight. However, she was unable to explain why her underwear was discovered in the deceased's mouth, as well as the prosecution's version and the verdict. The prosecution's version and arguments were much more persuasive and logical. Experts demonstrated that the deep wounds and abrasions on the wrists and ankles were inflicted while the man was still alive, implying that the binding was part of an intimate game played by the defendant too. As a result, the man's gag could be reasonably explained. Furthermore, all injuries were delivered at a specific angle, as if the perpetrator was above Jeffrey's body or sitting astride him, rather than in the midst of a struggle, which would have resulted in a different pattern of injuries. All of the cuts were made from the front, while the victim was lying on his back, securely fastened. It was unclear whether Susan planned her husband's death and intended to bury him in the pit he dug for the fountain. However, the prosecution leaned towards the theory that she had meticulously planned everything in order to receive a large sum from insurance. The case received a lot of attention, and Susan was dubbed the blue-eyed butcher or blonde meat grinder in the press. Jeffrey's relatives demanded the harshest possible punishment for her. While most neighbors sympathized with the woman, she recalls occasional bruises on her body that resembled signs of physical abuse, which she attributed to her clumsiness. The prosecutor initially sought life in prison for Mrs. Wright, but later reduced their demands to 45 years. In March 2004, the accused was found guilty and sentenced to 25 years in prison. She did not react to the judge's words and appeared completely detached. Susan's lawyers filed an appeal a year later, but it was denied due to new developments and a reduced sentence. Wright and her defense team appealed again in 2008. This time, a new witness testimony had a significant impact on the course of the case. The witness was Misty McMichael, wife of former NFL champion Steve McMichael. In the mid-90s, she had a long-term relationship with Jeffrey Wright and was even engaged to him for about a year. She shared her experiences with Wright's physical abuse, humiliations, and cruel treatment, which prompted her to end the engagement and permanently cut ties with him. Susan's prison sentence was reduced to 20 years in 2014, when she was 38 years old, based on these new circumstances in the witness testimony. She was eligible for parole for the first time, but was ultimately denied. In July 2017, she received a second denial. Finally, in the winter of 2020, after 16 years in prison, the blonde meat grinder was released. She was 44 years old when she was released. Reporters and photographers waited for her outside the prison walls, and she burst into tears and begged to be left alone. It's worth noting that Mrs. Wright's trial received extensive media coverage and was even broadcast on the National American Television Network CTTV. This story later became the basis for an episode of the popular documentary TV show 48 Hours Mystery and an episode of The Secret Lives of Stepford Wives titled Deadly Love, which aired in 2014. Blue-Eyed Butcher, a feature film starring Sarah Paxton as Susan Wright, was released in 2012. In 2014, Canadian documentary filmmaker Chloe Bland released The Wheel of Fortune, a 17-minute short film inspired by the Jeffrey Wright trial. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On the far reaches of the Aegean Sea, where the horizon appears infinite and the water stretches all the way to the sky, the Royal Caribbean was moving. George Smith and Jennifer, a young couple who had recently married, stood on deck, feeling the wind in their hair and reflecting on nature's majestic beauty. The Aegean Sea stretched out before them like a vast life full of possibilities and plans. Thus began their wedding journey, which became more than just a cruise, but a story became a mystery. On July 5, 2005, around 8 a.m., 16-year-old Emily Rush of Chicago was getting ready for a new sunny day on Deck 7. In one of the Royal Caribbean's cabins, Emily became concerned when she noticed something strange outside her cabin window. She noticed something that looked like blood smeared across the canopy, which served as a sort of shield for the lifeboat. Nearby, she also noticed bloodstains near the very edge of the canopy, as if someone had been injured and fallen there before going overboard. Emily couldn't help but notice the strange footprints and quickly reported them to the liner's staff. A slew of other passengers from neighboring cabins discovered the same frightening signs. On Deck 7, there was a lively and exciting discussion about what could have happened. Thus began a story that made front page news in numerous international publications. A happy young couple left for their honeymoon Mediterranean cruise a few days later. The happiness of young people was abruptly cut short by an inexplicable, terrible event that occurred in cabin 9062. The explanations for what happened were various and confusing, including an accident, a possible robbery, and even premeditated murder. The investigation became a puzzle for the police. Traces and evidence discovered on board pointed to several suspects, each with their own secrets. It appears that many were on the line or knew far more than they were willing to admit. What exactly happened that dark night on board? That is the question that detectives, journalists, and everyone else involved in this mysterious case are asking themselves. George Smith was a cheerful, inquisitive, and intelligent young man. He was born in Greenwich, a small town in Connecticut. His childhood was happy, filled with the joy and support of his family, which came first for George, and he remained close to his parents and sister Bray. His father, George Smith, sir, owned a liquor store and ran it himself. He saw the family business as more than a job. It was his true passion. George Smith, the younger, graduated from Babson College in Massachusetts in 2000 with a business degree. Following graduation, he spent several years in Boston as a computer data mining analyst. However, his heart has always been with the family business. George made an informed decision and returned home to help his parents run the store. Under his father's supervision, he would learn the ins and outs of the family business so that he could eventually take over the store and allow his parents to take a well-deserved vacation. In 2002, at one of his friend reunions, George Smith met a girl who later became his life partner. Jennifer, a Connecticut native, had recently received a job offer as an elementary school teacher. She was bright, beautiful, and ambitious, much like George. The young people were completely smitten with one another. George's parents were equally pleased with his chosen one. 3 years later, in 2005, George was 26 years old, and the couple decided to marry and begin a new chapter in their lives. They married at the Castle Hill Inn in Newport, Rhode Island, with the ceremony taking place on the ocean front. It was the ideal setting for such an important event in their lives. Following the ceremony, the newlyweds embarked on a wedding cruise aboard a luxury liner, one of Royal Caribbean's majestic ships. The 12-day tour involved sailing the beautiful waters of the Aegean Sea. Their journey began in Barcelona on June 29 and included stops on France's Côte d'Azur, then followed the coast of Italy. On the ship, George and Jennifer quickly made friends with another couple and a young man named Askin from California. Josh Askin, a 20-year-old man with a great sense of humor, quickly became George's friend, and the couple enjoyed spending time together. When the liner moored off the Italian coast on July 1, they decided to go on land and have some fun together. On July 1, young people spent the entire day traveling around the island, walking through the narrow streets of its old town, swimming in the cleanest gas, and sampling local cuisine and cozy taverns. They enjoyed each other and the beautiful surroundings. Mykonos left unforgettable memories in their hearts, and they planned to continue having fun together on the liner's deck this evening. Following a romantic dinner, George and Jennifer reconnected with their friends over the phone. The merry company decided to band together and have a good laugh to remember this exotic part of the world. The evening was brimming with laughter and excitement. After enjoying delicious appetizers and drinks, the newlyweds, accompanied by Josh Askin, went to have fun in the casino on the liner. George and Josh enjoyed sitting at the craps table. They were also entertained throughout the game, and Jennifer particularly enjoyed playing at the poker table. By the end of the evening, the newlyweds had lost a significant amount of money with no regrets. They laughed about losing. After all, it was their honeymoon. After the casino closed, the friends reportedly decided to continue their night out. George's last video was recorded around 2:30 a.m. on one of the liner's numerous surveillance cameras. The video showed George leaving the casino, but that did not mean he would return to his cabin. A mysterious plot began to unfold early on June 5, 2005, on the Greek island of Mykonos. George Smith, 26, a newlywed on an Aegean cruise with his wife Jennifer, disappeared. George was reportedly having a great time last night, enjoying the liner's fun and luxurious atmosphere. Everything seemed harmless that night, but the sequel was much darker. The captain of the ship investigated the cabin beneath the window where strange footprints had been discovered, as well as the location on deck. There was no one inside the cabin. The available footprints and evidence suggested that something serious had occurred. The potential disappearance of the newlyweds was linked to violence. The news spread quickly among all of the liner visitors, and there was panic aboard the ship. Passengers were disturbed by the strange events, and December 7 was closed off. No one was allowed in or out of their cabins. The ship's crew thoroughly searched every establishment on the liner in the hopes of finding George and Jennifer. Following the discovery of blood, the newlyweds were thought to have mysteriously vanished. He took control of the situation. The senior officer went to their stateroom to investigate what was going on. Based on all available traces, it was speculated that George may have fallen overboard the ship. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ship, the search for the young couple was ongoing. By 10 a.m. Jennifer was discovered in the ship's spa, where she was enjoying a pre-arranged massage session. Her facial expression conveyed deep surprise and concern. She claimed to be unaware of her husband's whereabouts and hadn't seen him since the previous night. Jennifer revealed that when she awoke this morning, her husband was not present. At first, she didn't think it was unusual because he had spent the night with friends and woke up in another cabin. So she went to a spa instead of looking for her husband, unconcerned about his absence. At noon, Turkish authorities arrived on board to begin an investigation. The ship's captain reassured the concerned passengers, stating that the unusual events necessitated cooperation with local authorities. He emphasized that it was a necessary step to clarify the situation and expressed optimism that it would be resolved soon. The police officers began questioning the missing man's wife, Jennifer. Her agitated demeanor and apparent lack of knowledge about her husband made her the primary suspect. She stated that she had not seen George since the previous night and that men in white uniforms from the Royal Caribbean had arrived at her door, announcing that her husband may have fallen overboard. They also noticed blood on the boat's awning. After that, there was no room for doubt. Something terrible had occurred to George. Investigators examined cabin 9062 aboard the cruise ship. This cabin was a mess. Perhaps it was the result of a hasty search, or even a struggle. In the bathroom, fingerprints were found on the balcony railing, as well as small drops of blood on the carpet and towel. Turkish investigators also discovered 2 small bloodstains on the bedding, each measuring about 2 centimeters long. The samples were identified, and the blood belonged to George. All evidence suggested that George had been traumatized inside the cabin prior to his mysterious disappearance. The investigators' attention was drawn to a chair on the balcony that had been repositioned so that they could sit next to the railing. They discovered marks on the railing that appeared to be caused by someone sitting on it. Many, including the ship's captain, suspected George had fallen from the balcony. However, the high railing and the presence of blood on the boat's awning and inside the cabin raised suspicions that a murder had occurred. Investigators began reconstructing the events of that night, attempting to determine who George was spending time with and what may have caused the tragedy. The investigation had only just begun, but it was clear that they were dealing with a complex and dark story filled with mysteries and unexpected twists and turns. When Turkish authorities entered the ship to investigate George Smith's disappearance, they decided to begin by questioning the group of boys with whom the newlyweds had spent the previous night. The situation remained mysterious, and any detail could be crucial in solving it. Members of the company revealed that George and Jennifer had drank too much that tragic night. According to them, George was intoxicated, so they assisted him back to his cabin, where they put him to bed, removed his shoes, and left him alone. They also said they couldn't find Jennifer and assumed she'd returned to the cabin later. However, Josh Askin's testimony contains a number of discrepancies. He claimed that he witnessed Jennifer leave with a casino employee named Lloyd. Josh believed the two of them had a passionate connection, and they made no effort to hide their feelings in George's presence. However, video camera footage revealed that Jennifer stumbled away at 3:30 a.m., leaving George with her new friends, and Lloyd's keycard data indicated that he returned to his cabin at 3:25 a.m., as confirmed by his girlfriend, whom he woke up upon entering the cabin. These discrepancies raised additional questions for investigators, leading them to believe that Josh Askin may have had his own reasons for concealing some critical information. The investigation continued, and with each new detail, the story became increasingly mysterious. Greg Rosenberg, a 19-year-old man, was on a cruise with his family and friends with this company, which also employed his cousin Zach Rosenberg and a close friend Rostislav Kaufman, all of whom, despite their Russian roots, held American passports and lived in New York City. The excitement began in the casino, where Jennifer and Greg Rosenberg decided to try their hand at poker. The mutual gambling continued until late at night. When the casino closed at 2:30 a.m., the group of guys decided to continue having fun together. They went to the disco and continued to dance and consume alcohol. Lloyd, the casino manager, was also spotted at their workplace. He joined in the fun as the young man continued with their nightly entertainment. The events of the night, as described by the witnesses, then begin to diverge as the group's individual members disperse to their cabins. Deep into the night, the boys were visibly drunk and rowdy. According to the ship's rules of order, delivery for people who are loud and behave inappropriately will be blocked. When the liner's staff refused to serve drunken passengers, the young people remembered that they had a bottle of absinthe purchased on a walk on the island of Mykonos. However, cruise passengers were not permitted to consume their own alcohol. Josh eventually returns to his cabin on the same deck to retrieve a special bottle of absinthe that he had planned to use. As it turned out, the absinthe was unusually strong, with an alcohol content of more than 70, making it one of the most potent drinks available. George decides to help his friend and conceals the bottle behind the waistband of his shorts. After 3 o'clock in the morning, when the liner was already completely silent, the astute janitor noticed something strange. A group of young men, including Greg, Zach, Rostislav, Josh, and George, were drinking absinthe. This incident was not overlooked, and it became an additional element in the investigation. However, it wasn't just the guys who were inebriated that evening. Jennifer, who had appeared relatively sober and calm at the start of the evening, began to change noticeably. She began to stagger and even leaned on the casino manager, Lloyd. Witnesses formed various opinions about her behavior. Some assumed she was attempting to maintain her balance, while others perceived it as flirting. It is also unclear what happened next between the young spouses. Witnesses reported a conflict between the couple. Perhaps they were just talking about the previous evening, joking or seriously, but Jennifer eventually hit George. It was unclear whether this was done in a playful or angry manner. After that, Jennifer left the disco. Jennifer, stumbling and visibly intoxicated, exited the entertainment venue around 3:30 a.m., leaving George with his new friends. This was the turning point of the night. The testimony of staff witnesses was critical in determining the details of the incident. Jennifer's staggering walk down the hallway drew the attention of the janitor, who had previously noticed the young men enjoying their absence. He supported her, assisted her to the elevator, and watched her turn right as she approached her deck. However, there was an unusual discrepancy. Her stateroom was to the left, but she went in the opposite direction. Jennifer was later discovered asleep in the hallway, far from her room. 2 guards and a female duty officer used a wheelchair to return her to her quarters. When they arrived, the clock already read 4:52 a.m., but George was not there. The curtains on the balcony doors were tightly drawn, and they remained stationary despite the breeze. This raised the question of whether George could go out to the balcony on his own, after his new friends abandoned him in bed. Deputy Chief of Police Chet Hyman and his wife were resting in a neighboring cabin when they witnessed the events unfold. The couple had been sleeping for quite some time, but by 4 a.m., they were startled awake by a noise on their floor. They first heard loud noises in stateroom 9062, where the newlyweds were staying, and immediately contacted guest services to report the noise. He also pounded on the wall and yelled at his neighbors, causing a brief silence. Then there was some loud talking for about 3 minutes. A loud argument broke out on the balcony. Chet and his wife heard someone say goodnight several times, as if they were attempting to chase people out of the cabin. This was followed by sounds like furniture moving, and then a loud thud resembling an object falling. Chet Hyman decided to see what was going on and opened the door. He saw 3 men he couldn't recognize. Several other passengers reported hearing a loud noise which sounded like a body hitting the boat's canopy, followed by a woman screaming. However, none of the eyewitnesses provided conclusive evidence that a woman was inside the cabin at the time. According to witnesses, 4 young men entered the cabin, but only 3 were visible when they exited. A question arose. Could one of them have stayed inside trying to find money from the newlyweds, who may have wanted to steal intruders after a generous game at the casino? The story about a failed robbery seems the most plausible. However, there are alibis for the 3 boys, Greg, Zach, and Rustislav, who were allegedly in another stateroom just minutes after Chet Hyman noticed the 3 unknown men. The Georgia stateroom's keycard records confirmed that the boys entered at 4:05 a.m. Their testimony revealed that the fact that they entered the cabin again was not recorded. Thus, there are several theories about what happened to George Smith. Version 1 robbery. The version of a possible robbery represents one of the major ones. George and Jennifer appear to have gotten drunk quickly that night. However, according to eyewitnesses, they appeared to be sober when they left the casino at 3:30 a.m., but they were no longer able to return to their cabin on their own, implying possible drug use. This theory is supported by the testimony of other casino visitors, who claimed that George and Jennifer openly discussed having large sums of money, possibly as wedding gifts or casino winnings. Different witnesses mentioned varying amounts, but they all estimated their wealth in the tens of thousands of dollars. Of course, they could have been robbed. George wore an expensive Breitling watch, and Jennifer had an expensive engagement ring, all of which indicated their wealth. Maybe they turned over their quarters to look for that money. The traces of blood on the sheet were most likely caused by the kidnapper's attempt to remove George's valuable watch from his wrist. The second version of events involves the effects of alcohol and hallucinogens. When the captain discovered the passenger's inebriation and the footprints on the balcony, he suspected an unintentional accident. For example, during the scuffle, George fell overboard. The question of the press received special attention. Absent the consumption does not result in hallucinations, which could be dangerous. Toxicology experts emphasize that everything is determined by the concentration of the active substance, in this case thujone. This drink is now available for purchase in many European countries, though its concentration is significantly limited by European Union regulations. This means that in officially sold absenteeism, the concentration of thujone is insufficient to cause hallucinations. However, illegally produced drugs with much higher concentrations can be found on the black market, potentially causing hallucinations. This appears unlikely in this case, as the Smith couple's absinthe was purchased legally in Europe and could not have caused such effects. According to experts, achieving hallucinogenic effects with official absinthe would necessitate consuming a massive amount that would be difficult for the body to tolerate and would almost certainly result in fatal alcohol intoxication. Thus, the version about the influence of alcohol and hallucinogens in this case appears unlikely and lacks compelling evidence. The interview of suspected company members in the George Smith disappearance case is a critical component of the investigation. FBI agents conducted polygraph interviews with several key players in the case, including Jennifer and casino manager Lloyd, both of whom passed the test. However, Josh Askin failed the polygraph examination. This could indicate that he had some secrets about George's disappearance, but it could also be the result of special interrogation techniques used to extract more information from him. There was also a videotape of 3 men, including a Russian, joking about what had happened. This tape proved to be valuable evidence, and FBI agents took it into account. One of the unidentified men on the tape said, "We gave him a lesson in paragliding without a parachute." This phrase may refer to an incident or joke involving George in 2009. FBI agents interviewed all 4 guys, Greg, Zach, Rustislav, and Josh Askin, as witnesses, as part of the ongoing investigation into George Smith's mysterious death. Zach Rosenberg and Josh Askin refused to provide direct answers, citing the Fifth Amendment of the United States Constitution, which guarantees the right not to testify against oneself. Their testimony was ambiguous, and it appears that they were unwilling or unable to provide a complete account of what occurred. Greg Rosenberg, one of the young men who were entertaining that night, testified in the George Smith investigation. He claimed that they had ordered food for their cabin that day, which serves as a crucial alibi for the Russian boys. However, there are some contradictions in this claim. The ship's service logs do not show such orders, and the delivery service had been blocked for their cabin the day before. The staff was even instructed not to serve them that night. Greg cannot say for certain which of the cabin passengers placed the orders. When asked about George and Jennifer's relationship, witnesses provided varying responses based on their observations and recollections. Greg claimed that the heavy alcohol consumption made it difficult to determine how good the newlyweds' relationship was. He emphasized that everyone in the group was extremely intoxicated. His testimony made it impossible to draw firm conclusions about the nature of their relationship. Josh Askin reported that Greg left the cabin after ordering food. Greg, on the other hand, denied leaving, claiming that he never did. These contradictions complicated the investigation even more and necessitated additional verification and fact-finding. What was important about Greg's words was that he had no idea whether Jennifer or Lloyd were both involved in George's disappearance, but he insisted that the event was not accidental. The young man claimed that something bizarre occurred that night, which would be revealed to everyone sooner or later. Greg Rosenberg was murdered in December 2019, and the case is still unsolved. Police are investigating a potential link between his murder and the death of George Smith. George Smith's mysterious disappearance became a true mystery, casting a shadow over his family. The situation became increasingly complicated, and the actions of the relatives following the tragedy drew the attention of both the public and law enforcement agencies. The Smiths continued to press the authorities, demanding that the truth and justice be revealed. The investigation into George's disappearance was transferred from the FBI's Connecticut regional office to the New York office. Their persistence, and more importantly, their ability to capture the public's attention through the media, produced few results to attempt to solve this dark secret. The family offered a $100,000 reward for information that could help find and punish the perpetrators. They also called for a boycott of the ship owners' company, which they believed was attempting to cover up the incident in order to maintain profits. The relationship between George's parents and his young wife, Jennifer, was strained. Following the incident, a thorough investigation into her behavior began. In public, she appeared to gather information to assess her reluctance and unwillingness to share enough information, raising suspicion. She claimed to be following FBI agents' instructions and doing exactly what she was told. In their pursuit of justice and truth, the Smith family eventually lost faith in Jennifer when she accepted the judgment company's offer to settle the lawsuit independently for $1 million. They interpreted the move as a betrayal and an attempt to avoid further allegations against the cruise organizers. The Smiths were disappointed by the lack of transparency in the Turkish authorities' investigation, and they believed Jennifer was too quick to accept the offer. They were convinced that Jennifer was concealing something and was not genuinely interested in discovering what had happened. Jennifer claimed to remember almost nothing from the night after 2:30 a.m. and was completely unaware that the liner staff had found her in the corridor and returned her to her cabin. The Smith family has been dissatisfied with the Turkish investigation and their belief in justice. Skeptical of the official findings, they decided to take matters into their own hands and enlisted the assistance of independent forensic scientist Henry Lee. Henry Lee conducted a series of studies in the cabin and on the balcony, but the results were not included in the official investigation. These investigations would reveal crucial information about what had occurred. potentially confirming one of two major versions of events: murder or accident. According to Henry Lee, the height of the balcony makes a fall from it unproven. It could have been caused by a third party pushing George or by George being insane. He could have climbed up on the chair by himself and fallen. However, the latter version raised numerous questions and concerns. The expert planned to conduct an experiment using a dummy to simulate a fall from the balcony. However, the owner of the liner refused this request. George's relatives claimed that this decision was made to thwart their efforts to discover the truth. Henry Lee also conducted investigations in the cabin, on the balcony, and aboard the boat. However, the findings of these investigations remained unavailable to the public. At the same time, the FBI stepped in and launched its own investigation. Many of their findings and discoveries are also kept secret. The FBI clearly focused on the 4 young men who spent the night with George Josh Askin and the 3 Russians, Greg, Zach Rosenberg, and Rostislav Kaufman. Their testimony was largely inconsistent with that of the other witnesses, making the situation unusual and perplexing. The disappearance of George Smith remains a mystery, with unknown circumstances. With a lengthy investigation and numerous theories, the Smith family and his loved ones continue to seek the truth. They initially suspected Jennifer, but were eventually convinced of her innocence and increased the payout amount in the lawsuit against the company. This sum was divided among the family members, and they obtained the release of the shipowner's company's investigation results, including witness statements and other information. Jennifer was left with memories of her first husband, so she dedicated herself to charitable organizations in his memory, hoping to do good. A few years later, she remarried. Despite the FBI's efforts and lengthy investigations, they never discovered what really happened or where George's body was. Eventually, the case was closed and the incident was declared an accident. The FBI determined that there was insufficient evidence to continue the investigation. According to the Federal Bureau of Investigation's official statement, the mystery surrounding George Smith's disappearance remains unsolved. His family is still searching for answers as to the cause of his death. The inability to honor George's memory at his grave is agonizing for his loved ones, and they remain hopeful that one day they will be able to solve the mystery and learn the truth. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. A 16-year-old girl who lived in the same house as her parents and younger sisters fell asleep in her room and was discovered dead the next morning. The police quickly realized they were dealing with a murder, but none of her relatives heard anything that night. It took 31 years to solve the case, but no one expected this outcome. Fawn Cox was born in Kansas City, Missouri, on March 24, 1973. Her appearance quickly led her to have 2 more daughters. The family lived in a modest 2-story home in a rough residential neighborhood. She helped her parents care for the younger children from an early age, attended church on a regular basis, and enjoyed swimming. When Fawn turned 16, she got a part-time job at a nearby amusement park. Her family was quite poor, and the girls tried to earn some money in their spare time after school. She spent the majority of her summer vacation in 1989 at work, mostly behind the cash register selling amusement ride tickets. Her mother and younger sister drove her home because taking public transportation from the park would have taken a long time. Fawn went to bed almost immediately after returning home because she had another day at work. The following morning, the girl slept on the 2nd floor. She had a room. Her sisters usually slept in the next room, but that night she was alone on the floor. Her younger sister, Amber, was babysitting for a familiar family. That night, Felicia, the other sister, chose to sleep on the 1st floor because it was cooler. It was a hot night, and the only air conditioner working was downstairs. Their parents were also sleeping on the 1st floor. The next morning, around 9 o'clock, the entire family awoke to the sound of Fawn's alarm clock, which she refused to turn off for some reason. Her younger sister and mother then went up to her room, where they were confronted with a horrific sight. Fawn lay on the bed with no sign of life. Her neck was visibly bruised. She also had no pulse. Her parents immediately called an ambulance, but they were unable to assist her. It was clear that Fawn had died hours before. After examining her body, medical experts determined that strangulation was the cause of death, and the girl had also been abused from the start. Even though Fawn was killed in her room in a small house with poor soundproofing, Her parents and sister heard nothing. However, there was an explanation. The air conditioner on the first floor was old and extremely loud, drowning out all other sounds in the house. Fawn's sister noticed the only strange thing that night: their poodle was acting anxiously and barking, but they paid little attention. This behavior was attributed to the dog's pregnancy. After investigating the scene, the police made several significant discoveries. Their theory was that the attacker or group entered the house through a second-story window that overlooked the backyard. An old trailer parked near the house could be easily used to climb up to the outbuilding's canopy, which was nearly level with the window. The window had been left open because there was no air conditioning on the second floor, and one had to deal with the heat in Fawn's room. The experts discovered the first important clues: a few short hairs, small blood stains, and traces of semen on her bed sheet, and sent them to the lab for analysis. In addition, several items were missing from the home, including radios, a Nintendo game console, and a stereo recorder. Several other items were discovered on the ground in front of the house, indicating that the burglar had thrown them out the window to take them with him but left them there for unknown reasons. Detectives also discovered that several items had been taken from a closet in an adjacent room on the second floor. They suspected the perpetrator was hiding in the closet while everyone else in the house slept. Normally, Fawn's sister slept in that room, but not this night. As a result, no one noticed the items on display. The police discovered another strange clue: an old army cap in Fawn's room. All of her relatives said they had never seen her wearing it, so detectives assumed the killer had left the cap at the scene. Despite an impressive collection of evidence, police were unable to identify the suspects quickly. The issue is that in 1989, DNA forensics was relatively underdeveloped, and there were no shared genetic databases. At that time, Detective Benjamin Caldwell, who handled the case, put forward the main version of what happened. In his opinion, there could have been several assailants, and they must have known the house well. Not only did they know how to get to the second floor through the backyard in total darkness, but they must also have known the layout of the rooms. The next step for the police was to look for witnesses. They interviewed neighbors, friends, and relatives of Fawn, but all were inconclusive. The detectives had one weighty problem before them: the neighborhood in which the house was located was very poor and criminal. Various criminal gangs separated there, and their participants were quite difficult to bring to justice. A month after Fawn's murder, the case finally got off the ground. The police had a witness who pointed them to 3 suspects. This witness knew a number of important details that the police never divulged, so his story was taken seriously. The suspects were 3 teenagers, one of whom was in the same class as Fawn. They were arrested and questioned, but the boys denied being involved in the murder. While searching one of their homes, police discovered items taken from the victim's room. This was enough to charge all 3 with murder, but the detectives were still disappointed. First, the witness abruptly recanted and ceased cooperating with police. The second, DNA analysis of blood, hair, and sperm found at the crime scene did not yield a clear match to the suspect's samples. During those years, experts were unable to determine an exact match between the samples, and all of their tests produced questionable results. In other words, the analysis failed to confirm a complete game or a guaranteed mismatch. Despite this, the police were able to obtain useful information from one of the detainees. During one of the interrogations, he confessed that he had indeed broken into Fawn's house that night and the company of other boys and stolen some things. He painted how he made his way to the second floor through the canopy of the canopy, and even revealed unknown details. According to him, when he threw a tape recorder out the window, its handle fell off. The boy hid it under a nearby bush, and the police did find the item in that very spot, except that the young man quickly retracted his statement and no longer cooperated with the investigation, which would have prevented his confession from being used in court. Because of this, the police had to let the men go, and the investigation was at a standstill again. Most likely the witnesses were simply intimidated, but without their testimony in court, the case had almost no chance. All we know is that one of them spent 8 months in jail for stealing items from Fawn's house. Since then, the case has been stored in a long drawer. The police reopened the investigation in the early 2000s. The first thing they did was upload DNA samples from the crime scene to the CODIS database, which had been created several years prior and contained DNA samples from people charged with serious crimes. Unfortunately, no matches were discovered for the Fawn killer. This database emerged as a result of significant scientific advances in DNA research. It also enabled the police to obtain DNA samples from the 3 original suspects and perform more advanced tests. This time, experts concluded unequivocally that the hair, sperm, and blood belonged to none of them. This was strange, given that the suspects were found in possession of Fawn's belongings. Detectives speculated that the three men had robbed her house at night, but there was another man with them who had abused and murdered the girl. All of this raised additional questions. Could it be that 4 criminals entered the house unnoticed and murdered Fawn, and as they fled the scene, the police still had no answers? Since then, the case has stalled again. With each passing year, the Fawn family has become increasingly skeptical that the murder will ever be solved. They continued to believe that those 3 suspects had been in their home that night and could have identified the murderer, but they never did. The only thing that could help them figure out the truth was a DNA sample kept in the police lab. Amber Fawn's younger sister revealed some disturbing details about the crime. She expressed her thoughts on facts unknown to the police on a popular American forum for unsolved crimes. Over the last 20 years, the forum has built a solid reputation, and its members have assisted the police in a number of high-profile cases. Amber's identity has been verified and confirmed, so her post deserves attention. She worked as a nanny Monday through Friday and was only home during the day. On weekends, the girl slept in the very room on the 2nd floor, where the burglars had sneaked in. The criminals would have been identified immediately. They would also have watched the house and waited until Fawn's mother and younger sister arrived to pick up the girl from work. Despite all of this, Amber's story did not bring the case any closer to being solved, but it was already 2018, and DNA research had advanced significantly. New analysis tools helped solve dozens, if not hundreds, of long-forgotten cases. Fawn's relatives saw it all and resented why the police were in no hurry to reopen the murder investigation. They kept talking to detectives about the case, and each time they got the same answer: extended DNA testing requires money, and the police have dozens of cases, so the relatives were left to wait for their turn and funding to come in, but they decided to take the initiative and launch a fundraiser. In 2019, the family wanted to cover the full cost of the DNA samples and also offered a $10,000 reward for any information that would lead to the perpetrator's capture. Due to the extensive media coverage of the case and numerous interviews given by the family, many people who cared responded to requests for help. The family quickly collected the necessary amount of money, but even here they were disappointed. The police department refused to initiate this investigation at the expense of the relatives of the victim. The lead detective explained that there was bound to be a big problem in such a situation if the relatives of one victim could pay for such tests and expedite the results. Then hundreds of other families who have been searching for years for the murder of their loved ones should have the same right, but it is simply impossible to implement such a thing in practice, since only a few laboratories in the world conduct innovative DNA tests, and with such a simultaneous influx of those wishing to do so, their resources are simply not enough. The leading company in this field is Parabon Nanolabs, which we have already repeatedly mentioned in the other reels. They have made tremendous progress in the study of DNA, from finding a person's relatives from the smallest genetic samples to creating an approximate portrait of the owner of the DNA. It was this lab that was to take over the study of the samples left in Fawn's bedroom the night she was murdered. The girl's relatives suspected that the police were reluctant to pursue their case for another reason: they were a low-income family from a bad neighborhood, and murder was not a top priority for investigators. In an interview, Sister Fawn stated that if it had been the murder of a wealthy or high-ranking family, all necessary investigations would have been conducted immediately. Unfortunately, they were unable to speed up the process, and the long-awaited breakthrough did not occur until late 2020, but the family was not prepared for such an outcome. The FBI provided funding for the police to send samples from Fawn's room to a laboratory. They began a thorough examination of the DNA and looked for possible relatives of the possessors. In November 2020, they focused primarily on the semen sample discovered at the murder scene. They were eventually able to identify the individual to whom that DNA belonged. It turned out to be Fawn's cousin, Donald Cox. Of course, this news shocked the entire family. Donald was 21 years old when Fawn died, and no one had considered his involvement. Nonetheless, Donald was a troubled man who was frequently incarcerated. He was tried for misdemeanors including theft and possession of illegal substances. Unfortunately, they did not collect DNA samples from such criminals during those years. Otherwise, this case would have been resolved much sooner. Donald died of an overdose in 2006, but the police looked into his death because the circumstances seemed suspicious. A sample of his DNA was preserved as a result of the investigation. but it was not entered into the FBI database because the man in question was a victim rather than a perpetrator. When the experts informed the police of their discovery, they matched the sample to the semen found at the murder scene and obtained a 100 match, despite the gravity of the situation. The relatives have received an answer to a question that has been bothering them for 31 years, but one crucial point remains in the story. The evidence suggested that the 3 original suspects had also been in the Fawn house that night. It was now clear how the perpetrators knew the house and the family's routines. Donald was a frequent visitor and was familiar with all of these details. However, the police closed the case and no new charges were brought against the 3 men. Sister Fawn said she didn't see the point in getting them to confess. Even though the men were present in the house at night, they may not have witnessed the murder. Donald may have remained in the house alone and attacked Fawn only then. Felicia added that the 3 suspects had already paid for their actions during this time. While the case remained unsolved, the entire neighborhood was convinced of their guilt. According to Sister Fawn, as a result, they were treated extremely negatively, with all of the consequences that would follow. Their lives were effectively destroyed. Furthermore, after the case was closed, it was revealed that the police had first learned about the suspects from the family of one of their relatives. They discovered a Nintendo set-top box among his belongings and remembered that it had been stolen from Fawn's home. It was on the news, and everyone in the neighborhood was aware of the details. In any case, it is impossible to prove their guilt, and the victims' relatives now know the killer's name. He lived for 17 years without being punished for his actions, as if nothing had happened. He communicated with his family, but his drug addiction eventually drove him to death, and he no longer posed a threat to anyone. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Luz Maria Lopez's case highlights Guatemala's high crime rate ranging from love to violent crime. According to statistics, at least 100 crimes are committed here each week, half of which are considered domestic crimes and nearly 70 of serious crimes, and nearly 70 of serious crimes go unsolved. According to The New Yorker, there were fewer civilian deaths in the Iraq war zone in 2009. The tragic events described today occurred in Guatemala, a beautiful but dangerous country. Luz Maria Lopez, an attractive young woman, had a romantic and promising story, but ended with ashes in a bag thrown down a sewer manhole. She was victimized by a domestic tyrant, whom she spent years forgiving over and over again, giving him the opportunity to change his ways. There was a lot of controversy surrounding this case, and the perpetrator could have avoided accountability. But let's go through everything in order. Who's on the loose? Maria Lopez, the heroine's birth name, sounds similar to Luz Maria Direco Lopez, Morales Lopez. She was born on March 17, 1995, in the small town of San Cristobal Vera Paz, into the simple and modest family of Ada Morales and Brian Lopez. Luz Maria was the youngest of her parents' 2 children, raised alongside her older brother Omar. An intestinal obstruction nearly killed the girl when she was an infant to save her life. A complex operation was performed, and doctors made no guarantees, but the baby's mother prayed for her recovery and believed that her daughter would recover so quickly, which she did, and the surgery itself, at such a young age, fortunately had no effect on the girl's development. Luz Maria enjoyed sports, especially gymnastics and athletics, as well as classical choreography during her school years. She was a creative person who could easily connect with others and quickly make friends. The girl also studied well and had a talent for the humanities. After graduating from school, Luz Maria pursued higher education at a prestigious state university. She chose law and later decided to specialize in criminalistics because the field has always piqued her interest. A fateful encounter. When Luz Maria was a student, she and her mother went to a car dealership in Coban, the capital of Vera Paz. It was her older brother's 25th birthday that year, and her parents and sister wanted to give him a special gift, a motorcycle, which he had long desired. In the showroom, they were greeted by a polite and attentive young consultant named George. He showed the buyers the entire assortment and made some recommendations. Mother and daughter chose a model but later decided to reconsider and consult with the family head. They left with the car dealership's business card, and Maria left her phone number for feedback. The girl soon received a call from George, the same salon consultant, but the conversation was personal rather than about the upcoming purchase. George called Maria several more times before daring to ask her out to a coffee shop. He knew he liked the beautiful, sultry brunette, but he had no idea how to approach her. It should be noted that Luz Maria admired this handsome young man. So, when he proposed a meeting, she agreed. The guy was a year younger than her, but they didn't mind the small age difference. Almost immediately, they began a romantic relationship that quickly developed. Both felt it was true love at first sight and expected a long and happy life ahead of them. After only a few months, the couple made the decision to live together. Despite their parents' objections, the young couple married quickly. 6 months later, the lovers held a wedding, inviting only their closest friends. Surprisingly, the problems began the day of the wedding, the institution where the banquet would be held. There was an issue that nearly derailed the vacation. The couple had to overpay significantly to ensure that the wedding took place on time. Who is George? There is little public information available about who was chosen to be Luz Maria. He is known to have been born in the 99th grade in the town of Santa Catalina Latina, located in central Guatemala. George was the eldest of 2 sons, raised alongside his brother Pablo. His family was on the verge of poverty, so the boys and his children were not spoiled with nice clothes and expensive toys because the money was only enough for the basics. However, George did not aspire to a better life, so he didn't bother studying or looking for a good job. The young man, as they say, simply went with the flow. People who knew George described him as a withdrawn, uncommunicative, and occasionally aggressive individual. George struggled with emotional control, which led to a lack of friends and poor relationships with the opposite sex. Nevertheless, when he met the girl of his dreams, he made every effort to win her heart. And then he was in a hurry to marry, afraid she would change her mind. By the way, Luz Maria's parents have always been suspicious of her son-in-law. There was something about this young man that they didn't like, but they couldn't say what it was and couldn't stop their daughter from marrying him and having an unhappy marriage. Soon after the wedding, the young wife became pregnant, but because she had not yet completed her university education, she was unable to find a good job. Nobody wanted to hire a girl with no experience who was in an interesting position, so she had to make do with casual labor. Her husband had lost his job by then, but she was not in a hurry to burden him with a new job. When the couple had a daughter named Alice, their finances were tight. Both spouses were unemployed, and they had no money to pay for rented housing, let alone buy food and other necessities for the household. Then George persuaded his wife that the only way out for them was to temporarily relocate to his parents' home. Luz Maria refused for a long time, but they had no choice but to leave the street with a baby in their arms. The young woman eventually consented. Ada was aware of her daughter's family problems and persuaded her to return to her hometown on several occasions, but she insisted that everything would be fine with her husband and that there was no need to worry. The mother decided to pay a visit to her daughter and granddaughter one day, but when she arrived at her son-in-law's parents' home, she discovered a frightening picture. Luz Maria was in a terrible state. She only ate once a day, and a small Parquet family decided it was unnecessary to feed their unemployed daughter-in-law. Luz Maria was breastfeeding her young daughter. So malnutrition could have an impact on both her and the child's health. However, the meager food was only one of the many difficulties Maria encountered at her mother-in-law's house. As it turned out, her husband's younger brother repeatedly humiliated and even beat her. This guy was irritated by the child's crying and the presence of children's items in the house, so much so that he repeatedly threw them at Maria, launching a baby bottle at her and hitting Alice, who was in her mother's arms. George witnessed all of this but never stood up for his wife and daughter, treating them as if they were strangers. Ada persuaded her daughter to take her granddaughter back to her parents' house, but George soon appeared on their doorstep, asking his wife to return and promising to find work. She agreed, but only after the young people were able to rent an apartment and live independently of George's parents. Win or lose, Maria defended her diploma. She was able to realize a long-held dream by landing a job in the city prosecutor's office. As a bright, talented, and responsible young woman, she quickly earned the respect of her colleagues and began to advance up the career ladder. Over time, The family's financial situation improved significantly, to the point where the couple could afford to buy a car for two. However, this was solely due to the wife's efforts, as she worked hard, spared no expense, and was well respected by her superiors. Jorg was still searching for himself and preferred to live at the expense of his wife, who was envious, lazy, and a domestic dictator. The young husband had an explosive temper, and the situation worsened over time. He didn't want to be interrupted by temporary part-time jobs, and even then he preferred to sit at home in front of the TV, drinking beer with friends and spending what his wife made. In addition, Jorg was pathologically jealous and attempted to control his beloved's every move. He did not allow her to make friends, eat lunch with colleagues in cafes, or simply be somewhere. Without him, he was constantly checking her phone, looking at call history and reading messages, as well as assisting her in setting up accounts and social networks at home. When left alone, the husband acted no better. He created scandals out of nowhere, constantly clarified relationships, and blamed his wife for all of the problems and family troubles. They lived in his parents' house. Jorg never stood up for his wife, instead watching as she humiliated, insulted, and sometimes even beat his relatives. George occasionally used his fists to enforce his will and saw nothing wrong with it. He treated Luz Maria as if she were his property, believing that she would endure anything and would never leave him. Neighbors frequently heard screams coming from the couple's house and noticed signs of beatings on the young woman's face and body. Lopez repeatedly attempted to leave her husband and file for divorce. Luz Maria moved her daughter out of her parents' rented apartment, but her husband repeatedly begged for forgiveness. Despite her parents' advice to leave the abusive man, she forgave him and gave him another chance. On December 15, 2020, after another fight with a man handling a Luz Maria, 3-year-old Alice got into the car and cried in front of her mother. George arrived a day later, but it wasn't clear whether he wanted his wife or the car back. He stated that he had found a job and that their lives would now change, and he vowed that he would never raise a hand against his wife again. Surprisingly, Luz Maria believed him again and accompanied her husband to their rented apartment. In mid-January 2021, Luz Maria called her mother to complain that her husband had not only failed to get a job as promised, but also stole her earnings, leaving the family destitute. Ada felt sorry for her daughter and offered to give her some money so that she and her granddaughter could cover their expenses until her daughter's salary arrived. The women agreed to meet in the morning of January 19. However, Luz Maria did not arrive at the appointed time. Furthermore, she did not respond to phone calls or messages, which was unusual for her. Aida decided to visit her daughter's workplace the following day, but there she discovered that Maria had not arrived for the second day and that no one had been able to reach her. At the same time, George, who was looking for his wife, arrived at the prosecutor's office. He claimed that they had quarreled again and that Luz Maria had gone to her mother's house and was not answering her calls because she was offended by him. Ada immediately sensed something was wrong and assumed her son-in-law was lying, so she went straight to the police to begin the search for a missing Maria as soon as possible. The same day, an alert system was declared nationwide under the codename Isabel Cloudiness in the original alert. This meant an emergency search for a young woman who had been reported missing. When the massive search began, the missing woman's husband was the first person identified as a suspect. Although he was the only suspect in the case, Luz Maria had no enemies, so there was no reason to believe she was kidnapped. The last person to see her alive was George. Naturally, this guy denied his involvement in the case, claiming that he was knocked down while looking for his wife and is now outraged and annoyed that he has become the main suspect. At the same time, he was constantly confused in his testimony and couldn't explain why he didn't notify the police about his wife's disappearance on the day she went missing. And if he assumed she was at his mother-in-law's house, why didn't he call or go there? While police were searching for witnesses and combing the area, municipal workers accidentally discovered the body of the missing Maria. On January 22, several workers responded to a call regarding a clogged storm drain near the road. When they lifted the grate, they noticed a strange, large plastic bag with something black inside. As they got closer, they realized they were looking at charred human remains. They immediately reported the gruesome discovery to the police, and the officers who arrived speculated that the body found could be that of Luz Maria Lopez, who was wanted throughout the country. Despite the fact that the body had been severely disfigured by fire, forensic experts confirmed with certainty that the remains belonged to a young woman, her parents, and her brother. It is worth noting that the package was discovered on the same street as the building of the prosecutor's office where the deceased worked, but there were no surveillance cameras or lighting in the area. Despite the fact that the body was badly burned, pathologists were able to determine that the woman had been severely beaten and that asphyxia was the cause of her death. Internal hemorrhages, several fractures sustained while she was alive, and caked blood particles in her nose and mouth were all evidence of this. There were deep marks on her neck that indicated strangulation. This is a strange message. Upon the discovery of the body, no new suspects had emerged in the investigation, and the victim's parents were certain that the son-in-law was responsible for their daughter's brutal murder. George was immediately arrested, and the motivation for his heinous act was being investigated. Psychologists and criminalists were also required to conduct in-depth analyses of this marriage and the family relationships. During the investigation, Ada Lopez provided a frightening audio recording that was sent to her anonymously by someone who lived in the same neighborhood as her daughter and son-in-law. Apparently, this person has repeatedly witnessed the couple's family scandals, and this time he decided to record their argument, not realizing that it would end in a violent murder. The audio recording clearly depicts a distraught Maria screaming and crying for help. In the background, Alice sobs. Ada was horrified at what she had heard. She stated that if the witness had called the police right away, her daughter might still be alive today. The man who recorded the audio did not only not call the police, but he also did not go to the house where the horrible screams were coming from. The police were also unable to locate the anonymous person. As a result, he was unable to serve as a witness in the investigation. The audio recording was included with the materials for the criminal case, and Ada gave a big interview in which she urged all citizens to be vigilant and report to the police about the revealed facts of domestic violence, rather than simply filming or recording them on a dictaphone. According to the woman, such simple actions can save someone's life. This high-profile crime sparked widespread public outrage, and thousands of people marched across the country to demand that the killer be held accountable. Despite being taken into custody almost immediately, George maintained his innocence, claiming that he personally drove his wife to work that fateful day, after which she vanished. Street CCTV footage showed the couple's car driving toward Luz Maria's workplace that morning. However, due to the tinted windows, it was unclear how many people were in the car. In addition, none of the recordings showed the car coming to a stop or Maria exiting the cabin. The couple's rented home revealed numerous washed-out traces of blood and drag marks. This implied that this was where the heinous crime had occurred. Suspicions were confirmed when microscopic burnt flesh fragments were discovered in the family car's trunk. During the search, the investigator was also interested in the couple's recent purchase, a double orthopedic mattress. More specifically, not the mattress itself, but the dense polyethylene with which it was wrapped. According to the comparative analysis, George had packed his wife's burned remains inside. There were also several witnesses among the family's neighbors who had repeatedly heard George insult his wife and threaten her with death. A few days before Maria's sudden disappearance, her husband had threatened to kill her if she left him and to hide her body so no one would ever find it. Based on the information gathered by expert criminologists and the testimony of several witnesses, the investigation of the pieces restored the gruesome picture of the crime. The murder happened on the night of January 19, 2021. The spouse had a heated argument the day before, and George once again used his fists to assert his authority. He had previously struggled to control his anger, but this time he simply went into a rage. He repeatedly hit his wife, causing her to scream and cry for help. The neighbors of the family heard the screams, but did not call the police. While beating George, he broke his wife's nose and injured her head. After that, he strangled her with his bare hands before attempting to dispose of the body. To accomplish this, he dragged the body out to the backyard, doused it with campfire liquid, and set it on fire. George did not expect his funeral pyre to be so smoky, and the stench of burning meat and hair to irritate his eyes. He was concerned that the neighbors would notice it, suspect something was wrong, and contact the fire department or the police. So he quickly extinguished the fire, wrapped the burned remains in plastic, and went to a secluded location where he believed the body would never be discovered. The most horrifying thing was that George committed all of these atrocities in front of their young daughter, who, due to her age, understood what was going on, albeit not completely. The child, who was 3.5 years old at the time, witnessed the beating and crime, as evidenced by his cries and screams, which were also captured on video. George, who was familiar with forensics thanks to his wife's textbooks, attempted to cover up the crime and establish an alibi. He discovered a section of road with no lights or video cameras and dumped his wife's body in a drainage sewer, there going unnoticed. The next morning, he drove to her workplace along the same route he always took, as if he had dropped Maria off there. The next day, he began simulating an active search for his wife by contacting her colleagues, acquaintances, and relatives. Trial and verdict. The criminal lawyers pushed to delay the trial as much as possible while also attempting to derail the investigation. They insisted that all of the evidence and witness statements were circumstantial, with no single piece of evidence conclusively proving George's guilt. Defense attorneys attempted to have George's detention changed to house arrest, claiming that he was deeply depressed as a result of being accused of killing the woman he loved and the mother of his child. However, the data obtained from Maria's phone proved to be the most important piece of evidence. The gadget had been with her husband the entire time, and on the first day after the crime, he sent several messages to various people, attempting to create the illusion that a loose Maria was still alive. Also, after tracking the smartphone's movements throughout the day, it was clear that it was constantly in the same locations as George's phone. However, the lawyers attempted to turn this evidence in favor of their client, claiming that he discovered his wife's phone and drove around the city with it in search of her. But no one could explain why George was sending messages from it and calling it from his own cell phone. The bruises and scratches on the defendant's body discovered on the day of his arrest served as further proof of his guilt. Experts recorded these marks on photographs, indicating that the victim clearly resisted. The most visible was a scratch on his neck, but only fragments of George's epithelium under the murdered's fingernails were discovered because they had been destroyed by fire. Despite the large number of contentious issues, the prosecutor requested the highest possible punishment for the perpetrator. Court hearings and proceedings were repeatedly postponed due to the coronavirus pandemic. However, in October 2022, the defendant was found guilty of the brutal murder of his wife. The man was sentenced to 50 years in prison, despite not admitting guilt. Little Alice's custody was transferred to her maternal grandparents, who admitted that their granddaughter is now the most important part of their lives. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In 2012, at the Summer Olympics in London, a young Puerto Rican boxer named Felix Verdejo Sanchez shone brightly. He was dubbed a diamond, one of his country's most promising athletes, and was expected to win championships and gold medals. Then it appeared to everyone that this talented and motivated young man would achieve great things in sports. In 2021, the boxer's name appeared in all of the world's media, but this time in the Criminal Chronicles section. This story is about a teenage attachment that turned into an addiction and resulted in a terrible tragedy, as well as how the author of the main knockout of 2014, who was praised and promoted by two-time Olympic champion Vasily Lomachenko, nearly received a death sentence, but was eventually sentenced to life in prison. It is worth noting that, despite the presence of irrefutable evidence and confessions from the boxer's accomplice, he continues to refuse to plead guilty. The future world boxing star was born in San Juan, Puerto Rico, in 1993. Born on May 19, he grew up in a large, modest family and developed an early fondness for sport. True in childhood. He intended to make baseball a part of his life, but a funny incident changed everything. When the boy was 9 years old, a family friend came to see them with his son of the same age. The boys were playing in the yard when they suddenly got into a fight. Parents separated the children, and the future athlete's father advised him that if he wants to fight someone in the future, he should wear boxing gloves. Following that fight, Felix was taken to a local gym at his request, where the boy fell in love with boxing, as he later admitted after the first training session. At the age of 16, he won the Pan American Junior Championship. A year later, he won his country's championship, and a year after that, he competed in the Olympic Games in London, reaching the quarterfinals. In the same year, he began his successful professional wrestling career. Verdejo competed in 29 fights, winning 27 of them convincingly, and in 2014 he was named the author of the best knockout in a fight against Sergio Villanueva. Felix won his first championship belt, the WBO Latino title, a year later and defended it 6 more times over the next 2 years. Everyone who witnessed the fight was certain that this young man would leave his mark on the history of world boxing. Meet Keishla Rodriguez. The girl was born in San Juan in November of 1993. Her full birth name is Keishla Marlene Rodriguez Ortiz. Her parents, Josie and Kyla Rodriguez, shared another daughter, Belize Nicole, and they also raised Kyla's son, Jonathan. Keishla, who had a previous marriage with a woman, grew up to be an open and sociable girl. She excelled in school and adored animals, with aspirations of becoming a veterinarian in the future. Her best friend was her sister, Elise, to whom she confided all of her secrets and concerns. Keishla attended the same school as Felix Verdejo, who was her age. Young people have known each other since childhood, and in adolescence, they formed a romantic relationship. In 2011, Rodriguez's parents divorced and separated. Kyla moved to Florida with relatives, while her daughters, who were already adults, chose to remain in San Juan. Despite the fact that each of the sisters had long since lived their own lives, they remained in close contact and informed each other of everything that happened to them. At the age of 18, a promising boxer who had already competed in the Olympic Games had an affair with a young schoolgirl and aspiring model named Elisa Maria Santiago Sierra. At the time, the girl was only 14 years old and still in school. Even so, she had big plans for the future with a promising and world-renowned athlete. In addition, Eliza's parents were not opposed to the relationship. Felix, an attractive and talented boxer who has always had a large fan base and is on his way to becoming a star, was literally bathed in the rays of fame and surrounded by female attention. He did not pass up the opportunity to write a novel or have a side affair. In addition, despite his serious relationship with Eliza, he continued to meet with his school friend Keishla, whose sister barely informed her mother Kayla Rodriguez, who was aware of the affair and did not approve of it. In addition, the situation was very unclear. On the one hand, Eliza considered herself the only woman, while the athlete's great love was planning their wedding and making long-term plans for their future together. On the other hand, Keishla was aware that the lover had a fiancé, but Felix refused to let her go. Furthermore, he was her first great love, and the naive girl secretly hoped to be the one. In 2016, the boxer married Eliza, who was barely 19 years old at the time. Eliza was already a well-known model, with tens of thousands of social media followers, and had recently opened her own beauty studio for eyelash extensions. In August of the same year, just a few months after the wedding, the athlete was involved in a serious car accident while rushing on his motorcycle. He was rushed to the hospital with serious head injuries, bruises, and lacerations. His trainer, Ricky Marquez, was concerned that his talented charge would go off the rails at the peak of his career. Despite the disappointing prognosis, Felix recovered quickly and returned to the ring. In September 2019, the boxer posted a photo of himself with Elise, who was pregnant for a long time, on his social media profile. In the photo's comment, he wrote, "Soon I will meet my daddy's princess," and a month later, he announced the birth of a daughter named Miranda Verdejo Santiago. The young man in public appeared to be a devoted husband, a caring father, and an excellent family man. But, hidden from his wife, he continued to meet with Keishla, who refused to let go. As Eliza later admitted, she suspected her husband was cheating on her. But every time he made a tearful vow to leave his mistress, Keishla tried to end the painful relationship, but Felix refused to let her go. She had no other men because the boxer threatened that if he discovered that Keishla had someone who was unsuitable for her and her chosen one, Keishla, who had fallen in love with Verdejo since high school, would continue to love him despite everything. Rodriguez, as planned, decided to devote her life to animal care and accepted a position at a veterinary medicine and aesthetic center. Colleagues described her as conscientious, hardworking, and responsible. She lived with 2 dogs and a cat, which he adored. In 2020, Eliza discovered her husband's correspondence with several mistresses, including Keishla, The wife scandalized her husband and threw him out of the house, threatening to file for divorce and forbidding him from seeing their daughter. Eliza's threats had some effect. Furthermore, the athlete's career at the time was in serious decline, with unnecessary problems that he didn't need for a while. He stopped seeing Rodriguez, but Felix refused to let her go. Keishla attempted to control almost every step after a few months of secret visits, and in April 2021, she discovered she was pregnant. She purchased a rapid test from the drugstore, which only confirmed her fears. She first called her sister, who was aware of her complicated relationship with the athlete, and explained everything. Abortion was out of the question because Keishla was already 27 years old and ready to have a child, even if it meant raising it on her own. A few days later, Keishla broke the news to her child's father, hoping in her heart that he would accept it, but Felix was not pleased, to say the least. He became enraged and told his mistress that she should see a doctor, and if the pregnancy was confirmed, she would need to have an abortion. Rodriguez responded with a firm refusal, but the boxer began to threaten and insist. Felix stated that an illegitimate child will eventually destroy his reputation, which he cannot allow. Following Keishla's hospital visit, her pregnancy was confirmed, and she now had a certificate to prove it. She called Felix and told him everything, making him furious. Felix yelled and demanded that Keishla immediately get rid of the child, but she flatly refused. The athlete then decided to go undercover, claiming that he did not believe her and wanted to personally inspect the issued medical certificate. He invited Keishla to a meeting in the evening in a crowded location, which did not surprise her given that they always tried not to draw attention to themselves and did not stand in front of anyone. A few days before the meeting, the boxer visited his old friend, Luis Antonio Cadiz, who worked in a local machine shop and had connections to the criminal underworld, selling illegal drugs. Felix briefly explained the situation and requested assistance in getting rid of his pregnant mistress. Luis had previously been in the field of vision for the police and faced the prospect of imprisonment. It didn't scare him, but the athlete persisted, confident that everything would go well and that the cops would never come after them. Furthermore, Felix promised him a substantial monetary reward, and Luis agreed. Felix called Keishla and said he wanted to meet her on the evening of April 29 to confirm her pregnancy and decide what to do next. Keishla called her sister back right after speaking with her lover, telling her everything. She remained hopeful that Felix would accept her child and not insist on an abortion. However, the situation is not particularly alarming. She was aware that the boyfriend had threatened her sister, and she was concerned that he would not do anything to her. Marylise called her mother and expressed her concern. Even with their combined efforts, they were unable to persuade Keishla to cancel the fateful meeting. Rodriguez arrived at the meeting on time, driving her own Kia Forte and carrying a doctor's note. Verdejo arrived there in his pickup truck. In the back, Luis was hiding. Keishla immediately got into the athlete's car and showed him the test results. He mentioned terminating the pregnancy again, but Keishla, crying, refused. Against this backdrop, the couple began to argue violently, leading to shouting before Felix suddenly hit Keishla in the head with his fist, causing him to lose consciousness. Until Keishla regained consciousness, Felix injected her with a syringe containing a large dose of illegal substances that Luis had obtained at his request. Then, he and his accomplice carried her to the back of the car, where pieces of wire and a concrete block had already been prepared. The men tipped Rodriguez up, attached the load, and then covered her with a tarp to ensure that no one saw anything. Felix then returned to the pickup truck while his accomplice took the wheel of the cashless vehicle. They drove together to the bridge that crosses the San Jose Lagoon. It was almost deserted at night, and the men made certain no one could see them through Keishla, who was still alive in the water. However, they decided to fire a few test shots in pursuit, using the firearms they had brought with them, so that the victim would not have a chance. After finishing the massacre, each of the perpetrators returned home. Keishla and his co-workers were the first to become concerned when she failed to appear at the Veterinary Medicine and Aesthetic Center the following day. Keishla has always been a responsible person who would never skip work without informing anyone. Because she didn't answer the phone, it was decided to call her sister and find out what happened. After several unsuccessful attempts to contact her sister, she went to her home. No one answered the door, but Marylise had a spare key, so she was able to enter without difficulty. However, she was met only by hungry animals who hadn't eaten in nearly 24 hours. Bear Elise was already panicking because she realized something terrible or irreversible had happened to Keishla. She immediately called her mother, told her everything, and then informed the police about her suspicions and threats against her sister. She also called Felix, but he said he had spent the previous evening and night at home with his family and had not attended any meetings. The missing girl's mother boarded the first flight from Florida to San Juan. She suspected that her lover had taken her daughter to a private clinic and paid for an abortion without her consent. Kyla didn't want to consider the fact that cash flow was no longer viable. The first step was to question the missing girls, their neighbors, and co-workers, but they saw nothing suspicious and were unable to provide any useful information for the investigation. In parallel, messages about Rodriguez's disappearance were posted on popular social networks with requests for responses from anyone who knew anything about her fate or current location. The case quickly gained widespread attention, and when it was revealed that the missing girl was in a long-term relationship with a famous athlete and was expecting a child with him, reporters lined up to interview any of Rodriguez's family members. The relatives did not hold back and openly expressed their suspicions, including blaming Felix for the incident. On April 30, Keishla's car was discovered abandoned on the east side of the city. She has her documents and personal belongings inside. No signs of struggle were discovered in the interior, giving a slim chance of finding its owner alive. On May 1, a passerby on the lagoon bridge noticed a strange shape in the shallow water that resembled a human body. He informed the police, who quickly recovered the body of a young woman from the water, presumably the same one the entire city had been looking for several days. Members of the Rodriguez family, who arrived to identify the body, hoped to the very end that it was not Keishla. However, their hopes were not realized. The body had been in the water for a few days and had changed significantly. However, the girl was easily identified by a remarkable tattoo on her arm. When news of the gruesome discovery reached the press, city residents revolted and began to hold spontaneous rallies, demanding punishment for those responsible, who were detained and taken to the police station for questioning on the same day. However, the athlete categorically denied his involvement, claiming that on the night of Keishla's disappearance, he was at home with his family because there was no evidence to charge him. Felix was released under his own recognizance. One of the key witnesses was the athlete's legal wife, who admitted during the initial interrogation that she was aware of his affair with Keishla, but had only recently learned of her rival's pregnancy. Furthermore, she did not confirm her husband's alibi, claiming that he was not home on the night of the murder. The first thing investigators did was review traffic surveillance footage on the way to the bridge from which Keishla was thrown. That's how they discovered Felix's pickup truck and the victim's car driving behind each other. However, the Kia Forte was clearly not driven by its owner. On the same day, the boxer's car was seized for examination, and some of the deceased's hair was discovered in it. Lewis was the first to surrender to police, promising to tell the whole truth in exchange for a lighter sentence. Felix was also arrested, but he refused to cooperate with the investigation, did not answer questions, and continued to deny his guilt. Despite the presence of irrefutable evidence, Felix was apprehended with a firearm that he used to shoot the victim from the bridge, and for which he had a valid permit. Furthermore, a cell phone check reveals that Felix Lewis and Keishla were in the same location on that fateful night. Keishla's final farewell took place on May 8, and the funeral ceremony made national headlines. It was a type of action that called for the perpetrators of the tragedy to be punished to the fullest extent of the law, while also drawing public attention to the issue of gender violence. The coffin containing Rodriguez's body was transported to the cemetery in a white carriage, over which white flower petals were thrown from the air, rather than the traditional hearse. Many well-known Puerto Ricans, including show business stars, athletes, politicians, and public figures, have spoken out about the high-profile case in which Verdejo was charged with carjacking, kidnapping, premeditated murder, and murder of an unborn child. Each of these crimes carried the death penalty. However, the relatives of the deceased requested from the start that the court sentence the killer to life in prison so that he could suffer in captivity for the rest of his life. The hearing was repeatedly postponed due to the global coronavirus pandemic, but in the spring of 2021, the trial was held virtually. The court determined that the crime was committed by a group of people through prior conspiracy, with particular cruelty to a pregnant woman. The chain of events of that night, as well as the details of the crime, could be reconstructed, thanks primarily to Lewis' testimony, who did not deny guilt. He admitted that, at the request of a friend, he obtained the drug for injection and brought a wire and a concrete block to dispose of the body. But Felix insisted on his lack of involvement in the case. Although his words had no significant impact on the situation, the boxer's wife, who testified in court almost immediately after her husband's arrest, filed for divorce and attempted to distance herself from what was going on, focusing on the development of his business and raising a young daughter instead. According to some reports, Lisa Santiago recently remarried. Elisa admitted in an interview that she had received numerous anonymous calls and messages containing death threats, as well as death wishes for her and Miranda. Many believe the athlete's spouse was the organizer of the crime, but no evidence was found. In summer 2023, it became clear that the jury, having reviewed all of the evidence and heard testimony from all of the witnesses, was finally ready to announce the final verdict. Felix Verdejo and his accomplice Luis Cadiz were found guilty of all of the charges against them. Despite this, the killers have yet to be sentenced. The next court hearing is set for mid-November 2023. Most likely, both men involved in Keishla Rodriguez's and her unborn child's deaths will be sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The events discussed in this video occurred in Kansas in 2007, and it has been 16 years since then. This high-profile case has yet to conclude. On January 5, 2007, 19-year-old Jody Sanderholm, who lived with her parents in Arkansas City, attended a dance rehearsal at her college. On that day, Jody did not return home and stopped answering the phone. Such behavior was unusual for her, so her parents became concerned and filed a missing persons report with the authorities. Jody Leanne Sanderholm was born on September 26, 1987, in Arkansas City, to Brian and Cindy Sandra Sanderholm. She was her parents' third child. She had a brother, Jason, and a sister, Jennifer. Jody enjoyed dancing since a young age. And while it played an important role in Jody's life, she did not abandon her studies. She was among 4 valedictorians in her graduating class. Jody was a member of the National Honor Society in high school, a Kansas State Scholar, a Kansas Board of Regents Scholar, and received the Outstanding Physics Student of the Year award from David Stein Mitzi. She was on the Ark City High School dance team for 4 years. She served as captain for 2 of those 4 years. Jody taught for Ark City Dance and the Universal Dance Association. After high school, she attended Cali College to study pre-pharmacy. She was a member of Cal Poly's Cali Tiger dance team. In 2007, Arkansas City had a population of approximately 12,000. Jody's parents, like most locals, believed it was a good and relatively safe place to live and raise children. However, as the details of Jody's disappearance became public, many people realized that safety was an illusion and that the man was the most dangerous beast. On the morning of January 5, 2007, Jody drove her Dodge Stratus to college for a dance rehearsal that was supposed to end at 10:45. After the rehearsal, she planned to return home. Cindy called her daughter's cell phone several times, but she did not answer, which was extremely unusual. Jody was always in touch with her family. Even if she missed a call, she would call back shortly. Cindy had bad feelings about this. She decided to leave work and go home to see if Jody was okay. When she arrived, she noticed her daughter's car was not parked in front of the house. Cindy's anxiety was heightened by the fact that she expected Jody to have returned from rehearsal by this point. When Cindy entered the house and looked around, she realized Jody had not returned home. Her dance uniform, which she had placed in the washing machine when she returned from rehearsal, was not present, nor was it in the hamper with her dirty clothes. The shower stall was dry. Although Jody always showered after dance class, it was soon clear that she had lost contact with her father and older sister, Jennifer. She had an appointment at noon, but she didn't show up. Cindy and Brian began calling their daughter's friends. hoping to find out where she was. But when the morning rehearsal was over and Jody left college, none of her friends saw her. That evening, the college dance team was scheduled to perform at a basketball game with a routine choreographed by Jody. She would not have missed it voluntarily, but she did not show up either. At approximately 6 p.m., they still can't learn anything and aren't waiting for their daughter to come home. Cindy and Brian contacted the police to report her missing. Officers from the sheriff's office immediately created flyers depicting and describing Jody, began to inquire about her last known location, and issued an ab on the vehicle she was traveling in. Cindy and Brian told the police that Jody had a boyfriend she had been dating since high school. His name was Colby Wilson. When contacted by phone, he said he had been at his brother's house in Texas for several days. His stay in another state was confirmed, so the police quickly ruled him out as a potential suspect. The following day, January 6, was extremely eventful. Jody's best friend, Lori Leglighter, with whom she had been friends and danced since high school, gave the police crucial information. They both enrolled at Cali College and went on to study dance. Lori reported that she left her job at Sirloin Stockade in Arkansas City around 10 p.m. on Tuesday, January 2. I noticed a light blue car. She drove past the restaurant several times on her way home. She noticed a car in her rearview mirror. I suspected something strange was going on. Lori explained to the detectives that she decided to see if the car behind her was actually following her. So she began turning onto two different streets. The driver of the car behind her was doing the exact same thing, and it terrified Lori. She drove to the local police station and parked next to it, hoping the stalker would leave her alone. She didn't see him after she stopped, so she drove home again. However, she had to return to the parking lot near the police station after seeing the car chasing her again. Lori sat in her car for a while before heading home. She informed the detectives that she did not go to the station because she believed it was someone else's stupid prank. But that was not all. On Friday, January 5, Tiger at the dance line was rehearsing at college. Lori and Jody arrived around the same time, and Park, as usual, was close by. Lori saw the light blue car again. In addition, she recognized the driver. Justin Thurber, 23, is a local resident. Lori didn't know him personally, but she'd seen him several times with his older brother and friends. Lori and Jody both left practice at the same time, and we agreed to meet later, but Jody never showed up. Soon, several members of the dance team confirmed that they had seen Justin near the college in the last week. He was always sitting in his car in the parking lot, just watching. Within the first 24 hours of Jody's disappearance, police searched the city but were unable to locate her car. Arkansas City is surrounded by fields and woodlands. They brought in a fixed-wing aircraft to search the area from above. The car was more difficult to conceal than a person due to its size. The police hoped to see Jody's car from the air. It was determined that the last time her cell phone signal was received, it came from a cell tower near the Cali Wildlife Area. This is a vast wooded area on the Arkansas River. At this point in the investigation, only one person, Eugene Thurber, had been identified by Lori Leglighter, and other members of the dance group as a possible suspect in Jody Sanderholm's disappearance. It is worth noting that, despite his young age, Thurber was well known to the police. 3 years earlier, in 2004, he was charged with illegal possession of prohibited substances. He eventually received a suspended sentence and was released, but 3 months later he was arrested for theft and probation violation. In October 2005, he was charged with disorderly conduct. 3 months later, he was arrested for petty theft and discovered to be in possession of a controlled substance on December 31, 2006, just 6 days before Jody went missing. Thurber was arrested again for theft. He was released the same day after posting $3,000 bail. After celebrating New Year's Eve the following day, January 1, he began impersonating a police officer and disrupting public order. When the real cops arrived, Thurber complained of chest pain and was transported to the hospital rather than the station. Why he was not arrested after being released from the hospital is unclear. It is also unclear why he was always able to get away with it. His relative, who works for Cali County Police, may have contributed to this, but that's just a guess. That same day, January 6, a police officer noticed Thurber's car, a light blue Cadillac, parked outside his parents' house and decided to speak with him. His father invited the officer inside the house. When the police officer asked Justin where he had been yesterday, he said he had driven his car to Winfield, a town about 13 miles outside of Arkansas City that morning. There, according to Justin, he met up with his friend and two other friends whom he did not know very well. The four of them then began driving around the countryside in a car owned by one of his friends until the car became stuck on a dirt road near Cedarvale. Then, as Thurber claimed, he walked to Arkansas City, about 30 miles from Cedar Valley. After 6 hours, he was tired of walking in and asked his father to pick him up. Thurber's father confirmed his statement, saying he picked Justin up wet and dirty a few miles from Cali State Fishing Lake. Justin also informed the police officer that his car, which he left in Winfield, had been returned by friends. The story was not convincing, but there was nothing to charge Thurber with, so the officer left. That same evening, officers spoke with Alexis Schwartzel, who had recently ended her 3-year relationship with Thurber. She told officers Thurber frequently took her to the Cole Wildlife Area southeast of Arkansas City, and she pointed out places they would go together. When the police informed Alexis that they were investigating Jody Sanderholm's disappearance, she was taken aback because Justin had previously stated that he had started watching Jody when he was 13 years old. He would watch her swim in her backyard pool, and in the evenings he would peek through the window in her room and wait for her to change clothes. When police asked Alexis why she had ended her relationship with Thurber, she said it was because he was abusive and had strange tendencies that were becoming more frequent. She claimed several times that during intimacy, he would choke her unconscious. On top of that, he asked her to fight him because he couldn't get aroused otherwise. It was becoming increasingly obvious to the police. By the minute, Justin Thurber could be involved in Jody's disappearance. The police found no evidence linking him to the girl's disappearance. Thurber was arrested, however, late in the evening on January 6. Detective Eric Matta arrested Thurber on bail revocation and criminal trespass charges after the investigation into Jody Sanderholm's disappearance revealed that Thurber was on the college campus, which the detective believed Thurber should not be. Thurber informed Matta that he wanted to speak with his lawyer. At the same time, police officers arrived at Justin's parents' home with a search warrant. The officers took Justin's shoes, which he had worn the day before when his father picked him up. The shoes were wet and drying on a towel. Thurber, his father, told the police that he helped his son clean the mud from his shoes. Justin's clothes from when his father picked him up were also recovered, but he had already washed them. The next day, January 7, searchers trained to detect human activity in rugged terrain were deployed in the Cowley Wildlife Area. They discovered shoe prints that matched Justin Thurber, as well as several smaller shoe prints. As darkness fell, they decided to continue their search the next day. On their way home, some searchers drove past Cowley County State Fishing Lake and decided to stop because they had heard Thurber was wet when his father picked him up. They discovered muddy tire tracks and shoe prints near a public restroom that was addressed to Jody Sanderholm's parents, as well as dance shoes, another toilet, and a flip-flop sandal. Investigators eventually discovered cut-off sweatshorts and a wallet containing Jody Sanderholm's driver's license and social security card. Her black leotard features a tiger on the jacket, with Jody Sanderholm's first name on the front, as well as a vehicle floor mat and car seat cushion. The sandals matched the impressions discovered at Cowley Wildlife Area. The searchers spent the next 2 days near Cowley County State Fishing Lake and Cowley Wildlife Area. On January 9, sonar specialists deployed to the lake's bottom discovered Jody's sunken car. On the same day, the Sanderholm family's hopes had also died. Jody's naked body was discovered under a pile of leaves, logs, and twigs in the Carr Wildlife Area. Authorities discovered DNA evidence linking Justin Thurber to Jody's car and body. The car had been in the lake for more than 3 days, and police were concerned that the water that filled the interior had destroyed all evidence. That was partially true. Forensic investigators spent many hours searching for short hair in the interior. Terry Melton, director of the Forensic DNA Testing Lab, conducted mitochondrial DNA tests on the hair found on the driver's seat of the Jody Sanderholm car and determined that it was almost certainly Justin Thurber's hair. Barbara Leal, a private DNA testing company employee, tested samples from Jody Sanderholm's right biceps and chest. She concluded that Thurber could not have been excluded from the study, whereas 99% of the population could have been. Cell tower data revealed that on the day Jody disappeared, her phone and Justin Thurber's phone were in the same location at the same time. Lori, Jody's best friend, claims she saw Thurber in the college parking lot the day she vanished. When the police reviewed the camera footage provided by the college administration, they concluded that Lori was telling the truth. Thurber was in the college parking lot while the rehearsal was going on. He left the parking lot at the same time as Jody. The tape revealed that Thurber followed Jody in his light blue Cadillac based on the discovery of letters addressed to Jody's pair of rents near the lake. Investigators suspected Thurber had followed Jody from the college to her home, and when she came out to get the letters from the mailbox, he attacked her, pushed her into her own car, and drove her away. That theory was confirmed when a shoe print that matched the sole of Justin Thurber's sneakers was discovered next to the Sanderholm family mailbox. As previously stated, footprints from Thurber's shoes and smaller shoe impressions were discovered at the Cowley wildlife area. It was determined that these were Jody's shoe footprints discovered at the fishing lake, along with her other belongings. Thurber's and Jody's footprints were found side by side while walking through the preserve. At one point, the searcher noticed that Jody's footprints were interrupted, while Justin's footprints continued deep into the forest. This indicated that he was carrying the girl further on his own. His shoe prints were discovered alongside the body. All three people Justin claimed to have been with on the day Jody disappeared denied his claims. They hadn't seen Thurber that day, so his story about the car getting stuck near Cedar Vale was fabricated. The three officers drove Thurber to Cedar Vale so he could show them where he claimed to be. Thurber was unable to pinpoint where he claimed the car was stuck. Thurber returned to the police station and volunteered to take a polygraph test. He also requested that his relative Chad Monroe, who worked for the Cowley County Sheriff's Office, attend the questioning. The evidence gathered was sufficient to indict Justin Thurber. He denied guilt, and the judge set his bail at $1 million. Thurber. His attorneys attempted to persuade the court that he was mentally retarded and incompetent, but were unsuccessful. Thurber had graduated from high school and even attended college for a time, so the judge ruled that his defense claim of mental retardation was unproven. The medical examiner who conducted the autopsy testified during the trial. He stated that the first time he saw the body, he knew that Jody's final hours were excruciatingly painful. Her whole body and face were covered in bruises and abrasions. There were obvious signs of strangulation on her neck. Strangulation was identified as the cause of Jody Sanderholm's death. I am unable to provide all of the details about what the medical examiner found during the autopsy. Not all horror movie maniacs are as brutal as Thurber was to Jody without going into detail, while also providing an idea of what happened at the Cowley wildlife area. I'll say the following. The crime was motivated by carnal desire, and Thurber committed it with a stick during the trial. In addition to Thurber's ex-girlfriend, 6 other women testified, alleging that the defendant stalked them. One of them was his co-worker. In one instance, she had to contact the police to have an officer walk her to her car after work. It was already dark, and she was afraid to enter the parking lot because she saw Justin waiting for her. Earlier, he had left a rose and a note under her car's windshield wiper, stating that he liked her and wanted to know her better. Several witnesses stated that they saw Jody Sanderholm's car on January 5, 2007. Corey Morris, a friend of Jody's, noticed her sitting in the passenger seat as their cars passed each other in Arkansas shortly after noon. Morris reported that the man driving Jody's car appeared to be a large man. She called Jody's cell phone but got no answer. Other women reported seeing a vehicle resembling Jody Sanderholm's while driving on a dirt road south of Arkansas City at 3 p.m. One of them claimed the driver was Thurber and identified him in court. On February 17, 2009, the jury returned a unanimous verdict, finding Thurber guilty on all counts and recommending that he be sentenced to death. Thurber attempted to negotiate a plea bargain after determining the sentence the judge would impose. Justin's lawyer informed the prosecutor that if he was not sentenced to death, he would plead guilty. Jody's family was against such a deal. The presiding judge considered the jury's decision and sentenced Thurber to death by lethal injection in March 2009. In 2008, the state of Kansas passed the Jody Act, which expanded police authority over suspects and expanded the list of actions that can be considered stalking. Justin Thurber has continued to pursue an appeal of the court's decision since his sentencing. His attorneys are attempting to establish Thurber's mental retardation. The Kansas Supreme Court postponed Thurber's death sentence in 2018, citing a U.S. Supreme Court ruling that executing defendants, even those with mild developmental disabilities, is unconstitutional. The Sanderholm family stated that a competency hearing was held during the original trial, and Thurber was found to be fully competent at the time. Cindy Sanderholm, Jody's mother, sat in court 11 years after her daughter died. She stated that Thurber had written letters to other girls while in prison, which should demonstrate his competence. That is sick. It's simply sick. It's simply sick. It's simply sick. It demonstrates that he is capable of communicating with others and writing letters. He knows what he's doing. I'm sure Jody pleaded for her life, but he denied it to her. She did not get a second option. She didn't get a second chance, she explained. In August 2021, the Kansas Supreme Court issued an opinion announcing that a state law passed in 2020 allows Thurber, who is appealing a death sentence, to request that an attorney be appointed by the Cali County District Court to assist with post-conviction DNA testing. Thus, 16 years after Jody Sanderholm's death, the final word in this case has yet to be spoken. It is also worth noting that no one has been executed since Kansas reinstated the death penalty in 1994. The last execution in Kansas was in 1965. Since then, 9 other people, in addition to Thurber, have been sentenced to death, but no execution has occurred. We have not executed anyone within that time frame. There is no timetable for future executions, according to Adam Pfannenstiel, the Kansas Department of Corrections communications spokesperson. I find it shocking that Kansas reinstated the death penalty more than 20 years ago. Jennifer Aldridge said there is no plan yet. Jody's older sister. I assume this would have been discussed 20 years ago when it was reinstated. As a result, even if a 30-year death sentence is upheld, it is highly unlikely to be carried out. Justin Thurber, 39, is still incarcerated at the Maximum Security El Dorado Correctional Facility in Butler County, Kansas. According to a Kansas Legislative Post-Audit Committee report published in 2014, each inmate serving time and administrative segregation at El Dorado costs nearly $49,000 per year. Furthermore, taxpayers pay nearly 4 times the cost to prosecute a case where the death penalty is sought, which is $395,000 per case, compared to $100,000 per case when the death penalty is not sought. For Sanderholms, taxes are an added insult to an already painful injury and a long wait for justice in the case of their daughter Jody. Every week, when I see my paycheck, it hurts so badly. Brian Sanderholm said, and I know I'm paying taxes to feed him. Death is what he deserves. That's what the law said, Cindy Sanderholm. So we need to fix the law so that we can use it. If it was your daughter or son, it was our daughter. What do you want to happen? How about Brian Sanderholm? Most regrettably, Cynthia and Sanderholm, Jody's mother, died on December 2, 2022, at the age of 63. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. I am tired. I'm not sure how long this can go on, and what I'm waiting for. I really adored him. I loved him wholeheartedly. Yes, I was too young a girl when we married, when we stood in front of the altar, and his parents were damned when I swore to God that I would love him forever, and that only heaven would forgive us. Why can't I return it? Do I have to torture myself day after day just because I made those promises? I have not loved him in a long time, just as he does not love me. He only loves himself, his parents, and our kids. But who will love me in my darkest moments? I feel as if God has abandoned me. How else could he have given me to this family, for which I have nothing, who only remembers me when they need something? Summer, clean it up. Summer, take out the trash. Damn it. Can you stop stomping your feet so loudly? I'm sick of it. I have to tell Will everything. Take the kids and leave this house. But who is going to let me leave? Especially with the kids. Will's father won't let me leave the house. I just hope I stay alive. Summer Inman wrote this entry in her personal diary, which she kept hidden from her husband and his parents. This diary was the only place she could express her thoughts without fear of being judged or punished. In 1983, a new evangelical church named Tabernacle of Faith opens in Logan, Ohio, a small American town of only 40,000 people. None of the residents had ever heard of it before. David Oyedepo, the church's founder, traveled to the town from Nigeria and told the congregation that he had an 18-hour meeting with God during which the Almighty told him that it was time to preach and pray to free the world from the devil's oppression. David Oyedepo was a very charismatic preacher. That is why the Tabernacle of Faith Church became so popular in Logan. Bill and Sandra Inman met in this church. Bill was already 18 years old at the time, and he played musical instruments in church on Sundays. Sandra also went to church with her parents. Sandra recalls that the young musician parishioner admired her parents, and they did not hesitate to allow the young people to perform at a wedding. A year later, Bill and Sandra welcomed a son. Will was born when his parents went to church, and when he was 17, he, like his father, met in the Tabernacle of Faith with a 15-year-old summer cook. Only with marriage were young people in no hurry, waiting until Summer was 18 years old. In 2004, Will's parents insisted that the young people move in with them following their wedding. Summer, of course, did not like this idea, but her husband was completely reliant on his father and could not go against him. So she left her parents' house and moved in with the Inman family. That same year, another watershed moment in the Inman family's history occurred. Bill starts his own flock and transforms the family garage, which was previously used as a workshop, into a self-proclaimed church. According to the Summer Inman diary, Will's father has changed dramatically. I literally do not recognize him. Tonight at family dinner, he told us that he hears God's voice and has dreams, and that he wants to share this revelation with others for their own good. Will appears to realize that his father is becoming a religious fanatic. I've seen him roll his eyes, but what can he say to that? Yes, some people enjoy Summer. Bill Inman's idea may appear unrealistic, but locals flocked to his garage in droves. They prayed, listened intently to their leaders' speeches, and even gave donations. In 2005, Will and Summer had their first son. They named him Alex. However, right after the baby was born, everyone realized that their family was in serious financial trouble. The women were forbidden from working anywhere. They were forced to do only housework, and adults and one infant cannot survive solely on donations from parishioners and Will's occasional part-time jobs at a family council. Bill stated that they were moving to Florida and would be doing construction work while the women stayed at home and raised baby Alex, according to their summer diary. Nothing changed with the move to Florida until his father went missing at work, and Sandra and I stay at home with Alex all day and night until he grows up and can live on his own. I do not think I can wait for that. I've concluded that it is impossible to make a lot of money in Florida. Bill Inman decides to return to his home state, but due to non-payment of taxes, their house and Logan are taken away, and the court prohibits their subsequent redemption. So they relocated to a rented house in the countryside in Vinton, not far from Logan. Their summer also saw the birth of 2 daughters, Kelly and Elena. Based on my summer diary, we still don't have any money. He wants me to have 12 children for him. I occasionally laugh in his face, which he takes offense to, and he even stops speaking to me. In 2010, Bill Inman, the current leader of Tabernacle of Faith Church, and his wife Sandra established Mercy Ranch, a nonprofit organization. A brilliant idea strikes him. On behalf of the church, he will construct a home for orphans, widows, and homeless people. However, there was no funding for the idea. However, the new leader found a way out of this situation. He organized a lottery in which the winner would receive $200,000, and the remaining 99 people will receive equally valuable prizes. The remaining funds would be used to build Bill's dream house. Bill ran television and radio commercials, and he initially went door to door asking residents to participate in the charity lottery. The results were stunning. Bill Inman managed to raise $1 million. The grand prize drawing was scheduled for September 2010, but, as you might expect, no drawing took place in September. Similarly, it did not take place in October or November. Bill Inman simply defrauded those who trusted him, and he had no plans to return the money to anyone. During this time, Will's father hires Adam Peters to do their landscaping and other household chores. Adam sees Summer all the time and develops sympathy for her. What he doesn't realize is that Summer and Will are experiencing a relationship crisis. Nonetheless, he perseveres and shows interest in the young woman. After a while, some people file for divorce. She took the children and went to see her parents. And for the first time in her life, she got a job as a bank cleaner. Unfortunately, due to her early marriage and constant confinement in the Inman home, she had no education or work experience beyond raising children. Summer did not expect to get a higher-paying job, but deep down she was even happier because for the first time in many years, she felt independent and no one told her anything. Despite her resentment of Will, she did not mind her father seeing the children as much as he saw fit. She believed that the children needed their father just as much as they did their grandparents. Indeed, despite his tyrannical nature, Bill Inman treated the children with affection and cared enough to deny that this was foolish. One day in December 2010, a bailiff arrived at the Inman home and ordered the family to leave due to non-payment of rent. Someone found out about it, so she went over to the house to pick up everything she hadn't had time to pack when she moved in with her parents. It was terrifying to arrive at a house where she was now considered a traitor, so she asked Adam to help her with the packing. When the Inman family discovered that Summer had arrived with her new lover, they refused to let anyone enter the house. They hurled curses at them and promised to burn all of Summer's belongings in the backyard. Even the police were powerless to intervene. They attacked and even beat up an arriving officer, while Adam, horrified by what he had witnessed, vowed to find and kill him. That same day, Summer decided to file a report against her husband. She emphasized that nothing will ever be the same. He didn't gain complete control over her until after the wedding. Her calls, texts, and emails. He even had control over her lunchtime, including how much he needed to eat, how long he needed to shower, and how much time he could spend outside. Periodically, he even took her phone away, and Summer could be out of touch for a week, including with her own parents. He also told her that he wanted to find a second wife, and without hiding for the summer, he signed up for dating sites where he posted intimate photos of himself and openly corresponded with other women. Summer frequently wrote in her diary about wanting to divorce Will but being afraid. The fear was understandable. Will had warned her repeatedly that if she divorced him, he would shoot her. The police returned to the Inman home after taking a statement from a terrified Summer who had been hiding her fear for years. When questioned, he admitted that he had taken his wife's phone away from her, but only so she wouldn't talk to her lover 24 hours a day. Yes, he watched her diet, but only because he was concerned about her health. The police did not believe his answers and forbade him from seeing his ex-wife. He also received a fine and probation for his actions. The men's family couldn't ignore what appeared to be their son's abuse, so they wrote a response. But we're already on Adam Peters. In their statement, they stated that when he worked in their home, he demonstrated an unhealthy interest in Summers and young children, and that the subsequent presence of children in his company could be disastrous. There are, of course, fictions. We have not been confirmed. After that, the worst day of Summer's life happened around midnight on March 22, 2011. Summer was finishing up her work at Logan's main bank. The branch had closed by then, so all she had to do was clean up her workspace, dusting and emptying the trash. She texted Adam, telling him she didn't have much time left and would be home soon. It was already 12 o'clock at night. Summer was late. Although she had never been late before, Adam was becoming increasingly concerned. There was no telling what this was up to. Peters chose to meet Summer. By then, the doors to the ward were locked. There were no lights in the windows, indicating that Summer had not arrived. Adam walked around the building, but saw no one. So we went to the dumpsters, where a young woman was hauling trash bags that had accumulated throughout the day. She wasn't present either. But near the bins, he discovered Summer's belongings. Her purse, cell phone, and red jacket were all in the grass, a little farther from her belongings. There was no time for hesitation. He immediately dialed the police's phone number. The police arrived, searched the belongings, knocked on the bank, and interviewed the security guards, who stated that Summer had left over an hour ago, and they had not seen her again. In the glow of the police car lights, 3 individuals approached. As it turned out, they had witnessed the kidnapping. The 2 women were out for an evening jog when they noticed a white Ford pull up to the bank cleaner's house. When the woman screams, 2 men in black masks rush out and push her into the back seat. Another witness ran up to the car and attempted to save her, but the blonde woman behind the wheel sprayed him in the face with a gas can, and the man collapsed in the car as the kidnappers drove away. The women were without phones, so they dashed to the nearest police station, where they interrupted each other emotionally and attempted to recount what they had witnessed. The police officers on duty simply laughed at their story, believing that the night runners had made it all up. Who would consider kidnapping a bank cleaner with garbage bags in her hands? However, the story turned out to be completely true. Because of the cops' slowness, it was now impossible to track down Summer on a hot tip. As I previously stated, Logan is a small town. That is why the news of Summer's kidnapping by 3 unidentified men spread throughout the town overnight. By morning, proactive citizens had formed groups to search for the missing woman. They searched parks, vacant lots, and abandoned warehouses. But Summer was not to be found, a week before her disappearance. Will Inman attempted to contest his child support payments. According to the court order, he was required to pay $150 for each child, but because his monthly salary was only $500, he requested that the payment be reduced to $150. He will also seek full custody of his 3 children, but the court has denied this request. Summer was not in contact with anyone due to her long reclusive life, so the police focused their suspicions solely on the Inman family. They were discovered in the home of Bill's mother in a nearby town. All 3 claimed they had heard nothing about the disappearance, and on the day of the kidnapping, they were in Cleveland, looking for a new home. Unfortunately, they never made it there. They were concerned that because their car had broken down on the way, they would be stuck at night on a deserted highway until morning. They needed to return to Logan. Furthermore, their old grudge against Adam resurfaced, and they started blaming everything on him. The car breakdown couldn't be proven or disproven. However, during the interrogation, the police discovered a white Ford in the yard, identical to the one described by witnesses to the kidnapping. At that time, a GPS receiver was removed from the vehicle. The inspection revealed that it had been turned off during the Summer's abduction. The police also decided to search the Inman family's cell phones, which revealed that they had not left Logan that night. The police soon learned that, at 7:30 a.m., on the morning of Summer's disappearance, the white Ford had stopped at a car wash, where all 3 of them, Bill, Sandra, and Will, were dry cleaning the interior. The entire family was detained and taken in for questioning. Bill, who was already being led away by the police, yelled to his elderly mother that they were not guilty and that it was the work of the devil against whom he and his parishioners were fighting at the station. The invasions, as if possessed, repeated the same pattern. Only when it became clear that they lacked an alibi and faced execution, Sandra accepted the blame. From Sandra Inman's testimony, this Summer's kidnapping was entirely my idea. It was my idea, and I drove the white Ford that night. Of course, neither of us intended to kill Summer, and I swear it was an accident. On the night of March 22, we drove up to the bank where Summer worked and waited for her to finish her shift. We saw her around 11 p.m., near the garbage cans by the bank. I drove up to her, and my husband Bill and son, while wearing black masks, pushed Summer into the car. Again, we had no intention of killing her. We only wanted her to let us see the kids because we were family. To intimidate Summer, we tied her hands and feet with plastic ties to prevent her from fleeing. Apparently, one of the times he tightened around her neck, he overestimated his strength, causing Summer to choke and turn red. He wanted to cut the tie, but he couldn't find any knives, and the knife we'd brought with us had gotten under my seat. When he finally found it, it was too late. Summer had died. Sandra Inman revealed the location where they hid Summer's body. It was an old well near the Tabernacle of Faith Church. Yes, the same church where Bill and Sandra first met, as well as Will and Summer, where they married and had gone to pray and confess for many years. Sandra's claims were supported by the autopsy results. Summer had indeed died from asphyxiation. No other injuries were discovered on her body. Bill and Will Inman were sentenced to life in prison in 2012, and Sandra Inman was sentenced to life in prison as well, despite accepting full responsibility, but the court allowed her to request parole after 15 years. Why is that? According to relatives, the women of the Inman family never made any decisions. The entire family obediently obeyed only the bill, and if it was someone's cruel plan to reclaim custody of the children, it was his, and Sandra accepted responsibility in order to save her husband and son, but she was never successful. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Paula Andrés Salazar was born on September 6, 2015. In Venezuela, her mother, André Bermudez, was from Maturin, Monagas. Her father, Leonor Salazar, was from Tucupita, a town in the state of Diamaquiro. The couple decided to immigrate to Ecuador with their child Paula in September 2016, 1 year after her birth. They hoped for a better life for themselves and their daughter. A month after moving to Ecuador's capital, Quito, the family's relationships deteriorated for a variety of reasons. Andreina broke up with Leonardo and moved to Cuenca, Ecuador's third largest city. She took Paula with her. Her best friend's mother lived in Cuenca, and she kindly offered to let her and the girl stay in the house while they looked for another place to live and work. Leonardo, the girl's father, returned to Venezuela to his hometown of Tucupita after a breakup and later immigrated to Trinidad and Tobago. Leonardo had been disabled for quite some time. The man's left arm was completely paralyzed following an accident he had suffered while riding a motorcycle at a young age. The man's inability to use his left arm made it difficult for him to find a good job, even in Ecuador's capital. After moving to Cuenca, Andreina almost completely stopped communicating with Leonardo, only informing him once that she had taken a job on a farm in Tucupita. Andreina began a new romantic relationship with Washington Andrés Amara a few months after her separation from Leonardo. Andrés was a local Ecuadorian, and more importantly, he owned the farm on which Andreina worked. Andreina grew up in a wealthy family. Andreina moved to the area with Paula when she was a year and a half old. Andrés and Andreina welcomed a child on April 7, 2019. With a new baby, the family became happier and more united. However, everything changed when an event occurred on March 27, 2020, which completely altered the lives of everyone involved. At the time, the family was doing well, enjoying each day, and everything was going well on the farm. On one such day, everything appeared to be going well. Andrés took Paula and drove her to the flower plantations. The girl became dizzy and vomited while on the way. Andrés had no choice but to visit a public restroom. As soon as he and the girl entered, Paula vomited again. He decided to leave her alone for a few minutes and return to the car to get a change of clothes, because the girl's clothes were all dirty. When Andrés returned, he discovered Paula lying with her head in the toilet bowl. The men rushed the girl out, attempted first aid, and quickly transported her to the hospital. When the 4-year-old girl was handed over to the doctors, she showed no signs of life. According to the doctor, Paula has died. After the doctors on duty performed an initial examination and assessed the girl's condition, they discovered that Andrés' story was riddled with inconsistencies. For example, the doctors determined at first glance that the girl had bruises on her body and face, which could not be explained by the information her foster father provided. In such cases, medical professionals must notify the police. Indeed, the circumstances indicate that shortly after the police arrived, Andrés was arrested as a suspect in Paul's murder. Although Andrés claimed Paula drowned in the toilet bowl, the autopsy revealed something much darker. First and foremost, the tests revealed that the girl had been dead for approximately 24 hours when she arrived at the hospital, which contradicted the man's version of events. Paula's foster father claims that he administered first aid and cardiopulmonary resuscitation just minutes before transporting her to the hospital. The autopsy revealed that the girl died as a result of several broken ribs, multiple microtraumas, a cracked spine, and sepsis. Paula's death was clearly not an accident, as her small body contained numerous recent and old injuries. Leonardo Salazar, the girl's father, learned of Paul's death on March 33, several days after the events. His mother, who was still in Venezuela, had informed him of his daughter's death over the phone. She learned it from Andreina's friend. It should be noted that after Leonardo left Ecuador, Andreina began a new relationship. She ended all communication with him. That is why, for 3 days, Leonardo was unaware of her tragedy. Until that point, he could only see her in the photos Andreina and his mutual friends had sent him. In addition, Andreina blocked Leonardo from all social media platforms, preventing him from communicating with Paula. She also cut off communication with almost all of Leonardo's relatives. Andreina even turned almost all of their mutual friends against the girl's birth father, informing them of his refusal to communicate with Paula, preventing Leonardo from learning of his daughter's death. However, Andreina's family informed him of a different cause of death. They told him about Paula, who died from COVID-related complications at the time. Ecuador, like the rest of the world, was placed under quarantine due to the pandemic. At the time, there were almost no deaths from the coronavirus in the country. Leonardo was undoubtedly suspicious that his daughter had died from COVID, so he immediately began researching virus-related deaths in Ecuador. These statistics were shared on social media and news sites. Leonardo immediately noticed that there were no children among the few coronavirus victims in Ecuador. Leonardo's relatives assisted him in his investigation, and one of them promptly sent him a newspaper article about the arrest of Andres, who was suspected of killing Paula. Leonardo then started calling Andreina every day, but it wasn't until 10 days later that she decided to call him back herself. During that conversation, Andreina rather coldly informed Leonardo that Paula had died of COVID and that she couldn't give him any more information because her lawyers had forbidden her to do so. Leonardo went on to create a Facebook page dedicated to Paula, as well as an Instagram profile called Justice for Paula, with the help of an acquaintance. The published posts sparked a massive backlash on social media. Their primary goal was to bring those responsible for his daughter's death to justice on the same day that Andreina called Leonardo. She arrived at the morgue to begin preparing for her daughter's funeral, despite the fact that the prosecutor handling the case requested more time to investigate the body. However, the girl's funeral took place on April 10, 2020. Andreina simply refused to allow a second autopsy on the girl because of the information she shared on social media. Andreina's friends and acquaintances contacted Leonardo and informed him of Paula's sad life in the years preceding her death. Leonardo had the majority of the information they possessed, which was based on isolated recordings of conversations, photos, audio recordings, and other similar items. Witnesses claim that since Paula's mother moved in with Andres, the girl has been abused by both her stepfather and her mother. Andrea not only allowed her daughter to be treated this way, but she was also directly involved in the entire situation. Everyone claimed that they only saw Paula happy and cheerful when she was playing alone in front of her stepfather. The girl appeared depressed, shy, and suddenly became very frightening. The little girl once told people that she was aware that her mother and stepfather had beaten her for misbehaving. She even confessed to it as a form of punishment. Andres pushed her, and she hit her head against the wall. Paula described her stepfather as a monster, and she was clearly terrified of him. The little girl had nightmares all the time, and she had insomnia since she was a child. A couple initially preferred that the girl, who was 2 years old at the time of moving into the stepfather's home, fall asleep alone. She frequently cried, but no one paid attention to her. In addition, her mother and stepfather forced her to tuck in by herself. Furthermore, her mother Andreina had taught her how to cook since she was 2 years old. This was absurd. Paula was forced to cook her own breakfast and dinner because her mother preferred to sleep in the mornings and take a break from the baby in the evenings. She just didn't want to take care of her daughter. Not only that, but Andreina was unconcerned about the girl having to deal with baking on her own, despite the dangers at the preschool where mother had placed Paula, a girl who constantly complained of leg and back pain and frequently stated that she could not walk. Her constant complaints, as well as the bruises on her body, compelled the teacher to take her to the medical center. Following an examination, they concluded that the girl was mistreated in her family. Teachers contacted the special police organization to investigate the girl's abuse of her family. Officials took up the case and decided to send the girl somewhere she could be safe while the investigation was ongoing. As a result, on October 16, 2019, Paula was temporarily transferred to her uncle Andreina's brother. A hearing on the case was scheduled for December 4, 2019. Unfortunately, the teacher scheduled to testify did not show up, and for whatever reason they were unable to attend this hearing. As a result, it was decided to hold a retrial on February 27, 2020. However, this time, all of us teachers simply did not show up. The court was forced to dismiss all charges against Bola's parents, and she was eventually returned to her mother. Exactly 1 month later, on March 27, the girl died, and it is unclear why the teachers refused to attend either of the two hearings. It is speculated that Andreina bribed the teachers or simply persuaded them that, while the girl had some issues with her parents, they were not liable for what she said about them. Following Paula's death, Andres was placed in protective custody during the investigation, but he soon appealed the decision. As a result, on June 12, 2020, The judge issued the restraining order and determined that Demand could be released to house arrest. However, during the hearing, which was held via video conference, Andres announced that he was withdrawing his appeal. At the time, Leonardo was still running a social media campaign. He also asked his subscribers for financial assistance to travel from Trinidad and Tobago to Ecuador. He intended to file a complaint against Andreina. Andreina had not yet been charged and was free, according to Paula's mother, but it was too late. Fortunately, Leonardo was able to obtain adequate financial assistance as well as free legal advice from two Ecuadorian lawyers, Oswaldo and Alejandro, who generously offered him their support and assistance in the lawsuit. Leonardo had to cross the border between Trinidad and Venezuela, risking his life by floating on a raft and then crossing the entire border from Natchering to San Cristobal. He had to book private transfers because the pandemic had canceled all services, and he couldn't take his usual route to Ecuador due to the pandemic. Venezuela's maritime and land borders were closed, leaving only a few regular flights to 4 or 5 countries in the months that followed. Once Leonardo arrived in the state of Táchira, he had to cross the border into Colombia over treacherous terrain. He then took a bus to Hipaluxo and continued through the hills and plains until he arrived at the Rumichaca Bridge, which connects Colombia and Ecuador. Leonardo then took a cab and drove to Quito on June 30. He met with a lawyer as soon as he arrived, and the deceased girl's father filed a complaint against the ex-girlfriend, who was also named as a suspect in Paula's murder. On July 6, 2020, Envious was found to be addicted, and the woman appeared in court, where it was determined that she should not be held in custody, that a house arrest would suffice, and that she must report to justice twice per week. As a result, Andres and Andreina were each charged with murder. In November 2020, the maximum punishment under Ecuador's penal code was approximately 13 years in prison. The first hearing in the case was held at the time, and a specific date for the start of the trial had yet to be announced. During the hearing, Leonardo's attorney expressed concern about Andreina's possible escape, citing her previous attempt to commit suicide with bills. They also applied for Andreina to delay it with an electronic monitoring bracelet. The judge granted the lawyer's request and reduced the number of days the suspect had to appear in court to once per week rather than twice. However, a few days later, Andreina insisted on reconsidering the decision to wear an electronic bracelet. On November 16, an additional hearing was held to reconsider these decisions. Undoubtedly, all of these details slowed the trial, but the judge was able to set a date, which was set for December. The trial of Andres and Andreina did not receive extensive media coverage. However, much of the information made its way onto social media, and some of the facts went unreported due to the pandemic, which was a major topic in the media. The trial started on January 14, 2021. At the time, no decision had been made on Andreina's alternative forms of imprisonment, and Andres was held in the regional detention center during a closed-door trial in which no media representative was present. In addition, some participants joined the hearing via video link. According to the doctor who performed the girl's autopsy, Paula had nearly all of her spinal discs rebuilt. Some of her ribs were broken, while others had fused. This indicated that the girl had previously broken ribs, which had eventually healed on their own. She also had nail stigmata, a condition in which the nails grow into the skin, resulting in bruises and scratches on her face, body fluid buildup in her lungs, scars on her head, and serrations on her column. According to the assessment, it was the later injuries that caused the infection to spread and eventually lead to sepsis, which resulted in death. The autopsy report also confirmed that Paula had died about 24 hours before Andres took her to the hospital. The number of internal and external injuries reflected the little girl's abuse, as well as her guardian's carelessness, as they had never taken her to the doctor. Furthermore, the girl was malnourished, underweight, and too small for her age, as well as having mineral and nutritional deficiencies due to Paula's injuries. Andreina, the girl's mother, attempted to persuade her family friends that the child suffers from a variety of psychological issues, which have resulted in a proclivity for self-torture, which Paula used to draw attention to herself. According to the girl's mother, when her younger brother was born, Paula lost parental attention, stopped sleeping at night, and tried to manipulate everyone by crying. The trial also revealed that in October 2019, When Paula was supposed to remain in her uncle's custody under the board's decision, she instead stayed at her parents' house and only slept at her uncle's house for a few nights. In other words, if the police organization's measure did not have the desired effect, it was possible to establish that the girl began to be abused in 2017, only a few months after Leonardo's departure from Ecuador. It most likely began as soon as Andreina started dating Andres. More than 40 accusing party witnesses testified at the trial, confirming that Paula was subjected to abuse for at least 3 years of her short life. Andreina stated at the final hearing before the verdict was handed down that she accepted full responsibility for the child's abuse. The woman claimed she had beaten Paula with a belt and, on occasion, her fists. Through this statement, a girl's mother attempted to shift blame away from her husband. She stated unequivocally that he was innocent, had nothing to do with it, and had never mistreated Paula. Andreina also admitted that she chastised her daughter for causing problems with her new husband. Breaking up with her new husband meant returning to the streets and losing the financial stability she could only find with him. Her daughter's well-being came last. After learning about Paula's life situation, the judges were concerned about the couple's newborn son, but unlike Paula, this child was never abused. It must be established that Andres has chosen to exercise his right to remain silent and has never made a statement about the incident since being arrested. By February 3, 2020, Paula's trial had concluded, and the couple had been sentenced. Both defendants were convicted of murdering the girl, and the maximum sentence for this crime is 13 years. Leonardo's original attorneys and the accusing party demanded the maximum punishment for the perpetrators, but the chief judge decided to consider an aggravating factor, namely that Paula was only 4 years old, implying that she could not defend herself against her attackers as a result of a judge sentenced Andreina and Andres to 17 years and 4 months in prison. According to Ecuadorian law, convicts have 3 days to appeal their verdict. So, despite Andreina's 17-year and 4-month prison sentence, the couple was expected to file an appeal right away. She is still on house arrest while Nuss is in jail. The woman did, in fact, take advantage of her right to appeal, so the higher court must now confirm her prison sentence. In the meantime, the woman continues to follow the original measures. This is not the case for Andres, who was arrested while visiting the hospital with a dead girl. Undoubtedly, the fact that Andreina is still at large is causing public outrage and anger, particularly the anger of Leonardo, who is concerned that the woman will take advantage of the situation to avoid justice. If you were shocked by this story, please remember to subscribe to the channel. There are other equally shocking stories. From our end, we express our condolences to Paula's father and wish him the time he needs to recover from his terrible grief and obtain justice for Paula. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A first-year student went out dancing with her friends and disappeared. Without a trace, several days later her car was found abandoned under a bridge. The police started an investigation, which eventually became one of the most high-profile and iconic cases in the entire state, although they did eventually uncover the truth. The case continues to haunt detectives to this day. 42 years later, Gina Renee Hall was born on August 24, 1961. In the American state of Virginia, she had an older sister named Vienna and loving parents. However, tragic events followed her in childhood. When she was 2 years old, she and her mother were involved in a serious car accident. As a result, Gina was seriously injured and suffered third-degree burns. She had to undergo a long course of treatment, but it was impossible to completely get rid of the burns. Her mother blamed herself for the accident, and over time things only got worse. The woman developed serious psychological problems, which eventually led to her leaving the family. Gina and her sister struggled to deal with this event, but their father did an excellent job of raising the children. Later, he remarried, and the girls gained his stepmother after finishing high school. Gina decided to attend a local college to become a nurse, but after the first semester she thought about changing schools. Her older sister was studying at Radford University, and Gina transferred there. This university offered more in-depth education in her chosen field, and was generally more prestigious. In addition, The young women could spend a lot of time together as they had been very close since childhood. Diana rented an apartment near the university, and Gina moved in with her from the first months of her studies. Gina had a group of friends with whom she spent a lot of free time. She was thrilled with the university and especially happy to be living with her sister again. Diana was finishing her final year at the time, while Gina was only in her first year during the summer break of 1980. Both young women decided to stay at the university and attend additional classes. Gina also wanted to spend more time with her sister before she graduated on June 28th. Gina took her last exam to finish her first year and decided to celebrate. She planned to go dancing at a club with her friends and sister, but Diana decided to stay home at the last minute. Gina was upset about it, but still went to the club with her friends around 10 p.m. She took Diana's Chevrolet Monte Carlo and drove to a nearby city where the club was located at 1 a.m. Diana woke up from a call on the home phone. It was Gina, and from her voice, her sister seemed slightly concerned about something. The young woman said that she was at a lake house with a guy named Steph, and she soon hung up. Diana thought it was strange at 18. Gina had never been involved with boys throughout her life. The young woman had complexes due to burns covering a significant part of her body, so she always avoided relationships with the opposite sex. Diana thought her sister had gone there with other friends and did not attach much importance to it. The young woman woke up at around 6 a.m. and immediately went to her sister's room, but she was not there. The car was also missing from their parking spot. Diana began to worry seriously, because Gina should have already returned home at around 7:30 a.m. An old friend of Gina's came to their apartment. He served in the army and returned home for a few days to see his friends and family. A few days before this, he and Gina agreed to meet this morning. Diana became even more worried. Her sister was irresponsible and punctual person, and she could not imagine her setting up a meeting with someone close and not showing up. Diana called several of Gina's friends with whom she was that evening, but none of them saw the girl after the club. Then, with this young man from the army, they decided that Gina could have had an accident or someone kidnapped her. They got in the car and drove to the lake, inspecting the surrounding areas around the roads for the Chevrolet Monte Carlo. This task was complicated by the fact that they did not even roughly know which house Gina was in that night. After driving for several hours on different routes, they returned home, and Diana decided to contact the police as usual. In those days, the police were in no hurry to accept reports of a missing person. Gina was 18, so the operator advised waiting until the next day to file a report. In the evening, Diana also called her father and reported her sister missing. The man arrived the next morning, and they again turned to the police. This time, the report was accepted, but they still did not rush to conduct the full-scale search. The police still thought that the young woman had just gone out and no danger threatened her. Then Diana, her father, and some of Gina's friends decided to go on their own search again. This time they were met with an alarming discovery. Driving near the bridge on the edge of Radford, they saw Diana's car next to the railway viaduct. The trunk was open, and the doors were unlocked. The first thing Diana noticed was that the driver's seat was pushed all the way back, which seemed very strange to her. Gina was just over 150 centimeters tall, and she always had to move the driver's seat as close to the steering wheel as possible. Physically, Gina wouldn't be able to drive with the seat pushed all the way back, which led everyone to a very alarming thought: someone else must have been behind the wheel. In addition, inside the car, relatives noticed several broken handles, and a red mark resembling blood was visible on the trunk lid. They reported their findings to the police, and detectives examined the car more thoroughly. Hairs were found inside that matched Gina's hair color and length near the location of the car. They also found one of Gina's shoes and a blue towel. In 1980, DNA analysis was not yet practiced, so the police could not determine whose blood was on the trunk door. Despite this, the detectives finally started to properly investigate the case because they believed that Gina was dead. However, at the same time, a mass shooting occurred nearby, and most of the police were transferred to that case. As a result, a simple road patrolman with no experience in such matters was appointed as the lead detective. Soon after the car was found, another interesting fact emerged. It turned out that two different police officers saw the car while driving by. The first noticed that around 5 a.m. on the night of Gina's disappearance, despite the car being parked with an open trunk, he did not suspect anything and thought the car belonged to a fisherman. They really liked to park in that spot because it was close to the riverbank. The second police officer drove by a few hours later. He did not approach the car, but only ran its plates over the radio. Hearing that the car was not in the system as stolen. The officer left. The lead detective spoke with Diana and learned that Gina called her at 1 a.m. and said she was at a house by the lake at the time. They did not know which exact house she was referring to or whose staff was there. The officers went there and knocked on every door. Unfortunately, this did not yield any results. Most of the houses were only used on weekends, and the residents of the others did not see Gina. Meanwhile, divers began inspecting the river next to where Gina's car was found. It looked as though an unknown person had killed Gina, brought her to the river and dumped her in the water. However, the divers encountered strong currents and almost zero visibility underwater, leading them to speculate that if Gina's body was thrown into the water more than a day ago, it could have been carried far away. Meanwhile, Gina's father and sister held on to hope that she would be found alive. They didn't rely solely on the police and went to the local radio station to report her disappearance, hoping that someone in the community might have information or be a witness. The detectives focused on finding that Stephen, who was with Gina in the house by the lake, he planned to question all of her friends who were at the club, but before he could do so, Stephen himself called the police station and showed up for questioning. He turned out to be 28-year-old Stephen Epperly. Stephen explained that Bill, one of Gina's friends and a member of their group, invited him to the club that evening. They danced and had a good time, and then Stephen suggested going to Bill's parents' house by the lake. Bill's parents were away for a few weeks and asked their son to look after the house. Gina agreed, and they drove to the house in her car. Stephen drove, and after arriving at the house, Gina called her sister. Then she and Stephen went swimming in the lake. When they returned to the house, Stephen tried to kiss her, but Gina refused, saying that she wasn't ready because they had only met a few hours earlier. They spent more time in the house before leaving at around 4 a.m. Gina drove Stephen to his house and then went home. When Stephen heard about Gina's disappearance on the radio, he decided to go to the police station and tell them about that night. The detective asked Stephen to show him the house by the lake, and they went there together. On the way, the detective tried to get as much information as possible from Stephen about that evening to understand what might have happened to Gina. Stephen recalled that she had planned to meet an old friend who just returned from the army that morning. He also remembered that shortly before they left the house, Bill and his girlfriend arrived. The four of them talked briefly before Stephen and Gina left. The detective also questioned Gina's other friends, who confirmed Stephen's story that she left the club with him after midnight. Bill told the detective that Steph approached him in this club and asked for the keys. Bill's friend warned him that Steph was planning to come to the house later with his girlfriend, and Steph left. However, something interesting happened next. The detectives asked Bill if he saw Gina when he arrived at the house, and Bill denied it. According to him, when he and his girlfriend arrived, Steph was standing in the laundry room, drying himself with a towel. He said that he and Gina would leave soon, and Bill and his girlfriend went to another room. The last thing they heard was the front door closing. None of them saw or heard Gina. The detective found this strange, as Steph had mentioned that Gina was talking to Bill and his girlfriend, but Bill denied it after checking Steph's criminal history. The detectives found nothing serious. There were only a few traffic fines, but when he asked his colleagues at the station if they were familiar with this name, several officers told him a number of troubling stories. Staff often got into fights in bars, and the police had to intervene regularly, but he was never charged in any of these cases. When Stephen was around 18 years old, the police visited his home several times because the young man attacked his younger sister and even his mother with his fists. In these cases, the family refused to press charges, so these incidents did not make it into his criminal record. But that's not all. The detective called several police stations located in other counties where Steph used to live. In one of them, he was told that once the guy broke into his ex-girlfriend's house and beat her and subjected her to violence, but the woman managed to escape. When her little child cried in the next room, Steph let the victim go to calm the child down. Instead, she ran out with the child to the police station. Despite all this, the young man somehow managed to avoid punishment. Sometime later, he deceitfully lured another young woman to his apartment, saying that they're going to a party with friends. Instead, when the young woman entered the room, he closed the door and subjected her to violence. The victim went to the police. But again, Steph somehow avoided punishment. With all this information in hand, the detectives began to suspect Steph. The police went to the house by the lake to conduct a search where they found several disturbing discoveries. When Bill spoke with the investigator, he said he did not notice anything strange in the house after Gina's disappearance, but as soon as the forensic team arrived, they found many troubling signs of a heinous crime. There was a large blood stain on the living room floor that had clearly been attempted to be cleaned. Bloodstains were also found throughout the house, including on the refrigerator door, a dustpan, some shoes, and so on. In addition, the broken ankle bracelet Gina always wore was found in the house bill, and his parents noticed the disappearance of several items from the house, including 2 blue towels, one of which the police found next to Gina's car, a bath mat, and a large number of paper towels. But the most interesting thing was that almost all of the cleaning supplies had disappeared from the house, which had previously been well stocked with them. The police found an empty bottle of bleach in the garbage container, along with long hair of the same color. As Gina's experts examined blood samples from the house, DNA analysis was still unavailable at that time, but they matched Gina's blood group. Learning all this, Bill shared additional information with investigators. He told them that he heard about Gina's disappearance on the radio and immediately thought that Steph might be involved. In addition to being with her that night, all their friends knew about his criminal tendencies and aggressive behavior. Bill went to Steph's workplace and started asking him about that evening. Steph insisted that he had nothing to do with the young woman's disappearance, but then something interesting happened when Bill asked him to contact the police. Steph agreed but asked his friend not to tell anyone that he was with Gina that night. He also wondered how many people saw him leave the club with her. Bill also told something else about that night. When Gina left the club with Steph, she looked confused, apparently thinking that all her friends were going to the house by the lake and was in disarray. The next day, Bill and his friends had a barbecue in that house. None of them knew about Gina's disappearance at that time. While they were sitting outside, Steph volunteered to make drinks for everyone and went into the house. He spent a lot of time in there, and when he finally returned, he explained that he couldn't find the bottle opener. The detective thought that in fact Steve had been trying to clean up the blood stains all this time since he hadn't been able to do it completely at night. Despite no direct evidence linking Steph to the crime, the detectives no longer doubted that he was the one behind the murder. According to his version, that evening at the club, he invited Gina to the lake and said that the other friends were also going there in the house. He tried to kiss her, but the young woman refused, and then the man attacked her, subjected her to violence, killed her, and hid the body somewhere in the house. After that, for several hours he tried to clean the blood and erase the traces of the struggle. When Bill came to the house with his girlfriend, Steph waited until they went into the room and moved Gina's body to the trunk of her own car. Then he drove her to the river, threw her into the water, and left the car there. The man did not even think to move the driver's seat closer to the steering wheel as it was originally installed. The big problem remained in this story. Gina's body was still not found in those years. Courts rarely sentenced criminals if there was no victim's body. Lawyers could always insist that without a body, it was impossible to consider a person dead with 100% certainty, and there was always a slight chance that the person was actually alive. Investigators continued to search for additional evidence, and 2 weeks after Gina's disappearance, they decided to re-examine the place where her car was found. This time they brought more officers and it paid off. They found the young woman's clothing nearby covered in blood. Experts found several hairs on it, one of which matched Steph's hair. In addition, they found small particles of foreign fabric. After conducting a series of necessary analysis, they determined that these particles completely matched the carpet in the house by the lake. In addition to the clothes, they found a second towel missing from the house. However, the police admitted that all these things were thrown by the killer after the car was found, as this particular place had already been inspected that day. The detectives did not stop there. In an attempt to obtain more evidence, he contacted a dog handler, and he came with his search dog to the place where the car was found. Then something that shocked all the present officers happened. The dog took the trail and headed across the river on a bridge. Then it walked through the streets of Radford, almost circling the entire city, when suddenly the dog approached one of the houses, climbed down to the porch, and gave the signal to the dog handler. It was a house where Stephen Epperly and his relatives lived. Even the dog handler did not expect such a result. He did not know who Steph was or what he was suspected of. The detective had hoped at best that the dog would lead them to some additional evidence or a body, but in the end, the dog led them to the porch of a possible suspect. Later that day, Steph was called in for questioning with the use of a polygraph. He continued to deny his guilt, but the polygraph operator repeatedly detected that he was lying. After the questioning, the investigators told him that their trained dog had just led them to his home. Stephen covered his face with his hands and said something like, "What a good dog." However, without Gina's body, he still couldn't be charged with murder, and Steph remained free. When the whole town learned about his previous crimes and the evidence against him in Gina's case, no one doubted his guilt. People came to his house and wrote threatening letters, and the man decided to move to a small town in Ohio. 5 days later, a 25-year-old woman disappeared not far from where Steph had settled, and a month later, her body was found in a cornfield. Local detectives knew that Stephen was suspected in Gina's murder, and he immediately became the prime suspect. However, his guilt could not be proven due to the lack of evidence. Bill continued to talk to staff and tell the police about their conversations. When Stephen found out that Bill had a good lawyer, he asked if he could represent him, and even more disturbingly, he asked Bill to ask him if the police could arrest him that the chances of a guilty verdict in court were slim. But after the other young woman's murder, he decided to risk his career and arrested Stephen. He was charged with murder, and the case went to trial. The situation was complicated by the fact that an inexperienced prosecutor was assigned to the case who had only been in the position for 7 months. Others simply refused to participate in such a complex process where they had to prove a murder without a body. Surprisingly, the prosecutor did an excellent job. The trial lasted more than 3 months, and ultimately the jury found Stephen Eberly guilty of Gina's murder. The prosecutor presented all available evidence and was able to convince the jury that the victim was dead and the staff was the killer. As a result, he received a life sentence without the possibility of parole. This was not only the first conviction without a body in Virginia, but also the first time a court accepted a search dog's lead as evidence. Unfortunately, investigators were unable to prove Steph's involvement in the murder of another woman in Ohio. They also continued to search for Gina's body, but these efforts were halted in 1994. However, in 2016, 36 years after Gina's murder, a local resident came forward to the Radford police. He confessed that his family had been keeping a terrible secret all these years. In 1980, their grandfather, who lived on a farm outside of town, saw 2 men in a white van pulling a body out of a car near. A field detectives thought this could be Gina and resumed their search. However, they were unable to find any remains, but the grandson's revelation led to new searches for Gina's remains. Her sister Diana played a big role in this, continuing to hope for closure. In 2019, she met a forensic anthropologist who invented a unique method for finding DNA underground. His tool detected the presence of any human biological material, and investigators used it in their search. After many months, it bore fruit. In 2020, they found Gina's remains in 8 different locations along the river and lake. These were mostly small pieces that would have been impossible to find without special equipment. Only in one case were they able to find a bone fragment that belonged to the young woman. As for Staff, he is still serving his sentence, despite numerous appeals and attempts to be released early. Investigators believe he may have had many more victims, but they have been unable to find the necessary evidence over the years. Their only comfort is that he has been isolated from society and has not harmed anyone else. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A woman was found dead in her own bedroom. Her 2 sons, who lived with her in the same house, heard and saw nothing. Detectives started investigating, but they couldn't find the culprit. It took 38 years for a breakthrough in the case, but nobody was prepared. Linda Slayton was born in 1950 in the state of Alabama, USA. She had loving parents and a younger sister named Judy. From an early age, Linda was ambitious and kind-hearted. She always tried to help others, which earned her many friends. Later, she married a man named Frank, with whom she had 2 sons, Jeff and Tim. However, as the years went by, their marriage became increasingly problematic. Frank developed an alcohol addiction and started to abuse his wife and children. Eventually, Linda left and decided to move to Florida with her sons. They settled in the city of Lakeland, where Linda's parents and sister already lived. Linda rented a house in a residential complex by the lake and dedicated all her time to providing for her sons. Linda took various jobs, but money was always tight for her. Sometimes she had to sell her belongings to pay the bills. She couldn't even afford a car, so her elder son Jeff had to ride his bicycle to school. Her younger son Tim played on a football team, and often he had to ask his coach for a ride home after practice to avoid walking despite the financial difficulties. Linda always strived to give her sons the most time and attention she could. She took them on hikes, brought them to concerts of their favorite bands, and overall tried to ensure their childhood was filled with positive moments. On the evening of September 3, 1981, When Linda was 31 years old, she waited for Jim to finish his practice and went with him to the neighbors who were hosting a small family gathering. Meanwhile, Jeff arrived home and wanted to have dinner, but there was hardly any food in the fridge. He got angry at his mother, hopped on his bicycle, and rode to his grandparents' house, who lived on the other side of the city. Later, when the whole family returned home, Jeff argued with his mother about the empty fridge. But eventually they wished each other a good night and went to bed. The next morning, Linda's sister, who lived in the same complex, went to her house to invite her for a cup of coffee. She knocked on the door but received no response, thinking that Linda had gone somewhere. The woman turned around and was about to leave when she noticed that the bedroom window was open. She approached it, looked inside, and saw Linda lying across the bed. In the next second, the woman screamed and ran to the neighbors to call the police. One look at her sister's face was enough for her to realize that she was dead. Detectives arrived at their house and began examining the crime scene. Linda was lying on her bed, her clothing partially pulled down with a wire hanger around her neck. Based on this evidence, the police suspected that an unknown man had entered the victim's room and assaulted her and strangled her. Soon, forensic experts confirmed this theory by finding a palm print on the windowsill. Linda often left it open since there was no air conditioning in the apartment, making it easy for the killer to gain access. While the detectives worked at the crime scene, the eldest son of the victim woke up from all the commotion. The investigators took him outside and delivered the tragic news of his mother's death. Afterward, they woke up his younger brother and led him towards the exit. However, at that very moment, as the boy passed by his mother's room, another police officer emerged from it, and through the open door, Tim saw his mother's body and froze in place until the officer pulled him away. Jeff and Tim, aged 15 and 12 at the time, were in deep shock. Initially, they simply couldn't believe that their mother was dead. Later, the investigators managed to talk to them, and the brothers stated that they hadn't heard any noise and hadn't even woken up that night despite having their own rooms. The detectives found this strange considering the building had very good acoustics, and given the brutal nature of the murder, loud noises should have been audible from the victim's room. The police interviewed the neighbors, who also hadn't heard anything. None of the residents in the complex had seen any suspicious individuals that day. Medical experts examined the victim's body and confirmed that she had been subjected to violence. They extracted the killer's biological material, but at that time they couldn't conduct DNA analysis. The experts also confirmed that Linda died as a result of strangulation, so the detectives had to investigate the case with almost no evidence. The palm print could only help them if they managed to find a suspect and make a comparison. Linda's sons moved in with their grandparents. They remained in a state of shock and constantly feared that the unknown killer would come after them. The fear was so intense that they slept in the same room as their grandmother, while their grandfather sat in the living room with a rifle. However, the detectives believed that the children were not in danger. In their opinion, the crime had solely a sexual motive, and the killer must have known the victim. After speaking with Linda's relatives, they learned about her ex-husband, who had a history of domestic violence. He immediately became the prime suspect, but the police quickly determined that the man was in a different state at the time of the murder. Afterward, the investigators discovered that shortly before her death, Linda had started dating a certain man. They located this person, but he also had a solid alibi. The detectives checked all the victim's neighbors, comparing their fingerprints with the sample found on the windowsill. They then conducted a similar comparison with all previously convicted men residing in Lakeland, but they couldn't find any matches. Several weeks after the murder, Linda's sons gradually started to recover, and eventually the relatives decided that the best option for them would be to return to school. Over time, it did help the brothers as they began interacting with friends again and gradually returned to a normal life. Tim rejoined the football team as his mother had always been proud of his accomplishments in the sport. A month after her death, he hung a photograph of his team in his bedroom as a reminder of how his mother had taught him to move forward and achieve his goals. Meanwhile, the detectives reached a dead end, failing to find a suitable suspect. They decided to go back to the beginning and reconsider why the sons hadn't heard any screams or signs of a struggle. The police reviewed Jeff's statements and noticed that he had an argument with Linda on the day of her murder. Furthermore, the teenager himself mentioned that he and his mother frequently engaged in verbal disputes. This made the detectives wonder, could Jeff have killed his mother? They called him in for questioning and started asking various questions again. Soon, Jeff realized that the investigators suspected him of the crime. He denied his involvement, but the detectives continued to pressure him. They offered Jeff to undergo a polygraph test, and he agreed. The polygraph operator did not detect any signs of deception, but the police were not ready to give up. Soon after, they called a man for questioning again, and even planned to bring in a hypnotist to put him in a trance state. Jeff constantly faced pressure, and the investigators directly accused him of strangling his mother. This led to the breaking point for Linda's relatives, who demanded that the police focus on finding the real killer and prohibited them from approaching Jeff. Despite this, Jeff agreed to undergo another polygraph test, and after successful results, he was finally no longer considered a suspect. From that point on, the case remained stagnant for many years. Jeff and Tim grew up, got jobs, and started their own families. The murder of their mother still haunts them. But every time they contacted the investigators, they received the same response: no progress had been made in the case. In March 1999, experts extracted a DNA sample from the biological material found on the victim's body. 2 years later, a new detective assigned to the case compared it with samples from all the suspects, including Linda's 2 sons, but there were no matches. Even comparing it with the FBI database yielded no results. When Jeff met with this detective, he realized that they had been acquainted for many years. It turned out that the men regularly played bowling together with mutual friends. They talked, and the investigator promised Jeff that he would solve the case, no matter what. Around the same time, Tim and Jeff heard about another unsolved crime that had remained unresolved for many years. After it received widespread media attention, new evidence emerged leading to the capture of the perpetrator. That's when the brothers decided to approach journalists and share their family tragedy. They gave a detailed interview, and the story made it into the local newspapers. In September 2001, the detective received an interesting lead. He learned that a man named Jimmy Ulmer had abducted a young woman through her bedroom window a year after Linda's murder, for which he received an 80-year prison sentence. What made it even more intriguing was that during Linda's murder, this person lived in the same residential complex just a few meters away from her house. At the time of Homer's arrest, the DNA of criminals was not yet entered into a common database, since it simply did not exist. The man himself passed away in '96, and there were no remaining biological samples. However, the detective contacted the perpetrator's mother, who provided several personal belongings from which the experts managed to extract the sample. Unfortunately, it did not match the DNA of the killer, but despite the setback, the detective was not ready to give up. He continued to search for new suspects, consistently asked the FBI to run the DNA sample of the killer through all available databases, and stayed in touch with Linda's sons. At that point, Jeff and Tim had almost resigned themselves to the thought that they would never find their mother's killer. However, in 2019, a new hope emerged when C.C. Moore, a renowned expert in genetic genealogy, took on the case. She took the DNA sample of the killer and uploaded it to public databases, then began searching for any matches. Typically, such databases can even help find the most distant relatives of the DNA owner, who could be living in different parts of the world without the slightest knowledge of each other's existence. With this information, it is possible to trace their family tree and find common lines, filter out thousands of relatives, and identify the DNA owner. After conducting all this extensive work, Moore was able to pinpoint one family living in the area at the time of the murder. Within that family, there was only one person who fit all the parameters, leaving her to conclude that he was highly likely to be the killer. When the detectives heard his name, they immediately realized they had come across him in old reports. His name was Joseph Clinton Mills. Tim's football coach, who regularly gave him a ride home from practice, had never been on the list of suspects, but back in 1981, the police took a statement over the phone as he had dropped Tim off at home on that same day. None of the detectives even considered the possibility that Mills could be the killer. At that time, he was only 20 years old, and there was absolutely no evidence against him, so the police didn't compare his DNA and fingerprints with the samples found at the crime scene. The investigators decided to hold off on informing Jeff and Tim about this discovery. First, they needed to make sure that Mills was truly behind their mother's murder. After studying his biography, they discovered that Mills was arrested in 1984 for forgery of a will, and his fingerprints were taken, which are still kept in a paper archive to this day. Experts compared them with the fingerprints found on the victim's windowsill and obtained a perfect match. After 38 years, they finally learned the identity of the probable killer. Immediately after they discovered that the man still lived in the same house as in 1981. Mills was now 58 years old, owned a small business, was married, and had children and grandchildren. The detectives monitored him for several weeks, hoping to obtain some item with his DNA. It could have been a cigarette butt, a coffee cup, a bottle, and so on. However, they never had the opportunity, so the police decided to discreetly retrieve his trash. They handed the bag to the laboratory, where experts tried to find an item with his DNA, and soon they succeeded. Mills' DNA matched completely with the sample found on Linda's body. Afterward, the detectives met with their sons to inform them of the progress in the case. They were both shocked, but Tim had a much harder time accepting it. He couldn't believe that his football coach turned out to be the same monster who had killed his mother. Tim respected him and looked up to him, and what's more, Mills continued to give him rides home from practice even after the murder. The man constantly encouraged him and always asked if there were any developments in his mother's case. For all these years, a photo of his football team hung in Tim's old bedroom, with the monster who killed his mom standing right behind him. In the same year Mills was arrested, he remained calm and didn't even ask what he was being accused of. When brought in for questioning and asked about Linda's murder, he claimed to have no involvement according to him. He dropped off Tim and left. Mills insisted that he never entered their house, but the detectives knew it was a lie. They informed him about the DNA and fingerprint match, after which the suspect suddenly changed his version of events. Now Mills insisted that on that night, Linda herself invited him to sneak into her bedroom through the window for an intimate encounter. Then she asked him to lightly choke her with a hanger, but Mills miscalculated his strength and ended up killing her. Of course, the detectives didn't believe this story for a second considering all the existing evidence. They had a much more plausible theory based on the fact that Mills had repeatedly given Tim rides home he had seen his mother and could have targeted her as a victim. On the evening of the murder, he dropped off the boy, who immediately went to a party at the neighbor's house with his mother. Mills took advantage of the fact that no one would be home in their house. He drove away for some distance and returned on foot, sneaking into Linda's bedroom through the window and hiding in the closet. He spent several hours there waiting for everyone to go to sleep. In that same closet, he took a wire hanger and used it as a murder weapon. After subjecting the victim to violence, he left the house through the window. Based on all the available evidence, charges were brought against Mills for the murder, and the case was handed over to court in the state of Florida. The death penalty was a possible sentence for such a crime, and on February 9/2022, Mills decided to make a deal with the prosecution to avoid this fate. He confessed to the murder, but under the conditions of the agreement, he was not required to disclose the details of the crime. Linda's sons were unhappy with this fact. In the courtroom, Tim shouted at his coach, demanding to know why. Dull. He took his mother away from him, but the man remained silent, looking down only when given the opportunity for a final statement. Mills said, "I'm a good person. I'm not who they're trying to portray me as." This angered the brothers even more, but ultimately they were grateful to the investigators for bringing the case to a conclusion and finally finding the killer. Mills was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole after the verdict was delivered. Jeff and Tim promised to try to live honorable lives and dedicate themselves to their families, as that is what their mother would have wanted. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today we'll look at a story that occurred in 2022. This case involves multiple countries, and the sentence was issued less than a month ago. What began as a fairy tale ended as a horror film. Ekaterina Bowman was born on May 13, 1989, in Leningrad, one of Russia's largest cities, which was later renamed St. Petersburg. The chain of events that resulted in something horrific began in Turkey in 2009, when Ekaterina, 20, went on vacation with her family. It was here that she met Walter Bowman, a German citizen, 13 years her senior. Walter was fluent in Russian because he was born in Kazakhstan, which, like Russia, was a part of the USSR until 1991. Walter completed his education in Germany and made a good living, but his personal life was not going so well. He was constantly looking for the ideal woman and dreamed of meeting her. But he didn't meet the definition of a perfect man. He lived with his parents, didn't care about his appearance, dressed sloppily, and looked repulsive overall. He met many women on the internet, and almost all of them were Russian. He spent a long time chatting with one of them before deciding to travel to Russia to see her in person. But when she met Walter in person, he did not leave a good impression on her, and she no longer wanted to communicate with him. That's why, when he had a holiday romance in Turkey, his friends couldn't believe it. Ekaterina was young and gorgeous. She must have had many admirers, but for whatever reason, she chose Walter. This romantic love story began like many others, with two lonely hearts feeling attracted to each other. After Ekaterina returned to Russia and Walter returned to Germany, they continued to communicate via social media and lengthy phone calls. He told his friends how good and beautiful she is, and how they spend hours on the phone and write poetry to each other. He would then pay a lot of money to travel to St. Petersburg to see her on occasion. At the time, Ekaterina was in her second year of university in St. Petersburg. Walter was serious about his intentions, so he helped her transition to Hamburg University. Ekaterina left Russia and relocated to Germany in 2010. People in Bremerhaven, a port city on the North Sea coast, described Ekaterina as a smart, attractive, and cheerful young woman. After moving, she maintained constant contact with her Russian family. In Germany, she continued her studies in business administration, which she had begun in Russia. She enjoyed running and practicing yoga, and she was always looking for quiet places. A few months later, the lovers were married. Walter's friend Alexandra described their wedding ceremony as follows. They had a lavish wedding. I used to be a wedding photographer, so I've seen a lot, but Ekaterina was the most beautiful and happy bride I'd ever seen. They undoubtedly spent a lot of money on their celebrations. The registration took place at a lighthouse, from which they took off in a massive white horse-drawn carriage. Nobody had ever seen anything like this in Germany, and there were only a few guests, which seemed strange. According to Alexander, the wedding ended well before dawn. Their wedding photograph captures a happy scene. Walter appears to be a man who supports his young wife, whereas Ekaterina hugs him gently and smiles blissfully. It appeared that two people who were perfect matches had finally found each other. The couple settled into a happy family life, and their story read like a fairy tale. Instead of a luxurious castle, the newlyweds settled into Walter's parents' home. And this is when Ekaterina encountered her first problem since moving to Germany. Living with Walter's parents proved difficult. The fairy tale began to fall apart. Walter's mother was a tough woman, and she will play a significant, if not the primary role in how this story ends. So it's best to give her a brief introduction. Ludmila Bowman spent her first 38 years of life in Kazakhstan. She was an exceptional student. She began as an assistant chemist and technologist, progressed to chemical engineer, and finally to middle school teacher. She married when she was 18 and had her only child, which may explain why he was the most important person in her life. The Bowman family had German roots, so they moved from Kazakhstan to Germany, where they settled in Bremerhaven. Ludmila spent many years working at a marine institute, researching the problem of global warming. She was in a good position. They would frequently go out to sea and participate in about 25 expeditions, including those in the Arctic. Her migration history served as a model for many German immigrants, which is why her 1-meter-long portrait hangs on the facade of Bremerhaven's Immigration Center, alongside 30 other portraits. But Ludmila couldn't accept that her son Walter was no longer a small boy, but rather a fully grown man in his 30s. When he wasn't present, she would call him every hour, asking when he would return, where he was and with whom, because he was her only child and she didn't have a healthy distance from him. Ekaterina has also faced prejudice from Ludmila, but she continues to strive to please her husband's mother in every way. Ludmila constantly interfered with her son's marriage and criticized Ekaterina. She accused her of being a bad housewife. Ekaterina attempted to combat this attitude, but her efforts were never successful. When she went outside, she changed into a gray mouse. Otherwise, she'd have to hear from her mother-in-law about how she dressed like a prostitute. Walter worked in a port, earning approximately 4,000 euros per month. He was always at work on weekends and holidays because it paid better. He was not a workaholic, but rather greedy. He saved the majority of his earnings and had substantial savings that he didn't want to spend. In 2017, when Ekaterina got pregnant, Walter decided to spend some of his savings. He bought a house and moved away from his parents. The search took a long time because Walter wanted to spend as little money as possible. Ekaterina had hoped that the move would improve their relationship, but it did not. Ludmila was a constant visitor to their home and continued to interfere in all aspects of her son's life. Around the same time, Ekaterina gave birth to her daughter, further straining the couple's relationship. Following the birth of his daughter, Walter became more strict and controlling of his wife. He spoke down to her and forbade her from learning to drive a car, as well as from communicating with her daughter in German, because he wanted her to know only one language, Russian. Ekaterina had no idea what the changes in her husband's behavior were about. He developed even more resentment, jealousy, and control than before. It was becoming increasingly difficult to predict his behavior. He could lose his temper over trivial matters. The couple's relationship deteriorated, and Walter went so far as to use his physical superiority against his wife, beating her. Authorities first learned about the bomb and family in late 2019, when the couple told the social worker that they had reconciled, but Ekaterina and her husband continued to berate and curse at each other. Walter secretly took photos and videos of Ekaterina while recording their phone conversations, sometimes in front of their baby. Walter asked a computer expert from his circle of friends to hack his wife's phone, but he declined. Walter accused his wife of being a bad mother and mentally unstable. Ekaterina, in turn, accused Walter of losing interest in her work and becoming burned out as a result. She could no longer live in constant stress and fear, so she sought help from a domestic violence support center. The first time she asked for assistance was in the fall of 2020. After his wife and daughter left, Walter did everything he could to get them back. He promised to change, admitting that he had acted inappropriately and telling Ekaterina that he couldn't live without her and their daughter. As a result, Ekaterina forgives him and returns home with their daughter, but the fighting between the spouses continues. When Walter realized he had wronged his wife, he would give her gifts or plan a family trip. The man changed his attitude toward both his wife and the child. Walter's attitude toward his daughter can only be described as complete control. When he was at home, he wanted his daughter to be constantly in his sight. If they went somewhere, he would not let her leave his arms. Despite the fact that she was only 3 years old, he reduced his work hours at the port in half in order to spend more time with his daughter. He would take his daughter to kindergarten and pick her up in the evening. He cooked for her, and she slept in the parents' room at night. Those who knew Walter well described him as a dramatizing strategist. He was skilled at manipulating others, and one of his primary goals in life was to be frugal with money. He often appeared nervous and impatient. After becoming a mother, Ekaterina visited her family in Russia several times, always accompanied by Walter. He feared that his wife would return to Russia, depriving him of the opportunity to be with his daughter. Ekaterina began considering divorce as she witnessed her husband's increasingly abusive behavior. At the same time, she discovered that all of her documents had disappeared. As it turns out, Walter took all of his wife's papers and left them at his mother's house. When Walter's mother paid them a visit, the couple got into another argument, and Ekaterina was kicked out. She was thrown away like a useless item. She contacted the police, and the situation was resolved. Ekaterina and Walter once got into such a heated argument right before kindergarten that administration notified youth support services about the situation. The quarreling couples began receiving child education assistance. For 6 weeks, a family crisis counselor would accompany the family and monitor the child's well-being. The counselor concluded that leaving the child with their parents was too dangerous. Ekaterina only continued to live with her husband because of her daughter, but she was unable to accompany her to Russia. For her daughter to leave Germany, Ekaterina must have obtained Walter's permission, indicating that he is not opposed to his child leaving the country. In August 2021, Ekaterina took the daughter for the second time and reported to a women's crisis center that her husband had threatened her life. Social services wanted to place a 5-year-old girl in an orphanage, and the Youth Affairs Department's psychologist described the situation as severe. Ekaterina agreed to the Youth Affairs Service placing her daughter in foster care, but Walter and his mother opposed it. That's why both parents had to care for the child. The girl lived with her father for a few days before moving to a women's shelter with her mother, always alternate and under the condition that the couple's daughter attend kindergarten to learn German. In a few weeks, the family was reunited again. According to some Russian sources, Ekaterina had bad roommates at the women's shelter, and the kindergarten that the daughter must have visited was too far away. As a result, she returned home, but the couple has begun the divorce process and lives in separate rooms. Ekaterina's desire to return to Russia was increasing. Walter wasn't against it, but only if his daughter stayed with him in Germany. That is why Ekaterina only visited St. Petersburg in 2021 and 2022. In Russia, she went on a date with a man she met online. He came from the Siberian city of Omsk and was a pilot. Katerina returned to Germany in mid-January 2022 and communicated with the Russian pilot on a daily basis. They exchanged many love messages, but a few weeks after returning to Germany, on February 4, 2022, the 32-year-old woman stopped communicating with her family and new lover. When Ekaterina ran away again, she only took an empty suitcase and 13,000 euros from her husband's stash. She left behind her phone, keys, clothes, and, most importantly, her 5-year-old daughter. This is what Walter told the police on February 6, 2022. When Ekaterina's parents couldn't reach her for 2 days, they contacted the German police and requested a welfare check. We learned about her disappearance in a strange way. I couldn't reach her on the phone for several days. Walter then picked her up and explained that he hadn't seen her since February 5th. He also stated that she does not respond because she does not have funds on her account. Svetlana Ekaterina is a mother of journalists. The entire city went searching for Ekaterina. People searched every square meter, posted flyers, and investigated every version of what happened. Walter was one of the few people who did not care about Ekaterina's disappearance. Concerned citizens distributed flyers throughout the city. The man was busy renovating his home. They assumed the worst immediately after the woman's disappearance, and her husband was the focus of attention. Only 4 days after Ekaterina allegedly fled the Beaumont family home, the police conducted a search. Walter had completed the renovations at this point, having painted the floors in the guest room and replaced a couch. He was also seen buying a large amount of cleansers from the local store. The police discovered that the surveillance footage from the house's video cameras had mysteriously vanished. Officers searched the house for 3 hours for evidence of the crime, leading a detection dog through the garage and into the house. In the garage, the dog became agitated but did not give a signal. The first tests conducted by criminalists revealed no evidence within the house or garage. Police discovered a knife and an electric shocker in the littered car and seized them as potential evidence. Officers noted that Walter was unconcerned about his wife, who had gone missing. Instead, he wanted to know if he would be granted sole custody of his daughter, aged 5, if his wife did not return. The search for Ekaterina continued day after day, but nothing was discovered. It's as if she disappeared. Officers recognized that the chances of a young mother fleeing and leaving her daughter's documents and phone behind in a foreign country are extremely low. Walter had the police's suspicion, as evidenced by his statement that Ekaterina fled with an empty suitcase. Ekaterina's mysterious disappearance alarmed people throughout the city and beyond. Women who didn't know Ekaterina organized a search. "We'll keep looking for her until we figure out what happened," said one of the organizers. 2 weeks after the young mother went missing, approximately 400 volunteers from across North Germany searched for her in Bremerhaven several times, aided by rescue dogs. This incident elicited a massive response on social media. Ekaterina's family brought attention to her disappearance in Russia, and the story aired on the major Russian channels. "My daughter was with this man for 12 years, but for a year and a half, their marriage was nothing but fights, and he hit her several times," according to Ekaterina, a journalist's mother. "He kept my daughter in isolation and confiscated her IDs and bank cards. He didn't let her meet anyone." On March 1, 2020, 25 days after Ekaterina's disappearance, shocking news spread first in Bremerhaven, then across the country, and eventually in Russia. During a walk along the Weser River, an ordinary passerby noticed a strange suitcase that had washed ashore. He was horrified when he opened it. Inside were fragments of a woman's body, packed in garbage bags. It is important to note that not all fragments were contained within the suitcase. Several of them were missing. Sadly, the victim was 32-year-old Ekaterina Beaumont. By a strange coincidence, the suitcase was discovered near the lighthouse where she got married. The suitcase washed ashore, which was a stroke of luck for the investigation. According to experts, it could have swum to the North Sea, leaving Ekaterina missing indefinitely. This is how her hopes for a happy resolution to her relative's mysterious disappearance were dashed. They could only say goodbye to their dear daughter, mother, and friend. The city residents organized a small impromptu memorial. Their neighbors, who were not unconcerned about what happened, left flowers, lit candles, and even wrote letters. Walter Bowman was arrested as the primary and sole suspect. After discovering the body, the family home was searched a second time. This time, experts worked for several days. The police discovered a bottle containing a strong sedative in Ekaterina's blood. The police also discovered single-use gloves, foil, and adhesive tape, as well as a large supply of garbage bags and cleaners. Furthermore, canisters containing acetic acid solvents, bleached suitcase keys, and the pink scarf worn by Ekaterina in her most recent selfie were discovered in the garage and shed. Investigators also noticed that Ekaterina has few personal items. The majority of her clothes were discarded, and her wedding photograph, a memento of happy times, was hidden behind the piano. The police have also discovered the white jacket that Ekaterina was wearing in her last selfie. The jacket was discovered in a trash can at the workplace of Ludmila Baumann-Walter's mother. While in custody, the man frequently wrote letters to his mother, confessing his love for her and referring to her as his son. The letters contained urgent appeals, such as "Help us all, Mother, save us. You can do it. You represent my only hope for the future, and please save me." 8 months later, it became clear what he meant. Ekaterina died on Friday, February 4, 2022. At 4:30 time, she took a 10-minute walk wearing our light-colored jacket and yellow skirt. Neighbors' video cameras captured the event. In the evening, the family ate dinner, which included tuna, halibut, mashed potatoes, and olives. It was a bottle of wine. According to Walter, Ekaterina drank only 1 glass while he consumed the remainder. That's why he fell asleep at 8 p.m. According to court documents, Ekaterina's phone was last connected to the network at 7:41 p.m. At 8:25 p.m., she called her new lover via video chat on her computer. She was in a good mood and promised to call him again as soon as she put her child to bed. But she did not call him that evening. She did not call anyone. 2 hours later, the Russian pilot sent a message wishing her a good night, but it went unread. A forensic examination revealed that Ekaterina had died 2 hours after dinner. This was confirmed by an examination of her stomach contents. Forensic experts discovered strong sedatives and alcohol in her blood, as well as a broken hyoid bone. The cause of death was determined to be strangulation. Experts claim that everything else done to the body was done with extremely sharp tools. Walter opened his car briefly the next morning, at 7:22 a.m. At 10:20 a.m., the car drove away and returned at 4:49 p.m. 3 days later. Walter called his wife's phone number, most likely to confirm his legend that she had run away. He also messaged her a few times, asking the most obvious question: "Where are you, Ekaterina?" Prior to Ekaterina's disappearance, Walter and his mother communicated frequently via WhatsApp, but after February 4, they went silent, which is completely unusual. In the middle of February, Walter drove his car to auto service, where he informed an employee that the interior needed to be thoroughly cleaned from top to bottom. On August 26, 2022, the trial began. The prosecutor claimed that Walter slipped sedatives into his wife's drink and strangled her after she fell asleep. Walter planned out what he was going to do with her body. The prosecutor's office cited the husband's fear of losing custody of his daughter in the event of divorce, as well as financial losses, as motivators. It was also revealed that traces of blood were discovered in the garage, which Ekaterina's husband intended to clean in accordance with online advice. They were found beneath the shelf, on the floor, on the stairs, and in the seams. Traces of blood were also discovered on the carpet in his car's trunk. Despite thorough cleaning, experts from the Institute of Forensic Medicine determined that Ekaterina had blood in all of the places mentioned above. Walter's phone and computer were seized by police, and they provided answers to numerous questions. Not long before the tragedy, he searched for information on how to avoid punishment for taking someone's life, including which acid dissolves, how many liters of acid are required to fill a bathtub, and how to read other people's WhatsApp conversations. How long does it take to die from a sedative? Can you be convicted without evidence in Germany between December 2021 and the end of February 2022? He conducted approximately 500 search queries. Everything indicated that Walter had planned this crime. On the day of his wife's disappearance, he Googled the electric shocker twice, and forensic experts discovered evidence of electrocution on Ekaterina's body. Investigators believe Walter was using a shocker to see if his wife was still alive. In court, Walter wore his wedding ring and stated that he had been widowed for far too long. He remained silent and made no comments about the charges brought against him. He would sometimes plug his ears while the witnesses were testifying, as if it had nothing to do with him. The most emotion he displayed was when he saw his mother in court. He cried when she was questioned as a witness. He looked at her with his hands folded, as if in prayer. "Get me out of here." He begged his mother in a letter, and it appears that she agreed to help her son. During her testimony, Ludmila Bowman stated that she was the one who killed Ekaterina, not her son. She said this to the astonished court. She arrived at her son and daughter-in-law's house in the middle of the night after her son called and asked her to care for the granddaughter. When she arrived, she found Ekaterina on the couch, soundly asleep. Ludmila explained that she wanted to wake her up and began shaking her. Ekaterina awoke and struck her in the face. They got into a fight, and Ludmila claims that she choked her son's wife during it. She also stated that she was the one who performed the following actions on Ekaterina's body. "I loved Ekaterina as a daughter. I did not want this, but was it Ludmila who did the crime? It's possible that her love for her son was so strong that she decided to accept the blame for him." As I previously stated, mother and son were extremely close and spoke on the phone frequently. The entire WhatsApp chat between mother and son occupied 1699 pages of investigation files. Despite her self-incrimination, Ludmila left the courtroom as a free citizen on that and all other days of the trial. The jury in the prosecutor's office did not believe the woman's statement and assumed she was only trying to protect her son. Even experienced attorneys were taken aback by the mother-in-law's incrimination. The attorney for a 66-year-old woman demanded her arrest, and her son's lawyers demanded Walter's release, but it did not come to this. The mother was released while her son remained in jail, but she refused to give up. Ludmila wrote a letter to the court detailing her actions with the body. She stated again, "My son did not do this." She stated again, "My son did not do this." She wished to be questioned again and charged. However, the court denied her request and refused to believe her again. Ludmila was able to prove that she took part in the crime. As previously stated, not all fragments were found in the suitcase. Ludmila Bowman demonstrated where to look for the missing fragment, which did not fit in the suitcase. The provided information proved to be correct, and the police discovered another bag that was weighed down so that it did not float. The bag was discovered exactly where Ludmila pointed. The pedometer on Ludmila's phone also indicated that she walked 220 yards on the night of the murder, around 0:40 a.m. Neighbors' video cameras near Walter's and Ekaterina's house captured a person passing by Walter's father's phone, who was also active at the time. He drove Ludmila to his son's house, despite telling investigators he was asleep. Experts determined that by this time Ekaterina had died, implying that the 66-year-old woman was giving false testimony. Then, there's this unusual detail. Ludmila Bowman arrived at the son's house after Ekaterina had died, and she was present during the subsequent actions involving the body. Even though she didn't take part in the process, she helped clean the house. Essentially, she assisted her son in concealing the crime's evidence and served as an accomplice. However, it appears that the corresponding laws work differently in Germany. Ludmila was not arrested or charged with anything. This appears strange, doesn't it? Please share your thoughts on this in the comments. The mother became increasingly desperate to save her son as the verdict date approached. She wrote another letter to the judge, stating that she, not Walter, committed the crime. Now the letter stated that I despised Ekaterina, but couldn't tell my son about it. He was fighting for his wife's love, and I was afraid she would want to end his life. That's why I decided to get rid of Ekaterina by making it appear as if she poisoned herself over her tragic love for a Russian pilot. In her words, she printed a goodbye letter in Ekaterina's name and planned to place it next to her when she died. She spiked the juice with various drugs and gave it to her son, not telling him what it was, but instructing him to give it to his wife at dinner. Ludmila stated that she came to the son's house to leave a farewell note under the name Ekaterina, but when she woke up, Ludmila had to strangle her. However, the court did not believe the woman's confession because all evidence pointed to the crime being committed by her son. Walter remained silent throughout the entire process. During one of the final hearings, he recited his notes on 230 sheets of paper about his time in Kazakhstan, his life, and love. The main message of his statement was that I had always loved Ekaterina and our daughter, but her emotional burnout and psychological problems caused many arguments over 230 sheets of paper, but he only mentioned the night that changed everything. He stated that he was sleeping when his mother murdered his wife and dragged her into the garage. Walter blamed his mother for the horrific crime, claiming she betrayed him, used him, and threw him in prison. When addressing the judge, he also stated that my daughter had lost her mother, and she should not lose her father as well. The scariest part of this story isn't even the details of the terrifying crime. However, all of this occurred in front of the couple's 5-year-old daughter. The Russian grandmother is currently barred from communicating with her granddaughter, who is believed to have been placed with a German foster family. Walter was at home with his daughter. Everything happened in front of her. He created a psychotraumatic environment for the girl. She frequently mumbled something while pointing to her head and forearms. She saw everything that indicated that Ekaterina was Svetlana's mother. The girl is currently living in a traumatized children's facility and has been given a new name so that she does not learn the truth about her real family. Svetlana is attempting to obtain guardianship for her granddaughter, but German authorities will not even allow her to speak with her on the phone. The verdict was announced on May 23, 2023, when Ekaterina's daughter was 6 years old. Walter Baumann was handed a life sentence. Under German law, he is eligible for parole after 15 years. The urn containing Ekaterina's ashes was buried in her hometown of St. Petersburg. The case of Ludmila Baumann remains open. The prosecutor's office may charge her as an accomplice, but so far, this has not occurred. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A student who came to visit her family for a holiday went for a run and disappeared. Without a trace, the residents of the small village were shaken by this event, as nothing like this had ever happened in their area before detectives began an investigation that lasted for many years. And it was only after 28 years that everyone learned the gruesome truth that shocked the residents of the small village. Mandy Stavik was born on April 16, 1971, in the American city of Bellingham, Washington. She grew up in a large family with loving parents, 2 brothers and a sister. Soon after Mandy's birth, her parents decided to move to a town called Palmer, Alaska. This place was known for its picturesque nature, safety, and the unity of its few thousand residents. The family lived in this town for several years, but when Mandy was 3 years old, her parents decided to divorce, and she stayed with her mother. Nevertheless, she continued to see her father almost every day. A year later, a terrible tragedy struck their family. Mandy's 17-year-old brother went on a hunting trip and disappeared. The police later found his body, which had almost 20 bullet wounds. Despite all the investigators' efforts to solve the case, they could not find any suspects for Mandy's family. This event was a real shock, but she continued to grow up joyful and active. She excelled academically, participated in many sports, and played various musical instruments. When Mandy was 12 years old, her mother decided to move back to Washington, but this time to a small village called Acme, whose population at that time was less than 300 people, and all the residents knew each other well. There were practically no serious crimes in this place, and the woman decided that she and her 3 children would be better off there. Mandy enrolled in the local school, quickly made friends, continued to play sports, joined the school music group, and became a cheerleader. In addition, she loved the local nature and enjoyed going for runs towards the picturesque river. When Mandy was 17 years old, another tragedy struck her family after the divorce. Her father stayed in Palmer and started a new family with several children. In 1988, Mandy's stepbrother drowned in a river. It was another blow for her and reminded her of her older brother's death after graduating from high school. Mandy enrolled at Central Washington University in 1989, which was 3 hours away from her home. She wanted to become a pilot and strove to get straight A's. She lived in a dormitory, but whenever she had the chance, she visited her family. At the end of November, she came home to spend Thanksgiving with her relatives and planned to stay there for a few more days. On November 24th, the day after the holiday, Mandy decided to go for a run. Usually her mother accompanied her and rode her bike next to her, but this time she stayed home because her sister had come to visit her briefly, so Mandy set off alone, taking the family's German Shepherd with her usual route, started from home and ran along the road to the river, after which he turned around and ran back, totaling about 5 kilometers. Usually the run takes less than an hour, but this time Mandy was clearly delayed. When her brother returned home, he was surprised that Mandy was still not back. He was visiting a friend whose house was located along the road. The brother saw Mandy run back towards home, but after a few minutes she ran in the opposite direction. He thought she decided to do another lap, but even considering that she should have returned home much earlier than him, as time passed, Mandy's relatives began to seriously worry about her, in addition to the fact that she had never run for so long before. She had plans for the evening before heading home for the holiday. She invited her dorm mate, who came with her. They were planning to go to a neighboring town that day to meet with friends. 2 hours later, something happened that made the whole family worry even more. Their German Shepherd returned home without Mandy, which was extremely strange. The mother of a young woman who had already lost a child once decided to immediately contact the police, and despite Mandy being 18 years old, the sheriff agreed to start the search right after the woman's call. Meanwhile, the mother began calling literally every resident of the village and asking if they had seen her daughter. Upon hearing that Mandy had disappeared, many of them went out into the street and quickly organized their own search together with the young woman's relatives. They walked along the route she had run several times, but she was not found. Meanwhile, the police began questioning people close to Mandy. They learned that the young woman had a boyfriend named Rick, whom she'd been dating since high school. The young woman's mother also said that the couple had broken up and got him back together again. The investigators spoke with him but found no reason to suspect the young man. They questioned several other people while combing the area with the villagers. By that time, people on SUVs, horses, and helicopters had joined the search. The local dog handler even tried to work with a shepherd dog, hoping that it would lead them to Mandy. However, the dog was clearly frightened and did not want to leave the porch of its house. The search continued until late at night, but it yielded no results. The next day it continued, and the police managed to find the first worrying clue. Volunteers found women's sports bands on one of the back roads. They were covered in mud, looked old, and had several holes. The pants were immediately shown to Mandy's mother, but she hesitated to say that they belonged to her daughter. Despite this, the police still sent them to the laboratory, where experts found traces of male semen on them. Detectives immediately asked for DNA samples from all the men who were familiar with Mandy and were in the area, but no matches were found. The FBI's general database, which contains DNA of convicted criminals, did not exist yet that year, so investigators could not do anything with this clue. Meanwhile, specialists with search dogs began to participate in the search, and soon they discovered a new lead. They managed to find traces of the young woman on the dirt road as well as the tracks of her sheepdog. But there was one strange moment when their tracks stopped at the same place. From this, only one conclusion could be drawn. Mandy must have gotten into someone's car. Detectives suggested that she may have been abducted and forced into a car, but experts disproved this assumption, as there would have been a different scene at the point where the tracks ended, as the young woman should have resisted. In reality, it looked as though she got into the car of her own accord, meaning that the driver could have met someone she knew on the third day of the surge. Police, along with firefighters, began searching the nearby river that flowed alongside the road where the young woman was last seen. They made a distressing discovery about 5 kilometers downstream from the village. They noticed a female body in the water. After retrieving it, they immediately realized that it was Mandy, as she was naked except for her socks and sneakers. The police did not see any serious injuries except for several large scratches on her legs. In connection with this, they began to speculate that the young woman could have drowned, but this version made no sense. First, it was the end of November, and the water in the river was very cold, so Mandy could not have gone into it voluntarily, especially without clothes. In addition, the depth of the river in that place was significantly lower than human height, and the young woman could have stood there safely. Medical experts examined the victim's body and found a head injury, which was most likely caused by a strong blow. However, they determined that this injury could not have been the cause of death. In the end, the experts concluded that the young woman died of suffocation in the water. In other words, she drowned. In addition, the medical experts found evidence of violence against the victim and were able to extract biological material from the perpetrator, as well as detect male DNA under the victim's fingernails. Based on all this, the police developed the most likely version of what happened. Someone kidnapped Mandy on the road, dragged her into a car, and drove her to the river, where an unknown perpetrator subjected her to violence. After that, the young woman managed to escape, evidenced by the scratches on her legs, most likely caused by prickly vegetation along the riverbank. At some point, the criminal caught up to Mandy, hit her on the head, and threw her into the water. Forensic experts identified a DNA profile and compared it to samples from everyone who was in any way connected to the case in total. They checked over 30 men, but no matches were found. Police continued to search for any leads by questioning all residents of the village and surrounding areas. Apart from Mandy's brother, another Acme resident saw her on the day of her disappearance. The man parked near his house and saw the young woman running along the road when she disappeared from view. A dark pickup truck drove past. At that moment, the man did not attach any importance to it, but after Mandy's murder, he shared his observation with the police. He could now remember the model of the pickup truck and refused to provide detectives with his DNA sample. This behavior seemed suspicious, and they obtained a court order to compel the man to give his DNA. However, it did not match the sample found on the victim's body. The murder received active media coverage, and unfortunately, they all led to dead ends. And as a result, the investigation dragged on for years. Detectives were unable to identify any serious suspects, although they continued to actively consider various candidates. At some point, investigators speculated that an unknown serial killer known as the Green River Killer might be behind the crime. He was suspected of killing dozens of young women, and he often dumped their bodies in rivers. However, no evidence in favor of this version. Often dumped their bodies in rivers. Even when the killer was caught and his identity became known, investigators could not link him to Mandy's murder due to the lack of evidence and new suspects. The investigation into this case stopped for many years. Periodically, detectives retrieved it from the archives, trying to find some fresh ideas, but it did not produce any results. In 2009, 20 years after Mandy's death, a new detective from the local police department reopened the investigation. Given that no new evidence had emerged over the past 2 decades, he decided to take a different approach together with his colleagues. They went around the entire village and surrounding areas, asking every male resident to provide their DNA sample. The detective's plan was quite simple. He understood that the killer of Mandy was most likely a local resident, and if they collected DNA samples from literally every man, there was a decent chance of finding the culprit among them. Considering that there were only a few hundred men living in the village and its surroundings, this task seemed quite straightforward, but in practice it turned out to be much more difficult. It took the police a whole 4 years to check all the men, and in the end, they didn't get a single match. The detectives realized that in 20 years since the murder, the killer could have moved somewhere else or even died, so they began to dig through archives and try to track down literally every man who lived in the area at the time of 1989. In 2013, the police received an unexpected lead. 2 women who grew up in the same village as Mandy went to a water park with their children. As they chatted, they remembered the infamous murder and began to discuss it. At some point, one of the women said that she suspected who might have killed Mandy. The other replied that she also suspected a specific person, and they both named the same person, Timothy Bass. At the time of the murder, he was 21 years old and lived just a few houses away from the victim. The women were shocked that they had been suspecting the same person all this time, but even more interesting were the reasons why they considered Timothy to be the culprit. One of the women said that Timothy had been hitting on her when they were teenagers. Once when she was in a car with Timothy and some other friends, he began to aggressively pursue her and make advances. The other friends intervened, and since then, the woman had been seriously afraid of being near this person. The second woman's story was even more shocking. Several years after Mandy's murder, when the woman was already living with her husband and their newborn baby, Timothy knocked on her door one evening. While her husband was at work, the woman was not surprised by his visit since he and her husband were friends. Timothy said that he had been passing by after hunting and needed to use the phone. The woman let him in, but Timothy started to behave strangely. Instead of making a call, he stood there with the phone in his hand and then put it down. He then began to tell the woman that he had been in love with her for a long time and offered to engage in a sexual relationship. She refused and demanded that he leave, but Timothy continued to insist aggressively. The woman then threatened to call the police, and only after that did he leave their home. Sharing these stories, they decided to go to the police together and talk about their suspicions about Timothy. When asked why they waited so long, the women replied that they were not sure of his involvement in the murder. In such a small community, they would never be forgiven if they accused an innocent person of murder. So none of them dared to share this information. Detectives immediately became interested in this person and noticed something interesting. During the initial investigation, none of their colleagues interviewed Timothy or asked him to provide a DNA sample. This was very strange. The young man did not appear in old police reports, despite being acquainted with the victim, living nearby and his house being next to the same road that the young woman ran on. Digging deeper, investigators also found that Mandy was friends with his younger brother Tom. Another suspicious moment was that Timothy moved to another city less than 2 months after the murder. Perhaps this was the reason why the guy remained out of the police's sight. At that time, they were busy with a huge amount of leads and checking people who voluntarily cooperated with them. Timothy settled in the town of Emerson, located 40 kilometers from his old home. Shortly before moving, he married and eventually had 3 children. Opening his criminal history, detectives found another alarming fact. In 2010, his wife filed a statement with the police that Timothy had beaten their children, but the investigators were most surprised by one small detail contained in this statement. In it, his wife described why Timothy was a danger to their family among the stories of domestic violence. She briefly mentioned her husband's strange behavior while watching documentary crime films. When they watched similar programs together, Timothy constantly criticized criminals for how poorly they commit murders, leaving behind a lot of evidence. The man also loved to say that he would never make the same mistakes and would not have been caught. After studying all this information, the detectives began to seriously consider his involvement in Mandy's murder. They went to his house to ask a series of questions and request a voluntary DNA sample, and that's when the most interesting part began. Timothy claimed that he did not remember the crime and could not even remember who Mandy Stavik was. This statement immediately made detectives doubt his words. First of all the residents of the village, with a population of less than 300, knew each other. Secondly, Timothy lived just a few houses away from the Stavik family, and it was simply impossible to imagine that he did not know her. Moreover, after the murder, this case was talked about not only in the village itself but also in all neighboring towns. It was the first such crime in the area in many years, and for local residents this topic remained number one for many months. Therefore, detectives did not hurry to believe the man's words, and they asked him to provide a DNA sample, but Timothy refused, which aroused even more suspicion. Unfortunately, they had absolutely no evidence that could link him to the murder, so investigators could not obtain a court order that would require the man to provide his DNA. Then they decided to go another way. Detectives found out that Timothy had worked as a courier at a bakery located in a neighboring town for many years. They went there and talked to the manager, asking him to provide them with information about Timothy's routes for the next few days. The police planned to track him and get some items on which the man could leave his DNA. They did not tell the manager which particular crime their employee was suspected of. Detectives only said that an investigation was underway, but the woman refused to provide this information without the permission of higher management. The police contacted them and demanded a court order. Thus, investigators were again at a dead end. They continued to study Timothy's biography and try to find new clues that would allow them to obtain the much-needed court decision, but other attempts led to nothing, and the case was stalled for several more years. In 2015, the police came to his house again, asked a few questions, and requested a DNA sample, but he refused again. It continued until 2017 when something unexpected happened. A woman named Kim Wagner, who was a manager at the bakery, went to a bar with her husband and friends, all of whom used to live in Acme and were around the same age as Mandy when she was murdered. At some point, they started talking about the case, which had haunted the locals for decades. Suddenly, one of the friends mentioned Timothy Bass, who lived near the victim's home, and it dawned on Kim when the police came to her workplace and asked for information about his whereabouts. She didn't even think it could be related to Mandy Stavik's murder, and then Kim started thinking that her colleague was the killer. This thought stayed with her for a long time. At some point, detectives came to her workplace again, hoping that she had changed her position since their previous conversation, and their hope was justified. Kim invited the investigators to her office and asked directly, "Do they suspect Timothy of killing Mandy?" The police were surprised but did not deny it, and then the woman provided them with all the necessary information and interesting observations about her colleague. She had known the man for many years and always found him strange when one of her friends mentioned that Bass lived near Mandy's home. During those years, she began to seriously consider his involvement in the case, so she decided to help the investigators. The detective started following Timothy and new difficulties emerged. He always wore gloves at work, which prevented experts from taking a DNA sample from objects he touched. The also did not smoke, so the police could not even obtain a cigarette butt with his saliva. Bass did not even have a workplace in the bakery since he worked exclusively on delivering products. In addition, another strange fact complicated the investigators' task. Timothy never threw away his garbage at work. He stored it in his van and took it home. The detectives immediately realized that such behavior could not be a coincidence. Evidently, Timothy understood that the police suspected him of Mandy's murder and started making sure that they did not get any items with his DNA. But in the end, the detectives were lucky to find out that they couldn't obtain the suspect's biological material. Kim offered to help. Laws work in such a way that police officers are not allowed to ask third parties to obtain evidence for them. In such a case, the evidence will not be admissible in art, even if the suspect's guilt is obvious. However, if any person voluntarily hands over evidence to the investigators, they have the right to accept and use it. Thus, Kim offered to obtain some DNA samples from Bass, and the detectives waited. The suspect was very careful, and it took the woman a long time to achieve her goal. Only after 3 months did she see the man drink coke from a plastic cup and then throw it away in the trash with the can. Waited until Timothy left, took both pieces of evidence, and handed them over to the police. They immediately sent the can with the count to the laboratory, and the experts extracted a DNA profile from them. It fully matched the biological material found on Mandy's body. Having finally obtained the long-awaited evidence, the police immediately went after the man and arrested him 28 years after the murder. The suspect was finally charged during the interrogation. Timothy denied his guilt until the investigators told him about the DNA sample match. Hearing this, the man immediately changed his story and said that he and Mandy had a secret affair. They supposedly started dating many months before her murder and had to hide the relationship from everyone because she had a boyfriend. According to Timothy, on the day of her death, Mandy came to his house during her jog. They had an intimate encounter, and she left. He added that his father was at home at the time, but it was impossible to use him as a witness since he had passed away long ago. The detectives did not believe this story for a second. In their opinion, Timothy made up the whole story about the secret affair just to explain the presence of his DNA on the victim's stone. Proof of his words, he referred to his deceased father, who could not refute this information. Investigators talked to Mandy's relatives and friends, and they all expressed complete confidence that the young woman would never date. Timothy, who was very strange, avoided communication with other people and spent most of his time alone. The detectives decided to speak with Timothy's wife, despite the fact that the woman had filed statements against her husband and lived separately. They were still married, and here the police were waiting for another interesting turn. The woman suddenly said that on the day of Mandy's murder she was with Timothy at his house, and he was there all day. The detectives did not believe her story, but her words created possible difficulties for the court. On the other hand, they contradicted Timothy's version. According to Mandy, who came to his house on the day of the murder and had an intimate relationship with him, the trial began in May 2019. Timothy's lawyer continued to insist that his client was innocent and that his DNA got on the victim's body as a result of consensual intimate contact. The prosecution, however, insisted that there was no evidence to support this version. Timothy never called Mandy, she never wrote her notes or letters, and no one among the witnesses saw them together. It was much more likely that Bass had a one-sided crush on the young woman and was even obsessed with her. Investigators found out that the guy started attending all the sports matches when Mandy joined the school team. Before that, he had absolutely no interest in sports. In addition, his windows overlooked the road where the young woman was running, and he could watch her during her runs. Apparently that day he decided to talk to her and caught up with her. Perhaps the guy started to harass Mandy, but the young woman resisted, or he persuaded her to get into his car on some pretext. Later, Bass took her to a deserted place, subjected her to violence, and then the young woman managed to escape. The guy caught up with her near the riverbank, hit her on the head with some object, and threw her body into the water. Timothy's wife testified as a witness in court, who by that time had already divorced him. And this time she surprised everyone again instead of sticking to her original story. The woman told a new one. According to her, she did not remember that she was at Timothy's house on the day of the murder. The woman added that Bass had forced her to lie to the police during the first interrogation, otherwise he could go to jail. At that time, she seriously feared that her husband might harm her or her children, so she agreed to lie to the police. This deprived the suspect of his only alibi, but the court heard even more interesting details. Tom's younger brother told him that after Timothy was asked for a DNA sample, he started to get very anxious about it. When Tom asked him what was going on, his brother told him the same story about a secret affair with the victim. Even Timothy's own mother testified against him when she visited him in jail, and he passed her a note asking her to lie to the police that they had gone to the store together on the day of the murder to buy Christmas gifts, but she refused. In the note, Timothy also asked her to testify against his own father and try to convince investigators that he was the real killer. After all this, the defendant's lawyer tried to convince the jurors that Timothy's DNA sample had been obtained illegally. He insisted that the police had asked the civilian to obtain the man's biological material outside the rules. However, Kim Wagner refuted these claims and said that she had offered her help to the police in 1989. This murder deeply shook her, and she continued to think about it regularly for decades. Learning that her colleague was a suspect, she wanted to help solve the case. Moreover, by that time she already had a daughter and Kim could barely imagine what Mandy's mother felt during those years. Trial lasted several weeks, and after all the evidence presented, the jury found Timothy Bass guilty of murder. He was sentenced to 27 years in prison with the possibility of applying for early release after 24 years. Mandy's mother, who was 83 years old at the time, thanked the detectives for their work. Although she had lost 2 children in her life, she was still glad that the guilty party had been punished. In 1990, Mandy's relatives established a scholarship in her name at the high school where she attended. They continued to support this program to this day, annually awarding the most talented students who study music. The foundation of this scholarship was $25,000 collected by the residents of Acme and other towns. Initially, this money was offered as a reward for information, but after the case was solved, it was decided to put it into this program. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On the eve of Christmas, a young woman was abducted from the apartment where she lived with her boyfriend. An unknown criminal tied up the young man and took the young woman out through the back door, disappearing without a trace. The police were unable to identify the perpetrator and the caveman for 36 years until an unexpected truth came to light. Leslie McCrae was born on April 14, 1968, in Jacksonville, Florida. She was kind-hearted, determined, outgoing, loved to have fun, had a sharp mind, and had a great sense of humor. Leslie grew up in a loving family but was particularly close to her 4-year-old cousin Joey. Despite living in different cities, the girls tried to spend as much time together as possible. Leslie even considered moving to her city when she turned 18. After graduating from high school at the age of 17, Leslie enrolled at the University of North Florida, dreaming of building a career in the modeling industry. She moved out of her parents' house and into an apartment complex with her 21-year-old boyfriend Edgar McQuarrie. On the night of December 24, 1985, they were sleeping in their apartment when Edgar woke up around 3 a.m. to a noise. To his horror, he saw a man with a knife above their bed. The unknown criminal tied Edgar's hands and fed him with ties, threatening him with a weapon to prevent him from resisting. He then tied up Leslie in the same way and took her out through the back door of the apartment. Edgar, still tied up, could only watch in horror as the kidnapper took Leslie away. He took him 3 hours to free his hands, and around 6 a.m., he called the police. The taxis arrived at their apartment, took Edgar's statement, and began searching for Leslie, considering that the room was almost pitch black at the time of the abduction. Edgar could not see the perpetrator's face or any other distinguishing features except for brown hair. The police also did not know what kind of vehicle the kidnapper had used, although it was evident that he had used some form of transportation to abduct Leslie. They received a call at their station 3 hours after the kidnapping. A man went out for a morning run and noticed a female body lying in a ditch next to the road, 8 kilometers away from Leslie's apartment. The investigators arrived at the scene and immediately identified the young woman. Her body was covered in various injuries. Some of her clothing was torn or missing. Medical experts determined that the young woman had received more than 20 sharp object wounds, and there were also many bruises on her body. In addition, the killer had subjected the victim to violence, and experts were able to extract his biological material. Considering the DNA analysis was not yet used in those years, this evidence could not help the police identify a suspect. There were no other useful clues at the scene, so the investigators decided to focus on examining the victim's apartment. Soon they had serious doubts about what had happened that night. According to the victim's boyfriend, the criminal had quietly entered the apartment, but no signs of a break-in were found, and there were no signs of a struggle in the rooms. In addition, the back door through which Leslie was allegedly taken out was covered in cobwebs, and no fingerprints were found on it. There were no shoe prints, despite a thick layer of dust around it. All of this suggested that the boyfriend's story may have been fabricated, and in that case, an obvious question arose: does he have anything to do with the murder? The investigators doubted that the boyfriend could have taken out and killed his girlfriend, then returned to the apartment and called the police. Experts suggested that her body was dumped on the street after Edgar called 911, so he was no longer considered a suspect. Over the next few months, the detectives tried to find new leads, but each time they hit a dead end. the investigation was finally suspended in 1986. The criminal's biological material, which was the only serious evidence in this case, could not help the investigators at that time, and they hoped that in the future this clue would lead them to the killer for many years. This case sat gathering dust in archives. Leslie's relatives never lost hope of finding the culprit. They reached out to various authorities and gathered information themselves that could be useful in solving the case, but their resources were limited, so they were unable to find any new leads. In 2010, Leslie's mother, Sarah Adams, was diagnosed with a serious nervous system disease that practically robbed her of her ability to speak. Despite this, she continued to maintain contact with investigators through nodes. After that, Leslie's cousin Joey became the most active in the search for the truth. Although she and her family lived 2 hours away from Jacksonville, she regularly traveled there to speak with investigators or help Leslie's mother. However, attempts to reach out to the police practically led nowhere. Detectives were not eager to reopen the investigation considering the lack of new evidence. Additionally, they were occupied with ongoing criminal cases, so they were in no rush to take on a decades-old murder case. As a result, Joey began to accuse the detectives of being negligent in the early stages of the investigation or even covering up the perpetrator. She even suggested that the killer may have bribed investigators, but she had no evidence to support this. Theory Joey also regularly gave interviews to local news channels trying to draw public attention to the case. She recalled the time spent with her older sister and described Leslie as a cheerful and positive person. She also regretted that her 2 children never got to know what a wonderful aunt Leslie could have been to them. In late 2018, her relatives' persistent efforts produced the first results. They contacted representatives of the Cold Case Files Project, and they became interested in Leslie's case. This non-profit organization, which began in 2015, focuses on unsolved murders in which police have been unable to find the perpetrators. The organization collects and disseminates information, engages in dialogue with investigators and the media. In addition, they provide support to the victims' relatives, advising them on communication with the police and journalists. The organization's employees posted information about Leslie's murder on various resources, trying to attract as much attention as possible to the case. In such cases, when investigators have now been able to solve the case, public interest can play a key role. First, the more people hear about this crime, the more chances there are that potential witnesses to the events will be among them. Sometimes people, without realizing it, may have seen or heard something that could lead the police to the killer. Second, under pressure from the public and the media, the chances of detectives reopening the investigation increased throughout this time. They had the perpetrator's biological material, but wanted to study it. They needed to reopen the case, which police officers often do not do due to a lack of personnel or funding. The organization worked together with Leslie's relatives for several months, and they really managed to draw attention to this case. They wrote in the news and talked about it in reports. And in June 2019, representatives of a popular local TV channel contacted the family. They offered to record a large-scale interview in which relatives could talk about Leslie and their years-long attempts to seek the truth. Her cousin and mother accepted the offer and met with journalists. They told them about who Leslie was as a person, showed her photos, and were dismayed by the fact that the police had not been investigating the case for over 30 years. In addition, in the interview, relatives mentioned they believed that the boys Leslie mentioned were her killers, and in their opinion, her story about a man with a knife was not trustworthy. The boy himself could have killed her. But the journalist decided to cut this moment out, as Edgar was not a suspect in this case, and there was no evidence against him. Representatives of the TV channel contacted the sheriff's office hoping to get some additional information, but the police refused to comment. They referred to rules that prohibited them from discussing with journalists cases that were not currently under investigation. Leslie's family was disappointed with this outcome, but they were not going to give up. Joey continued to write letters to investigators demanding that the case be reopened, and ultimately it paid off. The family was able to organize a meeting with law enforcement representatives, and detectives indicated their intention to revive the investigation. The Leslie family was interviewed again, and the police began to re-examine the evidence. In April 2020, they sent biological material from the victim's body to a laboratory, and soon experts extracted a DNA profile that was entered into the FBI's national database and immediately received a match. Almost 35 years later, the investigators finally had a possible killer's name. He was 58 years old, David Nelson Austin. After studying his biography, the detectives found many interesting moments. His DNA was in the FBI database, not just by chance. Since 1991, the man has been serving a sentence for 2 sexual crimes committed in 1988 and 1990. At that time, he lived in Michigan, where he moved from Florida. Detectives determined that at the time of Leslie's death, he was living in Jacksonville and was 24 years old. 2 months before the murder, he attacked a mentally disabled young woman and attempted to assault her, but he failed. The man was arrested, but the justice system treated his act very lightly. Austin received no serious punishment and remained free. In addition to this, he had a whole series of less serious crimes, including drug possession, disturbing the peace, and more. Detectives had no doubt that he was behind Leslie's murder and began preparing the case for trial, gathering all the necessary materials in early 2021. They went to the Michigan prison to interrogate Austin. For the first time, the man denied his involvement, but no one was going to believe him on his word. Investigators took his DNA sample to directly compare it with the biological material found on the victim's body. This had to be done as part of the standard procedure, and the result was expected to be a complete match in August 2021. Austin was officially charged with the murder of Leslie. Since then, detectives have been working to have him transferred from Michigan to Florida, where the crime was committed. The need for transfer was due to one simple fact: Florida had the death penalty, unlike Michigan, and Austin could have received that sentence for the murder of Leslie. The process took a year, until September 2022, when he was finally transferred to a correctional facility in Florida. He is currently behind bars awaiting trial, and investigators have no doubt about his guilt. The only way for the perpetrator to avoid the death penalty is to make a deal with the prosecution and confess to the murder in exchange for another life sentence. During a press conference, investigators admitted that Austin was never a suspect in the case and was never questioned. According to them, the man did not leave any clues that the police could use to pursue him, and DNA analysis was impossible at that time. Furthermore, his DNA was only added to the FBI database in 1991. 6 years after the murder, Joey also gave an interview in which she said that she had always believed that Leslie's boyfriend was the killer. It was only after investigators revealed the real perpetrator's name did she realize that Edgar was also a victim in the story. It is expected that she will be the main witness in the trial. Leslie's mother said she forgave her daughter's killer, which surprised her family members, but they all respected her decision. Interestingly, Austin has a son named Owen whom he has never met. Nevertheless, they regularly communicated via email. Journalists contacted Owen and learned that he was shocked by the charges against his father. Austin himself wrote to him about it, adding that he had nothing to do with this crime. At the same time, his son was well aware of other criminal episodes from his father's life but continued to communicate with him. Austin's trial is expected to begin soon. If there are no bureaucratic delays, he may receive his sentence in a few months. Despite the fact that the truth has finally come out, the victim's relatives still blame investigators for negligence, believing that if they had periodically reopened this case, the perpetrator's identity could have been established in the early 90s rather than 30 years later. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today's story is set in the Netherlands in 2018. Donnie Odegaard, a Minnesota resident, was alarmed to see a police officer on her doorstep. A terrible sense of déjà vu overcame her at that moment, transporting her mentally back 3 years. She immediately realized the officer's visit was related to her 21-year-old daughter, Sarah. Sarah Pappenheim was born on January 30th, 1997 in Minnesota. She was the second child of Donnie Odegaard and Jerry Pappenheim. Josh was the family's oldest child. He and Sarah were very friendly, and their close relationship grew stronger as they got older. When Sarah was in 2nd grade, her family relocated from Minneapolis to Redding, California. She graduated from Foothill High School in 2015, where she also played drums in the school band. Sarah was passionate about music in general, and drums in particular. She was an accomplished drummer who regularly participated in weekly jam sessions at reading venues. Sarah not only stood out for her drumming abilities, but she was also one of the few female drummers performing on stage. Sarah moved back to Minnesota with her mother and brother when she was 18 years old. By this point, her parents had divorced. She went on to play drums in various Minnesota venues before meeting famous blues guitarist and singer Bernard Allison through music. He was impressed by Sarah's performance, and she began to occasionally attend his concerts. By the age of 19, Sarah had become a local celebrity among blues fans, and her stunningly wide smile earned her the nickname Ronald McDonald. Josh was deeply hurt by his parents' divorce. He had been dealing with depression and mental health issues for several years. Nobody close to the guy at the time could have predicted how it would all end. It was February 2016. On a seemingly ordinary day, Dunny heard a knock on the door and opened it to find police officers on the doorstep, asking Josh Papenheim who she was. The woman responded that she was his mother, and the officer broke the sad news that divided her life into before and after, at the age of 20. Josh ended his own life. His death was a devastating blow to his loved ones. Dunny later recalled crying so much that her tear ducts dried up. Josh's obituary still contains a message from her in which he promises to love her son forever. Sarah and Josh were extremely close. She was devastated by his departure, as well as the fact that her brother chose to die rather than allow the pain to consume her. Sarah decided to study psychology so that she could help people with mental health issues in the future. She had long been in contact with a man named Nico Carson. Sarah decided to travel to the Netherlands, where the guy lived. She enrolled at Erasmus University in Rotterdam, where she started studying psychology. Nico assisted Sarah in coping with her brother's death, with her studies and in general, as a native speaker in any way he could. Sarah's love of music persisted even as she focused on her studies at work. She wrote to Bernard Allison, with whom she had previously performed on stage and maintained a friendship, that she had nearly saved enough money to purchase the drum kit she had desired for so long. Bernard Allison and his band went on a European tour in January 2017. Sarah arrived at Allison's performance in Germany on January 30th, her 20th birthday, with Nico, and as soon as Bernard noticed her, he called her to the stage. After wishing her a happy birthday, he invited Sarah to sit at the drum kit and participate in a performance, just like the good old days. This recording was made on that same day. Sarah lived on the third floor of a complex in Rotterdam, about a mile from the university. 2018 was coming to an end, and she wanted to spend Christmas back home in the United States. Her flight was scheduled to take place a week before New Year's Eve, but on December 12th, everything changed. Dunny Odegaard saw a police officer on her doorstep, as she had in 2016 when her son died. When the officer began questioning her about her daughter, the woman's legs shook. She knew in her heart what was being said. She couldn't believe it had happened again. When the officer realized Sarah Pappenheim's mother was in front of him, he broke the news to her daughter had died. Dunny lost consciousness after hearing these words. She has 2 children. Her son died when he was 20, and she has now also lost her daughter. Sarah was 21 years old. As previously stated, the girl lived in a third-floor complex populated primarily by students. Sarah had rented an apartment there for the past year and shared it with another student, who was also a double bass player. Sarah Joel Schelling was a talented musician, and music was their common ground. Sarah was a very outgoing person who was always smiling, unlike her roommate. Joe's only friend was Sarah. Even though he had a temper and occasionally quarreled with her, Sarah did not want to abandon him with his problems and relocate to another apartment because she remembered what had happened to her brother. She told her mother that she could always calm Joel down when he became angry at someone. However, over time, the situation deteriorated. Sarah wrote to her friend Adam in Wisconsin 6 days before she died, saying she was afraid of her roommate because he had threatened to physically eliminate 3 people he didn't like. Sarah wrote, "I have to go to the police." Sarah had called her mother a few days before her death and informed her that her roommate's behavior was becoming increasingly bothersome. Dunny instructed her daughter to look for another place to live right away and to stay as far away from Joel as possible until she moved out. Sarah and Joel's next-door neighbors called the police on Wednesday, December 12, 2018, at 12:20 p.m. after hearing them fight loudly, and Sarah screamed in horror. When the police arrived and entered the apartment, they discovered Sarah unconscious on the floor, with multiple stab wounds all over her body. Unfortunately, attempts to resuscitate her failed and she died. Her roommate was not present. Apparently, he had fled, and the police began looking for him. Interviewing neighbors from the same floor, officers discovered that Joel Schelling had left the apartment in a hurry, carrying a double bass with him. This musical instrument is of imposing size, so it was highlighted in the description sent out less than 2 hours after the crime occurred. Joel Schelling, 23, was arrested at the Eindhoven train station, approximately 60 miles from Rotterdam. His parents lived in Eindhoven, and he was on his way to see them. He called his mother while on the train and confessed to her that he had killed Sarah. The judge arrested him for 14 days. During that time, it was determined whether Schelling had any mental disorders. The forensic experts who conducted the autopsy discovered 27 stab wounds on Sarah's body, including several in the neck, abdomen, and back. Donnie Odegaard left for the Netherlands just 2 days after her daughter died. She had to make a decision about returning Sarah's body to her home country. People who cared for the family assisted them in raising $40,000, which was necessary. Donnie's first question was whether Sarah had contacted the police to report that her roommate was planning to attack 3 people. It turned out that Sarah had not contacted law enforcement. She did, however, contact social workers who assist people who are experiencing psychological difficulties. The social workers paid Schelling a visit and got the impression that he was normal because he answered all of the questions calmly and directly. The next day, Sarah was once again forced to contact social services. Schelling became enraged and began beating himself with a hammer, claiming that he would soon have to kill several people. Sarah was afraid Joe would find out that she was the one who had sent the social workers to ask him. The specialists did not have time to respond to Sarah's second request, as she had already passed away. Schelling was accused of causing Sarah Pappenheim's death. He admitted his guilt but said he did not remember taking her life. According to him, he remembered how they began to fight. And then, when he came, he was already in the shower, cleaning himself. The hearing in the case began in March 2019. Sarah's mother, Donnie Odegaard, flew to each hearing, where she could only understand what the participants were saying with the help of an interpreter. At the trial, Schelling stated that he suffered from delirium and heard voices in his head. When the judge asked him if the voices had ordered him to fight with Sarah, he replied that he did not know and could not remember. He also said he did not remember what he and Sarah began fighting about. Before the verdict was announced in December 2019, experts said Schelling suffered from various disorders and needed long-term treatment, and at the same time, they concluded that he should be held responsible for taking Sarah Pappenheim's life. The medics reasoned that Schelling remembered the beginning of the fight and scuffle with Sarah and could have made a choice to stop or to grab the knife. He chose the latter and should be punished. The prosecutor demanded 10 years in prison for the defendant, but the judge in Rotterdam sentenced Schelling to 6 years in prison, followed by indefinite imprisonment in a psychiatric hospital. The court went on to explain that it rejected the prosecution's argument for 10 years in prison because of the suspect's relatively young age and his extreme diminished capacity when he took the victim's life. The suspect cannot therefore be fully blamed for the proven fact. Upon sentencing, the court released a detailed statement explaining that, considering the severity and unpredictability of the crime as well as the serious psychological disorders of the suspect, the court deems recidivism of a violent crime very likely because the suspect suffers from chronic disorders that require prolonged treatment and guidance in a clinical setting. It characterized the psychiatric detention as a punitive measure for Schelling, who has said he's willing to participate in treatment for depression and other disorders. He will remain held under treatment until the court, which will review his status every 2 years, determines if he is well enough to be released. The court also ordered Schelling to pay €68,700 in compensation to Sarah's family. Donnie Odegaard was furious at the sentence, saying this is not justice. Schelling was expecting a minimum of 10 years in America. The woman said Schelling would have faced life imprisonment or capital punishment so that he would never have the opportunity to do something like this again. She also expressed concern that after just 4 years, Schelling could be released from prison on parole, promising to do everything in our power to keep him behind bars as long as possible. There was also an investigation into the social workers Sarah had called in, and it was concluded that they could not be blamed because they were not competent enough to determine the disorders that Schelling was diagnosed with. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. During the mid-2000s, this high-profile case shook America and received extensive media coverage. The horrific crime was investigated for years before the killer was apprehended. One of the primary reasons for the delay was a lack of a visible motive and disconnected evidence, and no one could believe that this man was capable of it. The investigation took nearly 6 years to complete the puzzle, and the investigator at the trial openly stated that he had never seen anything like this in his many years of experience. In this tragic story, Jason Young discovers a location, a love triangle, a double betrayal, and an ominous omen that no one initially noticed. Little is known about him. Jason is from Brevard, North Carolina, where he was born in 1974. He grew up in a normal family. After graduating from high school, he enrolled at the prestigious State University in Raleigh, the capital of his home state, and after graduation, he secured a position as a salesman in a major retailer. At work, Jason Young demonstrated himself to be a valuable and promising employee who could always be counted on, but friends described him as erratic and unpredictable. He was fickle in his relationships with the opposite sex and frequently changed women, earning him a reputation as a womanizer, which he took pride in. Michelle Marie, a young maiden known as Fisher, was born in New York in February 1977. The girl was raised alongside her younger sibling, Meredith, with whom she had been extremely close since childhood. Linda, their mother, spent a lot of time with her adored daughters, trying to help them develop their abilities and talents. Michelle has been interested in law and economics since she was in school, and she hopes to devote her life to these fields. After graduating, she applied to several universities at once and received a positive response from North Carolina's capital. The girl diligently studied at the Faculty of Economics and Law, eventually earning a master's degree in this field. Michelle was hired for a high-level position at one of the state's leading accounting firms shortly after graduating. Yesterday, the student was earning well, supporting herself, and making ambitious plans for the future. She chose to spend her 24th birthday with her closest friends and colleagues at one of the city's most popular entertainment venues. They weren't having much fun when a stranger turned around and knocked the birthday girl's glass of cocktail out of her hands. The guy immediately apologized, and to make amends, he bought Michelle another cocktail. That young man's name was Jason Young, and the attractive young Michelle immediately drew his attention. He sat down at her table, struck up a casual conversation, joked a lot, attempted to be witty and interesting, and at the end of the evening, asked her out on a date. Michelle liked the casual acquaintance, so she gladly accepted his invitation. Deciding that fate had sent her a gift on her birthday, the couple began communicating, and they soon realized they had a lot in common. They both attended the same university. Although Jason received his degree 3 years earlier, he supported the same hockey team, and we both enjoy the same music group. Young people quickly developed romantic relationships, but living together, let alone getting married, was out of the question. Jason was still living at his parents' house in Brevard when he began his relationship with Michelle. He would only see his girlfriend in Raleigh on weekends, or during work trips to the state capitol. During one of these meetings, his sweetheart told him she was pregnant. This news came as a complete surprise to both of them, as neither was prepared for childbirth. Young people were eager to work, confidently moving up the career ladder, and had no plans to start a family yet. Jason agreed right away, but Michelle hesitated before deciding to keep the baby rather than have an abortion. Jason reflected on the situation for about a month before relocating to Raleigh to be closer to his pregnant girlfriend. After a few more months, the couple's relationship was officially legalized, though neither love nor pregnancy played a role in this. But Michelle doesn't have health insurance. Childbirth would have cost the couple a lot of money, but marriage gave them the option. To avoid such expenses, the couple's daughter, Young, was born in the spring of 2004. She was given the name Cassidy. Elizabeth, the newlywed mother, jumped right into domestic life and family chores, assisting her as a mother and younger sister. It should be noted that Michelle's family calmly accepted her decision. They were wary of Jason, but attempted to avoid conflict. In the same year, the young couple with a child moved into their own large home, located in a quiet and landscaped part of the city. Mother Linda, who came to visit her daughter and granddaughter and assist with household chores, was the first to notice a tense atmosphere in this family. His son-in-law was too emotionally unstable and could orchestrate a scandal literally in the same location. But Michelle did everything she could to smooth over all of the disagreements and, in public, appeared to be the happiest wife and mother. Only Mother Linda could tell the truth about what was happening, an ominous omen. Michelle became pregnant for the second time when Cassidy was only 2. She gently broke the news to her husband, but he reacted calmly and appeared even happier about it. Soon, the family drove to Brevard to personally inform Jason's parents of the happy news. They came to visit for only the weekend. And on the first day, they celebrated the upcoming addition with their relatives. And the next day, they left their young daughter with her grandparents for a few hours. While driving home, the couple stopped at a restaurant to celebrate the occasion. Jason, who was driving, oversteered, and the car veered off the road into a ravine. The couple was concerned about a few abrasions and bruises, but their lives were not endangered. However, Michelle miscarried due to nervousness. Because of this, the young woman was extremely concerned. Jason handled the accident, the loss of a child, and the spouse's strange indifference, all with surprising calm. All of this seemed very suspicious. Linda Fisher later described the accident as a bad omen that no one took seriously at the time. The young couple had a mutual friend named Michael Monty, whom they had known since they were at the same university. They had not seen each other for quite some time. However, in the spring of 2006, shortly before the accident, Jason met an old acquaintance by accident while on a work trip. He told his wife about it, and they decided to invite Monty to see him. The young woman eagerly accepted the invitation, but during her visit, she began to complain about her unhappy family life and relationship issues with her husband. At the same time, she was constantly complimenting Jason and telling his wife how fortunate she was to be pregnant. Michelle was not alarmed by the guest's behavior. She genuinely wanted to comfort and support her friend, but she saw what was going on as a call to action. Jason had never missed a chance to flirt before, but this relationship quickly progressed beyond flirting and friendly support. Jason Young and Michelle Manny started calling each other nearly every day and sneaking out to see each other. Jason always justified his absence with business trips, and his wife never suspected anything. Michelle told her husband in the summer of 2006 that she was pregnant again. This time, however, Jason was not pleased. The wife didn't understand what was going on. She felt the beloved was away from her, but she assumed this was due to the miscarriage a few months prior. Jason was constantly thinking about how to break free from marital bonds with the least amount of himself. Michelle's husband went on another business trip in early November, while she was 5 months pregnant. He drove 300 miles away from home in his own car, but he had reserved a hotel room about halfway through the journey. That evening, Michelle, who was pregnant, had a long phone conversation with her best friend, telling her about family problems and mentioning that she had a big fight with her husband the night before he left. After the conversation, she went upstairs, put her daughter to bed, and fell asleep beside her, around 10 o'clock in the evening. Jason arrived at the hotel and went straight to bed, claiming to be exhausted from the journey. In reality, he was scrutinizing all of the hotel's entrances, exits, and security camera locations, planning how to leave and then return undetected. Jason was preparing an impenetrable alibi for what he thought would be the ideal crime. During the early morning hours, Young called his wife's sister and asked for help. He explained that he wanted to give his wife a piece of jewelry for their wedding anniversary, but he had accidentally sent a page from an online store to the home fax machine. He was concerned that Michelle would discover his gift and be unimpressed. Meredith agreed to help her son-in-law, despite her dislike for him. When Meredith arrived at her sister's house, she entered through a secret door in the garage that only family members knew about, and it was never locked. The house was unusually quiet, although the landlady's papers, keys, and wallet were still in the hallway, indicating that she had not gone anywhere. Meredith went upstairs and noticed that the bedroom door was wide open, but neither her sister nor niece answered her call. When she entered the room, she witnessed a gruesome scene. Michelle lay on the floor by the bed, her skull fractured, in a pool of her own blood. Blood was everywhere. Blood was everywhere. Bloody footprints were visible on the walls, furniture, and the baby's body. Unfortunately, nobody could help the pregnant woman. She'd been dead for hours. Her sister rushed to call 911 when she heard rustling under the bed, looked down, and saw a small Cassidy staring at her in confusion. Cassidy was not harmed, but she was terrified. The girl witnessed her mother's death and then spent many hours near her body, as evidenced by the marks on the floor and the toys she brought her mother. Later, forensic experts discovered numerous bruises, abrasions, and fractures on the deceased's body, indicating a prolonged and brutal beating. Michelle had her teeth knocked out and her skull fractured with a blunt, heavy object. This instrument of crime was never discovered. A bloody pillow was found next to the body, with marks indicating that the victim had been smothered with it. Nothing was stolen from the house, implying that the night visitor had only one intention: murder. Furthermore, the locks had not been broken, and there were no signs of forced entry, implying that the perpetrator either had a key or was aware of the secret door, which was only known to family members. In such cases, the main suspect is always the deceased's spouse, but he appears to have a perfect alibi. He claimed that he checked into his hotel room, stayed until the morning, and then attended a scheduled business meeting. A check revealed that Young used his room key card to enter in the evening and leave in the morning. But a thorough investigation quickly revealed a slew of anomalies and inconsistencies. For example, a hotel employee discovered early in the morning that the emergency exit was not only open, but also propped up with a cobblestone to keep it from slamming shut. When the investigation decided to check the surveillance camera pointed at that door to find out who had done it, it was discovered that the same camera had been deliberately turned off on the night of the crime. Furthermore, it stopped recording about 30 minutes after Jung checked into his room. The weirdness did not stop there. It turned out that during the night, a man who resembled Jason was getting gas at a station between the hotel and the crime scene, but he was asked to provide identification as required by the rules. He refused to pay with cash and left without waiting for change. The gas station attendant at the inquest identified Jason as Young, but he continued to deny everything, insisting that he had slept in his hotel room that night. Another oddity was that on the day before the tragedy, young Jason called Michelle more than 24 times, and closer to the morning, he called his mistress 5 more times, with each conversation lasting no more than 15 seconds, implying that Jason was probably panicked. All of these calls were made outside the hotel, where, according to him, he had spent the entire night. He was also late for a scheduled business meeting with his partners and appeared confused. Despite years of investigation and a long-awaited verdict, none of this evidence, whether individually or collectively, proved that Young had indeed murdered his pregnant wife. For nearly 3 years, Jason lived the same life he had always known. Furthermore, he gained custody of his young daughter, which dealt a significant blow to his late wife's relatives. By that point, he had stopped concealing his relationship with Money, who had previously been friends with the murdered Michelle, heightening suspicion that she was responsible for this heinous crime. Jason was only arrested near the end of 2009. Despite overwhelming evidence, the jury failed to reach a verdict. However, the case was reopened in 2012 after more evidence was gathered and the testimony of witnesses who saw Jason Jung that night outside the hotel in various locations, including his rather conspicuous white car, which was seen parked on the night of the murder not far from his own house in an unlit lot. The case also included testimony from a child psychologist who described little Cassidy's strange doll play, during which the girl demonstrated how her father spanked her mother and then refused to get up from the floor. Manny testified in court. She admitted that Jason had cheated on his wife with her but justified it by claiming that he was deeply unhappy in his family life, as he told everyone, and other former mistress of the defendant admitted that she was afraid of his outbursts of anger when he lost control and threatened to hit her. Following a lengthy trial, Jason Young was found guilty of brutally assaulting his pregnant wife. For this crime, he was sentenced to life in prison, with no possibility of parole. In 2014, convicted Jason filed his first appeal, which was denied. In 2018, he again requested a review of his case, but a panel of the State Court of Appeals denied it. Cassidy was virtually orphaned. Her mother was murdered, and her father was sent to prison for the crime. The girl is raised by her aunt and maternal grandparents. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Summer Baldwin's case is buried in suitcases in the world of criminal investigations. When two or more crimes have similar characteristics, experts frequently classify them as part of a series. It may take years to identify and apprehend serial criminals. The majority of criminals were victims of violence and abuse as children, and some suffer from mental illnesses of varying severity. Nonetheless, they are aware of their interactions with the outside world. These people frequently appear to be perfectly normal, to the point where those around them are unaware that they are dealing with a ruthless killer. Such was the case with Rosendo Rodriguez, a seemingly unassuming young man who served in the United States Marine Corps. Witnesses who knew him personally and testified at his trial described him as a friendly, responsible, and kind man who had never hurt a fly. However, it was revealed that he had brutally murdered two young women and disposed of their bodies in an extravagant and unusual manner. Looking ahead, I believe that this man was justly punished for his heinous actions. But let's start at the beginning to understand this loud and complex case, learn about his victims, and delve into the criminal's childhood to see how he transformed into a monster, a naked beauty in a suitcase. This chilling tale began on September 13, 2005, on the outskirts of Lubbock, Texas. A city utility worker performing routine duties at a local landfill spotted an unusual object among the usual assortment of colorful trash. A large black suitcase that appeared oddly intact and bulky. Curiosity piqued, so he opened the suitcase, hoping to find something valuable. To his horror, the first thing he saw after unzipping it was a woman's manicured hand. He was surprised to see a real human body rather than a doll or mannequin. When he fully opened the suitcase, he discovered a young woman's naked body, knees drawn up to her chest and arms crossed around her neck. The worker immediately stopped the garbage truck that had delivered the grisly suitcase and called the police. The landfill was quickly cordoned off, and the truck and its contents were thoroughly searched. Finding any clues in a massive city dump was nearly impossible, but the investigators hoped to learn something about the woman's identity and how she ended up in such a state. No identification or personal items were discovered in the suitcase. The only distinguishing feature on the body was a small tattoo on the leg with the word Summer. The medical examiners were now tasked with determining the cause of death, while forensic experts had to identify the victim and locate her killer. Autopsy revealed multiple injuries sustained while the woman was alive, including evidence of sexual violence. However, the death was caused by positional asphyxiation. She was still alive when she was placed in the suitcase, but the confined space caused her to suffocate. She had died about a day before her body was discovered. Fingerprint analysis uploaded to the national database in the United States identified the victim as 29-year-old Summer Lee Baldwin, aka Summer Baldwin. Summer Baldwin, born in Washington in 1976, was known for her sweet, kind, and outgoing personality. She was a bright student with a lively personality and lots of friends. Summer had lofty goals for her life, including pursuing a career in acting. After graduating from high school, she attended a community college, but university studies proved difficult, so her friends invited her to Texas for a change of scenery and opportunities. Summer moved to Lubbock with her parents' support, hoping to start over. Summer's life spiraled, but she slowly became addicted to alcohol and illegal drugs without seeking help from her family. Her addiction worsened over time, resulting in job loss and connections with people who had criminal records. Her acting ambitions were dashed, and she eventually started working as an escort to support herself. Summer's parents were unaware of their daughter's problems and believed she was leading a successful life. They were devastated when the police told them about her tragic death in September 2005. They provided limited information about their summer friends and hangouts. Notably, a few months before her death, Summer was a key witness in a major federal counterfeiting investigation. This raised the possibility that her murder was a contract killing by a criminal gang, which drew the FBI's attention and heightened the investigation's focus on the first suspects. Rebecca, Summer Baldwin's best friend, was the first person questioned by the police. Rebecca revealed Summer's occupation and mentioned several of her boyfriends, one of whom was aggressive, frequently raised his hand to her, and stalked her after their breakup. That man was the first suspect in the case. Summer's ex-boyfriend was detained and brought to the station on the same day, but he categorically denied any involvement in the case. Furthermore, he appeared surprised and saddened by the news of her death. He had a solid alibi. The night before the tragedy, he was involved in a drunken brawl in a bar and spent the night in a cell with another troublemaker. As a result, the police were forced to release the first and only suspect at the time, another friend and, in a sense, colleague of the deceased, who provided the investigation with much more critical information. According to Marjorie, she saw Summer the evening before the murder and spoke with her briefly. They met on September 11, in the parking lot of a convenience store. Marjorie described how a red van pulled up to the store, and a young, fit man of Latino appearance got out and went inside, presumably to shop. In the meantime, Summer noticed her friend emerge from the passenger side to greet her. She informed Marjorie that he was her client, with whom she had met for the second time in recent days. Summer hurried back into the van after the man exited the store and took the wheel. Marjorie then went about her business, not noticing which direction the van drove away. She had no idea where the couple planned to meet. She also mentioned that she had never seen the man before and assumed he was not a local. Due to the darkness outside and her inability to see him clearly, she could only describe him as having very short hair, similar to that of a military man. What is wrong with the suitcase? The suitcase that became a young woman's coffin appeared strange. It was covered in garbage and waste on the outside, but it was not worn out, and its wheels appeared to be new. Inside, all tags were in perfect condition, and the lining appeared to be brand new. Furthermore, the plastic attachment for the price tag remained intact, indicating that the person who purchased the suitcase had not removed it. It was discovered that suitcases of this brand were sold in dozens of stores throughout the city. However, this particular large model was only available at 2 stores, thanks to the perfectly preserved barcode. It was discovered that a pair of identical suitcases were sold the day before the tragic discovery at a Walmart in the same neighborhood of the city where the girl was last seen alive. The first purchase was made after noon, and the second around 2 in the morning, which was unusual and suspicious. Police officers responded quickly and requested the store's surveillance camera footage. After reviewing the materials, they discovered that the first suitcase was purchased by an elderly couple. These people were not initially suspicious, but once located, they were able to present the suitcase and explain that they had purchased it for a vacation trip. The second suitcase, however, was purchased by a young Latino man with an athletic build and very short hair, similar to that of a military man. Suspicions arose that this was the person mentioned by the witness who saw him with the deceased girl in the supermarket parking lot. Furthermore, the man purchased a pair of disposable gloves at the checkout. Additional information was provided by external surveillance cameras installed in the store parking lot. They showed the man leaving with the suitcase in hand, loading it into a red van. Too many coincidences led the police to believe they'd found their man, and all that remained was to establish his identity, track him down, and bring him in for questioning and searching for the stranger. The man was extremely cautious, using cash rather than a car to avoid leaving any personal information. However, he failed to account for the parking lot surveillance cameras, which perfectly captured his vehicle's license plate. Police quickly identified the vehicle as a rental under the name Rosendo Rodriguez. Rodriguez, a U.S. Marine Corps reservist, had no criminal record and had not previously come to police attention. He spent a few days in Lubbock with his unit for training. It was difficult to find Rodriguez right away because he was not at the hotel where his unit was staying. However, police had his information and discovered that he had withdrawn a large sum of money from an admin in another hotel. Most likely, the money was spent on the suitcase and gloves. Rodriguez had not stayed at the hotel where he accessed the ATM. Instead, there's someone named Thomas Rodriguez. On September 11, someone who matched Rosendo's description checked in. It turned out to be the same person under a different name for unknown reasons. Because luck favored the investigation, the hotel room rented by Rodriguez, which he had already checked out of, had not yet been cleaned, yielding critical evidence. There were brown stains and splatters on the carpet bed and walls that looked like dried blood. A tag from a new suitcase was discovered near the bed, and the trash included used contraceptives and disposable gloves. Forensic analysis confirmed that the dried blood in the room belonged to Summer, and the DNA on the contraceptives and gloves matched both Summer and Rodriguez. There was no doubt they had located the murderer, but Rodriguez had already left the city. However, with all of the necessary information, tracking him down was simple. Rosendo Rodriguez III was born on March 26, 1980. I was born in Wichita Falls, Texas, to a poor Mexican immigrant family. According to reports, he experienced violence and harsh treatment during his early childhood. His father, described as domineering and aggressive, battled alcoholism and frequently abused his wife and children. Throughout his childhood, Rosendo was aggressive, frequently getting into fights at school. However, as he grew older, he learned to manage his anger. After high school, he went to Texas Tech University and moved away from his parents. He lived independently and worked at a pizzeria as a courier and an office clerk before deciding to join the United States Marine Corps. Rodriguez's military colleagues described him as quiet, balanced, disciplined, and responsible. He was regarded as a good friend, always willing to help, well-educated and physically attractive, making him popular among women. Rodriguez was arrested on September 15 at his San Antonio home. When the police arrived, he appeared calm and unaware of the gravity of the situation. During the search, a striped shirt and shorts were discovered that matched the outfit he wore when purchasing the suitcase captured on surveillance footage. Rodriguez's laptop and mobile phone were also seized during interrogation, and he was detained for the first few weeks. Rosendo remained silent, denying any involvement in Summer Baldwin's murder. However, the evidence presented against him was overwhelming. So, per his attorney's advice, he began giving statements with his version of events, which differed significantly from the scenario devised by the forensic experts. Rodriguez began by explaining that he had mistakenly booked a hotel separate from his fellow service members. He only knew the name of the hotel chain they were supposed to stay at, chose a hotel at random, and only after checking in did he realize the others were in a different location. He chose not to relocate because military leadership indicated it was unnecessary. He did not explain why he registered using a different name. On September 10, Rodriguez rented a van to get around the city. That evening, he claimed he met Summer Baldwin by chance. He said he saw a blonde woman sitting on a bench by the road, hands covering her face as if she were crying. Intriguing and concerned, he came to see if she was okay and needed assistance. They started a conversation. She calmed down, and they went to his hotel room, where they talked and drank briefly but did not become intimate. Rosendo drove her home the next morning, but they decided to meet later in the evening. He picked her up from the same location around 9 p.m. and visited a supermarket where some people recognized her friend Marjorie. They returned to the hotel, where Rodriguez stated that they had consensual intimacy. Rodriguez later claimed Summer became aggressive and demanded money, which surprised him because he was unaware he was with a call girl. When he refused, she allegedly pulled a knife from her purse and threatened him. He disarmed her before punching her in the face, causing her nose to bleed. Rodriguez claims he did not intend to harm her and acted in self-defense. Moments later, Summer collapsed on the bed, convulsing and foaming at the mouth. He stated that he attempted to help her but refrained from performing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation due to the blood and foam on her face. After about a minute, she stopped breathing. He panicked when he realized she had died. He went to the nearest store, purchased a suitcase and gloves, returned to the hotel, placed her body in the suitcase, and threw it in the dumpster, knowing that it would be hauled to the landfill the following morning. He then checked out of the hotel, returned his rental car, and drove back to San Antonio as if nothing had happened. The suspect's story contains inconsistencies. Investigators quickly realized Rosendo Rodriguez was lying because his story contained numerous inconsistencies. For example, Marjorie, who met Summer in the parking lot the night of the crime, claimed that Summer explicitly told her that the man was a client of hers with whom they had previously met for a fee. Rodriguez claims that everything they did was consensual, but evidence on Summer's body suggests that she was taken advantage of. It's likely that their first night was consensual, which is why some agreed to see him again. Furthermore, Rodriguez claimed he only hit Summer in the face once to calm her down, but she died from a seizure. However, an autopsy revealed that Baldwin had approximately 30 fresh bruises on his head and body on the night of the crime, as well as several stab wounds. Furthermore, She was still alive when he packed her into the suitcase, contradicting his claim that she had died. Another girl in a suitcase. During an investigation at Rodriguez's home, police took his laptop computer. A review of his search history uncovered an unsettling pattern. Rodriguez had been actively searching for information about a girl named Summer for 3 days before his arrest, paying close attention to whether she was still being sought and whether her body had been discovered in a landfill. Interestingly, Rodriguez frequently searched for Joanna Catherine Rogers, a 16-year-old Lubbock girl who went missing a year and a half ago, when authorities offered Rodriguez a plea bargain in exchange for information about Joanna's whereabouts, which included a reduced sentence and avoided the death penalty. He reluctantly accepted and shared his story. He met Joanna, a high school student from Lubbock, in late April 2004. After a few meetings, they went to his hotel room on May 4th. The situation became tragic after an argument over money and threats of a rape lawsuit. Rodriguez panicked and covered Joanna's mouth to silence her, unintentionally causing her death. In a desperate attempt to dispose of the body, Rodriguez placed it in his own suitcase and threw it into a dumpster. This method replicates how Summer's body was disposed of a year and a half later. Rodriguez initially admitted to these crimes, but later recanted his testimony, citing coercion. Recognizing the importance of finding Joanna's body to strengthen the case, police conducted a massive search of the city dump. More than a year later, they discovered a suitcase containing Joanna's remains. Despite the severe decomposition, DNA testing revealed the identity of the remains. This evidence allowed authorities to charge Rodriguez as a serial offender who committed similar heinous crimes using a consistent method: trial verdict and execution. Despite the overwhelming evidence and gravity of his crimes, defendant Rosendo Rodriguez hoped to avoid the death penalty until the very end, anticipating a life sentence with the possibility of parole. However, the court ruled otherwise. Summer Baldwin's tragic death occurred 3 months into her pregnancy. This aggravating factor proved decisive, and the court convicted Rodriguez of first-degree murder and sentenced him to death by lethal injection. Rodriguez and his lawyers filed numerous appeals, alleging errors and misconduct by investigators, but all were denied. While in prison and awaiting execution, Rodriguez even had his own blog about criminal justice and policy issues. Rosendo Rodriguez was executed on March 27, 2018, nearly 10 years after being convicted of heinous crimes. This occurred one day after his 38th birthday. The death sentence was carried out at Huntsville Prison in Texas. This was Texas's 4th execution and the 7th in the United States in 2018. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A wedding is one of the most anticipated and emotionally charged events in a woman's life. However, not all happy endings are fairy tales. Some people live happily ever after and die on the same day. Today we find ourselves in Somerset, England. This region of southwest England is known for its well-preserved medieval castles, ancient towns, and King Arthur legends. However, these are not the only legends that surround the modern country. On the morning of September 12, 2012, a local resident named Orlando was rushing home from a late-night shift at a gas station. He had promised his wife that he would take their young daughter Maria to daycare. Loud music was playing in the car to keep him awake as trees along the road passed by one after another. Coming out of a sharp turn, he noticed black smoke. Orlando slowed down. Smoke billowed from a nearby parking lot, where a car had caught fire. Orlando came to a halt and ran to get a better look, but the fire prevented him from getting any closer. When firefighters arrived 4 minutes later, the car had completely burned out. The arriving police cordoned off the area with safety tape to keep the gathering at a safe distance. The area was deserted so early in the morning, and there were no witnesses nearby to describe the incident at its exact moment. A charred body was discovered while examining the scene. The police had to identify the victim and determine the cause of his tragic death. There were no signs of a car accident or skid marks anywhere nearby. Likewise, no tire tread marks from another vehicle were discovered. The police initially believed that a car would self-ignite or spontaneously combust due to malfunctions. A lengthy investigation and several expert analyses lay ahead. The remains were taken to a forensic laboratory to determine the deceased's identity and the cause of death. Fragments of the burned vehicle were also delivered to the forensic laboratory to determine any malfunctions and the cause of the fire. The police began their investigation by searching the missing persons database and reviewing recent reports of disappearances. Forensic experts were quick to identify the deceased. Catherine Wells Burr, 23, is a local resident. Rafal Nowak filed a missing person report on the same day in connection with the young woman's disappearance. Rafal Nowak reported that he left for work at 5:30 a.m., while his girlfriend Catherine slept soundly at home. Despite working for the same company, his shift began 2 hours earlier. Catherine did not show up for work after that, and Rafal could not locate her among any of her relatives. He contacted the police. The investigation began. The police questioned the victim's parents and sister, as well as Rafal Nowak, who reported her missing, and all of her co-workers and friends. They were able to reconstruct a sequence of events that led to the young woman's tragic death by gradually piecing together information about her final days and, eventually, years of life. Phil and Jane Wells gave birth to Catherine Wells Burr in the United Kingdom in 1989. In the summer of 2010, she was the second child in her family, following an older sister named Lynn. During a university break, Catherine met one of the employees, Rafal Nowak, 31, on a new vacuum cleaner production line. Catherine was immediately drawn to the tall, ruggedly handsome blonde. He was a Polish immigrant who had a former wife and son back home. He had moved to England 4 years ago in search of a better life. Catherine and Rafal soon began dating. They began by meeting for lunch at the production site cafe, but these lunches quickly evolved into romantic dinners. Rafal courted Catherine admirably, giving her lovely bouquets, taking her to the movies, and going on walks. Rafal opened up to Catherine about his past and reasons for moving to the UK. Catherine's trusting heart, the blonde man's relationship progressed so quickly that within a few months, Catherine introduced Raphael to her parents, who were overjoyed with their daughter's choice and hopeful for the couple's future happiness. Soon, the lovers were planning their wedding for 2011. Catherine graduated with honors from Bath Spa University and secured a promising position as a business analyst at Pneumatic International, the manufacturer of Henry vacuum cleaners. She quickly advanced in her career, creating job opportunities for her parents and sister. Catherine was intelligent and well-educated. She always knew how to approach people, was concerned about her colleagues' problems, and was very aware of those around her. Her kind gaze and radiant smile won over those who admired the young leader. Catherine Wells Burr's career was rapidly progressing. Her substantial earnings, combined with those of her partner Rafal Nowak, enabled them to buy a large home with a terrace in Willow Way. Regardless of their financial situation, the house was purchased with a mortgage, for which the young couple obtained insurance coverage in accordance with their agreement with the bank, demonstrating their youth, successful careers, and love. It appeared that they had everything necessary for happiness. However, the fateful day of September 12, 2012, marked a turning point in their lives, transforming everything from before to after. The investigation continued, revealing new and previously unknown details about Catherine and Rafal's lives. Over time, the veil of deception that had hung over their relationship from the beginning began to lift. Rafal Nowak, 29, left behind his wife and child in Poland, fleeing to avoid large debts. He moved to the UK, where he met Anna Lagwinowicz. They have been close since 2008. Then Catherine entered the picture for a while. Raphael considered both women, but ultimately chose Catherine Wells Burr because she was a better fit for a family and financial stability. While Catherine genuinely desired a happy marriage with the man she loved and the start of a family, Nowak was plotting a scheme to end her life, intending to leave the life insurance payout and the large house to himself and his mistress, Anna Lagwinowicz, for which Catherine had contributed a sizable portion. The plot for this crime was meticulously planned and carried out with even more cruelty and cold-bloodedness. After a few hours, Raphael approached Catherine's boss to inquire about her whereabouts. In front of Catherine's colleagues and relatives, he pretended to be terrified and devastated. Catherine was not found at either her parents' or her own home, and her car was also missing. Rafal recalled receiving threatening letters from a mentally unstable admirer for quite some time. Following this, her family called the police. The family was in the living room of the young couple's home, waiting for her return, when they learned that a burning car with a body inside had been discovered. Rafal stated that the evening before her disappearance was completely normal. The couple had gone for a walk after work, stopped at a store for groceries, ate dinner, and then went to bed together after watching TV. Catherine didn't seem scared or disturbed. However, a more thorough investigation reveals that her death happened earlier. Catherine was strangled around 2 a.m., most likely in her own bed, while sleeping. Her lifeless body was then placed in a car, driven a short distance from the house, and set on fire in an attempt to destroy evidence. However, Rafal Nowak had a solid alibi. He was at work since 5:30 a.m., and Catherine was asleep in bed when he left. The burning car was found between 6 and 7 a.m., however. Raphael was still at home at 1:30 a.m., which significantly shifted the case's trajectory. Rafal Nowak became the primary suspect in Catherine Wells-Burr's murder. Evidence allowed Nowak to be detained pending further investigation. Rafal claimed Catherine was being stalked by someone who had repeatedly written to her, driving her insane. During the investigation, it was discovered that Catherine did have accounts on several adult websites, indicating a hidden side of her life that her close friends were unaware of. Intimate photos and flirtatious interactions with men were discovered, along with a letter from a secret admirer. However, no matter how long you try to hide the truth, it eventually comes to light. In an attempt to mislead the investigation and lead it down a false trail, Rafal forgot to destroy the evidence that showed his direct involvement in Catherine's death. Importantly, this provided the prosecution with a motive. When investigators examined Nowak's phone, they discovered that he had never stopped communicating or meeting with Anna Lagwinowitz, whom they had met frequently in recent months. In addition, it was discovered that the man had a financial interest. Shortly before Catherine's death, they both insured their lives for £123,000. Catherine and Raphael were the sole beneficiaries of the insurance contracts and received the payouts for each other. The receipt of substantial life insurance emerged as the primary motive in Catherine's death, while the arson of her car complicated the investigation. On the day of her disappearance, Catherine texted Anna Lagwinowitz. In addition, surveillance cameras revealed that a few days before the crime, Anna and a relative, her uncle, filled a full canister of gasoline at a gas station. As a result, a third party became involved in the case. Anna Lagwinowitz, 32, and her 38-year-old uncle Tadevzez Dimitrisin were arrested on suspicion of committing an intentional crime and setting fire to hide evidence. The trio planned the crime meticulously over several months. They meticulously planned the act, creating accounts on pornographic websites, uploading photoshopped images of Catherine, and fabricating and saving exchanges with various men, all to derail the investigation with a false trail. They couldn't ignore the indisputable evidence for long. When Rafal and Anna realized that continuing to deny was futile, they began blaming each other. The man insisted that Anna devised and carried out the plan to eliminate a rival because she was jealous. In contrast, she accused Nowak of committing the crime out of greed, hoping to secure the insurance payout in the house. In order to avoid detection, the conspirators spin a web of heartless lies around an honest and joyful young woman. They posted her fake profiles on websites where people look for casual, intimate encounters. The conspirators went to great lengths to conceal their crime, not only setting her body on fire but also creating a completely false backstory for her. They intend to portray Catherine as a promiscuous woman filled with secrets and desires. They convincingly portrayed a mysterious lover who could have taken her life. At 5:17 a.m., one of the conspirators sent a text message from the Wells Bar phone. On the day of her demise to this fictitious man, she stated that she was on her way to meet him. However, forensic experts determined that when the fire started in the car, Catherine was dressed only in her favorite nightgown, not in an outfit suitable for a meeting with a man. They discovered a missing pillow on her bed, and the only pillowcase was washed and hanging on a clothesline, leading the police to believe she had been suffocated. Detectives discovered a SIM card in Anna Lagwinowitz's car that was linked to the number Catherine was supposed to text that morning. Anna Lagwinowitz discovered notes she had written while seeking inspiration for messages allegedly sent by the mysterious person in his apartment trash bin. When Nowak fell in love with Anna Lagwinowitz, she realized the game was over. They both claimed Catherine's death was the work of a hired criminal. A week before the trial began, Anna Lagwinowitz asked a fellow inmate to secretly pass on a fake confession from an imaginary hitman who claimed Nowak paid him £20,000 sterling to kill Catherine. Anna Lagwinowicz's story may have provided chilling insight into what happened to their victim. According to this fictitious hitman, Catherine's body was found in the car's trunk. Nowak was ecstatic that he had ended Catherine's life. Hitman wrote, "I helped him put her in the driver's seat. Nowak removed the tape from her mouth, and she put on her shoes. He buckled her seatbelt and kissed her goodbye. At 6 a.m. I approached Catherine's car and set it on fire, per Nowak's instructions." Rafal Nowak played the role of a loving boyfriend admirably in the days preceding Catherine's death, holding hands and kissing her in front of family members. He told her mother, Jane, "I have lost my world, I have lost my future." Rafal Nowak refused to admit his role in the young woman's death and went on to tell her mother, Jane Wells, that her daughter was receiving emails and text messages from an ex-boyfriend who said that if he couldn't have her, no one could finish the story. He even claimed she discussed taking her own life. "We are still Nowak," allowed the distraught Wells Bar parents to console him, who assumed he was also mourning the young woman he loved. Ruffal's acting was so convincing that Catherine's mother, Jane, hugged him after her death and gave him permission to call her. She stated that after the police informed her in the early stages of the investigation that he was viewed as a witness rather than a suspect, she made the decision to provide him with every possible support. "I figured if Catherine loved him so much and he was a member of our family, he deserved to come back." The lengthy trial began under the chairmanship of Justice Sharp. During the trial, the jury learned that the three defendants hoped to receive a life insurance payout of £123,000 sterling and half ownership of a two-bedroom home in Mangold, Somerset, worth £137,000 sterling, following Catherine Wells Burr's death. According to the court, Rafal Nowak showed no emotion when police discovered the woman's body in burned car on September 12th. Anna Lagwinowicz, who frequently shook her head and laughed on the defendant's bench when Nowak suggested she was responsible for the crime, refused to testify. Tadevzez Dimitrisin also did not testify in his defense during the trial. Sharp told the defendants that the murder was a terrible, merciless crime, cold-bloodedly committed with a gross breach of trust. Neither of the three expressed any emotion during the sentencing. Judge Justice Sharp sentenced the three Polish nationals to mandatory life sentences with a minimum of 32 years in prison and no possibility of early release. "You took the life of a beautiful young woman who had everything she needed to live. All for money," Sharp said. Rafal Nowak, "The photos of you holding Catherine's hand the night before her death, buying groceries for what you knew would be her last dinner is incredibly chilling. Your emotions were directed solely at yourself. Anna Lagwinowicz, your actions were deceitful, manipulative, and cruel. You played a full role in this heinous crime. And your meeting with Tricia today was a profit-motivated murder. There were significant aggravating circumstances, but no mitigating circumstances." The judge went on to say that many tears have been shed in this court, but the only ones that should be shed are for Catherine and her family. Her mother, Jane, father Philip, and sister Lynn. The judge expressed heartfelt sympathy to Catherine's parents. They had no idea that Rafal Nowak's facade concealed a person devoid of remorse and decency. It was all about money. The judge stated that Nowak and Catherine had no ties that bound them together. They weren't married and didn't have children. Money, selfishness, and greed drove the crime against Catherine. In the case of Anna Lagwinowicz, it came from jealousy and a desire for vengeance. At the parents' request, Judge Justice Sharp read statements from Catherine's mother and sister. Her mother wept in court as her statement was read. It stated that Catherine was a caring, loving, genuine, generous, loyal, thoughtful, exceptional, and amazing young woman. She had a bright and promising future, full of potential. Phil and I, her parents, were extremely proud of the young woman she had become. Catherine's death was a cruel, calculated act of villainy, and the hatred directed toward her will haunt us for the rest of our lives. I never got to say goodbye, tell her I loved her, or hear Catherine say, "I love you, Mommy." She now considers Nowak to be an evil person who should spend the rest of his life in prison. Catherine's father, Philip, added, "We took him into our home, he became like a son and betrayed us all." Rafal Nowak, who was covered in tattoos, wept in the witness box during the trial, insisting he had nothing to do with his true love's death. A father of one with a wife and a teenage son in Poland told the jurors that everyone is blaming me for something I did not do. The court heard that Nowak was emotionless when police discovered Catherine Wells Burr's body in her burned car on September 12th. Last year, her mother, Jane Wells Barr, told jurors that after his initial release from police custody, he did not mention Catherine and instead requested a steak dinner. Mrs. Wells stated that as soon as they purchased a home together and obtained life insurance, her daughter's fate was sealed. I told the cops there was a bounty on her life. Indeed, she had signed her own death warrant when she signed the mortgage. It was over. Thus, Rafal Nowak, a 31-year-old factory worker, was found guilty of the crime against his girlfriend, suffocated her with a pillow while she was sleeping. Afterward, he plotted with his secret lover and her uncle to receive a life insurance payout of £123,000 and a share of the house. His secret lover, Anna Lagwinowicz, 32, and her uncle, 38-year-old Ty Devotion Nutrition, drove Wells Barr's body to a remote location and set it on fire. It is believed that, like Anna Lagwinowicz and her uncle, 38-year-old Tadevzez Dmitrizin, who also lived in Taunton, Wells' body was transported in her Ford Focus to a remote location 7 miles from the city. They set fire to the car at 6 a.m. when Nowak had already arrived at work, giving him a solid alibi. The Royal Court of Bristol jury found Rafal Nowak, Anna Lagwinowicz, and Todd of Tadevzez Dmitrizin, all of whom are originally from Poland, guilty of the crime. The crime was the result of months of secret meetings and phone calls between Rafal Nowak and his Polish lover Anna Lagwinowicz, with Catherine completely unaware of her involvement in what turned out to be a love triangle. After the verdict, the accused spent months leading detectives on a false trail, creating fake profiles for the girl on adult websites and sending her messages from a supposed mysterious lover. Catherine Wells Barr's parents advocated for stricter immigration controls following her tragic death. Philip and Jane Wells, who separated after their daughter's tragic death, stated that Rafal Nowak, who was convicted of assaulting his wife in Poland, would not have been allowed to enter the UK if immigration rules were as stringent as those in the United States of America. They blamed the European Union and argued that the UK should tighten its entry requirements for foreign nationals. Jane Wells, 46, stated that people entering this country are not checked. We had no idea Rafal had been charged with assault while he was in Poland. I am absolutely certain that our government must wake up and stop allowing such negative elements as Rafal Nowak to roam freely throughout the country. Catherine Wells Barr's family wept in court as the sentence was announced. The 3 perpetrators displayed no emotion. The criminal trio received life sentences with no possibility of parole. They now have their entire lives ahead of them to plan criminal schemes, but they will have no opportunity to put them into action. Thus, through their own efforts, the Polish immigrants exchanged their dreams of a successful and prosperous life for free prison cells. After the verdict was announced, the victim's mother gave her final words about her daughter. She was a lovely girl. Absolutely stunning. We were overjoyed when she received her first-class degree from the University of Bath Spa. She was determined, hardworking, and beautiful. We don't know how to live without her. She had a lot to live for. She had so much potential. She had so much hope for a happy life, but she was robbed of it. We got robbed. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today we will look at a case that occurred in Minnesota. In 2013, Kira Steger, 30, worked as a store clerk at a mall-based clothing store. She was enthusiastic about her job and never missed a shift. So, on February 23, 2013, she did not show up for work. Her co-workers became worried. They attempted to contact Kira, but she did not return their calls or text messages, and the police were quickly informed that she was missing. Kira K. Steger was born on November 19, 1982 in Des Plaines, Illinois. She was Marcy and Jay's daughter. Steger described her as a lively, dedicated, and affectionate daughter. Kira worked for 2 Mall of America stores, Wet Seal, and, most recently, Delia's. Kira considered her co-workers to be more than just friends. They were like family. Kira had a unique talent for identifying people's strengths that they themselves did not notice. She envisioned and hoped for a bright and peaceful future. Unfortunately, all of her dreams came to an abrupt end when Kira mysteriously vanished. On Thursday, February 21, 2013, Kira worked a shift. Her co-workers reported that she had been feeling well and planned to go to a nice restaurant with her husband after the store closed. Kira and Jeffrey Trevino met 3 years ago and immediately struck up a romantic relationship, which eventually led to a wedding. Overall, Kira and Jeffrey appear to be a happy and stable married couple. There may have been occasional disagreements between them, but everything was kept within their immediate circle. At least 2 days later, on Saturday, February 23rd, no relatives, friends, or co-workers knew about them. When Kira failed to show up for work, her co-workers were concerned because such behavior was unusual for her. She was punctual and strict with herself, and others would never tolerate being late or not sticking to her schedule. After failing to reach Kira, her co-workers contacted Jeffrey, who had no idea where his wife had gone. Kira had left the house the previous morning and had not returned since. Kira had a habit of disappearing for a day or two at a time, so he wasn't worried. She would spend the night at a friend's house or visit a relative unannounced. One factor that could have caused concern was the bad weather that day, as it had been snowing heavily. Jeffrey suggested that perhaps something had happened to her along the way. Perhaps her car became stuck and her phone battery ran out of charge. On the same day, after not hearing from his wife, Jeffrey filed a missing persons report and contacted Kira's family. Her family members were taken aback by their loved one's mysterious disappearance, which was a devastating blow to them. After receiving a missing persons report for Kira Steger, detectives immediately went to work, as is customary in such cases. The investigation began by questioning the spouse and searching the immediate surroundings. This was no exception. Detectives went to Jeffrey's home to speak with him. Jeffrey told detectives that he and Kira planned to spend time together on Thursday. They had dinner, talked, bowled, and then left the mall. According to Jeffrey, he and Kira immediately went home because Kira wanted to watch a movie. Jeffrey also told detectives that his wife left their home the following day, a Friday, around 8:30 a.m. An event was scheduled at work, and her presence was mandatory. He noticed nothing unusual about her behavior. Jeffrey thought it was normal for Kira to disappear on occasion, despite the fact that he had no idea where she was or who she was with. They'd been having relationship problems for a few months, Jeffrey explained. However, he did not consider it serious or alarming. Consider them to be minor conflicts that occur in all families. The detective began asking Jeffrey who Kira might be staying with and if she had a lover. The man refused this suggestion because he had personally asked Kira about it and received a negative response. Jeffrey describes his wife as someone he truly loves and trusts. The investigators relayed all of the information they gathered about Kira and her car to the on-duty patrols. The detectives went to the Mall of America to confirm the credibility of Jeffrey's statements and possibly find some clues. The Mall of America ranks among the world's largest shopping malls. It is located in Bloomington. It includes 520 stores and theme parks. There is an ocean area movie theater, a golf course, and much more. As a result, it's unsurprising that the mall is outfitted with numerous security cameras. Knowing what time Kira had left work on February 21st, the detectives investigated that moment. The footage showed nothing unusual. Jeffrey's account proved accurate. He met Kira after work, and they spent some time at the mall before heading to the parking lot and driving away. There were no arguments between them, and the evening appeared to have gone well. Nothing is worse than waiting without knowing what is going on. And with each passing day, Kira's anxiety about her life grew worse. After not hearing from her and growing tired of waiting for a cure, his family traveled to Bloomington to assist with the investigation. They printed flyers with her pictures on them, posted them on poles, and handed them out to passers-by on the street. Their goal was to draw as much attention as possible to the search for Kira. They realized they couldn't just stand by and had to do everything they could to find their loved one. The wild, curious family was handing out leaflets, and the investigators continued their investigation. When officers interviewed the couple's neighbors, they discovered a surveillance camera installed on one of their homes. The camera rotated sideways, and one of its angles captured Kira and Jeffrey's house. Thus, the investigators requested that the homeowner copy the camera footage for them in the hopes of uncovering some clues. Meanwhile, Investigators received records from a cell phone company, which provided them with a new lead. According to his phone records, she was dating someone other than Jeffrey. He turned out to be Ryan Go, the manager of the store chain where she worked. They had an intense and long-term relationship and communicated frequently. Police discovered Ryan was out of state, and while the search for Kira was ongoing, Ryan was driving to Colorado. This man was highly relevant to the investigation because, in addition to having a romantic relationship with Kira, he relocated out of state around the same time she vanished. Maybe it was just a coincidence, or perhaps things were completely different, and his escape concealed something. The investigators would be responsible for determining the answer to that question. Regardless, the detectives were able to reach Ryan, who agreed to appear for questioning in Colorado, where he was asked numerous questions. He stated that he last contacted Kira while driving across South Dakota and texted her. These text messages were sent shortly before Kira disappeared. Detectives discovered that Kira had communicated with her new lover while dining with her husband. The correspondence made it abundantly clear that Kira was growing apart from Jeffrey. The investigators examined Ryan's phone to determine his location in relation to the cell towers and reviewed his credit card statements. He appeared to be completely out of it that evening and had no way of being connected to solve his disappearance. He was released and removed from the suspect list on that basis. The message's timestamps revealed that Kira was still texting Ryan when she arrived home with her husband. However, their conversation ended at 11:44 p.m., and their curious phone has since been inactive. Meanwhile, another team of investigators was preparing to examine video footage from the surveillance camera installed at Kira's neighbor's home. This camera covered most of the street, sweeping left and right. However, it was turning far too quickly. And this made observation difficult because if the investigator spotted something suspicious, the camera would immediately rotate to the other side. Jeffrey and the curious house were only seen for a few seconds. As the camera shifted to the right, Jeffrey explained that after dinner and bowling, he and Kira returned home, watched a movie, and went to bed. However, when investigators reviewed the video footage, they discovered that Kira's car reversed into the yard shortly after 2 a.m. Because of the poor quality of the footage and the camera's constant movement from side to side, it was difficult to tell exactly what was happening on screen at the time, but the car soon drove away from their house. Jeffrey attributed the night drive to Kira's request that he pump gas in her car before her commute tomorrow, so he headed to the gas station. Interestingly enough, his story was true. He was actually seen at the gas station around 3:30 a.m. However, the detectives discovered that after leaving the gas station, he did not return home but instead proceeded to the highway for unknown reasons. It's unclear where he's going next. The neighbor's camera did not record him returning home, but this could have been a coincidence because it rotated constantly. Thus, it is theoretically possible that Jeffrey returned home later in the day, when the camera was facing the opposite direction. When investigators examined the footage further, they discovered that the curious Chevrolet drove away at 9:21 a.m., but there was no way to tell who was behind the wheel. On Saturday, February 23rd, police received a missing person report, and the police department received a call on Monday, February 25th. 2 multi-story parking lots near the shopping center where Kira worked are available for reporting the discovery of a suspicious vehicle. Security guards noticed that a specific car had been parked there for several days and requested a tow truck. The tow truck driver examined the car before picking it up and discovered suspicious-looking red smudges on the trunk lid. He then called the police. It turned out to be a white Chevrolet. There wasn't much blood, just a few minor stains, but it was present. That was an extremely bad sign. Kira's purse, which was recovered from her abandoned car, contained divorce court forms that appeared to have been downloaded from the internet. In addition, the investigators noticed a small, dark item lying in the snow behind the car. When they got closer, they noticed a rolled-up trunk mat with dark stains on the reverse side. DNA testing revealed that it was Curious Digger's blood. With regret, the investigators realized Kira was most likely no longer alive. Her family and friends were devastated by this horrific discovery. Their last hope of seeing Kira again was dashed. But this sparked a slew of questions in their minds. How did she die? Did she suffer? Who could have resented her enough to take her life? The absence of care in his body exacerbated the situation, as it was much more difficult to bear the grief that had befallen them without it. The detective's top priority was now to identify the person who had abandoned the vehicle in the parking lot. The car left the house at 9:21 a.m. About 20 minutes later, the mall's cameras caught it. There were no cameras in the lot where the car was found, but there was a camera pointed at the path leading to the car. The camera was near Kira's car. After reviewing the camera footage, the detectives noticed that a few minutes later, the white Chevrolet drove into the parking lot. The footage showed a man with a hood covering his head. It was fairly cold, and the man's hoodie didn't seem unusual, but the detectives wanted to know where he was going. The hooded man was seen crossing the street and walking to a taxi stand, where he spoke briefly with one of the drivers before getting into the car and driving away. Based on the time the hooded man interacted with the driver, the police were able to determine which company owned the cabs parked in the shopping center's parking lot. The police were able to easily identify the license plate number of that particular vehicle. All of the cabs were outfitted with GPS tracking devices, revealing that the hooded man finished his trip a block away from Kira and Jeffrey's house and then exited the vehicle after paying cash as it left the neighborhood. The cab was caught in the lens of the same camera that had captured some of Kira and Jeffrey's home footage. After 2 minutes, a hooded man entered the scene. The low resolution of the video made it difficult to see his face, but what stood out was the white logo on his hoodie. As the investigators continued to watch the footage, they noticed the hooded man walk into the house where Kira and Jeffrey lived. Kira had gone missing, making it almost certain that the hooded man was Jeffrey. After obtaining a search warrant, law enforcement officers proceeded to the house. At first glance, it appeared to be an ordinary, unremarkable house, but this was only the first impression. Under closer examination, the criminalists discovered dark red stains in the spouse's bedrooms. There were a few stains on the wall beside the bed, and approximately 100 on the mattress. It was clear that the bedroom had recently been rearranged and cleaned. When the forensics team sprayed luminol, the floor carpet practically glowed. It had many bloodstains that could not be seen with the naked eye. Those stains originated in the bedroom and spread to the other side of the house. Forensics confirmed that the blood was unusual, which convinced investigators that she was no longer alive. Aside from searching the inside of the house, police examined Jeffrey's car. Despite the fact that there was no blood in the car and no evidence of a struggle, they were able to discover something interesting. Jeffrey's car contained a gas station receipt from an hour and 40 minutes before Kira's car was left in the mall parking lot. The receipt indicates that the purchase was made with Jeffrey's card. Detectives went to the gas station to review the security footage. The video shows Jeffrey filling up his car, then going inside and withdrawing money from an ATM. This footage provided a glimpse of Jeffrey's face and revealed that he wore a logo on his jacket in the chest area that resembled the logo on the man seen earlier. Jeffrey Trevino, 39, was arrested based on this recording and other evidence discovered in the house. He was brought to the station for questioning and became the primary suspect. Directly from the interrogation room, Jeffrey contacted his attorney, who advised him to exercise his right to remain silent. The police had enough evidence to charge him, but the body provided the most compelling evidence of his guilt. Nobody had any doubts that Kira had died. In late March, as the snowdrift began to clear, the police, Kira, his family, and some volunteers searched for her for months. Volunteers discovered a strange bag by the roadside at Keller Lake, a few miles from Trevino's home, and contacted the police. The bag held a bloodied pillow, a shirt, and a bra. The forensics team linked the discovery to Kira because her DNA was found on the items. The lake was still encrusted with ice, which hampered the search, but divers continued to survey it. They still found no remains in it. The area surrounding the lake was searched several times with search dogs trained to locate bodies, but this, too, proved fruitless. 2.5 months after Kira's disappearance, on May 8, 2013, the St. Paul Police Department received a disturbing call. The mail caller informed the operator that he saw what appeared to be a dead body in the Mississippi River. What police recovered from the water turned out to be a body. There was no clothing on it. Kira Steger's body was identified through dental records. She sustained severe blunt force trauma to her forehead and a fractured index finger on her left hand. Due to the level of decomposition, the medical examiners were unable to determine an exact cause of death. Using the new evidence, investigators attempted to reconstruct the timeline of events leading up to his death and what happened afterward. They speculated that when Kira and Jeffrey returned home, he became aware or noticed that she was texting someone else. Kira refused to show her husband the correspondence, so he violently snatched her phone and broke her finger. After seeing the romantic correspondence, Jeffrey became even angrier and, in a fit of rage, took his own life before attempting to conceal evidence of the crime. He drove her car to the house, put the body in the trunk, and then went to a gas station before disposing of it in the river. He then drove back home, dumping the bag with the pillow and clothes along the way. The next morning, he went to a gas station and took out cash from an ATM because he knew he'd have to pay for a cab after leaving his car in the mall's parking lot, and he'd rather do so in cash. After disposing of the curious car, Jeffrey returned home and spent the rest of the day cleaning the house. Jeffrey's trickery was intended to give the impression that Kira had driven away in her car by herself that morning and was fine. However, due to surveillance cameras, his plan failed. In October 2013, a jury convicted 39-year-old Jeffrey Trevino, agreeing with the defense that his actions were not premeditated and that the crime was the result of a heated and unexpected argument after discovering his wife's infidelity. Before the judge announced the sentence, curious family members made statements. Carrie Ann Steger, a curious sister, described the monster as a calculated criminal who deserves no mercy. Marcy stated that Trevino showed no mercy to her daughter and dumped her like trash into the nation's most polluted body of water. She said. But her father Jay insisted that no punishment would ever compensate for the pain Trevino had caused their family. No amount of time spent with Mr. Trevino will suffice. Never enough, he said. In November 2013, Jeffrey Trevino received a 27.5-year prison sentence. He will be eligible for parole in 2031. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Take a look at this photograph. It features Rexford Lynn Keel Jr., also known as Lynn Keel, and his wife, Elizabeth Bess Edwards Keel. They were married for more than 20 years. In 2005, Lynn worked as a truck driver, while Elizabeth worked for Microbac Laboratories. Many of us probably have photos that, when we look at them, remind us that the lives of the people depicted in them changed dramatically shortly after the photo was taken. These words are equally applicable to this one. Lynn and Elizabeth lived in this house, which is in Nash County, North Carolina. As you can see from the map, the location is quite remote. Lynn and Elizabeth, like many others, were planning for the new year as 2005 came to an end. But on January 1st, 2006, trouble struck their home. It was cold, and the steps outside the house were covered in ice. Elizabeth slipped and fell while leaving the house, hitting her head hard on the concrete steps corner. The injury she received was fatal. The medical examiner who performed the autopsy concluded that Elizabeth died from blunt force trauma to the head, and her death was ruled an accident by her husband, relatives, colleagues, and friends. Elizabeth's sudden death was a huge shock. She was just 42 years old. After about a year, Lynn Keel decided to move on. He no longer drove trucks and instead worked in real estate. In 2007, during that trip, he went to Latin America for business purposes. Lynn, 45 years old at the time, met Diana, who was 19 years younger. Diana was from Bogota, Colombia. She was strikingly beautiful and a single mother of a daughter. Their relationship developed quickly. Diana moved to the United States, inspired by the American dream. She and Lynn moved into his home in Nash County. where his wife Elizabeth Keel was killed in an accident about a year before. Diana and Lynn married relatively quickly. A short time later, the couple welcomed a son named Max in 2017. Diana graduated from Nash Community College. The same year, she started working as an emergency room nurse at Wilson Medical Center. Their first few years together were nothing special, but their relationship gradually deteriorated. Diana told a close friend that Lynn was an overbearing man who spoke sharply to her and frequently verbally abused her. The atmosphere inside the house was almost always tense. Lynn would not let Diana be alone with anyone for extended periods of time. She started to consider divorce, but she was afraid of her husband because he threatened her. He manipulated her using the baby. He threatened her, saying that if she left him, he would deport her and she would never see her son again. Diana put up with it all because her children were her top priority. However, everyone's patience eventually runs out. Diana's daughter Laura was 18, a graduate of Southern Nash High School, and a freshman at the University of North Carolina at Wilmington, while 10-year-old Max lived with his parents. As previously stated, Diana worked as a nurse at Wilson Medical Center. She was loved and respected by both patients and colleagues. On March 7, 2019, Diana's mother, Esperanza Prada, who lived in Colombia, received a message from Diana that read, "Mom, I love you very much." The message arrived completely unexpectedly. Esperanza knew her daughter's marriage was unhappy, and she wanted to divorce her husband, but was afraid of him. It was only 3 days later that Diana's daughter Laura raised the alarm. On March 10th, she tweeted a plea for help in finding her mother. The message stated, "This is insane. You see what happens to everyone else and don't believe it will ever happen to you. My mother is missing. If you see or hear anything, please notify me. And please, retweet. This helped me spread the word. Thank you." Laura called the medical center where her mother worked the same day, but Diana's co-workers had not spoken to her in the previous 2 days. An employee of the medical center contacted the police and requested a welfare check on Diana. A co-worker informed the dispatcher that Diana had not been heard from in 2 days. She was scheduled to work tonight. She's on schedule. The Wilson Medical Center nurse stated that she is the type of co-worker who is always 30 minutes early and who responds reasonably to text messages. She has not completed any of them. The woman said Diana's behavior was out of character and requested that the sheriff's office conduct a welfare check. Diana was a devoted mother who communicated with her family every day. She checked her social media frequently, but her messages were now unread. Her FaceTime calls went unanswered. Lynn was present when a police officer arrived at the Keel home. It was surprising that his wife's disappearance was reported to the police by her co-workers rather than him. Lynn informed the police officer that he had last seen Diana 2 days before, on March 8th, when she left the house. Her car was still parked outside the house, which raised suspicions. Lynn was called in for questioning. When questioned, Keel 57 stated that his wife had gone out to run some errands but had not returned. He explained that she would leave from time to time and would not return for several days. The statement did not ring true. Free of charge, the man was released. Diana was reported missing, and police began a search for her. Investigators discovered that the woman had not used her cell phone or bank cards in the past few days. And this was not a good sign. As I mentioned at the start of the video, this house is in a remote area, and there are no neighbors to share important information with the police. Nonetheless, detectives discovered that on March 8th, the couple was seen in a heated argument on their front porch. A courier had delivered a package addressed to Diana that day, and he was the last person to see her, aside from Lynn Keel, of course. After the police interviewed Diana's co-workers, they revealed that she was having marital problems. There was no doubt that she would not abandon her son and flee. The only thing preventing her from divorcing was the fear of losing custody of her 10-year-old son. Everyone the detective spoke with named only one person as a possible suspect in Diana's disappearance. That person was her husband, Lynn Keel. Early in the investigation, an alarming discovery was made. Diana disappeared 2 years earlier. Lynn had insured her life for over $1 million, and he was the sole beneficiary in 2008. The sheriff's deputies responded to a domestic dispute at the house, but no further action was taken. Only 2 days had passed since the investigation started. In addition, during the emergency call, the police received a disturbing call. A man later identified as a North Carolina Department of Transportation employee reported finding something on Poe's Hole Road. It appears that something is lying in the woods. He said, "I am not sure what it is, a body of something. I do not know." "How far is it down?" the dispatcher inquired. "Right here, at the end." The caller stated that I would be waiting right here. Unfortunately, what the man who called the police saw was Diana's body, which appeared to have been there since her disappearance. It turned out that the worker was investigating an illegal dump when he noticed something suspicious. Poe's Hole Road is a dead-end street that leads to farmland. The fact that the body was discovered was fortunate. If fortunate is the right word under the circumstances, who knows how long it would have taken the police to locate Diana's body, given that it was 30 miles away from her home. I haven't heard anyone say anything negative about her. Nash County Sheriff Keith Stone stated, "What a tragic event, even more tragic. We now have a 10-year-old who has not had a mother," Stone added. "It's very difficult, especially when I realize how fragile life is. And now we have a child without a mother. It's extremely difficult. We have many unanswered questions. That is why we, at the Nash County Sheriff's Office, operate with compassion, honor, and diligence. Although it is unclear how the woman died, there is clear evidence of foul play." When the police discovered his wife's body, they only had one suspect, Lynn Keel. He was very surprised. He was brought to the station for questioning, and he answered the investigators. He claimed, as before, that Diana had frequently disappeared for several days but had always returned. These words contradicted what Diana's colleagues, relatives, and friends had said. Everyone knew Lynn Keel had complete control over his wife's movements. He even forbade her from seeing her friends following the interrogation. The man was released because the autopsy results had yet to be obtained. 2 days after the body was discovered, authorities confirmed that it was Diana Alejandra Keel's. Her death devastated her children, family, and friends. Diana's daughter Laura set up a GoFundMe page to help cover the funeral expenses. "My current priorities are to ensure that my mother is laid to rest in a manner more fitting than her death, and to ensure that my brother continues to feel the love that our mother shared with us on a daily basis," she wrote. "By doing so, I hope to honor my mother's legacy." Diana's cousin in Colombia told reporters that the mother of two came to North Carolina to pursue the American dream, but it turned out to be a nightmare. Javier Guevara said, "I can't believe it, I can't believe this. It's very sad." After the medical examiner's report was obtained, the terrifying details of Diana's death were revealed. She suffered extensive skull fractures as well as numerous sharp injuries to the left side of her face and neck. Some of the injuries were discovered after Diana had died, which could indicate that the perpetrator harbored a personal grudge against her. When police arrived to arrest Lynn Keel and search his home, he had fled. He was placed on a national wanted list, and a report stated that he may be driving a gold-colored pickup truck and that he could be dangerous. It was discovered that after being questioned at the police station, Lynn Keel drove his 10-year-old son to his parents' home, stole his father's car, and fled. According to the search warrant, Diana and Lynn Keel shared authority and seized a number of firearms including rifles, pistols, and revolvers. Swords, machetes, and knives were also seized. Warrants show that authorities discovered 2 pages from Diana Keel's 18-year-old daughter's diary inside a Dodge Ram owned by Lynn Keel. When asked about the contents, the sheriff stated that he did not feel comfortable disclosing what was written on those pages. Meanwhile, the search for Lynn Keel continued. It was determined that he had left the state, but his current location was unknown. Stone stated that the sheriff's office had received calls from Texas and Florida regarding Keel's truck, but no additional information about his capture was confirmed. He asked the public to drive by local motels and hotels and look for a pickup truck with the license plate number listed on the information sheet that had been distributed. "We have no idea where he could be." He stated that this is an opportunity for the public to assist because this individual is dangerous. On March 17, 2019, 5 days after Diana's body was discovered, Lynn Keel was apprehended by Arizona State Police 34 miles from the U.S.-Mexico border. He had a large sum of cash and a large supply of canned goods. He allegedly intended to cross the border and flee into Mexican territory. Lynn Keel was airlifted to Nash County following his arrest and charged in connection with the death of his wife, Diana. Experts believed she was still alive when she was loaded into her own SUV, driven into the woods, and abandoned for dead. Lynn Keel was also charged with kidnapping. When forensic investigators searched the house, they discovered overwhelming evidence that Diana was attacked in her bedroom. According to the prosecutor, after taking Diana to a remote location, Keel went to a nearby Walmart and purchased cleaning supplies with which he attempted to conceal evidence of the crime. After he was arrested, Diana's daughter, Laura, posted the following on her Facebook page: "I know everyone has an opinion about what my stepfather did to my family. However, I beg you all not to spread hatred. My brother's heart is so pure that he doesn't need to see hatred. We all need to remember how wonderful my mother was in healing us as best we can." The brutality of the crime, as well as Keel's subsequent flight from justice, drew the attention of local, state, and national media outlets. The media attention prompted the public defender at the time to request a change of venue so that a jury pool could be selected outside of Nash County. Despite the widespread media coverage of the crime, the motion for a change of venue focused on perceptions in Nash County. The Nash County Sheriff's press conferences were among those covered by the media. There have been numerous written articles in local newspapers, online articles, television coverage, and social media discussions. The defendant's previous wife died, prompting media speculation. The motion stated that the state objected to the motion, but also expressed concerns about efficiency and a waste of resources and time if a trial began in Nash County and then had to be transferred to another venue after the trial process began in Nash County. According to the motion, Nash County Superior Court Judge Quinton Sumner ultimately decided to move the venue to Pitt County. Sumner stated in the document outlining his decision that there is prejudice against this defendant in Nash County, which prevents him from receiving a fair and impartial trial. Rexford Lynn Keel, 59, pleaded no contest to the charges against him in October 2021, avoiding a lengthy trial. A no contest plea, like a guilty plea, indicates that the defendant accepts responsibility for the killing charge and has pled to second-degree murder and first-degree kidnapping kills. Defense attorneys asked the judge to consider the fact that he has kidney failure and has been incarcerated for the past 2 years. However, at the sentencing, Diana's mother reminded the court of the reason her daughter had died. She said she wanted to tell women that if their partner was abusive, they should leave. Do not stay there. She begged the judge to impose a severe sentence. "I want you to feel the same compassion for Keel as he did when he killed her." Diana's cousin issued the following statement: "From all of Diana Alejandra Keel's family, we want to express our heartfelt gratitude to all law enforcement involved in apprehending and bringing Lynn Keel, the suspect in Diana's murder, to justice. I'd like to express our heartfelt gratitude to the Nash County Sheriff's Office, as well as the genuine empathy they showed, along with so many heartfelt messages of support and love since this nightmare began. We know Diana Alejandra has been viewed by the public as an incredible mother, daughter, sister, cousin, friend, and co-worker. She adored her 2 children more than I could ever express. All she did was for them. She brought joy to the world with her contagious laugh, bright smile, and big heart for others, including animals, to everyone who knew her and would have liked to know her. Please think of her and her children with love and positivity. Thank you very much for your continued support." Lynn Keel did not reveal the motive for the crime. Perhaps he learned Diana was meeting with a lawyer and intended to start divorce proceedings. We should also remember the insurance policy worth more than $1 million. Lynn Keel was sentenced to 32 to 41 years in prison as part of the plea agreement. But that is not all. Lynn Keel's first wife, Elizabeth, died and the police had questions. Was her death truly an accident? Her family claimed they had always had questions about her death. Elizabeth Keel's family issued a statement saying they have always questioned his death and are deeply saddened that another life has been taken. We'll follow up on all of the leads and review the information from the first incident reports. Stone stated, "We'll speak with the district attorney's office. It's something we should consider." Elizabeth Keel was buried in a family plot in Spring Hope. Stone said he is currently working with a pathologist and reviewing all of the evidence. He stated that they are likely to exhume Elizabeth Keel's body. Dr. John Butts was North Carolina's chief medical examiner for 24 years. One would only go to exhume a body if there was a question that had not been answered at the time and could be answered by re-examining the remains. But he claims that there have been many cases in his career where a death that was thought to be accidental turned out to be murder. Someone died after falling from something. Then more information reveals that they did not fall. They were pushed, and there would be no difference in the examination. We would have the same results. However, the circumstances that led up to the incident have since changed. Butts stated that no new information regarding Elizabeth Keel's death has surfaced in the last 2 years. We can assume that authorities found no reason to reopen the investigation and exhume the body, but we may hear more about this case in the future. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This video discusses events that occurred on October 2nd, 2009, in the Canadian city of Laval. Natasha Cournoyer, 37, did not come to see her mother. She didn't answer the phone and wasn't home. It quickly became clear that none of Natasha's friends or co-workers saw her that day. Around 5 p.m., her relatives filed a missing persons report, and the police began their investigation. Natasha was a public relations specialist for the Correctional Service of Canada. First, the detectives decided to go to her workplace and interview her co-workers. When they arrived, Natasha's car was still parked in a nearby lot. At that point, a man was standing near her car. He was nervous and acted strangely. In his conversation with the police, he stated that he and Natasha were in a relationship and that he was there to figure out where she could have gone. The man's name was Michel Trottier. Natasha's car had scratches on its back door. However, it was unclear whether this was related to her disappearance or if the scratches had appeared earlier. There was no reason to suspect Michel Trottier of involvement in Natasha's disappearance, so the detectives continued their investigation. After speaking with Natasha's co-workers, they discovered she was at work on October 1st, 2009. It was the day before the disappearance. None of her co-workers noticed anything unusual about her behavior that day. She was in a good mood and friendly. As usual, nothing seemed to bother her. On October 2nd, Natasha needed a day off. She and her mother intended to resolve issues concerning a tombstone for her recently deceased father. As a result, on October 1st, she worked longer hours than usual and left the building around 8 p.m. Natasha, according to her friends, had no conflicts with anyone, and it was difficult to believe that anyone could hold a grudge against her. She worked in an office and had no contact with the prisoners. They described her as an open and unkind person. The police deployed a large number of officers to look for Natasha Cournoyer. The search even included aviation and canine services. They began by inspecting the area immediately surrounding the parking lot. However, they discovered no clues that could aid the investigation. Natasha's friends and family worked tirelessly to distribute flyers with her photo in the hopes that someone would see her or learn more about her disappearance. The first hours after a person goes missing are crucial. This is when witnesses or evidence are more likely to be discovered. Natasha Cournoyer lost valuable time because the police received the report on the evening of October 2nd, 21 hours after she had left her job. The search activities took place on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th of October and yielded no results. Her relatives offered a $10,000 reward for information that could lead to Natasha's location. Michel Trottier, the man dating Natasha, believed she had been kidnapped. He approached a potential kidnapper via television, pleading with him to release his loved one. Meanwhile, the police conducted an investigation into Michel and Natasha's personal lives. They dated for 4 years and the relationship was far from perfect. The detectives discovered that Michel and Natasha had broken up several times before resuming their relationship. The police investigated all possible explanations for the woman's disappearance, reconstructing the events of Natasha's last day at work. The detectives gained access to CCTV cameras both inside and outside the building in which she worked. She entered the building at 9:04 a.m. Natasha drove to work and parked in an open lot. There were a few free parking spaces that morning, so she parked on the opposite side of the street. After reviewing the recordings, they discovered that Natasha left the building at 8:07 p.m. Another video confirmed that she went to the location where she parked her car, but the parking lot had poor lighting. Natasha eventually vanished into the darkness. After a few minutes, you could see the car's headlights turn on. The car began to move to the opposite side of the parking lot, rather than towards the exit. This location also had poor lighting. The car's headlights turned off when it came to a stop. After about 20 minutes, the vehicle began to move toward the exit. And it wasn't Natasha's car because she drove a Mazda, as evidenced by other Ford Windstar minivan records in the video. It also turned out that this car entered the parking lot at 6:35 p.m. and parked next to Natasha's car. Based on what they saw in the video, the police concluded that Natasha's disappearance was most likely a kidnapping on the 5th day of the search, October 6, 2009. That was no longer about a missing person, but about the loss of a person's life. They discovered Natasha's body in a vacant lot in the Point Trumbull neighborhood, about 20 miles from where she worked. The body lay next to a dirt road leading to the riverbank. Natasha's family and friends were devastated to learn of her death. They felt even worse after hearing the medical examiner's report. Natasha died due to strangulation. Before she died, someone hit her 9 times in the face, breaking her nose. Marks on her wrists and ankles indicated that she had been tied up at some point in her life. They discovered seminal fluid inside the body. It served as a source of DNA. While awaiting the results of the DNA analysis, the detectives attempted to identify the owner of the minivan seen on the day Natasha vanished in 2009. There were 2 motels near where she worked 10 days after the body was discovered on October 16, 2009. The police went to both of them and checked the cards that guests fill out at check-in. The police discovered that a man who identified his vehicle as a Ford Windstar was staying at the Lido Motel on the day Natasha Cournoyer went missing. The man was identified as 48-year-old Claude LaRouche, a registered sex offender who had served 2 prison sentences in 1993. The court sentenced him to 1 year in prison and 2 years probation for forcing a 19-year-old acquaintance to engage in sexual intercourse. In 2005, the court sentenced LaRouche to 40 months in prison for attempting to kidnap a 7-year-old girl who miraculously managed to escape his grasp and run into a neighbor's home. Consider this: for attempting to kidnap a 7-year-old child, he was sentenced to 40 months in prison. Please leave a comment below with your thoughts on this punishment. Is it not too soft? LaRouche regained his freedom in November 2008. He began working as a carpenter and married a woman with 2 sons in 2009. They all live in the same house, which is about a 10-minute drive from the parking lot where Natasha Cournoyer went missing. So, as I previously stated, the detectives discovered that Claude LaRouche stayed at a motel the night Natasha disappeared. They summoned forensic experts to the room where he was staying. They discovered badly rubbed dark red stains on the carpet and sent samples for analysis. On the same day, the detectives went to the address where LaRouche lived to speak with him. Because of the nature of the previous cases for which he had been imprisoned, the police already had his DNA. However, they needed time to compare it to the DNA discovered on Natasha's body. The man denied knowing Natasha Cournoyer, but admitted to frequenting the Lido Motel because it was cheap. According to his story, he was dissatisfied with his intimate relationship with his wife and frequently rented a room in a motel, where he called women offering sexual services for money. When asked where he was and what he was doing on October 1st, the day Natasha went missing, LaRouche said he had no memory of anything, including his stay at the Lido Motel. LaRouche attributed this memory lapse to an excessive use of illegal substances. However, the memory returned to him quickly, albeit incompletely. On November 5, 2009, a month after the body was discovered, the detectives returned to his house, but this time they did not speak. The DNA analysis determined that the seminal fluid in Natasha Corner's body belonged to Claude LaRouche. Natasha's DNA was discovered in the motel room he rented and on the inside of his car. According to Montreal police, the victim did not know the suspect, and there was no link between the crime and the coordinator's work as a communications officer for the Correctional Service of Canada. "I believe that with the arrest of this suspect, citizens will feel safer on the streets," said Montreal Police Inspector Daniel Rousseau. The arrest caught LaRouche and his neighbors off guard. They described him as friendly and polite. The following day was November 6, 2009. Claude LaRouche became a suspect in the Natasha Cournoyer case. He initially denied his guilt, but after realizing there was sufficient evidence against him, he admitted to killing Natasha. However, he insisted that he did not want to do this and that her death was an accident. The trial took place in 2011. It presented two versions of what happened, one from the defendant and his lawyers, and one from the prosecutor. Let's start with Claude Lucia's version. His testimony revealed that that evening, he was waiting in the parking lot for an illegal substance vendor. LaRouche was sitting in his car when he noticed a woman appear beside him. It was Natasha. He attacked her, pushed her into the interior of his car, and then shut the door. He then talked to her, and Natasha agreed to accompany him to the motel. Memory lapses prevented Claude LaRouche from recalling why he stood on the other side of the parking lot for 20 minutes, and he miraculously remembered only the moments that could not be used against him. According to LaRouche, while they were in the motel room, Natasha offered to satisfy him in exchange for letting her go. He agreed after Natasha completed the task LaRouche had assigned her. They argued during this quarrel. LaRouche lost control, attacked her, and then strangled her. Then he cleaned the room, placed Natasha's body in his car, drove home, and went to bed. When the substances he had used stopped working in the morning, he realized he had done something irreversible and decided to dispose of the body. He cut up Natasha's documents and bank cards and threw them out the car window as he drove the body to the location where they discovered it. Once again, I emphasize that this is Claude LaRouche's version. The more he spoke, the more questions his story prompted. According to his words, the day after he removed the body, he returned to it and covered it with a blanket, fearing Natasha would freeze. Another day passed, and he returned to the body to get the blanket. LaRouche was concerned that the blanket would obscure Natasha's location. If we summarize everything he said, we can conclude that he did not remember something due to his clouded consciousness, and that some of his actions were irrational. Most importantly, he did not want to end Natasha's life. LaRouche attempted to persuade the trial participants of this. The prosecution's version was based on material evidence, but they also had a witness who claimed to have been walking his dog near the parking lot on the day Natasha Cournoyer vanished. He saw Claude LaRouche try to attack a girl who was jogging. However, when LaRouche noticed a man with a dog, he quickly left. Around 7 p.m., he attacked Natasha Cournoyer. An hour later, the prosecutor suspected that LaRouche had tied Natasha up and driven her to a motel against her will she never made it out alive. In June 2011, Claude LaRouche was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 25 years. During the trial, it was discovered that 2 weeks after his attack on Natasha Cournoyer, LaRouche attempted to strangle another woman, Dominique Martel, who bit his finger and fought back. Claude LaRouche was declared a dangerous criminal during the trial in this case, which means his sentence is indefinite under Canadian law, and he has little hope of being released soon. Natasha led a quiet and happy life. She had dreams and goals. This life was stolen from her by a man who had previously committed serious crimes, but his heir set him free. This man had a criminal record and lived among the people. How does a man who attempted to kidnap a 7-year-old girl end up in society? Why wasn't anyone keeping him under control? Natasha's family and friends are not spared from these questions. After all, if the system had worked differently and LaRouche had been where he belonged, Natasha would still be alive. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The Sumner family case has been buried alive. The worst betrayal is that of a loved one who has enjoyed unending love and trust. Despite the pain, bitterness, resentment, and disappointment, many people manage to cope and continue with their lives. But what if the betrayal is discovered on the deathbed, and the realization is the last thing a person experiences in life? That is the basis for the horrifying Sumner family story. Even experienced criminalists with extensive experience, who've seen everything in their practice, were moved to tears by this case. Despite the initial death sentence imposed on them, the subhumans who committed this heinous crime are still alive and actively attempting to appeal the court's decision. But let's start at the beginning and try to figure out how a young girl whom the spouse, Sumner, loved and cared for as if she were their own daughter, decided to treat them so brutally. Carol Alfred was born and raised in Charleston, South Carolina, and James, her high school sweetheart, is simply Reggie Sumner. They shared the same age, had known each other since childhood, attended the same school, and were in the same grade. Their friendship and childhood affection gradually turned into sympathy. The school children didn't notice how close they were getting. In 1959, when the teenagers were 15 years old, they began a romantic relationship, and friends noted how beautiful and harmonious they were as a couple. And later in life, James and Carol kept joint photos of themselves when they were young, happy and ahead, as if they were waiting for a long and happy life for the two of them. It was the first time in their lives that their emotions were intense and mutual. The young people were practically inseparable both at and outside of school, and they seriously considered marrying as soon as they turned 18. Their parents supported their children's decision, and we have nothing against their marriage, but life had a very different outcome: a long separation in 1962. The lovers graduated high school but did not have time to marry. A few months later, James was called up for military duty in the Army. He and Carol decided to postpone the celebration until he returned home, and they also agreed to send each other regular letters. Time passed, the separation dragged on, and in the mid-60s, the young man was sent to a hotspot in Vietnam, after which contact with him was severed. Carol didn't know if her lover was still alive because he stopped writing to her. Carol decided to pursue her studies while also working at the Charleston Air Force Base. She married a few years later, but her first marriage ended quickly, and the couple had no children together. The young woman married a man named Richard in 1975, and their only child, a daughter named Rhonda, was born in 1977. However, the second marriage also failed because the husband abused hot drinks and frequently raised his hand against his wife. Around the middle of the 1980s, Carol couldn't stand her husband's constant abuse, so she took her daughter and filed for divorce. But Richard did not leave his ex-wife alone. He literally pursued her, attempting to ruin her life, and in 1987, he succeeded. He purchased a handgun with ammunition. And after another large dose of alcohol, I went to deal with the ex-spouse. Offered rang the doorbell, and Carol unknowingly opened it for him. Rhonda, 10 years old, stood behind her in the room. However, the presence of his daughter did not deter the drunken father, who pulled out a gun and shot Carol several times right in front of the child. He then got into his car, drove to a deserted area, pulled out his gun, and shot the remaining bullet into his temple, killing him on the spot. Carol was lucky to survive because neighbors heard the gunshots and the child's desperate cries and immediately called an ambulance and the police. The young woman was on the verge of dying. She lost a lot of blood and was considered critical for several days. Carol underwent a number of complex operations, including blood transfusions, and gradually recovered. But she became completely blind in her right eye and was permanently disabled near the end of the 1990s. Her health has once again deteriorated significantly. She didn't feel good. I lost a noticeable amount of weight and experienced extreme pain and weakness. After a thorough examination in the hospital, she was diagnosed with liver cancer, which was disappointing news. In 1987, when doctors were fighting for her life, Carol's body was accidentally carrying the hepatitis C virus, which she was unaware of and did not treat. As a result, the virus that infected her liver ravaged it for years, causing cancer. Carol's condition, however, was stabilized as a result of treatment and carefully chosen supportive therapy. She had to take her prescribed medications on a daily basis for the rest of her life, as well as have regular medical checkups to make necessary adjustments to her treatment. Carol lost her job at the Air Force Base after receiving serious gunshot wounds. With cancer added to her list of disappointing diagnoses, she was unable to work physically or stand for extended periods of time, so Carol accepted a position as a call center operator for a cable TV company in her hometown of Charleston. James, on the other hand, did not have the opportunity to report for quite some time after arriving in Vietnam. The war dragged on. The man was severely injured, nearly losing his leg, and spent an extended period of time in hospital. His name was mistakenly included on the lists of the deceased, so even his relatives assumed he was no longer alive. The summoner was fortunate enough to live and return home years later. Carol's connection had long since been lost. She had relocated, married, and believed her first love had died in a hot tot. James soon married, but his injuries from the war caused him to develop diabetes and a number of other chronic diseases. He was never able to be a father. A few years later, the marriage ended, and he has been living alone ever since. James took a job as a simple laborer on the local railroad and stopped expecting pleasant surprises in life. The voice seems painfully familiar. Carol was going about her business as usual in the fall of 2000, answering phones and advising customers. When the young woman answered another such call, she recognized a voice that sent shivers down her spine. She recognized her first high school love right away, but she was afraid of making a mistake because she assumed James had died. Carol answered all of the customer's questions before suddenly turning to him and saying his full name. There was silence on the other end of the line, and the man inquired timidly about how she knew his name. Carol burst into tears in response, revealing that she was the girl he had dated in high school and had once planned to marry. For the next few minutes, they both cried into the tube, unable to say anything. They then discovered that they still lived in their hometown and agreed to meet the following evening at the meeting. According to Rhonda, 38 years later, her mother returned home from work that day, excited, looking like a lovesick schoolgirl, and talking nonstop about James. Carol prepared for the date the following day by trying on dresses and applying her hair and makeup. Carol realized she was no longer the youthful beauty. James Sumner remembered her as such, but she wanted to look good and reclaim her former lover's heart. It was an exciting meeting for both of them, as the couple had not seen each other in 38 years. They talked about everything in the world and couldn't stop. They talked about their lives' ups and downs, failed marriages, work, health issues, and how happy they were when they were together. Their old emotions flared up again. James and Carol were eager to make up for their lost years. They began to see each other daily. And after only a few weeks, they decided to move in together and begin living together. 5 months later, Carol married and moved into her husband's home in the Riverland Terrace neighborhood. Family life and disruptive neighbors. The couple first lived in their hometown of Charleston, South Carolina. They were in love, happy, involved in the details of daily life, and reverently cared for each other because they were both young and had health issues. James has known the Cole family for many years, and they live next to the couple. Stephen, the head of their family, had previously fought in Vietnam, was severely injured, and was confined to a wheelchair. Natalie, his wife, went missing at work and did not return home until much later, preferred to spend time with friends in a bar. Tiffany, their daughter, was left to her own devices from a young age, frequently hanging out on the street with nothing to do and no money for even small pocket change. Tiffany was still in high school and in good spirits when James and Carol first moved in. Carol immediately sympathized with the neighbor girl. She genuinely felt sorry for the schoolgirl, who had been rejected by her own mother, Carol, for 5 years in every way possible. Tiffany invited her to join her family for lunch and dinner, which were both delicious. She would occasionally buy the girl clothes and even give her money for minor expenses. Carol treated her as if she were her own daughter, showering her with affection and attention. When the Sumners decided to sell their car brand, the Chevrolet Lumina minivan, Tiffany asked if she could pay in installments. Because the girl had no money and needed the car, the couple agreed to give her the vehicle for next to nothing. The agreed upon amount was ridiculous, divided into a dozen payments spread over a year, a forced relocation, and a mysterious disappearance. In early 2005, the Sumners decided to relocate to the sunny state of Florida. It was a forced measure because both spouses' health had deteriorated significantly, and doctors recommended that they relocate south and closer to the ocean. They were both retired at the time, so they made the decision to make a significant life change. Carol and James sold their spacious Charleston home and purchased real estate in Jacksonville, Florida's largest and most populous city. They also bought a new Lincoln Town Car. The couple was overjoyed and settled into a new environment, making plans for their future lives together. Carol called her adult daughter Rhonda every day, telling her about her life and sharing her thoughts and plans. As a result, the girl was surprised and excited one day in June 2005. Her mother did not call or respond to her calls. At first, Rhonda pushed the negative thoughts away and hoped that everything was fine with her mother and husband and that they would call her soon. The following day, however, the situation remained unchanged. Rhonda called her mother on James' cell phone every half hour, but the phones were no longer operational, and the answering machine on her home phone went off, but all messages went unanswered. On the third day, Rhonda decided to drive herself to another state to see how her mother and stepfather were doing. She left early in the morning and drove for approximately 5 hours before arriving at Sumner's house. The absence of a car was the first thing Rhonda noticed, but it was far from the only oddity. When the girl approached the front door, she discovered that it was ajar. The house was quiet, with a light on in one of the rooms. Even though the sun was shining brightly outside, Rhonda called out for her mother and James, but there was no response. Then she went into the kitchen, where she discovered a table set for two with food that appeared to have been there for at least 3 days. It appeared that the owners had gathered for dinner, but had abruptly abandoned the meal and gone elsewhere. In addition, the house itself was a complete mess. With items strewn about and some doors and cupboards left open, it appeared that something had been searched for. But what was it, and who was it, and who was it on the couple's bedside table? Some medications were essential to them. There were their mother's cancer pills, which he took 3 times a day, as well as a bottle of insulin, which James took hourly. In addition, the couple's cell phones were completely dead. Rhonda realized that without their medications and cell phones, her mother and stepfather would be unable to leave the house, let alone for an extended period of time. So she immediately called the police to report the incident. Strange imposters. The couple in their car were promptly added to the wanted list, and Carol and James' bank cards were blocked the same day. The first few days of the search produced no results, and neither the Sumners nor any witnesses on the trail could be located. However, on June 12, several events occurred simultaneously, allowing the police to track down the criminals. First, a man called one of the banks, identified himself as Mr. James Sumner, and complained that his card had been blocked and he was unable to withdraw cash. When the bank employee checked the card information, he immediately suspected something was wrong. He offered Mr. Sumner to personally contact the nearest bank branch to resolve the issue. However, almost a few minutes later, the man hung up from the same number. However, in another bank, a woman named Mrs. Carol Sumner called and reported a similar problem with the card being blocked. When asked to come to the bank in person, she flatly refused, claiming that she couldn't do so due to health issues, but was in desperate need of money right now, and asked for access to her savings, which was of course denied. The information about the calls, as well as the recordings of the calls themselves, were immediately turned over to the police the same day. They were played to Rhonda at the station, who confirmed that the voices were not her mother's or stepfather's. This was obvious from the start, as both spouses were in their 60s, and their voices sounded too young. The police assumed that the imposters were directly responsible for the Sumners' disappearance. They either kidnapped the couple and held them captive or killed them. The missing couple's car was discovered abandoned on a deserted road in a wooded area a few days after being extorted for information about bank accounts and cards. There were no signs of blood or struggle in the cabin. Experts discovered hair and sweat marks in the trunk, which turned out to be both spouses. When the police investigated the couple's bank transactions, it became clear that they had been kidnapped in the trunk of their own car, and there was little hope of finding them alive. It turned out that money had been deducted from their card several times after the Sumners stopped contacting their daughter. After reviewing the ATM surveillance footage, it was discovered that the money was withdrawn by a young man who could not be identified. In addition, a request was made to trace all calls from the number used by the imposters to call the bank. The SIM card was purchased without a contract with prepaid time shortly before the spouses disappeared. It was not possible to determine the buyer's name in this case, but it was discovered that on June 6, a call was placed from this number to a car rental company. As it turned out, a guest at one of the hotels rented a Mazda RX-8 in the name of Tiffany Cole, and it was in this car that an unknown young man later drove to Adams and withdrew money from the Sumners' cards. He deducted $1,000 from the woman's card and nearly $3,000 from her husband's card. Investigators discovered that they had previously mentioned a Mazda RX-8 parked at a hotel in Charleston, thanks to beacons installed in all rental cars to track their location. A capture team was immediately dispatched, and they literally broke into the room where the attackers were resting, celebrating their impunity. Young thugs. The room was literally littered with packages and receipts from different stores. Clothing, gadgets, video games, cosmetics, perfumes, and a large quantity of expensive alcohol were among the items purchased. A girl and 2 guys were inside, clearly unprepared for police arrival. Tiffany Cole, 23, her boyfriend Michael J. Jackson, 24, and 19-year-old Allen Wade were all present. Handcuffs were snapped around the young men's wrists, leaving them looking surprised, confused, and even scared. All 3 were taken to the police station and separated into different rooms for questioning. However, at first, they pretended not to understand the accusations or simply remained silent. A search of the room revealed Sumner's bank cards, the couple's laptop, some of Carol's jewelry, James's expensive coin collection, the keys to their Lincoln Town car, and pawn shop receipts in the name of Tiffany Cole. Following several hours of interrogation, Mrs. Sumner and Tiffany were able to pawn some of the stolen jewelry and spend the money with friends. Tiffany was the first to speak after the irrefutable evidence discovered in the hotel room was presented. The girl sobbed and claimed that she and her friends robbed the elderly couple but did nothing else, before fleeing and spending other people's money. She also admitted that they had another man with them, 19-year-old Bruce Kent Nixon, whom they paid $300 for assistance and never saw again. As it turned out, Bruce agreed to go to the crime because they promised him a specific amount. After that, he spent all of his money on illegal substances. The guy was easy to find because he lived in Charleston and had no intention of fleeing or hiding. He was arrested right at his parents' house for a careless remark and a devious plan. Bruce realized the consequences of his crime and agreed to cooperate with the police in order to avoid the death penalty. What the young criminal said caused horror and frostbite on the skin. It all started in May 2005. Tiffany went to the Sumners to make the next payment on the car she bought 6 months ago. The girl always approached them personally because they are welcoming. Carol and James invited her to stay for a night or a few days, fed her delicious food, and even gave her gifts. As she came with friends, there was always enough room in the house and at the table. Tiffany arrived this time with her new boyfriend, and the 2 of them were graciously invited to dinner. And because it was late, the couple spent the night at Sumner's house. During the meal, the Southerners discussed how they settled in their new surroundings, and Carol inadvertently mentioned that they had nearly $100,000 left over after selling the Charleston house, allowing them to live for themselves in their old age without depriving themselves or worrying about anything. Carol's words effectively sentenced herself and her husband to death. Tiffany and Michael looked at each other, and during the night, while at the couple's house, they began to plan how they would obtain this impressive sum of money. They said their goodbyes and returned to South Carolina, where in a few weeks, they discovered accomplices who distributed roles and responsibilities and began to realize the plan behind criminal confessions. Tiffany rented an inconspicuous car on June 6, while Bruce and Alan stole 4 shovels from somewhere. They drove together to the Jacksonville suburbs, where they chose a deserted spot in the woods and began digging a deep hole that would become the Sumners' grave. Tiffany went to a hardware store on the morning of July 8 and purchased rope and duct tape, which he distributed to her accomplices. That evening, Bruce and Alan knocked on the prospective victim's door, pretended to be in need of assistance, and requested permission to make one phone call from their home. Carol thought these young men were strange, but she let them in anyway, figuring they needed help. When they got inside, they immediately attacked the defenseless woman and her husband, who ran to her screams and threatened them with a toy gun. The couple's hands and feet were tightly bound with duct tape, blindfolded, and interrogated about money and valuables in the home. Under torture and death threats, the couple gave the intruders all of the information about their bank accounts and the PIN codes for their cards. hoping that their lives would be spared. However, once the bandits had the necessary information, more people entered the house. They assisted in dragging the couple into the house's backyard and stuffing them into the trunk of their family car, which was driven by Alan and Bruce. Tiffany and Michael drove a rented Mazda Rex 8. In the event that they encountered a police patrol on the way who intended to stop the car with the couple in the trunk, the second car should have diverted their attention to itself by accelerating rapidly. They are blatantly breaking the rules. However, there was no one in their path, and both cars arrived at the scene safely. In the trunk, James was able to free his arm and remove the bandage and duct tape from both his and his wife's faces, preventing her from suffocating. But they didn't have time for anything else. What was their surprise, bewilderment, and shock when the trunk lid opened and the couple recognized Tiffany and her boyfriend, who had recently visited them. The Sumners were led several dozen meters through the woods to a grave prepared for them, which they then pushed into. The couple pleaded for their lives, but the young criminals decided to kill them in the most brutal way possible and bury them alive. Bruce stated that they covered them with earth for about an hour. Throughout the process, the bound elderly people cried, confessed their love to one another, and said goodbye. The spouses died of suffocation, as revealed by a later examination, and pieces of soil from their mouths, respiratory tracts, and even stomachs were discovered. After completing their gruesome task, the outlaws abandoned the Lincoln in the woods and returned to town in a rented car. They went to Sumner's house and took everything valuable they could find before returning to South Carolina and spending the loot. However, 2 days later, stolen cards were blocked. After another 4, all of the criminals were arrested, tried, and convicted. Bruce Nixon was the only one who admitted his guilt from the start and agreed to cooperate with the investigation in the hopes of receiving leniency. He was the one who showed them the spouses' graves and told them in detail what happened that terrible night. Tiffany claimed that her boyfriend Michael was the perpetrator of the crime, who had gone insane after learning about the Sumners' vast fortune. After the house was sold, her lawyer insisted that the girl was a wingman and had no direct involvement in the murder. Jackson and Alan Wade preferred to remain silent, but the evidence spoke volumes for them. Tiffany Cole's innocence was not believed by the jury because she participated in the development of the criminal plan, rented a car, and devised a diversionary maneuver in case they were suddenly pursued by police. They assisted in digging the spouses' graves, and after renting stolen items from the pawn shop, they were eager to spend the money. This was demonstrated by a large number of photos she took wearing the purchased clothes and in a limousine rented by the criminals to celebrate their success. As a result, Bruce Nixon received a life sentence with no possibility of parole. Jackson, Tiffany, and Alan Wade received the death penalty. The criminals filed numerous appeals and grievances, but they were all denied, and the sentence remained unchanged, with the exception that in 2023, 18 years after their heinous crime, the same death sentence was never executed. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Brianna Warren, a young woman, was awakened abruptly by an unexpected phone call at 1:45 on December 18, 2013. In the morning, she picked up the phone and found her best friend Heather on the other end, sobbing. Heather shared a recent conversation she had with her ex-lover, Sydney. Sydney had called her, revealing that he had split from his wife, expressing regret for their own breakup and urging Heather to start over. Brianna inquired as to why Heather had answered his phone call. The number turned out to be unknown, prompting Heather to pick it up. After listening and briefly calming her friend, Brianna insisted that Heather had only recently recovered from the difficulties of their breakup and should not get involved with Sydney again. She persuaded Heather to return to sleep and rest, and they exchanged goodbyes. The picturesque Horry County in South Carolina is frequently regarded as an ideal place to live. This region is well known for its beautiful beaches, with Myrtle Beach being particularly beautiful and popular. Aside from the beaches, there are dense forests, vast rivers, and numerous friendly towns to explore. On December 19, Horry County Police discovered an abandoned car, a green Dodge Intrepid, parked in a remote area along the Waccamaw River. Peachtree Landing was approximately 8 miles from Myrtle Beach. This location served as a dock for small boats and was at the end of a long, little-known road that was rarely traveled by cars. The police checked the car's registration in their system and discovered that it was registered to Terry Elvis. Officers were dispatched to his home. They knocked on his door and told him about the found car. Terry was at home, watching TV on his living room sofa. It turned out that the car belonged to his daughter Heather. Terry attempted to contact Heather by phone, but she was unavailable. He agreed to accompany the police to the Peachtree Landing for further investigation. Terry was surprised to see his daughter's car in such a strange, secluded location, but he was not initially concerned about her safety. He assumed the car had been stolen because it was strange that it was there without its owner. After receiving a spare key from Terry, the police opened and thoroughly inspected the vehicle. They discovered no personal items in the cabin, including Heather's purse, keys, or cell phone. Terry's concern grew, so he attempted to contact Heather again. "I'm still not getting a response." He called the restaurant where she works. Heather had not shown up for work, according to the manager, and she was not scheduled until the following day. Terry informed the police of his concerns, stating that such behavior was completely out of character for his daughter and that something had gone wrong. At the time, the car and the riverbank where it was discovered were not considered crime scenes because there was no evidence of a struggle, broken glass, or blood. Nonetheless, authorities decided to conduct a missing persons investigation. Police and volunteers searched the land while divers investigated the riverbed. During the search, human remains were discovered in the forest. However, they were identified as belonging to an unknown man, not the missing woman. Investigators searching for leads investigated the missing woman's background. Heather, 20, was the daughter of Terry and Debbie Elvis, who lived in the county. She shared a close bond with her parents and younger sister. Heather's father mentioned that their family has always been close and supportive of one another. Heather was independent, but she remained close to her father, communicating with him every day by phone in 2011. Heather told her family that after graduating from St. James High School, she wanted to live with her best friend, Brianna Warland. Her parents were fully supportive of this decision. At 20, Heather worked as a waitress at the Tilted Kilt, a Scottish-themed restaurant in Myrtle Beach, and wanted to be a cosmetologist. Heather's younger sister Morgan revealed that her interests included makeup and working in front of the camera, and she was known for her creativity and ambition. Heather was also well known in her town for her kindness, carefree attitude, and positive outlook. Her friend Brianna observed that when people remember and talk about her, they smile because she always had a positive attitude. Heather was described by another friend as sociable, free-spirited, and enthusiastic about life. She was always determined to live life to the fullest. Heather had spent the previous year in Myrtle Beach with her best friend Brianna. She was doing well in her studies, and everything seemed perfect. However, everything changed when Heather had a chance encounter at the Tilted Kilt, which set her on the path to tragedy. Heather was working the day shift at a busy restaurant one warm June afternoon, while chatting with customers, taking orders, and transporting trays to the kitchen. She ran into Sidney Moore, a 37-year-old father of 3 and handyman. Sidney owned a small kitchen appliance repair business in Myrtle Beach and had received an order from the restaurant that day. They struck up a conversation, and Heather was instantly drawn to the man. Their interactions increased after that day. They discovered that they had many of the same interests and hobbies. Heather even hinted at her feelings on Twitter, saying she was drawn to older men. By the end of July, Heather had begun sending intimate messages to Sidney, who was renovating her restaurant. She also told her friends and co-workers about Sidney, revealing that he was the same person she'd mentioned on Twitter. Sidney liked Heather's attention and began visiting the restaurant on a regular basis. They frequently entertained in the kitchen while Sidney worked on appliance repair. By July, their relationship had most likely progressed from innocent flirting to something more serious, as evidenced by Heather's 2 tweets sent within a minute of each other. In one tweet, she mentioned that she had done something, while in the other, she stated that she was too deep to stop. Heather's co-workers were aware of her feelings for 37-year-old Sidney, and they began gossiping about their relationship. One co-worker later admitted that everyone was aware of their relationship and disapproved because Sidney was married. Furthermore, they frequently addressed Heather by different names, and once decided to play a joke on her. Two colleagues called the restaurant and pretended to be Tammy Sidney's wife. In August, the rumors were finally confirmed. Sidney began to appear more frequently at the restaurant. She was constantly bringing Heather coffee and sweets, sitting in the dining area, and waiting for her at the back door after her shift so they could leave together. The couple frequently discussed their relationship with friends, and Sidney even told acquaintances about his plans to hire Heather as a full-time nanny when he and his wife relocated to Florida. Heather also told her friends about Sidney's plans, and they all thought it was strange. The lovers were constantly on the phone and frequently drove to remote and secluded locations in their cars for intimate calls. Heather knew this was a toxic relationship. Sidney repeatedly told her that he was tired, dissatisfied with his wife, and wanted to leave. However, it appears that these were empty promises. Heather's friends warned her that Sidney was only using her. By mid-September, Heather appeared to be aware of her situation. On September 21, she tweeted that an angel and a demon fell in love, but it did not end well. Perhaps that was the day she attempted to end her strange relationship with Sidney. The turning point came when Tammy Sidney, 34, discovered her husband's secret affair after 34 years of marriage. She called Heather and started humiliating her on the phone. Heather's roommate, Brianna, witnessed the conversation and later told investigators that Heather had tolerated the insults for a long time. Tammy once claimed that Sidney was only using Heather for his fantasies, and she even had Sidney tell her this over the phone. Sidney echoed his wife's words, telling Heather that she is unimportant to him and an easy target. Naturally, this upset the girl. Sidney and Tammy made her feel terrible and almost completely destroyed her identity. Prosecutor Chris Helms later determined that Tammy held a commanding position in the Maurier household, dictating where and when Sidney should work and controlling all of his activities. Helms also stated that Tammy was enraged by the betrayal and could not forgive Sidney and Heather, so she decided to ruin the young woman's life. After the truth was revealed, Tammy began handcuffing Sidney and tying him to the bed at night, preventing him from leaving while she slept. She also changed the password on his phone and forced him to get a tattoo of her name on his stomach. Sidney agreed to everything in the hopes of preserving his marriage and family. Brianna Tammy claims that her attacks went beyond phone calls and turned into systematic acts of hatred. Tammy began making repeated phone calls to Heather's workplace, demanding that she be fired. She continued to call Heather from Sidney's phone and send pictures and videos of the two of them together, including intimate moments. Heather wrote Sidney a letter begging him to stop Tammy's harassment, which was causing problems at her job. She was saddened and upset by how the man she loved treated her. Heather tried everything she could to get her life back on track, including starting to attend church with her best friend in early November. Tammy sent Heather new threatening messages, demanding that she provide her address. Tammy warned Heather that if she did not comply, she would find her and impose severe consequences. Tammy also stated that she had been monitoring Sidney since January 2012 and that Heather could no longer influence him. Heather was completely exhausted, both physically and emotionally, and couldn't understand why Tammy wouldn't let her go, especially since her relationship with Sidney had ended and she wanted to forget everything. Heather told her friend that Tammy appeared to be obsessed with her. Things finally settled down by the end of November. More than 2 weeks after Tammy's threatening messages arrived, Sidney and Tammy left for a 3-day trip to California with their 3 children in their new Ford Phone 150 SUV. With more family out of town, Heather was finally able to relax and enjoy the moment, free of Tammy's threats. Heather also experienced a happy event in her life when she was able to land her dream job as a makeup artist at a beauty salon. She was supposed to start work before Christmas. Heather was overjoyed and eagerly shared the news with her friends and family. However, fears began to emerge in her life, which could only worsen her problems with Tammy. Heather and her co-workers at Tilted Kilt noticed in early November that she had gained weight unexpectedly and quickly. Heather became concerned that she might be pregnant with Sidney's baby. Angered and terrified, she decided to take a pregnancy test at the restaurant. Heather's manager, Jessica Cook, later told police that she was desperate about the situation and feared Tammy would do something terrible to her. However, the test turned out to be incorrect. Heather had no idea if she was pregnant with Sidney's child at the time. Heather's best friend also stated that when Heather took a pregnancy test at work in early November, She had not been intimate with anyone other than Sydney. Despite her concerns about a possible pregnancy in the winter of 2013, Heather remained optimistic. She decided it was time to move forward and make a new start. She hoped for a new, happier, and healthier relationship and agreed to go on a first date with Steve Gerald, a man she had met briefly but was genuinely interested in. Heather and Steve met on December 17 at around 10 p.m. and decided to drive around Myrtle Beach to see the Christmas lights. They eventually stopped at a nearby parking lot, where Steve taught Heather how to drive his manual transmission car. Excited, Heather sent her father a picture of herself behind the wheel of the car with the caption, "I just learned to drive like a true professional." Steve later stated that they had scheduled a second date and he dropped her off at her Carolina Forest apartment. Detectives struggled to find specific clues or leads around 1:15 a.m., so they decided to create a timeline of events preceding Heather's disappearance on December 17 and 18. The prime suspect was Steve Gerald, with whom Heather had spent the evening before her disappearance. However, after questioning, no evidence of his involvement was discovered and suspicions were dismissed. Heather's family and friends were surprised to learn that, while they were working hard to find the girl, they were also reaching out to the general public and offering a reward for information about her whereabouts. Tammy Moore, at the same time, became active on social media and continued to insult Heather. On December 20, Brianna and her restaurant colleagues told police about Sydney and Heather's affair, causing outrage and drawing the attention of investigators leading the investigation. Detectives summoned Sydney for questioning. Sydney was evasive and reserved throughout the interrogation, claiming that he was not near the Peachtree Landing on the night of December 17-18. He also claimed that he had no contact with Heather and was traveling with his wife Tammy at the time. Detectives suspected he was lying but needed proof. That's when investigators looked into Heather's call history and phone records, and they discovered the first clues. By reconstructing Heather's movements on the day she vanished, they attempted to establish Sydney's connection to these events. According to Brianna, Heather received a call from an unknown number on December 18 for only 5 minutes. Heather then repeatedly attempted to call the number back. Starting at 1:35 a.m., she dialed the number 9 times, indicating her desire to speak with someone she knew. The police were able to determine the exact location where the call was made. There was a payphone near a gas station in Myrtle Beach. Surveillance footage revealed that an unknown male was entering the phone booth at the time Heather received the call. All of this evidence was presented to Sydney, who initially denied making the call before admitting that he called Heather to request that she leave him alone. Tammy Moore was also called in for questioning, where she discussed her marriage and the situation but denied any involvement in Heather's disappearance. She also stated that Heather led an inappropriate lifestyle and that her behavior was abnormal. Tammy contended that the issue was not only Heather's infidelity, but also her overall behavior. Based on their suspicions, detectives decided to check all of the neighborhood's security cameras, which quickly yielded evidence. Shortly before Heather's call, Sydney was caught on video purchasing a pregnancy test at a local supermarket. When asked if the test was for him, the man responded that it was for his wife. Even more compelling evidence was discovered later. Footage from cameras installed along a remote stretch of road leading to the Peachtree Landing. These tapes featured a Ford Phone 150. It's very similar to Sydney's vehicle approaching the location where Heather's car was discovered at 3:36 a.m. After about 10 minutes, they leave the area. Experts later confirmed that the SUV seen on video belonged to Sydney. He was the last person Heather spoke with, and investigators believe he was the last person to see her at the Peachtree Landing. Using Heather's phone records, investigators were able to create a timeline of her recent movements. At 2:30 a.m., Heather's phone called the payphone number Sydney was using, but there was no answer. She then went to Longbeard's Bar and Grill in Carolina Forest, which is not far from her apartment. She stayed there for about 15 minutes before heading towards Augusta Plantation Drive. She then returned to her Longbeard and remained there for an additional 15 minutes. Heather tried calling Sydney again but received no answer, so she went to her apartment and stayed for 5 minutes. Sydney's phone received another call at 3:25 am, which he answered, and they spoke for 4 minutes until 3:37 am. Heather's phone was at Peachtree Landing, and she attempted 3 times to call Sydney, all of which went unanswered. The last call to Sydney was made at 3:41, and by 3:42 the phone had been disconnected. Security footage of Sydney's vehicle served as incriminating evidence. However, additional compromising evidence was discovered during a search of the Moores' home after investigators obtained a warrant. Suspiciously, the Moores removed their home video surveillance system on December 20 and replaced it the next day. Although investigators were unable to obtain footage from the previous system, they did seize recordings from the new one. The video shows Sydney and Tammy thoroughly cleaning the interior of their car and then burning the rags they used to clean it all on the day the new surveillance system was installed. In 2014, months after Heather Elvis's disappearance, police made a breakthrough in the case. On February 21 that year, Sydney and Tammy Moore were arrested on charges of kidnapping Heather. They were later charged with murder, despite the fact that Heather's body had never been found. However, while in jail, the Moores refused to testify. The police continued their search for Heather's body because they lacked sufficient evidence to prosecute the felony charges. Ultimately, the murder charges were dropped. However, the kidnapping charge remained. Debbie, Heather's mother, was disappointed that the charges had been dropped but relieved that she would not have to attend the trial and learn the details of what may have happened to her daughter. Heather's family hoped that it would motivate potential witnesses to testify. Finally, Sydney Moore's 5 months in custody aren't the end of it. In 2017, he was convicted of obstructing justice and sentenced to 10 years in prison. Following this, Sydney and Tammy were scheduled to stand trial for Heather Elvis's kidnapping. The case sparked intense public interest and received extensive media coverage. In 2019, 6 years after Heather disappeared, several lengthy court hearings were held, during which numerous witness testimonies, evidence, and proof of the couple's involvement in the crime were presented. After 2 hours of deliberation, the jury reached its decision, and justice was served. Sydney and Tammy Moore were convicted of kidnapping Heather Elvis. The Moores were sentenced to 30 years in prison, each for their crimes and the associated conspiracy. The husband and wife will serve their terms concurrently. Following the verdict, Sydney requested to speak in court. Despite the conviction, he remained adamant about his innocence. He addressed Heather's parents with understanding and sympathy, saying that their daughter was a wonderful girl and that as a father, he regretted the tragedy that had befallen her. He admitted that he could not undo what had happened between him and Heather. But nothing could change now. Heather's parents gave an interview following the trial, which was extremely difficult for them. They expressed hope that this was not the end, and that Sydney and Tammy would eventually reveal the truth about the crime. They described their daughter as a bright and sincere young lady who suffered at the hands of deceitful and cruel men. Heather's loved ones organized a campaign on her birthday in the public park where her car was discovered. Residents in the area brought flowers and donations to the memorial site. The funds raised were donated to a center for missing persons as a tribute to Heather and to assist her family in their search for their daughter and discovering the truth. Heather Elvis' body has yet to be found. Every year on her birthday, her family posts missing person announcements in the hopes of attracting attention and keeping her and other missing people's memories alive. Debbie, Heather's mother, stated that she could not find peace until she knew what had happened to her daughter. She remains hopeful that her persistence will help uncover the truth and that someone will eventually tell them what happened to Heather. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. After committing the heinous crime, Victor Alexander Portorial Mendoza went to the home of his girlfriend's father, Reina, to retrieve forgotten children's clothing. He took a tablet belonging to one of the victimized girls and pawned it at a nearby pawn shop for approximately 500 pesos. The next day, he spent the equivalent of $10 while on vacation with his best friend Crystal at the beach. During the outing, he admitted that he had done something wrong to his lover, but without providing any specifics. Crystal later stated that she deduced the gravity of the situation based on Victor's tone, words, and expression. She allegedly tried to visit the house to see if Reina and her children were okay. Victor, on the other hand, declined the visit, citing the disorder and the family's difficult emotional atmosphere. That was enough for the girl to conclude that she had done her best in the circumstances. Crystal did not report to the police. Concerned neighbors contacted the police after the smell of decomposition emanating from Raina and Victor's home became too strong to ignore or explain with rotting garbage or dead animals on the property. The pungent, nauseating odor was undoubtedly emanating from the newly relocated couple's home, where flies gathered at the windows. Raina and Victor had just moved into the house and had yet to make friends with the neighbors. No one had the couple's phone numbers or other contact information. Furthermore, no one had seen Raina, Victor, or the children in several days due to an inability to contact the homeowners, and the frightening smell alarmed neighbors who called emergency services. A few hours later, law enforcement officers picked up the door lock and entered the residence. Inside, they were met with a truly terrifying sight. The 4 lifeless bodies of Raina and her daughters were discovered in a room next to their mother, while the son was found hanging from a rung in a closet. It is unclear how the press got to the scene so quickly. But no sooner had the detectives identified and located the man who lived with Raina than a report with shocking details about the family's death aired on one of the major metropolitan television channels. While working in his workshop, Victor Alexander Portorial learned that police had broken into his home and discovered the bodies of 4 victims. When he realized he was about to be detained, he sent a message to the workshop owner. "I ended the life of the person I loved the most. She loved me with all of her soul, and I loved her without any arguments. This is a very sad story." In messages to Miguel Orania and Mariciani, he shared Raina's relatives' contact information and asked them to forward it to the police. He explained that he only trusted Miguel to express his deep regret for what had happened and asked him to convey to the biker club his final wish, to leave as a biker at the funeral, accompanied by a large motorcycle. Victor's last message, after which he stopped responding to Miguel, has made me doubt everyone. Everyone wants to save me, but it won't happen. I am leaving this damned world. I don't care what happens. I am leaving. See you later. Miguel Arania contacted the police, told them everything, and revealed that his friend had reportedly committed suicide. Law enforcement officers located Victor's cell phone and responded to the scene. Victor Alexander Portorial Owl did not harm himself. Furthermore, he didn't even consider it. He didn't feel any remorse or guilt for what happened. The man was aware that he would be apprehended and, in some ways, planned his arrest to ensure his safety. He gathered his essentials in his backpack and headed to a small park near the workshop. For a while, he sat pensively on the sidewalk beside the park. A passerby approached him and asked if he needed assistance. He shakes his head from side to side. He said he was fine, stood up, walked into the park, and lay down on the grass in this position, gazing serenely at the sky and placing his hands behind his head. Victor lay down for nearly an hour. Around 8 a.m., a national police vehicle arrived. He did not move or resist arrest. The arrest lasted less than 5 minutes. Raina Isabel's Encarnacion was born in 1985 in the Dominican Republic. Raina's parents separated a few years after her birth. Her father left the family but continued to support his ex-wife and daughter. Later, Raina's mother met another man, and the girl gained a stepfather who gradually became another father to her. Raina formed a strong bond with her mother's new husband, while maintaining a positive relationship with her biological father. Both men treated her with kindness and concern. Raina grew up to be a curious and energetic child. She loved learning and attending school. Her father's house was nearby, and she saw him frequently. This intelligent and cheerful girl appeared to have a bright future ahead of her. After finishing school, Raina enrolled in university and began her studies in commercial law. At the same time, she applied to the Autonomous University of Santo Domingo with the goal of obtaining a second degree in medicine. But she was denied admission and had to postpone her dream until the following year. When Raina turned 20, she met Daniel Bowden, a man much older than her. Despite their considerable age difference, a romantic spark ignited between them. A few months into their relationship, Raina became pregnant, and they married. This union produced 3 children, Daniela, Aramina, and Angela. Raina had to give up her dream of pursuing a second higher education. At first, Raina and Daniel's marriage appeared ideal. However, as time passed, the age gap began to have an impact on their relationship, resulting in frequent disagreements. Daniel realized that their constant disagreements were detrimental to their children. After 8 years together, the couple decided to part ways. A long legal battle ensued. primarily over child custody. Unable to reach an agreement on their own, family court specialists intervened, deciding to conduct a psychological evaluation to assist the children in determining who they wanted to live with. The experts concluded that the father should be the guardian, based on his age, financial situation, and the opinions of the older children. However, the judge who made the final decision ignored the expert recommendations and awarded custody of the older children to Raina. Angela, Daniel's youngest daughter, was to be raised by one of his sisters. Tragically, this decision deprives the children of both a future and a life. The years that followed demonstrated that the judge should have followed the advice of experts. It turned out that Raina's struggle was about alimony rather than the children. After gaining custody of the older children, she immediately handed them over to her mother, believing this was the best option for everyone. She then filed a new legal dispute over alimony payments. Raina claimed that her ex-husband did not pay her any of the court-ordered money. Daniel countered that he had fulfilled all obligations, but he was unable to provide proof that the payments were made in cash. The legal battle lasted several months and ended in the mother's favor, with Daniel paying additional alimony. Significantly, during the second legal proceeding, Ren's mother testified on behalf of her former son-in-law, Daniel. She believed Daniel was a wonderful and responsible father who deserved better treatment. She emphasized that he and her daughter had spent 8 wonderful years together, with Daniel being a good, responsible husband and father. This is not to say that Raina abandoned her children entirely. She visited them almost every day at their grandmother's house and took them to her home on weekends. The rest of the time she enjoyed life to the fullest, making up for lost youth. Attending one of the parties, she met her new love, Victor Alexander Porterreal. It's unclear what drew the young woman to Victor. He was 2 years younger than Raina. On the one hand, Victor made a strong first impression. A mystically inclined young man with long black hair and glowing white contact lenses, a biker and a metalhead. On the other hand, he was a filthy, unkempt, introverted, and insecure man. These peculiarities did not deter the girl. The couple quickly moved in together after falling in love. Raina's mother accepted Victor. The young man won her over with his affability and numerous stories about difficult life situations he had encountered. He frequently and in detail described his difficult childhood when his mother abandoned him in the care of a strict and harsh father. Unfortunately, manipulating the maternal instinct did not notify the children's grandmother. On the contrary, it made her like the manipulator more. Victor was born in 1987. He did spend his early years with his father. It is unclear if he was cruel to him. Victor learned to adapt to circumstances, even if they were uncomfortable for him, and no one in his environment noticed anything unusual about him other than his appearance. Since childhood, Victor was never in conflict. He excelled in school, graduating with honors. He couldn't go to university because his parents couldn't afford it. As a result, he began looking for work and quickly landed an internship at a motorcycle repair shop. Since then, motorcycles have become his passion. Victor eventually acquired a Harley-Davidson motorcycle and joined the subculture of motorcycle enthusiasts and fans, a quiet, law-abiding citizen who has never received a parking ticket. Victor, however, terrified those around him, always dressed in black, with eye makeup, painted nails, and frequently wearing white contact lenses. Very rarely did his control fail, revealing the lurking monster. Following the incident, a neighbor described how he accidentally saw Victor pottery while catching a neighbor's chicken, slitting its throat, and drinking the hot blood directly from the bird's wound. Raina and Victor took the kids on weekends and occasionally on weekdays. The grandparents were relieved to have a break from their 3 noisy and active grandchildren. They noticed that their daughter's new partner was caring and attentive to the children. Raina never complained to her parents about Victor, and they never appeared to disagree, which pleased her parents greatly. The only blemish on this idyllic scene was a disturbing piece of information they had accidentally discovered. Victor had a 10-year-old daughter, and her biological mother had obtained a restraining order that prevented Victor from approaching her. Raina's parents didn't understand why her mother would do such a thing. Raina's stepfather followed Victor around several times, but discovered nothing unusual or incriminating. The young man did not consume alcohol or illegal drugs, and he was either at home or at work repairing motorcycles. He was never rude to the kids, even when left alone with them. In other words, despite suspicions, he appeared to be a normal person. Raina's parents dismissed the restraining order as her birth mother's eccentricities and settled down. The tale ended when the aunt, who had been caring for Angela, the youngest daughter, informed Raina that she could no longer care for her. Around the same time, Raina's mother developed health problems, forcing the grandchildren to relocate from their grandmother's home to Raina and Victor's. Suddenly, the five of them found themselves in a small apartment. However, the circumstances were extremely favorable. Raina was offered a new job at a higher salary. The reunited family relocated to a spacious rented home with several separate rooms. A happy family life began with a spacious home-loving partner and their mother. Isn't that an indication that everything was going well? Perhaps it was, but Raina soon lost her job, and the family experienced financial difficulties. According to Victor's mother, she had to provide financial assistance to the young couple because they didn't have enough money for food or rent. Meanwhile, as a mother, Raina was unaware of her daughter's difficulties. Raina only brought the children to her mother's house on rare occasions, and she asked her grandmother to feed them well, which she gladly did. In addition to the financial issues, the couple began to experience strange and clearly unhealthy symptoms. Raina had never complained to anyone about anything, but their relationship was anything but normal. Victor appeared on the street with short, cropped hair, not long before the terrible events occurred. It turned out that the couple had a serious fight the night before, and Raina had cut off his long black hair in retaliation while he slept. Victor also admitted that Raina threatened to leave him with the children if he did not find a well-paying job within a month. On Saturday, February 3, 2018, Raina went to her mother's house to pick up the children, who had been with their grandmother since Thursday. Raina's mother noticed nothing unusual about her daughter's behavior. On the contrary, she was sociable, and when they were both in a good mood, they had time to talk over a cup of tea while the kids packed their belongings. The following day, early Sunday morning, February 4, the girl and her mother had a brief phone conversation in which they discussed current events and agreed to call back later. Raina never contacted her again. After numerous phone calls and text messages to her daughter and grandchildren, the woman called Victor, who also did not answer. So the silence and ignoring of calls continued for several days. Finally, on Wednesday, February 7, Victor responded. He assured me that everything was fine and promised that Raina would call back soon to explain everything in detail. He advised her not to worry and to wait for the call. The daughter never called back, and the parents realized that something terrible had happened. A day later, they received a call from law enforcement officers who told Raina's parents the horrific details of what had occurred. Victor Alexander began testifying immediately following his arrest. He did not hide anything and did not expect leniency. According to him, he had intended to end his life but changed his mind. He believed he needed to pay for what he had done. The detailed testimony allowed for a nearly complete restoration of the chronology of events. On Sunday morning, February 4, the roommates got into another big fight in their shared bedroom. Victor delivered several blows to Raina's neck, chest, and stomach. As a result, she died. He then locked her body in the room and sent Daniela, Raina's oldest child, to the store, requesting that she buy him a pack of cigarettes. While the girl was gone, Victor went into the children's room and strangled Raina's daughter with a necktie while she was sleeping. When Daniela returned from the store, he treated her exactly as he had treated her sister. He then moved the children's bodies into the bedroom he shared with Raina. At the time, young Armand was quietly playing in the small courtyard behind the house. Victor approached the boy and explained that his older sister had gone to the store and it was too late. So he'd take him to his aunt's house before heading out to find Daniela. Armand obediently followed Victor to his and Johanna Mendoza's house, leaving the boy behind. The man returned to the house, hoping to conceal the consequences of his actions. It appears that it wasn't until he returned to the house that he realized he couldn't hide the truth and that it would eventually be revealed. A few hours later, he returned for the boy and informed his aunt that Daniela had been located and that it was time to return home. Victor killed Armand at home by hanging him from a rung in a closet. The man claimed that he committed this crime because they were all in a difficult financial situation that he was psychologically unable to deal with. Victor's acquaintances confirmed that he had recently complained about financial disagreements among family members. Victor's mother told investigators that her son's financial problems had driven him to despair and compelled him to commit such a terrible crime. The couple was already in a difficult situation, which was exacerbated over the weekend when they did not receive their expected paycheck. Mrs. Joanna Mendoza, the accused's aunt, believes that the situation of my son, who was still a young man, being demanded money by a woman and her children, pushed him over the edge. However, the crime's extreme brutality was inconsistent with the severity of the mental illness. The preliminary autopsy report clarified the situation, revealing that all of the female victims were not only deprived of their lives, but also abused. An investigation by the public prosecutor's office revealed that the victim, Reina Isabel Encarnacion, had repeatedly expressed concerns to the accused on WhatsApp about the inappropriateness of intimate acts towards Angela while she was sleeping. In one of her most recent messages, the woman threatened her cohabitant that she would go to the police. Reina's mother told the police that the detained young man had always treated the three girls with kindness. However, he had a special relationship with Angela. He carried her in his arms, frequently placing her on his lap and hugging and kissing her. He even gave her a special nickname. Señorita. Investigators assumed Victor killed the family members not because of financial problems, but to conceal the wrongful acts committed against Angela. Forensic evidence revealed that Reina, as well as the two girls, had been wrongfully abused. The experts were unable to determine whether the wrongful acts were committed before or after their deaths, because the bodies were discovered at a late stage of decomposition. A psychiatric examination revealed that Victor has antisocial personality disorder, which means he lacks both guilt and conscience. The heinous crime outraged and shocked the entire Dominican community. The trial began in January 2019 and concluded in just 2 days. Forensic experts, investigators, and various witnesses testified, with much of the information coming from Victor's friends. For example, Crystal, the defendant's best friend, claimed that on the day of his arrest, he gave her all of his social media passwords and his mother's telephone number. According to her, it appeared that the young man intended to leave his life. Another friend of the young man claimed that Victor confessed the crime to him in detail a few days before being arrested. The friend, however, mistook the confession for a joke because it was so shocking. In general, everyone who had ever seen or met the accused was astounded by his actions. Neighbors, teachers, and co-workers all saw him as a quiet guy with a distinct appearance, nothing more. He didn't appear confrontational, was not known as a brawler, and, according to them, never spoke ill of others. He wasn't particularly social. Victor had only one diagnosis as a child, attention deficit disorder. However, according to his mother, the condition did not cause any problems for the family or himself. At the trial, 18 witnesses, including 2 forensic experts, testified. The latter revealed such shocking details that Victor's mother demanded the full force of the law against her son. Justice must be served. He has to pay for everything he has done. She said this in court. She begged Reina's family to forgive her for having such a son and shared their sorrow. Victor Alexander Portorial pleaded guilty in court to murdering Reina Isabel Encarnacion and her 3 children. He also apologized to the victim's family and the general public for the crime. I accept the facts. Not everything that was said occurred exactly as described. I realized that I couldn't go back in time and reclaim the lives I had taken. I apologized to the community and all family members for what had occurred. I contributed to my arrest because I realized that if I killed myself, I would be unable to pay for my actions. Victor Portorial stated calmly that the man received the most severe sentence imposed by the Dominican Republic's judicial system in 30 years. At the time, the sentence was spoken. He was only 30 years old, which meant that, under the right circumstances, he could be released from prison and live the rest of his life freely. This possibility prompted the National Congress to speed up updates to the criminal code. The country's 1844 code excludes cumulative punishment for multiple crimes. Victor Alexander would have received a sentence of up to 60 years in prison if the updated criminal code, which is currently being debated in the National Congress, had taken effect. The death of Reina and her children highlighted the need to replace the code as soon as possible. Nonetheless, Justice prevailed, and the perpetrator received the maximum sentence. Raina's mother, speaking on various television programs, stated that she was pleased with the outcome of the case. The biological father of the 3 children who were taken is still unsure what happened. He claimed that the tragedy involving his children would not have occurred if the judge had listened to the experts and granted him custody. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The dramatic story began in 1995. The bodies of 2 lovers were discovered on the shores of Juliet Lake in Georgia. It took authorities nearly 2 years to identify and apprehend the criminal. The final word in this case was spoken 18 years after the crime was committed. Juliet is an unincorporated community and census-designated place in Monroe County, Georgia. Just a few days ago, the new year of 1995 arrived, and many people were still in the holiday spirit. However, it was a difficult time for a local sheriff who had grown accustomed to believing that his job was easy. On January 3, a man called the police to report that he discovered 2 lifeless bodies while walking near Juliet Lake. The sheriff and his deputy went to the crime scene. You can get a sense of Juliet's size by looking at the sheriff's office. Nothing more serious than a fight or theft has occurred here. That's why the sheriff and his deputy were astounded by what they witnessed. There was a white Honda on the lake's shore, with the man's body inside, and it wasn't far away. The body of a young woman lay on the ground. You didn't have to be an expert to recognize that both of them died from gunshot wounds. There were personal belongings of the victims inside the car, including their documents, which revealed that the male body in the driver's seat was 22-year-old Grant Patrick Hendrickson. Michelle Lee Cartagena, 19, was the second victim in this violent crime. The state police were notified of the incident. Soon, officers from the Major Crimes Unit arrived at the lake, along with forensic experts. The first thing detectives noticed, which could have been a motive for the crime, was Michelle's partially exposed body with her skirt pulled up. Based on the location of bullet holes on the car's body, detectives assumed that the criminal opened fire on the couple while they were inside. Grant was hit with 3 bullets. Unfortunately, he had no hope of survival. Michelle was shot twice and was presumably conscious when the criminal pulled her out of the car. The position of her body, with her legs spread wide open, indicated that the criminal may have wanted to take advantage of her helplessness, but did not, as life had left her. Forensic experts discovered dark mucus on the insides of her thighs, which turned out to be saliva containing chewing tobacco particles. The saliva samples were sent to the laboratory for analysis. During the investigation of the crime scene, the police discovered significant evidence, specifically bullet cases of 2 different calibers, 13 .220 .3 caliber casings and 4 9mm casings. If 2 types of weapons were used in the crime, it is possible that there were 2 criminals. When Grant and Michelle's families learned what had happened, they were both shocked. They had no idea who or why would want to do this to their children. Grant, like Michelle, was his parents' only child. Michelle Lee Cartagena was born May 2, 1975, in Monterey, California. She was a member of the school marching orchestra band, the top singles tennis player, the softball team captain, and a member of the National Honor Society. Michelle spent her free time volunteering with the Red Cross Society and the Animal Welfare Association, as well as visiting the elderly. Her father described her as a gifted and talented woman full of love and life, who aspired to be a doctor so that she could help others and contribute to society. Grant Patrick Hendrickson was born September 20, 1972, in Macon, Georgia. He enjoyed fishing, golfing, canoeing, and camping. He, like his girlfriend, was involved in community life and began volunteering at Macon's Museum of Arts and Sciences at the age of 15. Those who knew the couple assumed that their active lifestyles attracted them to one another. Who could have committed such a cold-blooded crime? Residents of Monroe County were concerned for their safety because the man who had dealt with a young couple by the lake was still free and could strike again. Michelle did attend Mercer University. Grant was in his 5th year while Michelle was in her 2nd year. They'd been dating for a little more than a year and had already planned their future together. We are about to have a wedding. Detectives had to figure out who ruined their plans when their relatives couldn't name anyone who would wish them harm. The investigators traveled to Mercer University in Macon. I was talking to Grant and Michelle's classmates. The officers hoped to learn something useful for their investigation. Michelle and Grant were both in good standing at the university, had no conflicts with anyone, and were generally described as pleasant, caring individuals. The detectives suspected that the crime had been committed by a man who had feelings for Michelle but was rejected, but this theory was not confirmed and was pushed to the sidelines. As a result, visiting Mercer University provided the police with no information that could have assisted them in locating the criminal. Detectives discovered that Grant and Michelle visited a restaurant on January 2 while reconstructing the chronology of events leading up to their deaths. Following a meal, they went to the cinema. After the film, they went to a vacation camp at Juliet Lake. This camp was open 24 hours a day and featured a boat launch, parking lot, small dock, and picnic tables. The public could use these places for free, so there was no personnel or security. On the night of the crime, there were other people in various parts of the lake. Some of them claimed they heard loud popping noises, but because it was January 2, they mistook the sound for firecrackers. Someone also stated that he saw a 1980s Hendrickson leaving the parking lot at high speeds. Meanwhile, experts extracted DNA from saliva found on Michelle's thigh. However, at the time, the DNA database was in its infancy. The U.S. Congress passed the DNA Identification Act in 1994, allowing the FBI to create a national DNA database of convicted criminals, as well as separate databases containing information about missing people and forensic samples collected from crime scenes. That is why there was nothing to compare the DNA sample extracted from Michelle's saliva to. It could only have yielded a match if directly compared to the criminal's DNA. The survey of employees at the restaurant and cinema that Grant and Michelle visited before their deaths yielded no results either. There were no conflicts or unusual circumstances at either location. The authorities speculated that Grant and Michelle could have been unintentional victims or had crossed paths not long before they died. The detectives saw no other explanations. The young couple studied diligently. We are not associated with any shady individuals and do not use illegal substances. And the fact that the criminal did not take any money or other valuables from the car indicates that the crime was motivated by something other than greed. The state forensic lab determined that the weapons used in the crime were most likely an AR-15 rifle and a 9mm Ruger pistol. The police interviewed over 100 people, and a few dozen potential suspects were ruled out after voluntarily providing DNA samples for comparison. As a result, the investigation has come to a halt more than a year and a half after the crime in the fall of 1996. Agent Randy Upton of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation took over the case. After thoroughly studying the case, he decided to take a different approach and began looking for the criminal himself, as his predecessors had. But for his weapon, which he used in the attack on Grant and Michelle, Agent Upton went to Macon's largest gun store and requested a list of people who had purchased an AR-15 rifle between 1985 and 1985. Now the agent had a list of 108 names. He began calling people on the list, telling them that they would be extremely helpful to the investigation if they allowed their weapon to be examined and provided a DNA sample for analysis. Most people readily agreed to cooperate. Following the appropriate tests, the list of potential suspects began to shrink. On November 27, 1996, Upton called Andrew Allen Cook, 22, who was also on the list, in conversation with Andrew. Agent Upton explained the purpose of his call and requested permission to examine Cook's rifle. Andrew replied that it was impossible because he sold it in April 1994, 8 months before Grant and Michelle died. However, according to gun store records, Andrew Cook was unable to sell his rifle in April 1994 because he had purchased it in August of that year. Agent Upton realized his interlocutor was lying. When Upton asked Cook to provide his DNA sample, he said he needed to speak with his father, an FBI agent, first. And then he hung up. Upton immediately realized that Andrew Cook could be the person he was looking for. It was discovered that 5 months after Grant and Michelle's deaths in May 1995, a Cook pawned his rifle at one of the gun stores. The police also discovered that in December 1993, a Cook's acquaintance purchased a Ruger pistol on his behalf because he was too young to do so himself. He sold the pistol to one of his friends in July 1995, just after pawning the rifle. To summarize what has been said, he got rid of both his rifle and pistol 6 months after the deaths of Grant and Michelle Andrew Cook, which was far from a coincidence. The more the police learned about Cook, the more they were confident that they were on the right track. As it turned out, shortly after Grant and Michelle's deaths, he not only disposed of his weapons, but also his car, a 1987 Hendrickson. This vehicle fits the description of a car found near the crime scene. Cook worked in a diaper factory, which Agent Upton decided to visit. Andrew was not at work, but the agent spoke with a friend and colleague. According to court documents, a colleague reported that they recently discussed the worst thing they had ever done, and Andrew stated that he shot someone with a rifle. The colleague didn't believe the story but wanted to know why he did it. The cook responded that he wanted to see if he could get away with it. The colleague also stated that Andrew chewed tobacco frequently. Another friend testified that in late November 1996, the cook told him he needed to leave town because it was getting too hot. Agent Upton began looking for Andrew Cook, who had not lived in his parents' home in several years. Randy Upton contacted his father on December 4, 1996, and set up a meeting. John Cook was indeed an FBI agent with 29 years of experience. During the meeting, Agent Upton explained to John that he is investigating the crime committed at Juliet Lake, which is why he wishes to speak with his son Andrew, but cannot locate him. John became aware of Grant and Michelle's case through the media. He himself did not take part in the investigation. He told Upton that he does not consider his son a suspect, but he promised to find him and speak with him. Later that day, John was able to reach Andrew on the phone. He informed his son that the detective in charge of the Juliet Lake case was looking for him and inquired whether he knew anything about it. His son's response turned his entire life upside down. Andrew told Daddy, "I can't tell you. You're one of them. You are a cop." When John Cook asked the next question, he prayed that his son would say no. "Were you the shooter?" he asked. After a brief pause, Andrew replied yes. He told his father that one night, while fishing at Juliet Lake, the couple drove there, and he got into an argument with the driver. According to him, Grant threatened him with a pistol. He became enraged, took his rifle, and did something that could not be undone. John Cook asked his son to contact the authorities, but Andrew replied that he would just disappear. John was stunned by his son's story. It was extremely difficult for him, but he remained professional. The next day, John went to the Monroe County Sheriff's Office and informed them about his son's confession. At the time, no one knew Andrew had been arrested in the neighboring county that morning for shooting deer and turkey outside of the hunting season. He introduced himself under an assumed name, but it became clear when Agent Upton learned that Andrew Cook had been arrested. He traveled to Jones County to speak with him. Upton was unaware of this the day before. Andrew confessed everything to his father. After arriving at the Jones County Sheriff's Office, Upton introduced himself and asked Andrew Cook to answer a few questions. He replied, "2 years have passed, and you still have nothing. I once owned a Honda. I once owned a rifle, and I used to have a Ruger, but now you're trying to set me up." He then stated that if they called his father and found him a lawyer, he would confess everything. Andrew was delivered to Monroe County. The sheriff allowed John Cook to speak with Andrew one-on-one. When John hugged his son, both of them cried. John expressed his disbelief that Andrew had told him the truth, to which Andrew responded that he was not fishing that night and that when he arrived at the lake, the victim's car was already there. Grant and Michelle didn't notice how he approached the car with his rifle and opened fire. Then, he claims he fired a few more shots from his pistol before pulling the woman out of the car to confuse the cops. He spat on Michelle on purpose to ensure that the police couldn't find him using his name. Andrew Cook was charged in the case involving Grant Hendrickson and Michael Lee Cartagena. In addition to Andrew's confession, police have identified the current owners of the rifle and pistol he used during the crime. A forensic ballistic examination revealed that Michelle and Grant were killed with the same firearms. Andrew's DNA was also tested, and it matched the sample extracted from Michelle's saliva. The trial started in 1998. John Cook spoke at the trial. He repeatedly apologized to Grant's and Michelle's families, but he also stated that his apologies would not bring them peace. He claimed that he dedicated his entire life to his service and had no idea how evil had consumed his son. On March 19, 1998, Andrew Cook was found guilty. He was sentenced to death, and after Cook exhausted all of his appeals, the execution date was set for February 22, 2013. The State Board of Pardons and Paroles met 3 days before this date, on February 19, 2013, to consider a clemency appeal filed by Andrew's attorneys on his behalf. The attorneys attempted to persuade the board that Andrew is mentally ill and requires treatment. After considering the appeal, the State Board decided against clemency. On the day of Andrew's execution, February 22, 2013, his family paid him a visit in prison to say goodbye. He was also able to order his final meal. He ordered steak, baked potatoes, fried shrimp, lemon pie, and soda. As he was strapped to a gurney in the death chamber, he said his final words, "I'm sorry, but I'm not going to ask you to forgive me. I couldn't even do it myself." He thanked his family for their support and presence, and he apologized for taking so much away from them all. The injection was given at 11:08 p.m. 14 minutes later, Andrew Cook, 38, was pronounced dead. Following the execution, Grant's mother, Mary Hendrickson, stated that she had been waiting for justice for 18 years. She added, "I believe that was the devil's work. When all this was going on, I was just thinking to myself, well, the devil will not win. He's not going to win my heart. He's not going to win my heart. He is not going to win." On June 21, 2023, the media reported that John Cook had died at the age of 81. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Mom is an important figure in each of our lives. Across all languages, this word sounds warm and tender because it conveys only goodness and understanding. In times of pain, fear, or joy, a person's only words are mommy. Unfortunately, children are not always the most important part of a mother's life. A high-profile crime committed in one of the nation's largest states, Texas, has spread across the country. Christy Sheets, a young and successful 42-year-old woman, shot and killed her 2 adult daughters in her own backyard. But why? Let's start at the beginning and try to figure out what possessed a loving mother to commit such a cruel act. Christy Bird was born in Decatur, Alabama, in 1974. Rebecca Bird's parents separated when she was very young, and her mother Christy had to work hard to provide a poverty-free existence for her child. Christy was raised primarily by her grandfather. The girl adored her grandfather because he spoiled her and taught her unusual skills, such as how to handle a gun. The retired officer had an impressive collection of weapons. The two of them would lock themselves in a semi-dark basement room and spend hours looking at the treasures hidden beneath her grandfather's intriguing stories. From early childhood, a person seeks to understand his place in life, learns to form relationships with others, and receives education for the purpose of applying what he has learned in real life. Christy, however, did not strive for knowledge. Despite attending one of the best schools in the state, the study was uninterested in the young rebel. Frequent clashes with peers severely traumatized her childhood psyche. As a result of repeated attacks and conflicts with classmates, Christy barely finishes school. It's after school. Christy relocates to Lawrence County in North Alabama to attend university. She begins working as a secretary for a transportation company, where she meets Jason Sheets, a young and promising specialist. The young people walk for hours around the city. They hike together, take a vacation to Christy's hometown, and form a strong and lasting bond. After a few years, they married and moved to Kathy's hometown, located on one of the city's quietest streets. On April 19, 1994, the young family purchases a house. Taylor, their first daughter, was born. Jason was overjoyed because he had always wanted a small daughter. The Sheets family was very well done and pleased. Jason has successfully worked as a consultant for a large oil and gas company. Christy raised her daughter and was an outstanding housewife. On October 21, 1998, Christy and Jason welcomed their second daughter, Madison. Family life proceeded in a calm and measured manner. Jason was at work. Christy was caring for the children until tragedy struck, forever changing the family's way of life. When Christy's grandfather died in 2012, she loved him as if he were the father she never had. The woman had a difficult time dealing with such a significant loss. Psychologists and antidepressants took the place of family idols. However, even 2 months later, she had not fully recovered from her grandfather's death. Christy's mother dies, another tragedy morally kills her, and she enters a mental health clinic for the first time. One clinic is replaced by another, and antidepressants are substituted for hard alcohol. Christy's internal state has been unstable and vulnerable for a long time. Husbands and daughters have long tried to help a loved one in any way they can. After a while, they appear to be successful. Christy returns to her former life. She gets a job as a manager at a laser cosmetology clinic that specializes in tattoo removal. Work consumes all of her time, while her beloved husband and daughter have attempted to occupy her heart and thoughts. Christy shared a photo of Taylor and Madison on Facebook on September 25, 2015, her daughter's birthday. She captions it with a statement of maternal love. Christy summoned her children. These girls are incredible, sweet, kind, beautiful, and intelligent. You have no idea how much I love and cherish you. Christy wrote at the time to her daughter. In January of that year, she wrote another strong post in support of her right to bear arms, a post with a photo of a polished gun on a table next to 7 bullets. I own 10 guns. Obama wants 8 of my firearms. What number of guns do I have? Responding to her comments. That is right. I own 10 guns. Christy Sheets has been a vocal supporter of legislation that would make firearms more widely available to the public. She was particularly opposed to the Democratic Party's initiative to prohibit the free trade of semi-automatic handguns. Christy claimed that it would violate her family's right to self-defense. It's ironic that Christy Sheets' love, admiration, and staunch defense of guns, as well as her belief in the right to bear arms, ultimately led to the tragic loss of her 2 daughters and her own life. On Jason's birthday, June 24, 2016, Christy invited her daughters over for dinner. That night, the whole family congregated in the living room. Instead of a celebratory dinner, Jason wanted to inform his daughters about his upcoming divorce. Christy had overheard their conversation. In the living room, there was an uproar. She was yelling and cursing. Then she departed. Jason tried to calm the girls down. I promised that things would get better. But Christy returned with a gun in hand. Jason covered the children, and panic spread throughout the house. Madison hid behind the couch and made a discreet call to 911. When the dispatcher answered, the girl had been overtaken by her mother. "Mommy, please do not shoot." A wheezing, moaning, and silenced voice was heard again. "Don't shoot. There are kids. I'll do whatever you want, don't shoot." The call was cut short. Taylor, 22, is unable to speak or relay information to the dispatcher during her second phone call. She was completely perplexed by the incredible chaos that was unfolding in the family home. Taylor was shot twice by her mother, who fired the fatal shot while her daughter lay dying on the ground outside the family home. At 5 p.m., Christy simply fired several shots at Taylor and Madison. Police responded to several 911 calls near Christy and Jason's home. Police discovered the bodies of Madison Sheets, 17, and Taylor Sheets, 22, on the ground. Christy was standing over Madison's body, holding a gun. She was clearly about to take another shot at the girl. The police officer, unsure if the victim was still alive, ordered her to drop the weapon immediately. Christy ignored the officer's demand, and they opened fire at point-blank range. The woman was killed on the spot. An examination of the victims revealed that Madison, 17, died instantly from her injuries, while Taylor, 22, was injured. She was transported to the hospital via helicopter. Unfortunately, she was unable to be saved. As a result, the injuries inflicted by their mother proved fatal to both daughters. Jason Sheets, 45, was the massacre's only survivor. Christy also shot him, but he was able to seek refuge in the home of neighbors who asked him to call the cops. The neighbors overheard him pleading with Christy, "Please do not hurt them. There are kids." Christy, however, did not heed those words. Instead, she fired a few bullets at Jason. Only a lucky break saved his life. However, the police were unable to question Jason about the incident's circumstances right away. When the police arrived, he was immediately taken to the hospital in a state of deep shock. The area around the house where the family tragedy took place was cordoned off. Surprising neighbors and random witnesses were repeatedly questioned. As the interviews began, it was most accurately established that there were initial sounds of bickering coming from the house. Then, according to witnesses who were concerned, Christy began beating the girls before grabbing a .38 caliber shotgun. She fired at Madison and then Taylor from point-blank range. The bleeding girls ran out of the house. Madison managed only a few steps before collapsing in agony. The mother saw this and fired another shot in Taylor's direction. Christy went inside the house, reloaded the shotgun, and shot her dead at point-blank range. According to witnesses, Christy acted coldly and without movement. They returned to their home's living room after the first shots were fired. All family members dashed outside. A family argument turned into a shooting, but we're still trying to put everything together. That was the first version of what happened, told to TV news crews who arrived on the scene of the tragedy. What drove Christy Burns Sheets, 42, to commit such heinous crimes? The detectives are unsure of the exact reasons. All they have are dry facts. According to police, there was trouble in the Sheets family home for several years due to disagreements among family members. Police have called Sheets over a dozen times. In the end, Christy's father and husband were both female. Jason Sheets, 45, couldn't take it anymore and left his wife. But he recently returned to her. On the day of the tragedy, Christy's invitation brought the entire family together for dinner. Taylor, a college student who recently had a fight with her mother, returned home to celebrate Jason's birthday with her family. What happened astounded observers and family acquaintances alike. How and why did a mother murder her own daughter's neighbor, Gino Hernandez, according to the Sheets family? "I've known both girls since they were 10 years old," the man said, wiping away tears. "They were always pleasant. When outgoing girls passed, they would always wave and say hello. Then there's Christy. She refused to attend the barbecue. It was always as if she were one of her own wonderful girls, and Jason was a good guy to another neighbor who voiced their concerns. We are completely focused on Christy." The investigation also supports the neighbors. Christy's previous conflicts with both daughters have already been revealed. Furthermore, official authorities have already stated that Christy suffered from a mental illness on June 29, 2016. Sheriff Troy Nils told reporters at the first press conference that the 42-year-old mother was depressed and had attempted suicide multiple times because she was about to divorce her husband. According to the police spokesman, the couple's marriage began to fall apart in 2012. Just then, Christy Sheets' grandfather committed suicide in order to kill family members. Mrs. Sheets used a gun that she inherited from a deceased relative, one of the possible causes of the family's serious discord. The sheriff referred to Christy's refusal to put up with her eldest daughter Taylor's upcoming marriage. A couple of days before the shots were fired, Christy Sheets had an argument with her oldest daughter, Taylor, and attempted to place her under house arrest and prohibit her from seeing her fiancé. Nels observed that Jason disagreed with his wife on whether house arrest was an appropriate punishment for a 22-year-old girl. Juan Sebastian Logo, 23, and Taylor Sheets, 22, were in the same art department during their college years. The two young people had been dating for 4 years through social media. They demonstrated how much they loved each other and how they were planning their wedding. A small wedding ceremony was set for June 27th. It has been suggested that Taylor's mother objected to his marriage to Sebastian, who was of Hispanic descent. Jason Sheets disagreed with his wife and insisted that incarcerating their eldest daughter was inappropriate punishment for an adult. Later, Jason Sheets would testify, telling investigators that his wife had called their daughters to inform them of their divorce. She had been informed of it, but instead of explaining it to the children, she pointed a gun at them and shot them several times. But she didn't shoot her husband. As Mr. Sheets stated, the wife's motivation was to make him suffer. According to Jason Sheets, his wife's downward spiral began in 2012 when she lost her grandfather and continued 2 months later when she lost her mother. Apparently, the gun she used to kill her daughters was a gift from her grandfather. Jason Sheets revealed that his wife applied for a gun permit but was denied due to her mental illness. This begs the question, what did Christy Sheets believe triggered the need to punish and torture her husband? Was it a breakdown in their marriage? The feeling that she had lost control and valor in her life. Christy alluded to this in a series of Facebook rants where she discussed protecting herself and her family. Or could Christy Sheets' decision to kill her daughters have been influenced by medication or a deterioration in her mental state? Jason Sheets admitted to the police that his wife suffered from depression. She was taking her prescribed pills by the handful and seeing a therapist. She had been to a private psychiatric hospital 3 times in recent years after attempting to commit suicide. Sheriff Nels made a report. Christy Sheets had enough time and opportunity to murder her husband. But she did not. Jason realized Christy wished him to suffer. Sheriff Nell echoed Jason Sheets. who was recounting the incident for the first time. Mr. Sheets revealed that Christy was aware of how much he loved Taylor and Madison, as well as their love for him. Nels continued, possibly exacerbated by the complete schism in the family and the realization that she would be losing not only her husband but also her daughters. Christy was already in a difficult emotional state when she grabbed a gun, foreshadowing her tragic end. Madison Davey, a close family friend, gave an excellent interview discussing family relationships. He was the absolute best father in the world. I used to hang out with them, and he enjoyed being around us. They were so funny together that you would expect the sisters to fight. But no, Davey responded. They were deeply in love with each other. And we are always laughing. Davey went on to say that both daughters were very close to each other and their father. Jason was willing to do anything to protect them, and he tried. However, Christy planned to kill that day, according to Davey. Christy, perhaps only intimidating, pulled out a gun and screamed and cried as she said goodbye to her family in an attempt to commit suicide. But she did not get the desired result. Jason answered differently. If you just want to shoot yourself, don't come near us. Shoot yourself, but Christy said, no, that will be your punishment. Family, friends, and acquaintances were certain that something had to happen in this family. But no one could have predicted that a woman would kill her daughters. Christy was doing harm to her family. She lacked mental stability. The sheriff's department stated that police officers were repeatedly dispatched to Christy and Jason's home, where they were having violent arguments. Since January 2012, police have received 14 requests for service. Christy, who had previously been diagnosed with mental health issues, threatened to commit suicide on 3 occasions. Sebastian's heartbroken sister Maria described the Sheath sisters as some of the sweetest, most sensible, and kind-hearted girls she had ever met. Maria found it difficult to believe that not long ago, she and Taylor were having a good time at a party and planning her wedding to Sebastian. You've already joined our family and will remain so, she speaks to her friend. You were a beacon of light in this crazy world. We'll always remember you. The brutal crime that took the lives of young girls with everything ahead of them has long sparked public outrage. People shared Jason's grief. Taylor Sheets attended school, worked as a caregiver for Care.com, and hoped to live a long and happy life with the man she loved. Madison studied in school while also working as a nanny. The entire city mourned on the day of the girl's funeral, and social media and television news channels covered the tragedy once more. Is it possible that the availability of firearms contributed to such a horrific tragedy? The failure of states to finally address the issue of firearms sales has resulted in yet another tragedy. Christy Sheets, an ordinary Texas woman, shot and killed her own 2 daughters in a domestic dispute. Such cases are not surprising in the United States. People will die as long as Republicans and Democrats continue to pull the cat out of the bag and refuse to compromise. The exact causes of the conflict that resulted in such tragic consequences will be unknown. However, the fact that the police visited this house multiple times due to frequent conflicts is sufficient. That is, it was already obvious that the family was dysfunctional, but they were still left with guns. To summarize, I would like to return to the beginning of this story. A mother is the closest and most important person in her children's lives. Christy Sheets' case is an exception rather than a reality. Amidst her internal heartache, her maternal instinct appears to have completely shut down, and no one could stop her. Christy's plan, however, has been fully realized. Jason Sheets will be haunted by the memories of his daughter's murders for the rest of his life. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we look at the events that occurred on January 13, 2019. Surveillance cameras caught 17-year-old Augustina M. Winkelried leaving a bowling club she'd attended with her friends. Several hours later, it became clear that Augustina was missing, and her family began searching for her. Shortly after, she became the talk of the small Argentine town of Esperanza, where she lived, and word spread quickly throughout the country. Augustina was born on June 6, 2001, in Esperanza, where she lives with her large family. As the youngest of her parents' 5 children, she was always given preferential treatment. It is common knowledge that the youngest child in a family receives more attention due to their age. Augustina was described as friendly, caring, and always smiling. She, like most young people, enjoyed spending time with friends, whether at the movies, bowling alleys, discos, or simply playing the ukulele. Esperanza is a small town with slightly more than 40,000 residents, the majority of whom know one another. Because of the town's limited entertainment options, all of the young people there met and knew each other in some way. As a result, Agustina's parents became concerned, but we are not afraid for her, allowing her to go out and spend time with her friends, with the only condition that she stay in touch and send us her whereabouts. On Saturday afternoon, January 12, 2019, Agustina's father dropped her off at a friend's house where a group of about 6 people had planned to meet. The girls had planned to go to Teos, a nightclub and bowling center, after everyone had gathered. Agustina told her father that she would spend the night at a friend's house after leaving the club and return home the next afternoon. She was dating a man named Now. They appear to get along well, and their families know one another. That night, about an hour before midnight, Agustina messaged him and asked him to go to the club, but he declined, saying he was tired. Later, the young man came to regret staying at home that night. Agustina and her friends were having a wonderful time at the club. They had a good time, danced and enjoyed the music. By 5 the friends decided it was time to leave. However, Agustina ran into another group of her friends at the club and decided to stay longer. As a result, the group split up and headed home, leaving Agustina with a different group of friends. At 5:40 a.m., a surveillance camera caught Agustina walking out of the venue with a cell phone. After leaving the building, she went to a fast food restaurant. Agustina waited her turn, received her order, spoke briefly with an acquaintance, and then proceeded to the road. The friend's house, where she planned to spend the night, was not far away, so Agustina decided to walk there. The day was getting brighter, and she appeared to be confident in her safety. As you can see, there were no sidewalks, so one could only walk along the side of the road. It's unclear if Agustina drank that night, but the footage shows that despite wearing high-heeled platform shoes, she walked steadily. She veered slightly to the side as she approached the driveway, but this is not surprising given that the site is an unpaved road with rocks. She could have simply tripped. In addition, it should be noted that the Club Teos has an age division. One zone is reserved for those under the age of 18, so no alcohol is sold there. Agustina eventually failed to arrive at either her friend's or her own home. Her parents were always aware of her location because she had always told them this time. However, when morning arrived, they noticed that their daughter had not texted to let them know she had arrived at her friend's house and was fine. So they became concerned and attempted to contact Agustina but were unable to do so. Her phone number was unavailable. The parents were aware that she was expected to spend the night at a friend's house, so they contacted her friend, who informed them that Agustina hadn't returned from the club. The friend also informed the concerned parents that Agustina had stayed at the club with another group of people. After contacting all of his daughter's acquaintances and discovering that no one knew where she was, Augustine's father called the police and began searching for her on his own. Daniel M. Winkelried was a well-known figure in town, having served as president of a local soccer club and owning a small furniture manufacturing and sales company. When they discovered he was in distress, many locals volunteered to help with the search, and Christina's friends were able to raise awareness of the case through social media, resulting in coverage on television news programs. After beginning the investigation and learning that Agustina had been at Taylor's club all night, police officers went there to speak with potential witnesses and examine the surveillance camera footage available at the venue. Aside from footage of Agustina walking towards the road, this revealed nothing new. When the officers realized which direction she had gone, they began questioning people who lived along the road, as well as employees from various businesses in the area. It was possible that someone had seen or heard something, and any indication was significant. Agustina's friend Brian was among those who learned of her disappearance through social media. I noticed the large number of posts about finding Agustina. Brian contacted her father Daniel and informed him that he had seen Agustina outside the Teos Club around 6 a.m. He was driving along when he noticed her standing by the roadside. I was talking to the driver of a silver car that had stopped next to her a few hundred meters from the club. Brian continued down the road, but he quickly grabbed his phone and called Agustina. He asked if she was okay and if she needed a ride home. She said she was fine and that the man driving the silver car had stopped to warn her that it was dangerous to walk on this road because she could be hit by traffic. She accepted Brian's offer of a ride and explained that she was going to a friend's house. There was a gas station a few hundred meters from where Brian spotted Agustina, so we decided to stop, wait for her, and fill the tank. When Agustina didn't arrive at the gas station 15 minutes later, Brian decided to go get her himself, but she was nowhere to be found. His attempts to contact her were also unsuccessful, as she did not respond. He hadn't given it much thought at the time, assuming that Agustina, had gone directly to her friend's house, forgetting that he was waiting for her. Given all of this information, the main clue was a silver car. Brian couldn't say for certain which brand and model the car was, but, according to him, it was quite old. Demand, sitting in the driver's seat, may have been the last person to see Agustina. The possibility that he was involved in her disappearance was not ruled out. When the police attempted to locate Agustina's cell phone, they discovered that the last time it received a signal was from a tower in the same neighborhood as the club. Because the club was on the outskirts of town, there were numerous vacant lots and fields where the search teams focused their efforts. Agustina was walking along the road and noticed that only this gas station had surveillance cameras. Daniel had arrived to examine the footage and determine whether or not his daughter had reached that location. Given the location of her friend's house, Agustina was bound to pass by the gas station. Daniel explained the situation to the gas station attendant and asked for assistance. The attendant, who was a father himself, showed him the footage the camera captured that morning, almost losing his job as a result. Later, the gas station owner fired him for allowing an unauthorized person to watch the footage without permission. When the town's residents learned of this, they banded together and began refueling their vehicles elsewhere. This quelled the gas station owner's rage, and he reinstated the employee and apologized to him at Esperanza's home. Daniel reviewed the footage captured by the gas station cameras, but did not find his daughter. It appeared that Agustina never arrived. However, the footage revealed the same old silver car that Brian had previously described. It had passed the gas station around the same time that Agustina was walking down the street. It was a Renault car, and Daniel determined who the owner was. Pablo Trionfini, 39, is a municipal employee, or more specifically, a garbage man who lives less than a kilometer from the gas station. He had no prior criminal record but had drawn police attention on several occasions. The first time, his ex-wife reported him to the police for beating her. This resulted in a court order prohibiting Trionfini from contacting his ex-wife. He was arrested a second time for violating the order. Both of these incidents occurred in 2017. Police officers arrived shortly after Daniel reviewed the footage from the gas station security cameras, also wanting to see the footage, but unaware that Agustina's father had already done so. They were able to identify the silver car after reviewing the surveillance footage. When they discovered that Daniel had watched the video before them, they became concerned that lynching would occur and went straight to Pablo Trionfini's home. When the police arrived, they discovered that people had gathered in front of the house and were shouting, but Agustina reported that the crowd dispersed after the police arrived, and one of the people present informed the officers that Trionfini was inside the house. When he heard the shouting, he looked out, but when he saw the hostile crowd, he fled inside and bolted the door. The officers lacked probable cause to justify an unauthorized entry into the man's home, so they requested a search warrant. While awaiting the warrant, the house was cordoned off to deter the suspect from attempting to flee. Around midnight, one police officer decided to investigate the yard and discovered that Pablo Trionfini had died. The police officer rushed to help, but it was too late. Trionfini had died. Such a turn of events revealed his involvement in Augustine's disappearance. But despite searching his home and car, the police discovered no evidence. Pablo Trionfini used the rope to free himself from further trouble and proceedings. As the police were searching the house, Finna's neighbor approached them and said that Pablo had stopped by during the day and asked to borrow a shovel, allegedly to dig for earthworms because he was fishing. A half hour later, he returned the shovel and told his neighbor that he had noticed something strange. Trionfini thanked the man and said tentatively, "Thank you. I am not sure if I will ever see you again." Witnesses saw Trionfini leave the house several times on Sunday while riding his bike and holding a shovel. This could indicate that Agustina had passed away. On Monday, January 14, 2019, A search began at dawn with the assistance of drones and police dogs. Augustine's half-stained body was discovered about 500 meters from his club at 9:15 a.m. It had been hidden in a ditch filled with dense vegetation. As word spread about the discovery of Augustina in Winkelried's body, her friends and family began to send her heartfelt farewells on social media. This included a touching post from her boyfriend who, posted 2 photos of himself with Agostina on his Instagram account and wrote, "I wish I could wake up and this was all a dream. I'll miss you so much. My love will never leave my heart. Fly hello, my queen. I know we'll see each other again." The forensic examination revealed that Agustina fought desperately for her life. Her hands were covered in defensive wounds, with pieces of her attacker's skin under her fingernails. A DNA test confirmed that the man who assaulted Agustina was Pablo Trianfini. Forensics determined that the cause of death was strangulation. We may never know how Agustina ended up with Pablo Trianfini, whether he forced her or simply offered her a ride. We can only speculate because only 2 people knew the truth and will never be able to speak about it again. The police searched the tree on Finis's phone and found no evidence that he knew Augustine. Hundreds of people came to the funeral to say goodbye to Agustina in Winkelried. Meanwhile, according to Argentine media reports, Pablo Trianfini's relatives did not attend his funeral. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The Jared Bridegan case, from love to the end of life. No matter how long a couple has been together or how happy their marriage was, divorces frequently result in the breakdown of amicable, or at least respectful, relationships. However, former husbands and wives may part ways as true adversaries. Close partners intentionally make each other's lives miserable, inflict harm, or wish for the other's death. In rare cases, it goes beyond mere wishes and escalates into actual physical confrontations. Today, we'll look at such a case. To begin, it is important to note that the case involving the death of 33-year-old Jared Bridegan, a Microsoft employee and father of 4 young children, has yet to be concluded. Currently, 3 people have been arrested on charges of conspiracy to commit a planned confrontation that resulted in Reagan's death, and they will face the death penalty. This sensational story, which unfolded in the sunny state of Florida, has, without a doubt, shaken the entire country. The protagonists are parents with multiple children. Once married, the motive for the crime is alarmingly simple: a refusal to split jointly acquired assets and custody of their children. However, the approach to ending Brigan's life is reminiscent of a complex detective plot. Let's look at how former spouses and deeply religious people turned into the worst of enemies, and why it all ended so tragically. Who was Jared Bridegan? Jared J. Bridegan was born in 1989 in Florida into a modest family as the second of 2 sons. He grew up with his older brother Adam, with whom he was practically inseparable since childhood. The brother's parents were devout followers of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Bowden later referred to Jared as her first true love. However, their relationship did not lead to marriage because cohabitation was frowned upon in their religious community. As a result, when Jared graduated from Florida Arts High School in 2007 and decided to continue his education in another state, they parted ways. Jared moved to Utah, where he attended college and met his future first wife. At a friend's birthday party in 2009, Jared Bridegan, then 20, met Shanna Gardner. She was 2 years old and came from a wealthy family. She was a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, as previously stated. Shanna was born in 1987. Her parents, Starling and Shelley Gardner, were co-founders of Stampin' Up!, a major company that manufactured and sold decorative and craft items. By 2010, their family business, headquartered in Salt Lake City, was reported to generate $100 million in annual revenue. Shanna has a sister named Sarah, who is currently a manager in the family business. As the heir to such a wealthy family, Shanna grew up in luxury and was used to living a leisurely life, never having to work in her trained profession as a chef. She was described as enthusiastic and fickle. According to Mallory, who was mentioned earlier, Jared was initially uninterested in his new acquaintance. Shanna, on the other hand, went out of her way to entice him with her extravagant lifestyle, implying that together they could travel the world and do whatever they wanted because her parents would financially support them. family life, and the birth of twins. The couple became engaged just a few months after their first meeting, and less than a year later, in early 2010, they celebrated a lavish wedding in a temple in Salt Lake City, Utah, with the Gardner family covering all expenses for the ceremony and reception. The couple's religious beliefs, which frowned on cohabitation and long engagements, influenced their quick decision to marry. Following their wedding, the newlyweds relocated to Utah, where the bride's parents assisted them in purchasing a comfortable home valued at approximately $1 million. Each spouse also owned their own Mercedes. Despite the fact that Jared was still a student and Shannon was not working, the couple traveled extensively around the world, posting numerous photos of their exciting trips, expensive purchases, and leisure activities on their social media accounts. According to close friends, Shannon's parents gave the couple around $10,000 per month for various expenses and gave them full access to their accounts. Furthermore, after Jared finished his degree, his in-laws generously gave him $100,000 to launch his own business. In 2013, the couple gave birth to twins, Abigail and Liam. The family relocated to Connecticut for a while, but Liam was soon diagnosed with a heart condition and lung issues. Doctors advised the child to move closer to the sea, citing health benefits. The Brits moved to Florida, where they purchased a 2-story comfortable home near the coast in Ponte Vedra Beach, south of Jacksonville. Shayna was actively managing her own social media blog at the time, portraying herself as a loving wife, a caring mother of twins, a professional chef, and a woman who enjoyed travel and sports. She took fitness seriously, going to the gym almost every day. Seeing her dedication, Jared decided to surprise his beloved by hiring a personal trainer for her. Following the scandalous divorce shortly after moving, clear issues arose in the marriage, despite the couple's stubborn insistence that everything was fine. Shayna became disillusioned with their religion and almost stopped attending church, while her husband remained a devout and exemplary member. This difference in religious commitment resulted in disagreements, misunderstandings, and tension. Shayna reportedly became disillusioned with Jared, whom she saw as too lazy, having gained weight, and only half-heartedly attempting to get his business off the ground. After completing online programming and design courses, Jared secured a position at Microsoft and began earning independently. After a few years, he was promoted to senior manager. Nonetheless, the couple grew apart and disagreements became commonplace in their home. The situation worsened when Jared discovered intimate conversations between his wife and her personal fitness trainer. According to some sources, Shayna had an affair, which the trainer confirmed over the phone with Jared, though Shayna strongly denied these allegations. Jared then emailed Mallory Bowden, lamenting how his wife had become distant and emotionally attached to her gym trainer. Despite this, he expressed a willingness to forgive the infidelity and keep their family intact for the sake of their children. The couple began a contentious and scandalous divorce process in 2015, nearly 6 years after they married. They had a heated argument about shared assets and custody rights for their children. Jared publicly accused his ex-wife of infidelity, which she categorically denied, claiming that the marriage had simply lost its romance. In response, she accused him of being cruel and defensive. Shayna refused to divide their home, cars, and bank accounts, claiming that nearly everything they had acquired over the years had been purchased or gifted by her parents. Jared had only begun working less than a year before, having previously focused on his studies and failed to establish his business with funds from his in-laws. Jared challenged this viewpoint, claiming at least half of their Florida home. Custody of the twins sparked numerous disputes. Shayna claimed that whenever Jared was with the children, he tried to turn them against her. He allegedly coached them on what to say about their mother and recorded their statements for use in court. Jared, for his part, accused his ex-wife of extensive surveillance, including the installation of hidden cameras in their home, the tapping of his phone calls, and the placement of a tracker in his car to monitor his movements. Shayna sought sole custody of the children, as well as exclusive ownership of their seaside home. She also claimed Jared threatened to take all of the money from their children's trust funds for personal use. Jared responded by alleging that his ex-wife evaded taxes by working off the books at her parents' company and receiving tens of thousands of dollars. By the end of 2015, the court had ordered joint custody of the children. But that did not put an end to Jared and Shayna's disputes. Even after their divorce was officially finalized, they continued to appear in court for nearly 7 years, culminating in the tragic end of their story. By this point, Both had moved on to start new families and have additional children. In 2016, Jared met Christina, a Microsoft employee who lived and worked in North Carolina. Initially, their interactions were strictly professional, but they gradually became closer. A few months later, Christina relocated to Florida to be with Jared. They married in February 2019, having met in the fall of 2017. They welcomed their first child, a daughter named Bexley, in August 2021. Shauna remarried in 2018, marrying Mario Fernandez, a man a year younger than her who owned a real estate business. That same year, they welcomed their son, Michael. The family lived in the same house Shauna had shared with her first husband, Jared, which had been the site of their court battles. The arrival of new families did not calm the tensions between the ex-spouses, who continued to file lawsuits against one another with new demands. Jared insisted that Shannon's new husband, Mario, should not be allowed to be with the twins while their mother was away. In contrast, he wanted his new wife, Christina, to be fully involved in the upbringing of his older children. The last court meeting between Jared and Shauna took place 4 months before Jared's death and was extremely tense. They exchanged more mutual accusations and argued over their property rights. Shauna claimed that Jared was preventing her from using the family's larger, more comfortable vehicle to transport the children because he was more concerned with humiliating the mother than with his own children's comfort and safety. At this point, the court granted Shauna exclusive use of the larger vehicle and ordered Jared to pay her $600 as compensation. The tragic end to a secluded road for the ex-spouse's agreement. On Wednesdays, Jared picked up the twins for a family dinner, which included their younger sister, Bexley. Christina occasionally joined them, but after the birth of London, she spent the majority of her time with the newborn, preferring not to leave him with babysitters. Jared picked up the children on Wednesday, February 22, 2022, and took them to a coastal cafe per his routine. After dinner and a stroll, he dropped the twins off at their mother's house and returned home via his usual route. The journey typically took about 40 minutes, with part of it spent on a deserted stretch of road with no streetlights. Bridegan came across an unexpected obstacle while driving slowly and cautiously, aware of his 3-year-old daughter asleep in her car seat. It was about 9 p.m. and the sun had set when he noticed a tire in his lane in the headlights. He came to a stop, turned on his hazard lights, and got out to move the tire to the side of the road. That's when the shots went off. Jared had no chance of escaping. The perpetrator, acting with deadly precision, fired several close-range shots before fleeing the scene. The child sleeping in the car was unharmed. A passerby heard the shots and approached cautiously, discovering Jared lying in a pool of blood. He immediately contacted the police and paramedics. Unfortunately, it was too late to save the victim. The investigation and initial suspicions: Christina called her husband just minutes before the incident, and he said he had just dropped off the children and would be home in 15 minutes. However, 30 minutes had passed into an hour, and Jared was nowhere to be found and stopped answering his phone, anxiously dialing his phone number again. Christina was greeted by a police officer who informed her of the incident and requested her immediate arrival at the Jacksonville Beach police station. The investigation team at the scene determined that Jared's vehicle came to a halt due to a road obstacle, specifically a tire. They concluded that he got out of his car to remove the obstacle but was then shot. His 3-year-old daughter, who was asleep in the car, was unharmed, indicating that the mysterious shooter did not target her. Furthermore, there were no valuables missing from the vehicle. A wallet containing cash, a phone, and a tablet were left, effectively ruling out the robbery theory almost immediately. When asked if her husband had any known enemies, antagonists, or recent conflicts, Christina stated that she was unaware of anyone wishing harm on her husband except his first wife, Shauna. However, she avoided making direct accusations in the absence of incontrovertible evidence. The absence of cameras resulted in a lack of surveillance footage, according to police, whereas on the stretch of road where the incident occurred, a witness who heard Tay. However, they did hear the sound of a car speeding away. There was nothing visible in the darkness. Investigators found Christina's suggestion of Shannon's involvement in the crime plausible. However, detectives knew she was unlikely to act directly, especially given her solid alibi of being at home with her husband, twins, younger son, and her parents who were visiting. The police decided to check the nearby surveillance cameras. The video captured an old, dark blue Ford F-150 with brown trim entering the area about 15 minutes before the incident. Again, a few minutes after the witness reported the shots, detectives asked the public for assistance in identifying the vehicle of interest. The Jarrett family made television appeals, urging anyone with any information about the case to come forward. The first suspect arrested, Shauna, and her current husband, Mario, were repeatedly questioned but denied any involvement in the murder. Shauna did not hide the fact that her relationship with her ex-husband was complicated, but she insisted that she would never harm the father of her children. She also told the media how the 9-year-old twins reacted to the news of their father's death. According to her, Abigail cried uncontrollably for several hours. Liam was stunned and silent for a long time. It's worth noting that neither the ex-wife nor the older children attended Jared's funeral. Christina had told Shanna that her presence at the farewell ceremony was extremely unwelcome, to which Shanna responded that if she wasn't allowed to attend, neither would the twins. The first suspect was arrested in January 2023, nearly a year after Mr. Brigham's murder. The police had remained silent about the investigation's progress, only stating that it required significant resources and effort. After a lengthy search for the dark blue Ford F-150, Luck smiled on the investigation when the vehicle was involved in an accident but fled the scene before police arrived. This time, the incident occurred in a crowded area with a large number of witnesses, and the offender was identified the same day thanks to multiple camera footage. The car was owned by Henry Tenen, a 62-year-old unemployed man with prior convictions. He was charged with second-degree premeditated murder with a firearm, involvement in a criminal conspiracy with the intent to commit murder, and planning an ambush with an obstruction for the victim. Jacksonville Beach Police Chief Jonathan Paul Smith and City Prosecutor Melissa Nelson announced the charges at a press conference. Tenen was also revealed to have not acted alone and was testifying against his accomplices, though no other names were released at the time to protect the integrity of the ongoing investigation. Given the gravity of the charges against him and the lengthy prison term he faced, the tenant decided to make a deal with law enforcement, hoping that his cooperation would be considered favorably during sentencing and potentially reduce his punishment. The criminal trio discovered information that quickly leaked to the press that the accused Tenen was renting a small house with a friend owned by Mario Fernandez. Tenen's housemate was also brought in for questioning, but he was unable to provide any useful information about the case. He had no personal dealings with the owner of their rental, instead passing his share of the rent through Henry. However, a thorough search of the house revealed a hidden pistol in the accused room, which ballistic tests determined to be the murder weapon. This further implicated 10 people in the crime. On March 16, 2023, Mario Fernandez was arrested after pleading guilty and agreeing to testify against Mario, whom he identified as the crime's contractor. Fernandez was charged with first-degree murder, criminal conspiracy, and incitement to commit a serious crime. Rumors circulated that Shauna was the mastermind of the murder. This was supported by her former lover, a fitness trainer, who revealed that she had a long-standing dislike for her, then husband, and wished for his death. A tattoo artist Shanna frequented also testified, recalling Shanna complaining about her ex-husband's endless legal battles, wishing to silence him forever, and asking if she knew anyone who could assist. Shauna repeated her inquiry months later, clearly indicating her seriousness, after it was initially misinterpreted as a grim joke. Shanna Gardner Fernandez vehemently denied all allegations made against her. She stated her intention to stay in town and assist with the investigation. However, a few months after her husband's arrest, she relocated to Washington with the twins and her youngest son on August 17, 2023. She was facing the same charges as her current husband, who was arrested in her Washington apartment. She was extradited to Florida, where she would face trial alongside the criminal trio. Her actions were motivated by complicated relationships with her ex-husband, a desire to avoid sharing custody of their 2 children, and a desire to own all disputed assets outright. As of now, the ongoing legal battle continues, and legal proceedings against all conspirators are underway. Tenen has pleaded guilty to all charges, is fully cooperating with the investigation, and is hoping for leniency. According to reports, he faces at least 15 years in prison, which is a long time for someone his age and could be equivalent to a life sentence. Mario Fernandez has only partially admitted his guilt and, exercising his legal rights, has declined to testify against his wife. Shanna Gardner Fernandez, on the other hand, has vehemently denied all charges against her. Nonetheless, prosecutors are seeking the death penalty or life in prison with no possibility of parole for the couple. Shannon's 3 children are currently in the care of their maternal grandparents, Starling and Shelley Gardner, and Aunt Sarah. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today we'll look at a case involving a very unusual plot that occurred in London in 2011. Alice Adams and Tibor Vass's bodies were discovered in a house near Heathrow Airport. They were both 20 years old. The investigators working on this case will describe it as one of the most unusual for someone who works full-time in law enforcement. Alice Adams and Tibor Vass worked for the Radisson Blu Edwardian Heathrow Hotel. Alice was a local, and her family home was approximately 6 miles from the hotel where she worked. She had started the job 3 weeks earlier and had made friends with other hotel employees, particularly her peer Tibor Vass. Tibor was born and raised in Budapest, Hungary. He was his parents' second child, and he had a younger sister, Tibor, who enjoyed being around other people. He could play almost any musical instrument, with the piano being his favorite. He taught his sister Isabella how to play the piano, and they sang and played together while their parents listened. His mother Rosalia struggled to move on after his father died unexpectedly in 2007. Tibor spent the majority of his free time with his sister. He was both her brother and father. He wanted to share his mother's burden, so he started working full-time when he was 15 years old. In 2008, he applied to the University of Budapest, hoping that a college degree would help him get a good job and better support his mother. Despite his exceptional abilities, he was denied admission to the university. Tibor discussed with his mother the possibility of moving to Great Britain and finding work there. Tibor's mother must have supported the idea, as he moved to the United Kingdom in July 2010. At the age of 19, he relocated to London. He began working at the Radisson Blu Edwardian Heathrow Hotel. He enjoyed his job, his responsibilities, the people he worked with, and the new clients he met each day. Alice was an accomplished musician who quickly bonded with Tibor. They never ran out of topics to discuss. Tibor Vass and Alice Adams were the hotel's receptionists. Another receptionist was Attila Ban, who was 31 years old. Attila had been with the hotel the longest of the 3, and he was named the best employee in 2010. Both Attila and Tibor were from Hungary, which brought them closer together. The hotel provided company apartments to its new employees. Attila and Tibor lived in a house behind the hotel. It was extremely convenient. On the one hand, it was more cost-effective. On the other hand, you did not have to spend much time getting to work. Despite Tibor's happiness to be in England, he did not abandon his plans to pursue higher education. He applied again to Budapest University, and this time he was accepted. He was very happy, but he had to return to Hungary in August 2011. Tibor's departure was marked by a small farewell party, which was held on August 9, 2011. Other hotel employees attended the party alongside Tibor, Attila, and Alice. The next day, this trio was supposed to work, but none of them showed up. Colleagues raised the alarm when they failed to arrive for work at 7 a.m. The police were notified at 7 a.m. The police were notified at 7:53 a.m. The police arrived at the house and knocked on the door. No one opened the door, and everything was quiet inside. The door was unlocked. When one of the officers opened it, he discovered a terrifying sight. Alice lay on the living room floor, her face hidden by a pillow. Later, the medical examiner who performed the autopsy found 22 stab wounds on her body. The naked body of the man who had died from stab wounds to the heart lay on the bed in his bedroom. The killer was nowhere to be found. The police cordoned off the house, and investigators and forensic experts quickly began their work. When investigators examined the crime scene, they discovered that the bed on which Tibor lay was not where he died. It was too clean. The perpetrator had wounded him elsewhere before removing his clothes, cleaning him up and placing him on the bed. Alcohol bottles and illegal substances, which appeared to have been consumed at the party, were discovered in the apartment. Police officers searched the house, the surrounding area, and the attic, but found no Attila Bands. His personal belongings, including his papers, remained inside the apartment. As Attila became the prime suspect, investigators began interviewing his co-workers while experts worked the crime scene. Hotel employees claimed that as soon as Tibor started working at the hotel, Attila took him under his wing because they were both from the same country. It wasn't long before Attila asked Tibor to live with him in an apartment near the hotel. He even planned his work schedule so that they worked the same shift. Tibor was young and attractive, and he received plenty of female attention. The problem was that prior to falling in love with Tibor, Ban made no secret of his preference for male relationships. According to the hotel staff, Tibor rejected his advances, which made him unhappy. Alice had taken a job at the hotel 3 weeks before her death, and Tibor began to show interest in her, which naturally irritated Attila, who was jealous despite knowing Tibor was only interested in women. Investigators began to wonder if Attila had committed the crime out of jealousy and unrequited love. Even before police discovered Tibor Vass and Alice Adams' lifeless bodies, Bain had posted an ominous message on his Facebook page. He wrote, "I want to wake up from that nightmare." This was posted at 6:23 a.m., and several friends expressed their concerns, to which they received no response. The message convinced investigators that Attila Ban was involved in his colleagues' deaths. This was also demonstrated by the number of wounds. Alice was stabbed 22 times and Tibor twice. In addition, Alice was lying on the floor with a pillow against her face, while Tibor was on the bed. The investigators interviewed the other party members, who stated that when everyone left, only Attila T., Boher, and Alice remained in the apartment. This indicated that something had occurred between these three people in the time remaining before dawn. Alice and T. Boers' deaths were reported to their families. What happened was devastating for both the Adams and Vass families. In a statement released by the Adams family, Alice's mother, Sarah, honored her daughter with the words, "My heart is broken, and my life will be forever tinged with sadness. I miss Alice so much. I'd give anything for one more Alice squeezy hug and smile. Alice's death has caused my family to experience extreme emotions such as grief, anger, and overwhelming sorrow, and it has forever changed our family. As a mother, you are supposed to protect your children, and every day and night I have to face the fact that I failed. The most difficult thing to deal with is not knowing exactly what happened to my beloved Alice that night. As horrifying as it would be to learn the truth, it would be preferable to the constant struggle in my mind to figure out the sequence of events leading up to Alice's murder. There are no words to describe what an amazing and unique personality she had, or how much love, joy, passion, and compassion she brought into so many people's lives. Her passing is a tragedy beyond words." Alice's mother told investigators that shortly after midnight, her daughter texted that she was spending the night at a friend's house. The police issued an AB for Attila Ban, but he simply vanished. They attempted to track his phone, but it was detected by cell towers in the same area as the hotel. This was extremely strange. As soon as it became clear, Attila had been closer than anyone had imagined all along. The investigation team spent 2 days at the scene before leaving the house. A few hours later, the forensic team decided to return to the house and conduct additional tests. They noticed that the door they had left open had been locked from the inside. When they entered the room, they noticed Attila